Chapter 1 Heart, Kyohai City Pity Hospital. Lobby. Payment was successful. Please ask the patient's family to take the slip and make an appointment with the attending physician to schedule the procedure. Suhan took a few vouchers that were as thin as a cicada, but his heart had the emotion of peace and pleasure, because although he paid more than $1 million, he had the chance to save his sister's life that could be exchanged. 2 years ago, his sister was diagnosed with congenital heart disease, and the only solution was to have a heart transplant, which made him, as an older brother, fearful that one day his sister, who was so dependent on him, would be gone. But a heart transplant is no small operation. Not only do you need an experienced attending surgeon, but you also have to pay high medical fees and, most importantly, have a compatible heart source. Heart source is very scarce, and there are many people in front of the sister. This waiting for a full 2 years. 2 years, his parents left behind the inheritance and his own savings were all empty. It is not enough. Borrowing around, he was desperate. Can only choose the ridiculously high interest rate of loan sharks. The surgery fee he just paid was the loan shark he borrowed. What is usury before the life of a sister? After all, he had promised his departed parents that he would take care of his sister. If the money is gone, you can earn it again, but if the sister is gone, it's really gone. With the voucher in hand, Suhan approached his sister's attending physician, Zhang Wenhua. Dr. Zhang, I've paid all the surgical fees, and earlier you said that my sister's health is good, and that she already meets the conditions for a heart transplant. Didn't you inform me the other day that there was a suitable heart? So please hurry up and arrange an operation for my sister. Saying that, Suhan put $10,000 wrapped in an envelope on Zhang Wenhua's table. Zhang Wenhua just glanced at the thickness of the envelope, frowned, and said coldly, "When did I inform you of the availability of a suitable heart? I mean, it's possible. You see, not necessarily adaptable." Upon hearing this, Suhan froze slightly, then glanced at the thin envelope containing the money on the table as well as Zhang Wenhua's frowning brow, instantly understanding everything. Dr. Zhang, I understand what you mean. Don't worry, when the surgery is over, I'll make sure you're satisfied. Zhang Wenhua laughed coldly, not even looking at Suhan, saying, "Satisfy me? With your poor appearance, let me tell you the truth. The heart has been given to someone else, and a heart transplant will be performed later. As for your sister, wait for the next heart. Next time, don't take so long. Get out of the way if you're okay, I'm going to check on the patient." The careless words but made Suhan's heart alarmed. He incredulously stopped Zhang Wenhua and questioned, "Shouldn't it be my sister's turn this time? My sister and I have waited for so long, and I've paid the money. How could the heart be given to someone else?" Zhang Wenhua took a step back and frowned. "What are you doing? This is a hospital, not your home. It's not up to you who the heart goes to. If you're going to make a scene, you and your sister are going to get the hell out of the hospital." Suhan clenched his fists. Veins rippled on his forehead, obviously furious, but thinking of his sister, he could only get out of the way. After all, the other man was his sister's primary care physician and a leading expert in the field of cardiology. His own sister's life could be said to be in his hands, and if he offended the other party, I'm afraid that he wouldn't even have the chance to wait any longer. Seeing Suhan get out of the way, Zhang Wenhua snorted coldly and said as he walked out, "You're still smart, but who let you have no power and no money? If you paid a day earlier, the heart would still be your sister's as well. What if I were you? I'd get back in line, and with any luck, I might have a new adapted heart in a month or two. But if you can't figure it out, you could have checked out of the hospital and taken your sister home." Suhan's face was ironic. Going home? The money is paid, and the hospital is certainly not going to refund it. Besides, without a heart and all the medical equipment of a hospital, bringing my sister home would be putting her to death. Looking at Zhang Wenhua's departing back, Suhan's heart was like ashes. How could he not understand Zhang Wenhua's meaning after years of mixing in society and enduring countless social beatings? The person who took the heart is definitely not a small person. In the face of power, even if you make a scene at the hospital, it won't help, and you may even involve your sister in not being able to stay in the hospital. However, Zhang Wenhua said before that in his sister's case, she can still hold out for 2 months at most. That is, he is willing to wait. His sister can't wait, and the medical expenses for these 2 months are as high as tens of thousands of dollars. Suhan had already borrowed from everyone around him, or else he wouldn't have gone to the loan sharks. At this moment, Suhan fell into despair. He fell to the ground, blankly took out his cell phone and searched the address book, trying to find even a glimmer of hope. But the people around them have already been borrowed by Suhan. Afraid, now call over. Not only can not borrow a penny, I'm afraid that will be urged to pay back the money. Just as he was getting discouraged, a name at the end of his address book sparked a glimmer of hope in his heart. Chai Shurong. He used to be the closest, most tight-lipped best buddy, but that was before the Su family had fallen. Originally, Suhan family is very superior. in the city of Beijing. C is also considered middle class, but 5 years ago, his father's business setbacks, the company's economy under the rapid turnaround, soon bankruptcy, and the Su family fell into the ordinary, the parents under the blow of a deep depression, and soon after the death of suicide. At that time, Su-han had thought that the original good buddy Chai Shiron would help himself, but Chai Shiron let Su-han understand what it means to turn the other cheek. Not only did he skim off the top, but he also scooped up Su-han's girlfriend in front of him. Su-han thus completely disconnected from Chai Shiron. But now, the desperate Su-han was born with the idea of asking for help from the other party, because Chai Shiron's father was the director of this hospital. If he could get Chai Shiron's father to intervene, he might be able to get his heart back, even though he would be humiliated. Su-han endured the revulsion and dialed the phone. The call was answered, but there was loud and chaotic music, and it looked like Chai Shiron was in a bar. After Su-han explained the hospital matter, Chai Shiron said unexpectedly, "Just this little thing. Don't worry, I don't need my father to step in. I can solve it with one phone call over there. But isn't it a bit of a stretch to call if you're asking for my help? You have to talk about this kind of thing in person. Also, don't you have a jade pendant heirloom? Remember to bring it. I quite like it." When the call ended, Su-han took the jade pendant off his chest and rubbed it in his hand. Compared to his sister's fit heart, a jade pendant is nothing. As for what Chai Shiron is doing this for, Su-han has some numbers in his heart, but for the sake of his sister, this trip he must go. Chapter 2 Humiliation. The Golden Bar. Young men and women swaying in the center of the dance floor with neon lights and rocking DJs, venting their youthful energy. Su-han looked at the luxurious box in front of him, and vaguely could still hear the noisy sounds coming from inside. Taking a deep breath, Su-han made up his mind that no matter what Chai Shiron said or did later, he had to endure it. For the sake of his sister's ability to get the heart that belonged to her, he could endure whatever humiliation Chai Shiron could throw at him. Pushing open the door of the box, he saw that the box was filled with men and women who were making love to each other. On the small dance floor, several hotly dressed long-legged beauties were vigorously twisting their bodies and dancing vulgarly and vigorously. Su-han watched the chaotic scene with a frown on his face, the entire box filled with an air of extravagance, disgusting and unconsciously intoxicating. Chai Shiron crossed his legs and sat in the center with his left arm around him. The two beauties nestled against his chest were none other than the goddesses of a man's dreams, but now they were as submissive as meek sheep at his side. Looking at one of the beauties, Su-han had mixed feelings in his heart. That for a sheep-like meek beauty, it is his ex-girlfriend Winnie, the high-minded goddess at the beginning, but now reduced to someone else's plaything. "Yo, you really came?" Seeing Su-han, Chai Shiron was very surprised and raised his eyebrows. The others were also looking at Su-han with a playful expression at the moment. Many people present Su-han know, when the Su family is not yet down and out when Su-han also played with them. Only after the Su family is down and out, Su-han never saw them again. Now that they meet again, their status is very different. Su-han ignored the playful gazes and directly pulled out the jade pendant, placing it on the table in front of Chai Shiron. The jade pendant was dark green, which was interspersed with golden filaments that, upon closer inspection, seemed to be entwined with golden snakes. Although the thing is the heirloom of the Su family, the quality is really very good, but unfortunately the material is not jade. Otherwise before Su-han had been pawned out to make up for the medical expenses. With the jade pendant given to you, shouldn't you also fulfill your promise and give the hospital a call to inform them? Chai Shiron snorted out a laugh, not even looking at the jade pendant. "Look at you. Do you still look like the young master of the Su family? This jade pendant is probably the most valuable thing you have on you. Unfortunately, I might have been interested before, but now I'm not." Chai Shiron's words did not surprise Su-han. Su-han clenched his teeth. "What do you want me to do? As long as you fulfill your promise, I'll jump from here." Hearing Su-han's words, Chai Shiron revealed a satisfied smile. Smoothly picking up the wine bottle on the table, he directly shattered it on the ground, then pointing at the glass shards all over the floor, he said, "Jumping off a building is even better. How could I harm you? Be prepared to suffer for begging. You kneel down now." Su-han clenched his fists, his nails deeply embedded in his flesh without realizing it. His icy gaze looked at Chai Shiron, and in the eyes of the crowd's surprise, he knelt straight down on the glass shards. The drilling pain came, making Su-han unable to stop trembling. Even though his head was filled with cold sweat from the pain, he still clenched his teeth and did not say a word. "Crap, trough. 6 Still really kneeling. This is ing glass ballast This is a real head iron. How dare you kneel here? Ha ha ha. Chai Xiao 6 This fun can be really exciting Thanks to Chai Xiao. If not Chai Xiao I cannot see such exciting fun." Not one of them had any pity, all of their eyes were hyperactive. Instead, Chai Shiron, with a sneer on his face, handed Winnie his glass of wine that was still left. and then whispered a few words. Winnie nodded and took the glass and walked over to the corner, pouring some of the mess into it. When Winnie returned from her presence, the color of the white wine in her glass turned cloudy. Chai Shirong touched another ash from the ground and dusted it into the wine glass, and also spat into the glass, while saying, "Drink it, and I'll call your sister for an operation right away." The people around them laughed out loud at this statement. Awesome, or Chai Sha knows how to play. Great idea to get this silly dog a glass of decanter. Ha ha ha, yeah, not only that, it's got some of Chai's precious spit in it. Suhan looked at Chai Shirong with an icy gaze, his eyes glowing red, his forehead veins rippling, and his entire person looking extraordinarily hideous. From the son of a teasing smile, he could tell that the other party had no intention of stepping in, and had called him over just to humiliate him. Otherwise the other person wouldn't have agreed so readily on the phone. For the sake of his sister, he could be humiliated, even if he was trampled underfoot. But that was for his sister. But now this asshole was making complete fun of himself, with no thought of helping. Chai Shirong, don't go too far. The words almost came out in a low growl. What? Didn't you just say you'd do whatever you wanted to do, but now you're talking out of your ass? Don't want to save your sister? The teasing on Chai Shirong's face increased, and he copied the wine bottle on the table and directly smashed the jade pendant into powder. Just this of yours is still a family heirloom. Put it on the ground, no one wants the trash. You really think I'm interested? I asked you to bring it over just to smash the out of it in front of you. Even if you drink this glass of wine, it won't help. Even if you eat Shang today, what do I care if your sister lives or dies? Chai Shirong waved his hand, and the several suited bodyguards who had been standing in the corner immediately walked over and surrounded Suhan. Watching this scene, Suhan stared angrily. So you called me over here just to humiliate me and try to make me fun for you guys? Suhan's voice was already hoarse. His fists were clenched, completely unaware that his nails were already embedded in his flesh, and blood was oozing out and dripping down his fingers. You don't still think you're the Su family's youngest, do you? Right now you're just a piece of trash. I'm sick of seeing you. I called you over to let you know that you don't ever call me again. You don't deserve it. As for that heart of your sister's, what your sister's? That's my mom's. Hearing Chai Shirong's words, Suhan's entire body instantly froze. It turns out that the people who took his sister's heart were the Chai Shirong family. It's ridiculous that he even asked Chai Shirong for help. Taking over the wine glass, he directly smashed it towards Chai Shirong's ugly face. I blanch your grandma. The fishy odor on his face made Chai Shirong instantly rage. What are you waiting for? Get him. The bodyguards instantly moved, and towards Suhan they were punching and kicking. Suhan was simply powerless to resist, and could only hold his head to mitigate the damage he received. Under the group beating of several big men, Suhan soon became blurred in consciousness and nearly fainted. In the midst of the chaos, Suhan's blood happened to splash into the jade pendant fragments, and the blood was instantly absorbed. In the next second, a golden light appeared in Suhan's mind, accompanied by a majestic voice. Our Shinnong descendants, when the pot to help the world, benefit the people. Today taught you Shinnong medical scriptures. You should carry forward the character of Shinnong. Do not do treacherous things. As the voice fell, countless knowledge information madly surged into Suhan's mind. This caused Suhan to fall directly into a fainting spell. Chapter 3. Transmission. When Suhan woke up, he realized that he earned lying next to the garbage. Obviously, the other party threw himself out of the bar after knocking himself out. Recalling the golden light and majestic voice after fainting, Suhan immediately recalled the knowledge in his mind. Suhan was ecstatic when countless medical knowledge appeared in his mind. He understood that he had indeed obtained the divine farmer inheritance. Everything he had heard before he fainted was true, and Suhan soon realized that there was an additional cool breath at his dantian, and it was turning over according to the veins of his body, and with each turnover, the breath would strengthen by 1 point. At the same time, the bruises and injuries from the beating the body went through first, as well as the bloody knees kneeling on the glass, disappeared as if some of the previous ones had never happened. However, Suhan knew very well that all of this had already happened, but the opportunity that belonged to him allowed him to be reborn, so much so that all the injuries and dark wounds had disappeared, and even Suhan felt that his body was now stronger than before. As long as he had the divine farmer's legacy, he could quickly earn the money to buy back the heart that belonged to his sister. But suddenly, Suhan laughed from the bottom of his heart. It wasn't just the elation of getting the Shinnong inheritance, but also the fact that he had found a way to save his sister in the knowledge he had inherited. It only required a combination of true qi and acupuncture to resolve his sister's congenital heart disease, and supplemented with tonics to strengthen his sister's heart so that she could be restored to a normal human being. This eliminates the need for another heart transplant. In this way, not only did my sister not need to risk her life for the surgery, but she was also able to get a healthier heart than normal, nor would it leave indelible scars on his sister's weak body. Thinking of this, Suhan hurriedly got up, shook the garbage off his body, and looked at the neon flashing bar not far away with cold eyes. Chai Shirong, I will return the humiliation you gave me 100-fold. Chai Shirong's family, relying on the fact that his family manages the hospital, recklessly took away the source of his sister's heart that originally belonged to her and put her at risk of death. This is simply murder. He even pretended to be unaware after Suhan sent out a request for help, and lured Suhan to a bar and then engaged in wanton humiliation and beatings. If it wasn't for Suhan activating the divine farmer inheritance at the last moment, it was possible that Suhan would have died by now. This matter Suhan would never let it pass like this. Even if Suhan was now able to easily cure his sister with the divine peasant inheritance, Suhan swore that he would make his Chai family pay the price. Just then, the cell phone rang. Seeing that it was the nurse who took care of his sister, Suhan felt bad. Hey, Sister Wang, what's wrong? Sister Wang on the other end of the phone said in a panicked tone. Suhan, you hurry to come to the hospital. Your sister Suhan's heart sank, and he hurriedly asked loudly, what happened to my sister? Sister Wang was taken aback for a moment before she said, your sister, she doesn't know what's wrong. She grabbed a pair of scissors and slit her wrist. Come back soon. She refuses to cooperate with the treatment. Suhan quickly hung up the phone and ran in the direction of the hospital. As for Chai Shuwing's family, let them live happily for a few more days. The first order of business was to save my sister's life and then get her heart problem fixed. After obtaining the Shinong medical scripture, Suhan not only obtained a trace of true qi, the physical quality has also been improved tremendously. That is, Bolt to come is not as fast as Suhan. For a distance of more than 6,000 meters, Suhan only spent a little more than 10 minutes and looked as normal as if the long run just now was a walk. At the hospital, a group of people gathered outside his sister's hospital room. Several nurses stood in the ward, trying to administer emergency treatment, but failing because of their sister's desperate struggles, and could only cautiously talk to her while looking for an opportunity to stop the bleeding from the wound. But Zhang Wenhua, who was the attending physician, stood outside the ward with his arms wrapped around him, his eyes full of indifference, as if he was not a doctor. Really sick? Don't want to live? Then don't want to live. Why don't you just go jump off a building? You won't live long anyway. Don't delay my afternoon surgery. You guys hurry up. I don't have that much time to spend here. At this time, Su Han, who had just rushed up the stairs, came into view, and Zhang Wenhua's face revealed impatience. You siblings are really good. Not a single one of them. I'm telling you, either you tell your sister to be honest and cooperate with the treatment, or just take your sister and get the hell out of here. Don't die our hospital. Saying that, Zhang Wenhua even poo-pooed. Pa, so damn bad luck. At this moment, Zhang Wenhua was no longer in disguise and completely exposed his ugly face. Originally, Su Han had a belly full of fire with no place to send it, and looking at Zhang Wenhua's disgusting condescending posture, Su Han could no longer endure it. Taking 2 steps together, he raised his hand and slapped it towards Zhang Wenhua's kind of ugly face. Snap! The tremendous force caused Zhang Wenhua to directly spin in place a few times before collapsing with stars in his eyes. Knowing that the strength in Su Han's strength far exceeded that of normal people, this slap went down and Zhang Wenhua was directly slapped unconscious. You could tell by the teeth that flew out and the mouth full of blood how much force the slap had been. Guess the concussion hit. By the looks of that, it's definitely not going to wake up for a while. The rest of them were dumbfounded. Slap someone straight to death? Is it that raw? Despite being an unscrupulous doctor, the slap was honestly a bit much. Su Han frowned, then raised his eyebrows, because Zhang Wenhua's body was still twitching, which obviously couldn't die. So he no longer cared about him and directly entered the ward. As soon as he entered the hospital room, a striking bright red color was reflected in Su Han's eyes, and what made Su Han's heart even more shocked was the wound on his sister Su Shallow's wrist, and the rosy lips on that little face had gone white. After Su Han came in, Su Shallow immediately quieted down and looked at her brother and barely managed to show a smile. Brother, don't stop me. I don't want to live anymore. I know, I'm dragging you down by living, and the only way you can live a good life is if I'm gone. Su Shallow word Su Han did not listen to a word. He directly stepped forward to pinch the acupuncture points on Su Shallow's hand to stop the bleeding, and then the middle finger of the index finger together, toward the heart near the mouth of the swift point a few times. At the same time injected true qi, so that his sister fell into a deep sleep at the same time to protect his sister's heart veins. What are you guys waiting for? Hurry up and get ready for the blood transfusion. Looking at the several frothing nurses, Su Han was furious. The nurses immediately snapped back to their senses, and immediately, in a bit of a panic, began to prepare for the blood transfusion. Su Han flattened his sister and scanned the circle for the right person. It was the same Sister Wang who had called herself earlier. Su Han said to Sister Wang, Sister Wang, please go prepare a set of silver needles. Chapter 4, Taunting. Sister Wang on the other end of the phone couldn't help but be a little stunned after hearing this. What did Su-han suddenly want the silver needle for in a good reason? However, out of her trust in Su-han, Sister Wang hurriedly took the silver needle with her and headed towards the direction of the ward. A few busy nurses have already given Su shallow blood. A side of the life detector also gradually stabilized. But because of its own heart problems, Su shallow's breath is very weak. All rely on Su-han injected true qi to save life. Once the true qi dissipated, Su shallow's heart will be ruptured directly. In critical condition. Su-han, what's going on? Looking at everything in the hospital room, Sister Wang was a little confused. Thank you, Sister Wang. Su-han took the silver needle in the hands of the frozen Sister Wang. Snapping his fingers, a silver needle flashed a silver light and landed directly on Su shallow's chest position. Second stitch, Dan Zhong. Third stitch, Guan Yuan. 9 silver needles fell down, blocking all 9 acupoints around Su shallow's heart. Tian Xing 9 needles, life and death, flesh and bone. Su-han stretched out his fingers. His fingertips were haunted by an invisible true qi. His fingers flicked the silver needles on the Laogong acupoints, and in that instant, the true qi seemed to take shape, like a swimming dragon constantly haunting and roaming between the 9 silver needles. The remaining 8 silver needles also began to tremble extremely fast with a frequency that was difficult to see with the naked eye. Gradually, Su shallow's originally tightly wrinkled brow gradually soothed away, and her face also gained a few more points of blood color. Sister Wang, who had returned to her senses, asked with some incredulity, Su-han, when did you know the acupuncture method of Chinese medicine? As a healthcare worker, Sister Wang could see at a glance that Su-han's needlework was not simple. The incomparably sophisticated and skillful hand movements were almost comparable to those of Chinese medicine saints in their old age. So how come she didn't know before that Su-han still had such a strength? Until half an hour later, Su-han removed the silver needle. Su shallow's body, basically there has been no problem. As long as supplemented with traditional Chinese medicine, drink for a period of time will be able to heal. Looking at Su shallow's sleeping shoe face, Su-han also could not help but take a long breath of relief. Thanks to awakening this Shinnon's inheritance. Otherwise he really did not dare to imagine the consequences. All of this, but also to thank his own good brother. If not for him, how can I get this inheritance? Sister Wang, thank you. I'll transfer the money for this pair of silver needles to you later. Su-han bowed towards Sister Wang and thanked her. During the time her sister was hospitalized, Sister Wang had taken care of the siblings. Small matter, this silver needle isn't much money. I'll just give it for you. But when did you learn acupuncture? How come I don't even know? Su-han's performance just now was really a bit unbelievable to her. When I was a child, I followed an old Chinese medicine for a period of time in Chinese medicine, but this is after all my own sister. I do not dare to casually. Just now is really 100,000 urgent, no way. Su-han couldn't possibly tell the matter of the jade pendant inheritance. If she did, Sister Wang would probably have to send herself to the mental hospital at that time. Good. It's good to get your sister back. Sister Wang, I have something to go out. My sister's side may have to trouble you. What's so troublesome about this? Just go at ease. This side, Sister Wang will keep an eye on you. After obtaining Sister Wang's consent, Su-han was just about to go out. Zhang Wenhua, who had been slapped dizzily earlier, had already done a bit of simple hemostasis, and was currently biting cotton and pointing at Su-han in a vague manner. Don't run, you kid. I'm telling you, you've offended someone. If you dare to run, I'll kill your sister. With Zhang Wenhua's status, when has he ever been treated like this? And behind him, he has the help of Chai Xiao. So dealing with such a penniless and powerless kid isn't a sure thing? Hearing that the other party actually used his sister to threaten himself, a killing intent suddenly flashed across Su-han's eyes. I have to say, you really aren't very smart. You should have played dirty tricks from behind instead of threatening me to my face now because you can't beat me. Word by word, like March ice, the surrounding temperature, at this moment seems to have dropped a few points. This reminder instantly also made Zhang Wenhua, who was originally overwhelmed by anger, react, and he wanted to run, but the fear within him made his legs start to weaken, and his entire body directly fell to the ground, and he could only use his hands to continuously pick and pull, allowing himself to move backward bit by bit. You stay away. It's against the law to kill. Zhang Wenhua's words were already not very clear, and at this moment, he even began to stutter a little, so that the onlookers could not hear him clearly at all. Kill you? Of course I'm not going to kill you. Su-han smiled, a smile as sunny and warm as a sunny and cheerful big boy. Snapping his fingers, a silver needle exploded out, accurately landing in the position of Zhang Wenhua's abdomen. The movement was so fast that even Zhang Wenhua himself did not notice it. Remember to behave honestly in the future. I won't kill you, but I can still do it by beating you into a 10th grade cripple, and by then I'll just be in jail, and when I come out of jail, I'll still look for you and your family. Looking at Su-han, who was like a demon in front of him, Zhang Wenhua directly knelt down towards Su-han. I was wrong. Just let me go. Su-han came to the entrance of the hospital, took a car toward a high-end restaurant. Last night before he was on the verge of losing consciousness, he remembered that Chai Shirong said that he was going to eat here today. In the restaurant, Zhang Wenhua has eaten more or less at this moment. In order not to cause any too much chaos to disturb other people's business, Su-han directly came to the underground garage and found Chai Shirong's car. Chai Shirong's car is a Ferrari 488. Before he bought a car when Su-han's family has not yet suffered a change of heart. At that time he also looked for Su-han borrowed a lot of money. Every time to pay back the money is a variety of excuses. In the Su family after the loss of power, but also directly do not pay back. Not long after, Chai Shirong embraced two beautiful women and walked down, followed by 5 or 6 bodyguards, looking at the incomparably fawning Winnie. What a pair of dogs. Su-han shook his head, so it was just as well to save himself time. Darling, look, isn't that the poor man? Winnie sharp eyes, noticed not far away Su-han. After so reminded, Chai Shirong is also a little surprised. Yesterday's hand but not at all light. This Su-han is really not a general resistance to beat actually so soon to be able to walk on the ground. It just so happens that there's less surveillance here, so let's just remove an arm and a leg. Chai Shirong's eyes were filled with mockery. Chapter 5, Conspiracy. For him, Su-han wasn't much different from a dog. Such a person, getting one killed wouldn't make much of a difference. In order to prevent having less fun when the time came, he still chose to just cripple Su-han. What? Ready to come to me and wag your tail again? Su-han, you're really like a dog. Chai Shirong did not hesitate to mock loudly. By the way, your sister is actually quite good looking. If you're willing to give me your sister for a month, I can consider finding her a heart again. A sentence of ridicule, as well as previously received all kinds of insults. Su-han angry and smiled back, looking at the bodyguards rushing towards him. The whole person is completely no meaning to dodge. Just stand in place stalwartly. As far as the strength of these few bodyguards was concerned, it was not enough to pose much of a threat to him. But Su-han's actions, when they fell into the eyes of the crowd, were directly filtered into being too scared to even move. Winnie couldn't help but scoff even more. It's not like you're already pissing your pants, is it? These several bodyguards used to be veterans. The fastest one had a shaved head. Almost in the twinkling of an eye, he had already arrived in front of Su-han, his sandbag-sized fist, straight to Su-han's face. This fist if hit, normal people 100% have to be directly fainted on the spot. Su-han completely without any fear, the same swung a fist and the ball against the clash. This move, cannot help but let the baldsom want to laugh. So a fine dog, but also dared to talk to there. However, the next moment, he froze. This punch, how does it feel like bombing on a steel plate? In the silence of the parking lot, a sound similar to the sound of bones breaking gradually spread out, and the next moment, the bald man covered his arm with a face full of pain and fell to his knees. The pain in his heart, as if the maggots attached to his bones, so that he could not stand up at all. On the contrary, Su-han still stood in place. Even the expression on his face did not appear any change. The remaining several bodyguards saw the boss so, the heart cannot help but also some surprise. What's going on here? After hesitating for a moment, they did not stop their footsteps, and in a three-sided encirclement, they attacked fiercely in Su-han's direction. Without noticing, 3 silver needles had already appeared between Su-han's fingers, and with a fling of his hand, the 3 silver needles shot out explosively, directly landed on the location of the 3 people's dantian. Dantian is where the breath of a person is located. Dantian blockade. The entire person will not be able to make strength. The 3 people's faces were stunned. Footsteps were soft directly fell to the ground. What's going on here? Why can't I stand up? One of them asked with a face full of horror, feeling as if he had lost control of his body. I don't know either. This kid shouldn't know any demonic spells, right? A few bodyguards had now begun to be a bit skeptical of life. This kid obviously didn't have any power to fight back yesterday to be slaughtered. How could he suddenly become so strange? What the hell kind of dirty tricks did you kid use? The bald man's face was pale at the moment, and his cheeks were filled with bean-sized beads of sweat as he pointed at Su-han and cursed. That's a lot of words. Su-han shook his head somewhat helplessly, raised his leg and kicked the bodyguard's head directly. The latter's entire body flew out directly backwards. If not for Su-han's retention of his hand, this kick was able to directly shatter his head. But the current situation was no better. Even if this bald man can wake up by chance, basically can only be a retard in the future. If you can't wake up, it is estimated to be a vegetable. They used to follow Chai Shirong cannot be less evil. Su-han is not likely to be kind to them. Now that the idlers are settled, it's your turn, my good man. Seeing Chai Shirong, 3 people are looking dumbfounded. Su-han also did not forget to open his mouth to remind a sentence. Chai Shirong at this moment seems to be like waking up from a dream. Strange, how is this possible? Su-han, is this kid on drugs? These well-trained bodyguards couldn't do anything to him? At the same time, a sense of crisis began to flood Chai Shirong's mind. Run! Right now! Hurry up and run! He directly pushed the two women in his arms in the direction of Su-han, wanting to use this to delay Su-han's speed, rolling and crawling in the direction of the garage entrance. Do you think you can run away? Su-han popped out 2 silver needles. His movements were gentle, and the silver needles accurately landed on top of Chai Shirong's calf. The latter fell to the ground in response, looking at his immobilized calf full of fear. You don't work when it counts, do you? Chai Shirong frantically slapped his legs, but no matter what he did, it just didn't do any good. Both legs were as if they had lost consciousness. Su-han, I'm warning you, you stay away. The Chai Shirong at this moment was extremely similar to the Zhang Wenhua just now, living up to his reputation as a dog's leg and master. I won't come if you tell me not to? Su-han laughed. Today, new hatred and old hatred were counted together. He raised his leg and directly stepped hard on top of Chai Shirong's calf. The latter let out an incomparably mournful scream on the spot. Not only that, Su-han stepped on Chai Shirong's broken leg. One by one, they kept crushing, and the sound of bones breaking came echoing through the empty parking lot in an unbelievably creepy way. Winnie, 2 girls have been so scared that they can't speak. Spare that they have been in love for so long before. Winnie has never seen such a sight of Su-han. Seeing that Chai Shirong has already fainted in pain, Su-han shook his head somewhat helplessly. Passed out so soon? Haven't I had enough fun yet? Su-han squatted down and slapped one after another on top of Chai Shirong's cheeks. And soon, Chai Shirong was woken up, and his whole face had swollen like a pig's head. Su-han, I really know I'm wrong. Please let me go. Chai Shirong's face was covered in a mixture of tears and snot. I'll let you go if you ask me to. You didn't seem to have any intention of letting me go before. Su-han shook his head, and with another kick, he stepped on Chai Shirong's other leg to break it as well. In order to prevent Chai Shirong from really being killed by the pain alive, Su-han also deliberately gave him a needle, and time again, he fainted from the pain and was woken up by the pumping, until all of Chai Shirong's limbs were broken, and it seemed that he could no longer resist. Su-han, I'll tell you a secret. Can you spare me? Trust me, you'll be interested. Chai Shirong's tone had an attitude of supplication in it. Tell me, and I'll see if the secret is worth your life. Su-han at this moment also came to the interest. Want to listen to this mouth actually can say what flowers to. Also do not know whether just now the torture is really too miserable. Enough. After half a day, Chai Shirong slowly opened, with the most fluent, to ensure that Su-han can hear the voice said, the reason why your Su family fell was not just an accident, but a conspiracy that was thought to have been planned. Chapter 6, Zheng Heavy. Conspiracy? It wasn't as simple as a traffic accident that caused a family to fall apart overnight. It was a conspiracy? The incident had long been an addiction, but it had remained like a thorn in his side. Father's bankruptcy, as well as that sudden car accident. At that time he has long had questions, also went to check the relevant information. Only, nothing cannot be seen, and then did not go to investigate again is not to give up, but he subconsciously think that is not so simple, but also afraid of hitting the grass to scare the snakes. The more he realizes that the matter of the fog is heavy, there are black hands in the shroud, the more he has to be prudent. Now that Chai Shirong's shocking news had shaken him to his core, he had been searching for that truth. What are you saying? My father didn't die in an accident? Then do you know who's victimizing them? Su-han was breathing heavily all of a sudden. Accidents? Where in this world are there so many accidents? Of course I know. Chai Shirong snorted disdainfully. Who the hell is it? In an instant, Su-han felt that his heart had been raised to his throat. The other party answered so simply but straight to the depths of his heart. He had always wanted this answer. It had been like walking in a fog, unable to find the slightest direction, but now Chai Shirong's gave him the greatest hope. Although he didn't know if the other party's words were credible or not, at least he wouldn't dare to make fun of this matter in this situation. A woman with a pretty face but a heart like a poisonous scorpion. Chai Shirong said faintly, I asked you who the hell you are. Better not play tricks on me. Su-han asked again, his eyes almost spitting fire. He didn't want to hear anything else. He only wanted to hear a name. This is a very powerful person. You can't fight her. That's what I've heard. And I think it's true that it's also someone on your father's side. Chai Shirong looked to a short distance away, a look of reminiscence appearing on his face. In fact, he didn't know much about it and had only heard about it. What do you mean? She's on my father's side? Su-han froze after hearing this. Someone close to father? Who the hell is that? And it's a woman. Yes, I've heard that your mother was annoyed about it back in the day, and that your father would have given anything for her, and was completely mesmerized by the other side. He even fell out with your mother because of it, thinking of taking that woman into his home. They even had a big fight over it, but even then, he didn't repent and spent all day with that woman. Your mother also sensed that there might be some danger in that woman's true intentions, and there was a disillusionment with your father at that time. I also heard that because of this, the woman sent people against your mother at the time. When I heard of this matter, I have not dared to speak of it, and I have also been in careful probing, but at last it was definite news that your mother was also victimized by her, and it was well that that father of yours had a conscience, and brought you all to the side, and also protected you well. After Suhan heard this, he felt that the whole person was going to suffocate, having a cavity of anger burning deep inside. Oh my God, if he hadn't heard it with his own eyes, he couldn't believe it was real, but still, he couldn't go there. No one dared to go. Indeed, what the other said was true. Father had been very kind to them for so many years, and as for the woman, he had never seen her, much less heard it mentioned. He glanced at Chai Shirong. You're not lying to me, are you? Suhan said in a cold voice. Lying to you? Do you think I have to? Can I allow it in my current situation? Chai Shirong sighed. He wasn't wrong, and at this point in time, it was too much to think that he would dare. And have you seen the man? Suhan frowned. If I had seen it, I would have taken you there the first time. Where would I be here? You haven't seen it. Figured it out. They live out there. This news was really a bolt from the blue for Suhan. His father struck him as so marvelous, so good, that it was in no way believable that he could do such a thing. It's a pity that my father isn't alive now. Otherwise, I would really have to ask him. The hatred in his heart was growing wildly. He hated the woman and hated his father even more for what he had done. It hadn't occurred to me that his father was actually such a cold-blooded and selfish person who didn't deserve to be his father at all. Except that it was all in the past now, and he wasn't around anymore. That's all I can tell. So, seeing Suhan like this, Chai Shirong just sighed deeply. But what do you say when you say this doesn't work for me? Suhan glared at him. How can it be useless? Although I don't know that woman, but at least it's a clue, right? Now that your father is no more, I think that you guys will also be in danger. And this matter, and that woman is definitely unrelated. I heard that she is an extremely ruthless person. Chai Shirong shrugged his shoulders when he heard Suhan's words and said. Suhan's face was gloomy after hearing this. Although up to now, he was unaware of that woman's situation. But what the other party said was not wrong. He had provided something after all. Otherwise he would never know. According to now, father's death is indeed an accident. Like that kind of woman, how can it be at ease to stay at father's side? In the end, all this is really a heavenly conspiracy. Tears slid down his face as he thought about it. By the way, the reason I'm telling you this time and you don't have to put it to heart is because you should also understand that you should be careful in everything. Your side is now full of dangers, so don't be careless. It's not for you to worry about that, and I'm capable of protecting myself and my sister, and I will get this justice for my father, Suhan said solemnly. Although his father did such a thing, but when he thought of the fact that for so many years, he also took care of his siblings in every possible way, there was nothing to say. Just that woman. He would never let her go in his life, and would try to dig him out by all means. You have no idea how powerful the other side is, or how ruthless that woman really is. His words caused Chai Shirong to be slightly stunned, followed by a burst of bitter laughter. But you can check along this, it might help you. Chai Shirong gave a black card in his hand to Suhan, only to see written on the top of a few big words, TCS Corporation Chairman Dong Yuan. The bottom also has contact information. Chapter 7. Lessons learned. You can follow this man to the woman. It might help you. Just, be careful in everything. Dong Yuan? He sort of made a note of it. In order to find out the truth, he would definitely go to this woman. Don't worry, it won't take long, Suhan said indifferently. Chai Shirong was really curious as to what made him so confident. Suhan knew that the other party didn't believe him. However, he didn't bother to say more, for he knew in his heart of hearts that it was useless to say anything now, and that he would notify the other party when it could be made known. By the way, who did you hear all this from? Suhan glanced at the other party and became curious. Didn't he just say so clearly? He just heard about it. So where did he hear about it? That's what he wants to know. You don't need to know that now. It wouldn't do you any good to know. Why am I telling you this? It's not really because I'm afraid of what you'll do to me. It's because there are some things you should know, and it's more so that you'll be careful in the future. You're not alone right now, and you've got a sister in poor health to take care of, and I can't push you into the middle of the fire now, or your father won't be able to find peace in heaven. With that, he laughed bitterly. Perhaps Suhan had achieved a great deal above some things, but he was not at all clear about how he was facing a behemoth. He was aware of the one who said it, only, he couldn't say it. He didn't dare to take the risk without making sure the other person had the skills to fix it. Though they had never quite gotten along with him, they had once been close friends. And if you don't say anything now, do you think I'll let you off the hook? Suhan's face turned blue. There are some things I can tell you, but some I can't. I'm really looking out for your safety. Please believe me. Now is not the time. When the time comes, I'll naturally say it. Indeed, it is also for your safety that I am doing this, or you would be in that man's crosshairs. Chai Shirong looked very calm, as if he expected Su-han to not dare to do anything to him. Besides, he had already informed him of all he could say, and now it was time for him to take good care of himself. Su-han was just as anxious as he could hear, because he could also realize that the other party might be deliberately avoiding something. He stood there, thinking back on everything, and there really was so much he wanted to go over with his parents at this point. Just as his thoughts flew far away, Chai Shirong actually tried to take this opportunity to leave. Slow down, Su-han grunted. No, it's not. I've said all I need to say. What more do you want? Chai Shirong spoke shakily. For some reason, he was actually a bit afraid of the intent when he saw this kid strike. His strength, which he had just seen, was not something he wanted to play with here. What do you think I'm going to do? Things can't end like this, can they? The corner of Su-han's mouth hooked into a playful smile. You still won't leave me alone. Ha! Chai Shirong took a step back. While what you said was of some use to me, the fact that you went and taunted me like that, especially my sister, is not such a simple matter, and I think it's one size fits all. What did you say? Chai Shirong seemed to be hallucinating something and revealed a look of disbelief. This kid could actually go back on his word? However, he did so at that time, originally thinking that he could exchange with this message. Only, the other party did not hear it beneficially, and that's why this happened. This really made him want to laugh, and he really wanted to know what Su-han would do next. One size doesn't fit all, but for speaking up about this, I'll try to be merciful to you. Just anyone who hurts my sister is going to pay. He was incredibly serious and very solemn about it. Pop. However, only as soon as his words fell, a loud slap rang out, directly slapping him away. For a moment he felt a fiery pain and half of his face swelled up. However, compared to the pain on his face, he was even more shocked that this kid actually did what he said. Alright, get lost. I don't want to see you doing wrong in the future, or the next time I come across you. I won't let you off so easily. Su-han stared at him with a smirk. Well. Chai Shirong was furious and laughed. That's a lot of bull asterisk. If you don't get out of here, we're going to have to find a quiet place to go and talk. Su-han's face glowed with a glint of refinement, and he said in a meaningful manner, okay, count on it. He got up with great difficulty, intending to leave. In his opinion, in the past, he had the impression that Su-han was just a rash young man, but combined with the current situation, it was different, not the same as what he thought. He didn't expect it. The kid was too crazy. What he hadn't expected was that after he had told the news he wanted, he hadn't escaped his slap, and had actually moved his hand anyway. Luckily, he didn't put all the things said out, or else he didn't know how the other side is to him. At least now there is still a bargaining chip in. I'm sure he's going to want to get his own help in trying to find out about this later. Humph, kid, don't be too arrogant. You'll still have to beg for it when the time comes. When Chai Shirong was about to leave, he gave Su-han a deep look in his heart. Immediately afterward, he glanced at the others, only to see them lying on the ground one by one. Su-han, you can ask for whatever you want, but before I leave, isn't it possible to release them as well? Chai Shirong was about to leave when he realized that there were still people on the ground, and that these were related to him, and now that he was able to get away, he naturally wouldn't leave them unattended. Of course it was only fair that he take them away, otherwise he would also look like he was being too unorthodox. You mean you want to take them? That depends on how good you are. Su-han's meaning was quite clear. He was allowed to go. That was because he mentioned valuable information, and these people, he didn't have that intention to let go. Yes, as long as you can give them a chance. Don't worry, I'll do everything for you in the future, including that thing. I'll be sure to be effective as long as you need it, and that's my promise to you today. Just make a note of it. Chai Shirong glanced at Su-han, then said indifferently, Chapter 8, Destroying the Marriage. You'd be wise to make a note of today's words. Su-han looked at Winnie again. His fist suddenly clenched. A powerful fury was spreading in all directions, and the people around him even felt an invisible hand as if it was strangling their throats. Perhaps I have a good deal to thank you for. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be in this position. This time, I swear that as long as I find out about that incident, but anything related to it, I will make you pay back 1,000 times over. Seconds later, he gave them a vicious glare and left. Along the way, the past kept surfacing, and everything Chai Shirong said. Su-han was in so much pain that he almost choked. He had been born into a large family, with food and clothing, and several members of his family were happy. But the departure of his parents changed his fate completely. The family fell. The whole process, not a single person stood out, including those who had once ingratiated themselves with the Su family, including his father's former best friend, and his best friend. He was crazy. He struggled. Sister Wang, Has my sister woken up yet? Walking to the hospital bed, I found that Su Xiong's face has improved a lot. Looking at this situation, as long as rest for 2 days can be discharged from the hospital. Woke up once, screamed for food as soon as I woke up, just ate some thin rice and then rested. That's good. Hearing what Sister Wang said, Su Han's heart finally fell. Looking at his sleeping sister, his heart ached and he would rather these tortured people be himself. Sister Wang, I might have some things to take care of in the next 2 days, and my sister's body can't take care of itself right now, so I might have to trouble you to help me then. Su Han glanced at Sister Wang. Look at you. Don't worry, I'll take good care of her as long as I'm around. Sister Wang is a straightforward person. Thank you, Sister Wang. I'll go back and make some good food to bring over. If she wakes up, I'll be in trouble. After saying that, he left the hospital. Along the way, he was thinking about quite a few things. This time, he looked for counting to find out the truth of the matter, as well as, when his father left, at that time with his own said that there is still a marriage certificate in hand at the present time, and after he left, he was told to find each other no matter what. After so many things happened in the Su family, he was not interested in minding his own business. Only, at this juncture, if he really wanted to find out the truth of the matter, he still had to use some forces. The one who had a marriage contract with himself was none other than the Zhang family, a large and well-known local family in Jinghai. Boom boom boom. Su Han, who was busy, heard a knock at the door. Su Han, the Zhang family seeks an audience. Hearing the sound of an inquiry, Su Han immediately opened the door to the room. There were 3 people in the line outside the door, headed by a middle-aged man. Among them were a pretty beauty and a young girl respectively. Su Han did not recognize these people in front of him. I am Su Han. You are looking for me? Su Han's gaze quickly landed on that young girl's body, and then after another bout of surveying, he withdrew his gaze. That young girl is auburn black hair, long hair draped, delicate features appear extraordinarily clear, a light yellow dress. Let her appear to be some fresh and unassuming. However, at this time, that young girl had already sensed Su Han's gaze. Her brows were furrowed, and there were a few disgusted looks on top of her good-looking face. I've heard about your family. The middle-aged man also had quite a smile on his face when he saw Su Han. However, soon, his face became heavy again. But what you have come for? Su Han sized up the middle-aged man in front of him. Little brother, I'm sure your father had said something about your marriage contract when he was on his deathbed. And this time we also brought the marriage contract with us. Only, now that he's not here anymore, I think that this contract is only no longer valid. That's indeed what they came here for this time. The middle-aged man didn't bother to open his mouth to speak, and it was the woman standing to the side who spoke. It doesn't count? Why? Su Han glanced at the woman and asked curiously. Of course it doesn't count. This marriage contract was originally set by my old man and your father. Now that both your parents are gone and the old man is bedridden, of course it can't count anymore. After saying this, the woman glanced at Su Han. In fact, this is not the most important. Su Han heart also understand, since their family fall, and then good relations will be eager to set aside with him. Now their family this condition, really is also not worthy of each other. He should have thought. It was just that he hadn't expected the other party to find such a ridiculous excuse. It was only when he listened carefully that he sort of got the point. The old man was sick? Oh, maybe I can cure it. Su Han saw that woman's tone was not too kind and her face was very brutal, then said with a playful look, ha ha ha, but what a joke. My Zhang family is at least a local powerful family. How many experts can't do anything about the old man's condition, just based on you? The woman glanced at Su Han with contempt and laughed coldly. You want to find a posh family for a soft meal when your parents are gone? You don't know how much you weigh. Even the hospital experts can't cure it. Just you? Not very old, but you have a big mouth. The young girl who was originally not too full of Su Han also followed suit. Make yourself at home. Seeing the sharp words of the other party, Su Han then spread his hands, signaling that they could leave. The middle-aged man wanted to speak several times. However, he was always stopped by a look from the woman. There was no choice but for the few of them to be the original way back. Su Han saw a few people leave and at the same time entered the house. He straightened out his bag and filled it with a few daily necessities and some of his favorite books from the day. The Zhang family repented of their marriage, and all of this had long been expected of him. Su Han walked out and stopped a car on the way to the hospital. Coincidentally, just as he got off the bus, he ran into the same people he had just met. Perhaps all of this was also predestined? At this time, the Zhang family's face was ugly. The middle-aged man held the cell phone in his hand and trembled involuntarily. You guys are really idiots. The needle cast by the Su family's kid saved his own sister's life. It's not too much of a stretch to call him a little miracle doctor. You actually repented of your marriage? How could the Zhang family have such an idiot like you? Listening to the voice that was roaring on the other side of the phone, The middle-aged man stared at the woman with a vicious gaze, itching to eat her alive. He didn't bother when he heard it, but walked down the hall. Where is this kid from, and why does he look so much like a beggar? This would hear a woman in sunglasses talking, and the woman purposely raised her voice several notches. Chapter 9, The Big Star. As soon as the woman's words came out, the gazes of everyone in the hall turned to Suhan, who was lining up there. He glanced at himself as well, tattered cloths and a backpack on his back, and also stood there and reached out a little to the woman. What is this if not the beggar she spoke of? Suhan was also embarrassed at this time. Where did he mean what they thought he meant? He was just out of politeness. Seeing the other party's face was not very good. Thinking of letting her stand in front of the faster step just made a pleased gesture. How could he have imagined that he had just made such a small gesture? But it actually seemed to them that it was all changed. You. The words came out of his mouth and he didn't say anything. Oh young man, the lad is trying to get you to stand in front of him. Such a good man. You may have misunderstood. At this moment an older man stepped forward and said, "Oh, is that what it means? That's fine. Let's switch." The woman nodded, though she was a bit surprised. There was no remorse for misunderstanding Suhan just now. No change. Suhan icily interrupted their conversation and didn't give this opportunity. You. That woman immediately pointed at Suhan. However, without waiting for her to make any moves, a look from Suhan made her back instantly feel a chill. The two of you should stop arguing. It's going to disturb the order in the hospital. At the same time, someone began a solemn reminder. The woman was forced to be the one to keep her mouth shut. Suhan is going to put his sister's affairs in order this morning, and he wants to go out himself. After giving everything away, it was all in the afternoon. He thought that it was also time to set off. From Chai Sharon's mouth, he learned that the person was in the south. He was going to inquire about it. Moreover, he hadn't seen his schoolmate Feng Shui for a long time, so he'd go over there to take a look by the way. Only, Suhan didn't have a few dollars on him now, so he had to get into the car with a depressed mood. However, what was in front of him wasn't exactly putting him in a good mood anymore, and at this point in time, what was supposed to be his spot was being taken. This is my spot, please move over. Out of politeness, Suhan still reminded the other party in a low voice. Let's switch, you sit in the back. It was a woman who responded with disdain and didn't raise her head, instead chatting to herself with a woman sitting next to her. Are you done chatting yet? If you're done chatting you can go back to your position. Changing positions, Suhan didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Only, it was also necessary to be polite. This look was ignored by the other party, coupled with the fact that his mood was not very good in the first place. Suhan's face was a bit displeased. Ma'am, the position is indeed his as well. That's when the ticket collector came out to mediate. If it's occupied, it's occupied. Can't we let him change it? The woman spoke directly. Who am I to change? You two should return to your seats. You're disturbing the other passengers in this manner. The woman had no choice but to be back in her place. The car was slowly starting up, but Suhan chose to close his eyes. He'd been really tired lately over his sister's condition and had hardly rested. After all, there was so much waiting for him and he didn't really know what was going to happen when he went forward this time. The Chai family, didn't even dare to reveal the other party's identity, so one could imagine how powerful the other party was. But even with that, he had to make such a trip. Just as Suhan was pondering over all the things that had happened during this period of time, suddenly, the car lurched violently. Soon all the people were in a kind of panic. What's going on? What's going on here? No way. Was there some kind of accident? God, I don't want this. For a while, all the people became flustered and said anything. At the same time, the woman sitting in his periphery also began to tremble at this time. The originally rosy face became pale by this time. Suhan unintentionally swept a glance at the other party, then tightened his brows again. Sean, are you okay? The woman seated in the back was also panicked, but she was the first to be concerned about the woman in front of her. Only her words were not answered by the other woman. However, at this time, Suhan also noticed that the woman beside him seemed to have already entered a state of unconsciousness. Suhan seemed to be able to see what was going on, and without thinking, he grabbed the woman's jade hand in one hand. Don't panic everyone, don't rush, it'll be fine. That's when the ticket collector said, Sean, you. The woman immediately got up to see what was going on. Only when she saw what was in front of her, she was instantly dumbfounded, only to see Suhan grabbing the woman's hand with one hand into a 10-finger clasped position. You, where are you, a rascal? Without further ado, the woman raised her hand and struck. Snap! With a crisp sound, all of them were dumbfounded for a moment. It wasn't the sound of the woman hitting Suhan, but rather Suhan backhanding a slap over. Don't argue, she's dying now. You don't have a clue in your mind, do you? She has a heart problem, and you've been together for so long and didn't realize it? Before the crowd could respond, they heard Suhan reprimanding the other party there. Though the woman's eyes were tinged with hatred, her heart stuttered. All she knew was that the other woman wasn't very well. She just wasn't aware that she had a heart condition. Sister me, you've really misunderstood this gentleman. Before the woman could respond, the woman's weak voice came. What? Is this really a misunderstanding? But what she had just seen, the man's movements, the woman had a hot flash at this point. Thank you. The woman didn't bother about the woman's opinion of her, but instead gave a thank you to Suhan in front of her. It wasn't until the woman took off her glasses that Suhan realized that it was too good looking. It was as if she was a fairy walking out of a painting. Only, good looking is good looking. Suhan only gave her a shallow glance. The woman froze, and immediately a very strange expression appeared on her face as well. Why? Why was he so calm when he saw himself? Did he not recognize himself? Impossible. But whoever has seen their own are able to her impressive, which is why she every time to go out after a deliberate dresses. Lang Yushan. It's really Lang Yushan. Oh my god, she's the star Lang Yushan. Chapter 10. The Goddess. Just because Suhan didn't recognize the woman in front of him didn't mean that other people didn't. After the people in the car saw Lang Yushan's true face and appearance, they all did not remember the panic they had just felt. At this moment, all of their gazes fell on this woman. Yes, it's really her. Faced with their idol, close at hand, many of them even went up to her to ask for a photo with her, while others approached her for autographs. However, it wasn't until the woman slowed down that she panicked. After all, people were in bad health right now. I'm sorry, Sean may have just gotten a shock and is a little uncomfortable, so we're not very accessible right now. So please understand. The woman glanced at everyone. This person was none other than Lang Yushan's agent. Her age was around 40, I guess. Looking at her, she was so arrogant, but her looks wouldn't lose out to someone of the same age. She stepped right into her center and cut all of them off. Okay, please return to your seats. At this point, the conductor, seeing that it was such a situation, started coming out to maintain it as well. Soon, at their word, the men quickly returned to their seats as well. Sorry, I misunderstood you just now. Immediately after clearing the air, the woman glanced at Suhan and apologized to him. Suhan didn't bother to respond to the other party, but rather felt very self-conscious and sat down in that seat at the back. The woman was very embarrassed to sit back in the same position as Suhan, and at this moment, Lang Yushan was staring at Suhan with great curiosity. My name is Lang Yushan. I really thank you so much just now. It's okay. Suhan waved his hand. By the way, aren't you a doctor? Lang Yushan had never met anyone so calm. She really couldn't understand, and not to mention her fans, but all the men who had seen her, one by one would go up to get acquainted with themselves, but this young man had to make her think more. Suhan nodded his head a little in disbelief, but did not say anything else. Instead, he continued and began to close his eyes to rest his mind. This scene allowed the woman sitting on the side to take in the scene, although she was also very curious. However, she soon saw Lang Yushan's very embarrassed appearance again. Sean, we don't need to bother with him. Maybe it's a doctor. Maybe it's just a country one. Although the words were said so, that was not what Lang Yushan thought in her heart. She had always had this condition, and the people in the company were aware of it. If it hadn't been for this young man at the time, I'm afraid I would have only had a harder time. And at that time, her personal doctor had also reminded her that she must carry her medicine with her wherever she went in the future. But she actually didn't take it to heart when she came out this time. It was also because of her body that she almost never left the door as long as there was nothing else going on. But after all, she is also a talent that the company has managed to cultivate with great difficulty. So how can she be allowed to rest all the time? She is the company's cash cow. Soon the car arrived at its destination. Just as they got off the bus, Suhan and Lang Yushan met again. What is your name, sir? Lang Yushan was finally courageous. This was the first time she had ever taken the initiative to ask for someone's name. So at this point she looked very embarrassed. Suhan, he said, nodding, and went straight out. Meanwhile, the two women followed him outside. It wasn't until they got out of the back of the station, at which point so many people surrounded them all. Sandy's out. Sean, our goddess, we love you. They had only just stepped out of the station, followed by a couple of bodyguards who had been waiting there for her, and were here to clear the way for her. And at this time Sean, the gaze is still the same as usual, only, her eyes are true, they're watching Suhan's figure. Boom! Just then, a sound of a car starting startled all of them. A crowd looked up and it was a limousine. Suhan, who is it? But this is too much, plus her voice is too loud, and her aura puts people off. Quite a few people had now seen the screaming woman. Look guys, isn't that the goddess of the world, Feng Shui? Man, it's really Feng Shui. Isn't that the goddess high in our hearts? The number one beautiful president is actually appearing here? No, why is she getting so worked up? And did you see? She was as cute as a little kid. Some people instantly recognized Feng Shui, who was not far away. She was a notorious beauty on this side of Dragon City, and was also the daughter of the director of the largest hospital in the area. Before the crowd could come back to their senses, while the next scene caused everyone's mood to plummet, that burst of high-heeled shoes sound was getting closer and closer, and then only Feng Shui was seen making a flying leap. This one dive startled the opponent, yet this next scene made all of them look dumbfounded. To the crowd, it was a very romantic atmosphere, and at the same time, they were envious of the young man. How could that woman not think that this young man, who had just looked down on herself in the car, was actually a friend of Mr. Feng, and their relationship looked so extraordinary. Sis, that's enough. Look at what you're saying and doing. Where's the girl in you? A solemn voice rang in the ears of the two Suhan, and the woman who came with her reminded in a cold voice, my elementary school brother. You've missed me. Feng Shui rubbed the top of his face. Sister can you give me some face How is it still the same as it was back then? There is not a girl's like. We're not kids anymore. So are we giving me some face? Suhan was about to cry. It used to be okay to pinch like that when I was in school, but now that I'm an adult I still do it. What? Now I'm not your schoolmate? Feng Shui pretended to be domineering. Okay, pinch it. You're happy. After the two people had chilled for a while, Suhan was finally slowed down. This is his school sister, Feng Shui. When they were young, they were often together. Later, she came to Longcheng with her father, although they were not in the same city, but they did not cut off contact for so many years. Feng Shui grew up smart and calculating. Although her family is rich, but she never rely on her family, has always been to study while starting a business, and now only 25, to build their own business. At the same time, she is also good at the medical aspect and likes to help people, and is determined to help the world with Chinese medicine. Chapter 11 Friendship. Let's go home. After the two people had some chilling, Feng Shui swung over Suhan's shoulder as soon as she clamped on and left. Suhan was also speechless and could only resign himself to the situation. Feng Shui took the initiative to open the driver's seat, and Suhan sat in the back seat. Boom boom boom. With a shower of dust and smoke trailing off, the crowd watched in awe. They couldn't figure out how this kid was so capable of being so blessed. One look at him and he was a poor kid. Meanwhile, the Zhang family. There's still half a month before my treatment. If you still can't find that little miracle doctor, then you won't get a single cent of my Zhang family's assets. That was one of the phrases the old man had thrown at their family. What is this old man talking about? What do you mean? You won't get a single cent of the Zhang family's assets? Zhang Bin was the eldest son of the Zhang family, and naturally, the successor of the Zhang family was none other than him. But the old man now let out such a sentence. Doesn't that mean that his younger brother, Zhang Feng, can sit back and reap the benefits of fishing? Zhang Yu, it's all your fault. This loser. If it weren't for you, I would have invited that boy back. Now that's good. Womanizing can really get people killed. Snap. Su Bing, who was furious, backhanded his woman. He really couldn't understand those words of his father. Originally all the properties inside the family were owned by himself, and hearing out his father's words, he might have ulterior motives, and his father had never been a good judge of him, and now that this had happened, he was really angry. Zhang Yu was instantly blinded by the fiery pain, causing a hint of horror to appear on his originally high-minded face. She understood in her heart, compared to the assets of the Zhang family, then this slap, it is also considered very light yet. She also did not expect such an outcome. In the city of Dragon, Feng Shui's car slowly drove towards the neighborhood. Suhan looked around. Here the environment green catch up with their hometown. Exactly. Then their hometown is much better. It was also the first time he had left his hometown and his sister. It was good that here, there was another acquaintance, that of his schoolmate. He looked at the neighborhood when he arrived. The entire area of the neighborhood is particularly large. There are only 3 whole houses in this area. The houses are all facing the big river, backed by greenery. He was once a son of a powerful family and had seen many mansions, so in his estimation, this place was at least a good 100,000 square feet a place. He hadn't been in touch with his schoolmates since his own academic success, and now that he saw the current state of his schoolmate, he sighed. He didn't think it was the schoolmate who was mixed up in a decent way and now became so rich, so the two of them took the elevator to the 10th floor. The certain one family layout in here startled him when he got off the elevator. Suhan, come in. Seeing Suhan at the doorway dazed again, Feng Shui greeted. Good. Suhan took a long time to react, because sister has always preferred to keep to herself. She does not live with her family. I knew you'd come to me someday, so when I bought this house, I made a point of saving the biggest one for you. How's it going? Is it okay? The release casually pointed out a master bedroom and led him toward it. Suhan stood there dumbfounded. He didn't think that the other party was so attached to himself that he actually even thought of this. At least he didn't have to go somewhere else to live when he came here, and he was penniless on his own. And if it weren't for his older sister in this expense, it would have been difficult for him. It's just that the current situation of his family is not understood by his schoolmate, and he doesn't intend to talk about it. After all, this is something that he doesn't want to affect the other party's mood. The biggest room? Suhan hadn't woken up from his dream until now. He walked to the door and rubbed his eyes. What appeared in front of him was floor-to-ceiling windows and a large room of several dozen square meters. It was at that point that he felt like the place he used to live really didn't smell good anymore. He had been wondering sometimes if he was going to take his sister over if he got good in the area. After all, he had offended too many people over there and didn't want to think about the old days. Of course, this one was just an idea he had. Well, do you like it, little brother? Feng Shui asked playfully as she pulled Suhan's arm. Still, okay. Suhan felt that his arms were so soft, and he had no strength for a while. It's not like they're kids anymore. Is it really appropriate for a schoolteacher to act like this? After all, it is also a man and woman who have grown up, and there are times when it is still necessary to avoid suspicion. Only, I do not know why. When he looked at Feng Shui, he realized that this little girl is not that set at all. The aura on her body appeared to be quite simple, which was something Suhan had not expected. He tried to deliberately avoid his schoolmate's actions several times, but that would seem awkward again. To put it bluntly, he was excited to come here today to be taken care of by his senior sister. Since his parents had passed away, no one had been able to be hush-hush to him anymore, let alone take care of him. For this friendship, he is very cherished. At the same time, he is in his heart thinking that in the future, he must put it in his heart and never forget it. You've come at the right time this time, and tonight's schoolmarm will take you to a banquet. In Feng Shui's psyche, Suhan hadn't seen this kind of scene before, and must be brought to see it at night. Banquet? What party? Suhan asked curiously. It's the charity auction. You'll see when you get there. It's mostly about the old folks' home side. Alright, it just so happens that I have a bit of savings on hand, so I'll auction it off together then. When Suhan heard about this matter, he was also very happy to go and participate in such a meaningful activity. Okay, then I'll prepare my costume for the night now. And by the way, if you're tired, get some rest. This room will be yours from now on. With that, she left. Sheen, why don't you come along for the evening, just so you'll have some company? Feng Shui was afraid that he would be quite bored alone when he went. After all, he might not always be able to take care of the other person at that time, so he called for one more person to go. Sister, I'd better not go. I have things to do. Koton responded helplessly. What's the matter with you in the middle of the night? Besides, isn't the hospital not busy right now? Aren't you already on vacation? It just so happens that you can accompany him for a few days. Feng Shui pretended not to know. You think I don't want to accompany? I just this as soon as the vacation hospital came to a very important patient. Because of this, my damn boss, at all approved not to grant me leave. It kind of fires me up inside just thinking about it. Xiao Qin was speechless. Chapter 12, Embarrassment. Although Xiao Qin was Feng Shui talking, her eyes did look at Suhan apologetically. It's only right that people come all the way over here to be accompanied. But the problem is that he just can't help it. Sister, it's fine. Work is important. Don't worry about mine. This point of separation, I still have it. Suhan certainly didn't care. What kind of important patient is it, anyway? How dare you have to come out in person? Feng Shui said. Zheng family old man. Today when I was leaving I also gave him a comprehensive examination. There is no abnormality occurring on top of the body. But I don't know what's wrong. He insisted on being hospitalized, and also requested that all the directors all stay to look after him. Tell me, how could there be such a pretentious old man? It's the first time I've ever seen it. It's not easy for me to take a vacation, but I've only rested, and I've been called back again for a day, so I'm quite wronged when I think about it. It wasn't even that old man Chang who caused all this. Xiao Qin was also very helpless. He had checked that old man several times in one morning, inside and outside all checked. There was obviously nothing physically wrong with him. He just said he was about to die. Although the family has money, but not so to spend. Suhan seemed to be thinking of something when he heard this person's name. Why did it sound so familiar? Which Zheng family are you talking about? Feng Shui asked. Which other Zhang family do you think you can use? It's that hefty Zhang family. Otherwise which one could have given me such a headache last time? She had a look of helplessness on her face. Alright then, I understand. Just go about your business. Anyway, from now on, the elementary school brothers will be living with us, so there will be plenty of time for that later on. Feng Shui does not intend to pursue further. This Zheng family, she is aware that only in this section not many people dare to go to the door to mess with him, so it is better not to offend them. Well, okay sis, I'm going out the door then. Go on. By the way, If there's anything you can't solve you can come to me. The two girls froze at this statement. What? Find him? He's a doctor himself. If he can't even solve something, what can he solve? He's not a doctor? Listening to this, both girls, they didn't know what to say. Feng Shui has been thinking in her heart that it is probably because she is tired of sitting in the car, right? Is not produce what hallucination? So did not put on the heart. Xiaoqin for the guy in front of him, is to understand, he is not interested in this aspect also, for the martial arts aspect is very interested. She heard this, did not say anything more. Xiaoqin went out from Suhan cleaned up and came to the living room. Looking at the environment here, and the smart furniture here, the more he looked at it, the more disturbed he became. Hey, revenge may be important, but one's main thing is to have money. In the past, all of his resources were from his family. Now that his father is gone and out, everything still depends on himself, and there is a sister inside the hospital. If he can mix it up, he can totally pick her up and live with him. Suhan, how about this set? Just as Suhan was lamenting, a bright figure walked out from the room. Hey, Suhan almost choked on his own saliva. This is too open. Super low cut. Feng Shui is in a tight black gown, showing off that originally concave and convex body to the fullest. Suhan, are you alright? Feng Shui was startled and immediately went forward. She just changed her clothes. Is it that much of a stretch? What? Suhan inexplicably asked. Holy, this scene is so scary it's going to give me a nosebleed. Suhan cursed himself in his heart. This is too much of a no-brainer, isn't it? However, seeing Feng Shui, I trotted over to my side. Suhan slightly sidestepped his body, turned his head, and began to rub it up. This was something he had never had before. It's okay. After being dodged by Suhan, Feng Shui also sensed that something was wrong with Suhan. Slowly, the face of Feng Shui, who had half fallen on top of the sofa, turned red. Suhan similarly felt that the subtle yet bizarre atmosphere was so terrifying this time. Holy, what the hell do you want? He didn't have time to think about it, so he had to run to the restroom. Seeing Suhan in such a sorry state, he laughed. After the water inside the restroom was turned on, he violently splashed water on his face. How can he mess up in this situation? One should just keep the original mind. He also thought about that awkward look he just had and really wanted to out himself a slap. It was a long time before the wet one stepped out of the restroom. At this time, Feng Shui was long gone from the living room, and he returned to his room. It's getting late. Let's go. Feng Shui came out and said. The moment he saw Feng Shui come out, Suhan's entire body shrank. My goodness, this, too, is beautiful. A blue dress with some of these accessories is a regal yet neighborly sisterly attire. For some reason, it seemed so fascinating to Suhan. Go. Aha. Similarly, Feng Shui held Suhan's arm. The two people look as if they are siblings, but more than between siblings, more than once the flavor of love. Just that the only deficiency of this is Suhan dress up, look a little out of place. One is a noble swan and one is just a little shabby. Because of this, Feng Shui was afraid that Suhan would misunderstand that she disliked him, so she didn't mention anything from the beginning to the end. Besides, in his heart of hearts, no matter what the other side to where these are like, as long as he likes it on the line, then other people's eyes she will not care. Sister, I'll drive. Feng Shui had just wanted to open the driver's door when Suhan took the initiative. After all, he wasn't exactly driving in that getup right now. Good. Feng Shui's impression of Suhan was still stuck in that few years old, so at this time and then look at each other already a young man. The age difference between the two of them is also not too big, only 5 years old, and then after graduating from junior high school themselves left the side of the capital C. Along with their father came to Longcheng. They hadn't seen each other for years in between, but still kept in touch by letter. When he saw Suhan's side, he was stunned at that time, not thinking that the grown-up Suhan was really so handsome. Although they were in contact with each other, it was just some ordinary family routine, and after they actually met this time, Feng Shui realized that Suhan had grown up. Boom boom boom. The two men drove this car all the way. Feng Shui did not expect Suhan will drive, and looked quite good, all the way above or very smooth. Suhan, when did you learn to drive? Chapter 13, Feng Zifeng. Feng Shui was getting more and more curious about the young man in front of her. You're probably forgetting that my family has a car too. I follow a little when my father takes me, Suhan said. Oh, right. Oh, I can't believe I don't remember. Then you. Feng Shui was going to ask what came, directly interrupted by the other side again. By the way, is this party important? Suhan didn't want the other party to ask about him, and there were some things that he didn't see the need for other people to know, even if he didn't want to mention them himself at one point. However, the other didn't bother with anything, and probably didn't think in that direction. Yeah, of course it's important. Feng Shui spoke casually. The two of them laughed all the way to an estate. That manor seems to look like a very large castle. They parked the car and then walked towards that castle building under the direction of the men. Good evening, Mr. Fong. Good evening, Mr. Lee. Mr. Fong is so beautiful tonight. Mr. Huang is too kind. Seeing that those people were greeting the senior sister, Suhan naturally retreated half a position and distanced himself from him by a certain point. He had experienced such occasions before with his father, and he used to be like this with his father, keeping walking, and to tell the truth, this time, if it wasn't for those old people in the old people's home, he wouldn't have come to this kind of event. It's the fact that you can come yourself, mainly because this kind of activity is also meaningful, but even so, he deliberately kept his distance from the other party, but the schoolmate obviously didn't follow the routine. He sought his schoolmate's constriction and once again put his hand on his arm, a big smile on his face again. It was also because such a move caused everyone to stare in shock. To those of them, Suhan was just a driver for him, but the scene that happened in front of them made many of them start to draw in their cold breath. Jesus, what's going on here? To them, Feng Shui was a high and mighty queen. He couldn't look at people in general, and usually she wouldn't even look at them squarely, not to mention such an intimate relationship. That's something a lot of people would never dream of. Take this charity dinner for example. How many rich kids wanted to invite him to attend? But every single one of them was ruthlessly rejected. But he didn't see it here. He just couldn't read it anymore. First of all, not to mention, today this queen's attire, some fresh and conservative, but also with the previous is very different. It can be seen that he today this dress up is completely for the young man in front of him to do. This is too much. For a poor boy? No one is a fool. They can see that this young man is a very poor boy. How could he be with their queen just like that, and appearing so close? My God, what the hell is going on here? Can someone please explain? To say that he was a nobleman, but no matter where they looked, his whole body had nothing to do with those three words. I have to say that what is happening in front of me is really too dogmatic. A lot of people at the scene were speculating about the relationship between the two of them. Mr. Fong is rich as many people know. Is it possible that this young man is his adopted gigolo? Thinking so, the crowd shook their heads again. It wasn't right. Even if he wanted to find a gigolo, he wasn't so poor. They couldn't figure out what was going on even if they thought about it. The strange looks of the middle people. Your very whispered comments did not cause Feng Shui to be uncomfortable, because he liked it that way. It used to be like this when I was in elementary school, and it still hasn't changed even now as the big girl I've grown into. Su Han's ear power was amazing. All these idle words outside, he heard them clearly. There were also some words that were said even more unpleasant. Just when he just wanted to go and do something, suddenly a very harmonious voice rang out. If it isn't my high-spirited cousin. Hearing this yin and yang voice, Feng Shui frowned. How did he get here? But on second thought, it's normal for this guy to be able to come to an occasion like this one. What? You see your brother and never say hello again? As the voice approached, Suhan finally realized that the voice was coming towards the school sister. All that could be seen was a boy, probably 25 or 26 years old, directly blocking the path of the two of them. The boy's height was about the same as his own, both at about 1 meter 8, but the clothes on his body, this person was obviously several notches above himself. But I have to say, the man is in really good shape. This man couldn't help but show a hint of mockery on his face when he saw Suhan. What brother? How come I don't know? When did I get a relative like you? Feng Shui didn't have the heart to say. What? What do you mean? Now that your business is bigger and your status is higher, you don't recognize your ancestors, do you? The man's voice was so loud at the door that all the people heard it, and at first glance, it was intentional on his part. Feng Zifeng, don't mention this matter to me again. I have no relationship with you. Feng Shui was angry. It was fine not to mention this, but the mention of the other side made me angry. Looking at that cousin of his doesn't make him look like a good person either. Okay, if you don't have a relationship, could it be that you are a wild dog of our Shin family? You. Feng Shui hadn't expected his cousin to be so tongue-tied and say such things, leaving him all speechless. The man said that and left. You stop right there. Hurry up and apologize. Just as he was about to leave, he heard a voice. Feng Zifeng was violently hideous. It was only at this time that he realized that his arm seemed to have been pinched by someone in a death grip, and when he turned around, he realized that the owner of that hand was none other than Su Han. At the sight of it, he was blinded as a whole. While conversing with Feng Shui, Feng Zifeng did not look squarely at the man beside her at all. The man standing in front of him in his eyes was the one that his cousin had casually used as a shield, and hadn't even given him a second glance. It could be formalized this time. He actually grabbed his hand and wouldn't let go, especially when he came across his own clothes. He was in a hurry. The suit, which he said cost hundreds of thousands of dollars to get customized, and he couldn't afford to pay for it if he messed it up. You let go. Feng Zifeng's expression became ugly. The flesh on his face twitched. Apologize. Suhan's icy voice was low. Strangely enough, all the people present could hear it, and the words were so clear. Chapter 14 Tiger. It's him? It's him? How did he and Feng Zifeng? Shan, let's not go over there yet, lest we bring about any bad negative effects. Aha! The two people who were conversing were officially Lang Yushan and the woman that Suhan had a little episode with on top of the car. What kind of dog are you? How dare you make me apologize? At the same time, there came, from the hall door, a very terrible yelling. Soon there was a crunching of bones, followed by a howl. Feng Zifeng's body twisted and became curled up all of a sudden, but one hand was still hanging by Suhan. You give the old man. It's just that Feng Zifeng wants to plow through the roar again. Click. Just now, Suhan had only exerted a slight force on his genus, but now it was different. Apologize. No matter how the other party was, how he wailed and screamed there, Suhan did not pay attention to him. Feng Zifeng, that you have talked about such suffocation, although it was said that their Feng family was not a top family, but at least it was a big family, and he was called Feng Shao wherever he went, but this turd in front of him could actually do that. Dare to lay hands on him? Fire live impatiently. Right? I'll tell you what, if you don't want your hand anymore, you can go ahead. Suhan looked at him. In his eyes, dealing with someone like him was like a mole cricket. Then what happened here? The crowd was just as if they were watching the show. None of those security guards dared to come forward. In their hearts, they knew very well that this poor kid who didn't look good actually dared to make a move against the other family's eldest young master, so he was obviously not easy to deal with. Those who can come to such occasions are usually either rich or noble. Who knows what this kid is really about? Even Mr. Feng had to pander to him, so they could only hasten to notify the highest level of personnel to come over to deal with the situation, and there was indeed nothing they could do. Guys, please move over. Soon enough the sound of voices spread and appeared in front of them. That of security personnel dressed in black surrounded them. Sir, this is a public place. You can't make a scene. One of them spoke to Suhan. Suhan didn't bother to care about the other party's words. He just glanced at them lightly. Sir, please let him go. The man's tone turned to one of warning when he saw the other ignoring him. Letting him go is fine. Make him apologize now. Suhan's tone was firm. Feng Shui hadn't opened his mouth from the beginning to the end, because he was able to take the blame for this kind of thing. Even if it was his own cousin who wanted to mess things up, he wasn't afraid. It's just that he didn't want to go through with it, and he just happened to use the opportunity to clean him up, lest he say something inexplicable in front of him next time. And he also understood in his heart that the other side dared to do this. It must have the strength. Who do not want to have the ability to protect their own men? But he thought for a moment and then shook his head a little. He couldn't have that thought. He was his schoolmate. Right at this moment, the man who had just spoken made a direct move. There were so many people on the scene. He went up to persuade. The other party actually did not speak and ignored. Snap! Another rattle came. The man in black shuddered. Suhan's other hand was also so casually palmed, directly looking for that man to slap. Roll! Suhan stared angrily at the other party. It was pretty scary even as they saw the look. How did this man in black get to be the security captain here? Surely he's not ordinary either. He had the skills of a lifetime, and he didn't expect to be dealt with by a very ordinary kid. Together. Thinking of this, that man waved his big hand and all the people rushed towards Suhan. Suhan! Feng Shui exclaimed when she saw that the situation was not right. Seeing so many people coming towards him, Suhan had no choice but to let go of the other's arm, his body sinking slightly. Suddenly, only Suhan's body was seen moving, and he quickly exploded all the energy in his body, with much less. These people have been thinking that this young man is crazy, that he is completely insane. What's in a subscription at this time? We don't know how we'll die when the time comes? Bang! 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 Then there was a sound, only to see Suhan quickly in dealing with those people. Each of his strikes were so fast and fierce and precise. Each punch ruthlessly smashed into those people's bodies. Some hit the wall and were instantly incapacitated. Others hit the top of the table, and still others were swept right out of the hall by him. Ouch! For a while, the scene became chaotic, but although it looked like Suhan was ruthless in his methods, he also knew how to take the right amount of time and didn't let anyone lose their lives. Still want to manage? All that was left was a lead. Suhan stretched his back at this time and looked at them. He saw that the man leading the group had an ugly face and his body was trembling there, but at the young man's words, they remained silent. Their hearts are clear. After all, in this inside down is not so simple, because soon after the people above know will certainly come immediately. For their minds, Suhan would not guess nor care, as long as the other party could be more sensible and not come back to mind his business. Don't you come over. Feng Zifeng sat on the ground and kept backing up. Is this still a man? One man beat all of them, and nothing happened to him at all. Suhan approached step by step. That scene looked terrifying. No one was rushing up to say more. This Fong family's son is going to be wasted, isn't he? Right or wrong? Duke Fong, who was sitting on the ground, was terrified. I'm sorry, but your apology is useless now. Suhan's footsteps stopped in front of him. I'm going to waste you. Suhan gave him a disdainful look. Don't you dare. Just then, a male voice came through. Again, his voice suddenly broke the silence of the scene. Master Tiger? In the hall, a figure quickly stepped out. There were also quite a few people who recognized the other party at this time, and this person was none other than Tiger, the chairman of the chamber's board of directors. Of course, Suhan did not recognize the visitor, only that he looked at his schoolmate's eyes and found that he had become a little nervous, and from his schoolmate's eyes, he could tell that the other party was from an uncomplicated source. But even so, the expression on Suhan's face was still very subdued and didn't change much. What kind of person dares to make trouble in here? Tiger questioned as he looked at the messy doorway. It's him. Seeing that Tiger had arrived, Fong Zifeng pointed his finger at Suhan. Hearing everything he said, Tiger's gaze quickly shifted to Suhan. He's my brother. Chapter 15. The Peacemaker. What? He's your brother? Hugo once again sized up the young man in front of him, then looked around at the mess, and the pupils of his eyes began to contract. He took out all these people? After thinking about this, Tiger believed in Suhan's ability even more. My name is Zhang Hu. They all call me Brother Hu. Your Excellency is honored to visit this merchant house, but this is a dinner party after all. There are some things it's better not to get angry about. It's best to turn a war of words into peace. Don't you think so? Such a scene fell into a share of silence. Who exactly was Zhang Hu talking to? Underneath, the crowd looked around and didn't find any very big characters around. But when everyone realized it, all of them were dumbfounded. One by one, they didn't understand what the hell was going on. Tiger was actually talking to this young man, and speaking to him with such respect? What do you mean by that? Fong Zifeng saw Tiger come over, and was still thinking that he was trying to look good to the other side. After all, also his understanding of your Tiger brother. No one dares in his territory are to get these. He is to see how bad this earth Yakuza die. But all this, Fong Zifeng's words, did not get a response from Tiger, who seemed to have been waiting for the young man to speak. Indeed, it was also true that Suhan had long since calmed down a lot at this time. After all, this is a dinner party. It's not the same. The other guy is a regular guy. I wasn't going to do anything with it. It's just that I thought I'd make him apologize to my sister. Suhan calmed down, then calmly looked at Tiger and explained. His will in the beginning had not been this way, and indeed he had only wanted to teach the other a good lesson so that he would learn a lesson. But he didn't let himself go as far as he wanted to, and became more and more excessive in everything. That's why you'll meet yourself and do it, which is unnecessary now that I think about it. Misunderstanding? It's all a misunderstanding. Duke Fong, why don't you hurry up and apologize to this brother, and this matter will pass like this. Tiger saw that the other party had loosened up, but her heart finally relaxed. Counselor Zhang, are you mistaken? Injured, but I'm the guy who hit me. Although Fong Zifeng's hand was still hot and painful now, his aura did not change at all. He hated his guts when he thought about what he had just done to himself. Now it actually said that he should apologize to the other party. That was impossible. What do you mean? You're wrong to apologize first? What's wrong? Tiger was also trying to minimize a small matter and didn't want to make things too big. He will not care what face is not face. Even if your father came today to do so, Yufeng family counts for nothing. He didn't think that he was bent on solving this matter, but the other party's aura was so much higher than his own. This was too much. It was better not to let himself get angry, or today's dinner party was going to turn into a banquet of eating. Duke Fong, who originally wanted to continue to be angry, seemed to have realized that something was wrong at this time, because Tiger had been giving him a wink there. He really didn't want to make too much of a mess. Tiger is one of the counselors tonight, and is also considered a very prestigious person here, and Duke Fong had heard about it long ago. He is a ruthless character, and he used to follow the high people to learn the real skills, and usually specializes in setting up some ruthless things, and when he thought about it, he was still quite scared. Watching him keep giving himself the eye, he knew this wasn't that simple. Maybe there was something really wrong here, and he couldn't afford to be too careless about it. Little sister, I'm sorry. Duke Fong thought for a moment, but opened his mouth. Although he was apologizing, the tone of this apology was basically defiant. Make no mistake, I am not your little sister. Originally, in Feng Shui's eyes, as long as she saw that the other party had apologized to her, she planned to let it go. But now as soon as she heard the other party call her little sister, her anger was uncontrollable. He really didn't want to get halfway involved with this man. You're the, of the ing. Fong Zifeng's face showed a ferocious gaze, glaring fiercely at his cousin with a defiant face. Then just before his words fell, he was immediately glared back by a look from Suhan. I'm sorry, Mr. Fong. He had no choice but to say the words slowly out of his own mouth, word by word, but his heart had reached anger. In his heart, he really hated it so much that he actually wanted a poor boy to be converted. Alright, this matter is over. Everyone disperse, you may enter. As it passed, Tiger sighed. This guy, he's dead, and if this keeps up, no one will be able to save him. Fang Zifeng also gradually from the anger to wake up. He looked at so many security people. Are the other party down? And Tiger actually have to be afraid of him a few points? What exactly is the origin of this person? And what is his relationship with Feng Shui? All is doubtful with him. I dare to ask your name. After all the people dispersed, Tiger walked to Su Han with a smile on his face and cupped his fists. He couldn't be wrong in reading portraits. And the young man in front of him had awesome strength. He had to be sure to butter up at this point to be right. Maybe it would be of use to him later. Mr. Su. Just as soon as his words fell, they were heard, and a girl approached from the side. Soon, all of them looked with that voice, and there were two figures walking towards them. This is? Su Han looked at the person who came a little surprised. So it is her? Weren't these two on the same train as themselves? Lan Yushan had also changed her clothes now. The white and fresh clothes, all the accessories were knitted themed styles, looking very dignified and generous. He walked to Su Han, making Su Han a little overwhelmed. Hello, Mr. Su. Seeing that Su Han was a bit stunned, Lan Yushan spoke again. You, hello, Ms. Lung. He hesitated, then held out his hand. Tiger was also aware of the relationship between them, and then wisely left. The same immediate sum of these things, once again attracted the attention of many guests coming and going. Isn't this the big star Lung Yushan? He also recognized the young man in front of him, and from the reaction of this big star, he seemed to have limited admiration for the young man in front of him. Everyone couldn't help but become more and more curious about the identity of this young man. It really didn't occur to them how these two people knew each other. Tiger, who was standing on the side, also looked dumbfounded. You are a kid who is very lucky to have a lot of sex. Chapter 16. Befriending. At the same time, those people were also thinking about starting to plan the auction to make a good acquaintance with the young man in front of them. You can tell he's really something else. Tiger didn't want to bother the two of them at this point in time, but that didn't mean that this was something that he could just let go. Ms. Lang, the auction is about to start. Go in first. The woman self-consciously clears her shakes. That flushed little face, and this handshake every now and then. To an outsider, it looked like the two of them were really out of place. What kind of person Feng Shui was, he knew very well in his heart. How could he not see this oddity? Yeah, we'll talk about it another time, another day. Su Han was forcibly pulled away by Feng Shui. You're really something. You can't move when you see a beautiful woman. Can you? You're not allowed to hang out with these actresses in the future. Got it? Without taking a few steps, Feng Shui commanded. He really couldn't see his schoolmate having anything to do with another woman? Su Han was bewildered. He didn't understand why his sister was so angry. What's the point of this? Also just now Lang Yushan and her agent stood to the side long ago when all this was seen clearly. He found that the identity of this young man is really not simple. He was accompanied by such a big beautiful president as Feng Shui in front of him, and now he could beat up other people's Mr. Feng at the Chamber of Commerce, and make Brother Tiger treat him with respect. How big was this person's background in the end? They really didn't dare to think about it, and if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would have been in complete disbelief that this was the truth. Thinking about the way you faced him in the car, it's a good thing it was the other person who didn't go through with it or you would have died a horrible death. After thinking about this, his whole body was chilled. The current people are really too scary. Their identities are particularly well hidden, and if they are not paying special attention, they can't be found at all. So, that woman had been thinking about this. Maybe this Mr. Su might really be some kind of worldly master. If he could really cure the lady's illness, that would be good. And he could see Shan. Also on this Mr. Su is very curious about him. So the two of them, but also ready to go with each other to befriend the preparation. Just where do you think? Halfway will kill a Chang bite Jin too. But just at this time, Feng Zifeng's hands suddenly hurt terribly. I have to say these guys have some serious skills. Ms. Lang, wait for me. I'll be right there. Feng Zifeng walked up to him and then opened his mouth. Lang Yushan's entire body was dumbfounded. The two of them were also invited over to watch the auction by this very same Duke Feng. However, they didn't expect that they would meet Mr. Su here. Not to mention the fact that things would have come to such a pass. So how the hell are they going to end it now? Do they still want to continue to participate or not? This had now been a question on his mind. What would Mr. Su think of him if he attended with Mr. Feng? If it wasn't with Mr. Feng, then the spokesperson they sign up would definitely not be himself. This question is also difficult for him to think about. Now he really does not know what to do. And they're basically set in stone now. The contract is pretty much signed. The contract is in scope, and if they turn it down, they're going to have to pay damages. For a while, Lang Yushan suddenly felt that he was riding a tiger. If it wasn't for these rules and regulations, he definitely wouldn't have come. At the thought of it, he now felt annoyed and didn't know how to fix it. As for the character of this person of the Fangongzi, naturally do not need to say, he is also clear. In this generation, is notorious scum? This kind of person's invitation can have what good lu? Mr. Fong, today Miss is a little unwell and wants to leave early. The woman stood to the side and quickly saw Lang Yushan's mind, thinking to help her go to the relief. Where did she think? Was interrupted by him. Miss Lung, about this charity auction, you and our company, but have signed a contract, and is recognized. The things in this, you should be to think well. If now go back to the consequences caused by, you cannot afford to pay this responsibility. Seeing Tiger and Su Han and their departure, Duke Fong stood still for a step a change from his previous wretchedness. Originally he was in a really bad mood today, a belly full of anger. At this time, there is really no place to vent, but standing in front of Lang Yushan would say this kind of words. The lewd gaze kept twisting on this great lady. Don't make any more excuses. Think about it yourselves. I'm going to go change my clothes now. He left a message and went away. The two women looked at each other. They were really in a dilemma at this point. They no longer knew what to do. For them, it does no good to offend anyone. Forget it, let's leave after attending. What can he do to us in broad daylight? Looking at Lang Yushan with a difficult look, the woman was helpless. Lang Yushan could only nod his head. He was now considered compromised, because there's no better way to do it now. At the auction site, at this moment, Fang Shui was walking in the hall with Su Han. It was more of a buffet dinner than an auction, with lots of lots laid out on top of the venue. This venue was huge, and although more than 100 people had come today, it wasn't crowded and still seemed empty. Seeing that the auction was about to start, there were still people walking around. There weren't any tedious rules restricting this. It was as if it was an ordinary exchange of upper-class people there. There is only this Chamber of Commerce that can achieve such a lenient system. In general, like this auction, everyone has a fixed seat, and the auction can only be watched from afar, because they are afraid of what will happen in the middle of the accident. But for this Chamber of Commerce, it can be seen that the confidence is very full. Su Han could see this confidence in them at a glance. At one point in all the auction items stood two men who seemed to be there as protectors. Mr. Su, we meet again. Just at this time, Tiger's figure appeared in front of him again. Hello, next time I'll go along with everyone else and call you Tiger. Su Han nodded and responded indifferently. This person's eyes flickered. This but was very godly. At a glance is a long time to mix with the social circle of the comical people. So for this kind of people Su Han did not want to make friends with the intention, not to mention in the eyes. This is my business card. I don't mean anything else. I mainly want to make friends with Mr. Su. Seeing the other party's attitude, Tiger immediately guessed what the other party was thinking, so he just confessed. Chapter 17, The Ring. I don't have those, sorry. Su Han took the other party's business card, just swept a glance, and put it in his pocket casually. That's okay, just keep it. After saying that, Tiger didn't say any more nonsense, then left with a smile on his face. Wait until Tiger's figure has disappeared. Is he the chairman of the council here? I've heard that there's a Yakuza background, so it's best for you to distance yourself from him in the future and not mess with it. Fang Shui reminded. Okay, got it. Su Han nodded in recognition. In fact, his heart was very clear. For this kind of person, he had never put it in his heart from the beginning, let alone have any friendship. The only reason he took the other person's business card was out of a courtesy to them, and it didn't hurt to have it there anyway. Soon, there are people come over to greet Fang Shui, and none of them have business dealings. Just for these, Su Han does not have any interest in lie. These people are mostly rushing to befriend him. Just as the two of them were chatting idly, a voice suddenly caught Su Han's attention. Mr. Fong, I really don't know how to drink. Turning his head, Fong Zifeng returned with another set of clothes. Nyo! Su Han gave the other party a playful look, thinking in his heart, what kind of mentality does this person have? How can he be so brazen? Of course, how is Lang Yushan going to deal with this Duke Fong's toast? Su Han did not want to interfere. After all, this matter has nothing to do with him. Anyway, your own body yourself is clear. I think he must have taken medicines long ago when he came, and come to this kind of place that is certainly to drink. Does he not have this kind of consciousness? Thinking of this, Su Han didn't want to bother. Just then, a sound rang out above the stage, and soon the scene became quiet. All the guests have arrived one after another. I now announce that this charity auction will officially begin. As the chairman of the board here, Tiger opened his mouth. Soon, another tall woman in a cheongsam wiggled her way over. Hello everyone, I am the host of this auction, Lu Mei. Some of the woman's platitudes didn't inspire much enthusiasm among the guests in the arena. On occasions like this, they would be very mindful of their status. And now there was a big beauty like Feng Shui and a big star in the room, so even if this young lady was good looking, but compared to their two young ladies, it was really a far cry. All this was heartfelt for the men present. Like this field is very normal. Lu Mei did not care about the whole auction process. He has been there to speak. In today's auction site, the general price is not very high. After all, this is the Chamber of Commerce to do out of the face of the event, regardless of the item. All the minimums, the starting price is $100,000. After hearing this, Su Han had wanted to give it a try. What do you like? I'll shoot one in your honor? Feng Shui could see that Su Han was interested in this auction and then asked, forget it, I'll wait until I have money later. This was the first time Su Han had come out to hang out, so he was feeling a lot of emotions right now, especially to this strange city. He understood in his heart, if there is no money nothing counts. However, he thinks he has the opportunity to earn money. After all, he has hands and feet. Not to mention that now there is also a heavenly medical skills. There are opportunities to make money in the future. It is just a matter of time. The more he thought about it in his mind, the more relieved he felt. Gentlemen, the next auction item is provided by our side of the Chamber of Commerce itself. Lu Mei walked over to one of the auction items and uncovered the kind of red cloth. All eyes lit up as that auction item appeared. It was a ring. Su Han was the same. His eyes lit up, although he didn't dare to go to be sure. But usually his knowledge of these, he had never seen this kind of good things. This ring was obtained by our president unintentionally. As to where it came from and what era it was from, it's unclear, but our president personally explained that this ring will recognize its owner, and it's only worthy of the person who has the right destiny. Lu Mei's words. Once she finished, all the people were dumbfounded. What is this woman talking about? What do you mean? Only for the fated? Isn't it just a curio? What's there? It's just a common curio in their eyes anyway. The starting price for this auction item is $1 million. Pust. Originally, in everyone's mind, they only thought that this ring was very ordinary, but when they heard the price, they were all shocked. Su Han also sprayed out a mouthful of water at this time. Even he was shocked. It's just an ordinary ring. Who the hell gave you the courage to ask for so much? What's wrong? Feng Shui saw that something was not quite right with him. Reacting with such excitement, he asked curiously. It's okay. This added price in front of him had already put it in payment, and he had no choice but to respond to the other party in a low voice that it was really too expensive. The whole crowd became excited all of a sudden, clambering about on their own, and soon a sign was held high in the air. All of them took a look at my god, Feng Shui? It's her? Similarly, Su Han also looked at his senior sister with a very curious gaze. Unsure. Hokage. Su Han's puzzled voice rang in Feng Shui's ears. What's there? Buy it if you like it, just think of it as us doing a charity for these old people. Feng Shui revealed a clear smile that didn't carry any artifice at all. Su Han was speechless. We haven't struck out yet tonight, so here it is. Feng Shui nodded. Then her gaze went to the high platform. Lu Mei's side quickly reflected. $1,200,000. Anyone else want to raise the price? Lu Mei's voice rang out again, and the banquet hall, all of a sudden, fell into silence. The gentleman's reaction just now was, quite obviously, eyeing that ring. Could it be that this is really some very important treasure? And this gentleman is from an unusual background, so it seems that he won't go out of his way. All the people who saw this also didn't dare to offend Su Han, so there was no surprise. After Lu Mei's confirmation again, this is considered to have landed. One of the etiquette ladies came down from the lower heights with a tray and walked over to them. Mr. Feng, sign it. A certificate of charity came out, and that Miss Manners smiled at Mr. Feng. Su Han, you sign. Feng Shui pushed that proof in front of Su Han and similarly revealed a very charming smile. Chapter 18, Asking for Help. All of them couldn't help but float in their minds when they saw this. Then seeing those strange eyes of theirs, Su Han couldn't help but blush his old face at this moment. Is this the legendary soft food and hard food? Forget it, I'll return it to my sister later when I'm rich. So he quickly signed a name to it. Feng Shui naturally knew that Su Han could write a good piece of calligraphy, until that etiquette lady gave those lands to Tiger. Good word. It was rare that just those two words could make Tiger sigh so much. Tiger, this person, do not underestimate him. He usually specializes in collecting those people calligraphy and painting and so on. And then he is fond of this. A glance at the calligraphy skills of Su Han. This Mr. Su is a wonderful man. Of course, Tiger didn't bother to care what the other's reaction was. For Su Han, what he cared most about at this moment was this ring. Put it on. Feng Shui saw Su Han's loving look, then smiled. Aha! Since it was now in his hands, there was nothing to get twisted about. At this very moment, Suhan was full of questions, because he was a little confused about the size of this ring, since the size of your own finger. Just right. This is too much of a coincidence, isn't it? How can there be such a coincidence? However, Suhan's actions made quite a few people look dumbfounded. Just watch him take it down, put it in, take it down, put it in. Just keep doing this over and over again. What does it mean? What is he doing? They really couldn't understand this move of his. Even the senior sister who was standing to the side didn't see what was going on. However, a hint of redness inexplicably appeared on his face. Suhan didn't bother with the gazes of these people. What the hell is going on here? Where's the divinity from earlier? Wasn't it supposed to be a little heartfelt? Suhan also felt strange at that time. He tried his thumb, and then all his fingers, and found that it didn't work, and only his thumb fit. What the hell is this? It's so weird, isn't it? Spending so much money to actually buy a loneliness and get yourself a title of a pussy eater? The more he thought about it, the more he didn't understand. Yet just as he raised his head, he realized that the eyes of these people around him were a little off. Not a little off, too off. Hokage, is this still refundable? He didn't care about the strange looks from the crowd, and decided on his own to talk to his schoolmate. Feng Shui was slightly startled when she heard his words. Just now, he himself had somehow wandered off, causing him to look a bit flustered now. Back off? Why? Back off what? Feng Shui was puzzled. Since I bought it, how can I go return it? But I won't. No. Feng Shui was a bit speechless. So many years since the auction, he still heard for the first time can be returned. Of course it is impossible. Like this charity auction, although there is no such thing as fake goods, but there is also a measure of value, so there will not even exist to return the so-called. As long as the hammer rings, there is no negotiation. Moreover, this matter was known to everyone. Suhan at this time, he suddenly felt that he had a feeling of being out of his depth. He didn't know what he was doing with such a ring. For the next auction, Suhan looked hard as he was boarded up all the way down. But just when he was feeling bored, suddenly a person came towards his side, and he could suddenly feel the energy of the other person. As to whether this person brought it at himself or not, he felt it all at once. Mr. Su. At this time, Suhan turned around and actually looked at the woman beside Lun Yushan. What's wrong? Suhan looked at him suspiciously, then his gaze swept over him. Mr. Su, can I talk to you for a minute? The woman had an anxious look on her face, as she was really tired from running just now. Suhan glanced at him, and then glanced at his senior sister with a re-questioning gaze. Go on. After all, the other party is also a person who has been mixed in this society for so many years. As soon as he saw the situation, he guessed that he had encountered something, so Feng Shui did not at this time put on a show, or nodded his head and agreed very quickly. Suhan then followed the woman to a quieter place. Mr. Su, Lun Yushan was taken away by Feng Zifeng. The woman said. What? Took it away? What do you mean? Suhan was a bit puzzled. Wasn't he fine just now? He's still sitting here. Why are you taking him away now? He was kind of in disbelief that what the other guy was saying was true. After all, what can you do with someone taken away in broad daylight? Mr. Su, you don't understand what kind of person Feng Zifeng is. As long as it's a girl he has his heart set on, he'll do whatever it takes to do it. I'm in and out of options, and there's no one reliable around me, so I figured you're the only one who can help me. I'm just afraid something will happen to me without my lady, and then I won't be able to deliver. So sorry. I thought about it for a long time before I came to see you, and I certainly wouldn't have bothered you if I hadn't been forced to. Look at this thing. What are we going to do now? I just went to use a restroom a little while ago, and both of them are gone altogether. The woman said. Then how did you know it was Feng Zifeng who took it? Suhan asked. Of course I do. I know the other man well enough to know what he is, and there will be no one else looking for her today but him. Suhan sort of understood what the other party meant. So that's what happened. So now that people are missing and things are happening, you can call the police. Suhan reminded. He also just came, and did not want to make things too stiff, did not want to come to offend some people who should not be offended. So in his eyes some things as little as possible to manage, cannot care about it. And the main thing was that he didn't want to bring any trouble to his schoolmate, because the other party was after all the cousin of the schoolmate, and he was really going to get involved in this matter. Then there were a lot of things he had to think about, and one didn't think it had much to do with them, and this thing didn't seem to have anything to do with him, either. If we wait until they come, it will probably be too late. The woman didn't want to make it sound too bad, because there were consequences she didn't dare to think about. Then there's no use in your looking for me. I don't know where to look. Suhan expressed his love. But I just went out to look, and his car hasn't driven away yet, so I guess the people must still be at the chamber. Chapter 19, Locking in the Direction. Hearing this, Suhan finally understood, so he wanted to let himself sell a favor. He really didn't expect that these people were so good at detecting words and colors. thinking of not going to help it, feel overly sorry, after all, they have a bond with them, but to help it, but afraid to bring a lot of trouble to the school sister. After thinking about it, since the matter was brought to him, he couldn't just see it through. I'll try. Suhan nodded afterward. There were some realizations he still had, so he walked up to Tiger, then a few whispered words in his ear, and Tiger's face changed, because he knew in his heart that this kind of thing didn't have to come out of himself. Tiger would be able to help her out. This is something that is understandable. A star of that magnitude can be a big deal if something happens to him at the Chamber of Commerce. Even he can't be held responsible for that. After all, Fang Zifeng was also a son of a powerful family, and they could naturally handle this kind of thing if it was handled well. But if they easily offended the Fang family, then their performance would definitely decline in the future. Not to mention anything else, let's just say this auction. Normal families and lineages wouldn't attend this kind of event, and the ones who usually came were just business celebrities. The other party's attendance at the auction this time was to take care of this big star, which Tiger's heart was clear about. However, when it came to choosing between Suhan and the Fang family, he would of course be obliged to choose Suhan, because he understood how powerful his opponent was, and if he wasn't careful he would die a horrible death, and he didn't want to do that. Right now his idea was to try to browbeat the other guy properly, nothing else but that. But between the Fang family and this big star, she didn't have to think that much, so as soon as Suhan opened his mouth, Tiger naturally wouldn't care about the Fang family anymore. What was their Fang family if they could make friends with such a powerful character? Come on, let's go pull the surveillance now and see where they are. Tiger is very uptight about this. As long as if it was something Suhan had explained, he would go to the top. The woman standing on the side, after seeing Tiger's attitude, her heart was also delighted. Now he didn't have to worry about it, and looking at the three of them hurriedly walking out of the banquet, Fang Shui just wanted to call out to his schoolmate, but he was still a step too slow. Soon, a few of them disappeared into the hall, and there were quite a few of them, too, who were puzzled by the scene. Tiger is the chairman of the board of directors. Why did he leave properly? Did he not know that there was an auction behind him? Is it this Mr. Su? He is going to make things happen again. The people present one by one are talking there just all this. Suhan does not know. At this time, Suhan and the woman had followed Tiger to the monitoring room. As they tuned out, it was really the scene they saw, right in the surveillance. He saw the big star, whose own gaze was always on him. And when he saw this, Suhan became embarrassed. The three of them looked at each other, then continued to watch that video. Although this video didn't look very clear and appeared a bit blurry, Suhan's eyesight wasn't ordinary. Then they saw Duke Fong poured a glass of juice to this big star. Knew that when this big star drank it, in a minute's time, he was a little dizzy condition. And that's when Duke Fong would help this big star and quietly left the banquet hall. All of it appeared before the three of them. Son of a. The woman was furious when she saw it. He hadn't expected this to happen after he had only been there, in the restroom for a moment. Suhan was just as upset on his face. But for Tiger, this is something that is really not surprising. In their case, this kind of thing is a regular occurrence. It's just that Fang Zifeng actually brought those despicable tactics inside the bar to the charity, and the dinner party was too much, and this way it would also affect their business. Just about everything that followed really impressed all of them. This guy is still pretty smart. He actually knows how to avoid surveillance because there are some things they can't see, and they disappear within a few steps of walking out. What now? The woman panicked at once when she saw this. If we can't find anyone else at this point in time, what the hell is going to happen? Time has now passed for so long that only what should not have happened has happened. The thought of it made all of them anxious. But what could be done? After all, things had already happened, and even Tiger, who was standing on the side, looked like he couldn't help. However, Suhan was very attentive, and he discovered something. He looked at that big screen surveillance image and kept wondering in the back of his mind if there was a backyard here. Maybe they were headed farther back. Yes, that's what he thought. So he discussed his idea with both of them individually, estimating that it might not be too late as far as time was concerned. Boom! It was also at this time that an inexplicable air current arose from Suhan's body. Even he didn't figure it out himself. No, he must find these two first. Now they were afraid of wasting a single drop. Suhan didn't want to relate to Tiger's thoughts, and he knew in his heart of hearts that that big star was already sick with disease, plus blessed. To be sure there would be great side effects. He had to scramble in this time. Nothing more could happen. He rushed straight out the window, and if it hadn't been time for an auction or some other event, he certainly wouldn't have stayed any longer. Just now at this time must find the right target, not blindly just at this time. Suhan's body moved, and immediately sold a direction. In a gazebo, Fang Zifeng had a very lewd expression on his face, as his eyes constantly flicked over Long Yushan. Long Yushan's face was flushed, and her entire body was in a semi-conscious state. He looked at the half-asleep starlet, even to the other who was still trying to resist. but who he had slowly moved closer to. Lang Yushan's heart was now as if it was dead. How could he not have thought that this male could actually be bold to this extent? How dare he go out in the middle of the day and do something like this? Just at this time, he could feel a flutter in his heart. His heart is understood. His body is not very good. Look to be the heart began to hurt again, and the beating speed has become slower and slower. Medicine. Lang Yushan wanted to shout out, but he couldn't make a sound at all. After all, his body was too weak. Chapter 20 Rescue. And Fong Zifeng did not notice the other party. Not only that, at this time he had become even more powerful excitement, completely not to care about the other party everything. Lang Yushan at this time his thoughts slowly became fuzzy, not to mention whether it is possible to resist the other party. Even if he wants to make an effort not to close his eyes, he feels that it is a very difficult thing to do. Oh my God, am I just going to die? Why is God so unfair to me? Even if he was going to die, he would still be humiliated by such a beast. Boom! Just the moment Lang Yushan closed her eyes, there was a big wind coming. Pescadores. Without any news, Fong Zifeng's entire body directly flew out of the gazebo. Soon, blood flowed from the inside of his mouth, and he crashed himself 10 meters away. Motionless, Su-han didn't just think about that much at this time. He directly just put a palm on Lang Yushan's chest. There was no way out now. He usually had to save people first, and couldn't care about anything else. All physical contact doesn't matter as long as it saves lives. Soon there was a warm stream that came out down his palm. Has been unconscious Lang Yushan felt a burst of numbness spread throughout his body. What the hell is going on here? He wanted so badly to open his eyes and see what was going on, but it was impossible to do so. Puff. Audible, just his heart kept beating there, and it was evident that it was back to normal. But who was it? Who had come to his rescue this time? He had a time when he kept thinking in his mind that if it was him it would have been. How good? No, it had to be him. He could clearly feel such a sensation was exactly the same as the last time he was on top of the car. With such a feeling, Lang Yushan also gave up her last defense and entered a state of complete unconsciousness. Su-han withdrew his hand at this time. Pust. A mouthful of blood soon flowed out, staining the other's white gown. In an instant, Su-han's face became ugly. The commotion on their side soon caught Tiger's attention. Su-han didn't want to go have something out again, then walked out and directly disappeared. It straightened itself out and then walked down the banquet hall as if nothing had happened. Su-han, where have you been? Feng Shui stepped forward to follow up. It's fine, I'm just going to go out for a walk. Is it over here in a minute? Su-han smiled. Almost. So are we going back now? It's so late and I don't think it's good for your little sister to be home alone. Su-han said. Could be. Feng Shui didn't want to stay here for a while longer either. After Su-han left, there were quite a few people who were sizing themselves up there, and their eyes only subsided when Su-han appeared. Go. After saying that, Feng Shui took Su-han's arm and walked away. Cough cough cough. Then there was a sharp coughing sound that startled Feng Shui. Su-han, are you alright? Are you uncomfortable somewhere? If there's anything wrong, you have to bring it up immediately. Looking at Su-han's face, Feng Shui realized that the situation was not right. It's okay, I just ran into a little situation. There was no way. Su-han couldn't hide it anymore. And after that, he told what happened before once. In fact, he didn't do this on purpose. He just caused something for the other party and didn't want to make his schoolmate worry. Feng Shui didn't have much to say. It turned out that it was all just that the big star was sick, and there was no way around that one. Later the two of them went back to their lodgings in silence for a while. Su-han thought it was strange that they were all back and the man hadn't returned yet. It was too strange for it to be so late. She's probably working late again. It happens all the time. Feng Shui saw that the other party had been looking around, and then opened her mouth to explain clearly. It's like this. I'll go back to the house then. Su-han withdrew his gaze. You're okay with yourself, right? Feng Shui asked with concern. It's okay, you get some early rest. After saying that, Su-han returned to his room, closing the door to the room. A wave of weakness passed through. Soon it was dawn. It was only then that Su-han heard a knock on the door coming out. He opened his eyes and withdrew his hand, his gaze intentionally glancing at the jade ring in his hand. Nothing. Hit walked out of the living room looking at the kitsune who had just come back to say hello. Sister Qin, you're back? Yes, I just got off work. Are you doing okay? Xiao Qin said as she slipped on her slippers. Habit. Su-han laughed a little. Have you had breakfast? Su-han looked at Xiao Qin's haggard face and continued to ask. Not yet. Xiao Qin put down the bag she was holding and went straight out of the living room. Hokage. It was only at this time that the two of them realized that Feng Shui had actually fallen asleep on the sofa last night. It's amazing that he didn't know anything about this. It seems like they heard something moving. Feng Shui also opened her eyes in a daze at this time and looked at the two of them. Xiao Qin is back. Why are you so busy? Didn't get off work until now? Feng Shui asked in a daze. Yeah, I was getting ready to leave work last night, but the ambulance brought in another big star, so I had no choice but to end up working late again. Hearing this, Feng Shui glanced at Su-han. The two of them looked at it. Of course they knew what was going on here, and seeing that Su-han was better now, he was relieved. Su-han, are you okay? Su-han nodded. It just so happens that Sister Chin hasn't eaten either, so I'll cook noodles for you two to eat. Su-han changed the subject. He really didn't want anyone to worry about him, and he also looked at his schoolmate who was lying on the sofa, and kept thinking in his mind that he must have been worrying about himself last night, so he had been keeping watch inside the living room. When I heard him say that, though, the eyes of both of them, the girls, became a little odd. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me with that look? Su-han was blinded. No, both said at the same time. Su-han, who was a bit confused, heard their words and then walked directly towards the kitchen. Since his parents left, the family basically relies on him for 3 meals a day. It was really hard for him to imagine how he had survived all the time his parents were away. There was a time when you could starve yourself for some debt, for your sister's health. Thinking about that time was really too much pressure on him. Yet none of these things were known. He was busy in the kitchen by himself. His left hand was frying eggs. His right hand was cooking noodles. The two girls looked at the busy man in the kitchen. They really didn't expect him to cook. Soon, there was a fragrance coming out of the living room. The two girls, who were already hungry, swallowed a little at this point. Chapter 21, Superb. The two girls had been hungry for a long time, and even more so now that they smelled this scent. Smells good. Soon there were 2 steaming bowls of noodles in front of the two of them individually. Eat up. Su-han smoothly brought a bowl over for himself as well. The two of them usually just went out to deal with it, and rarely ate at home. I don't know why. Since Su-han came here, it made the two of them feel an inexplicable sense of happiness all of a sudden, and the smell was really fragrant. The two girls couldn't care less about image. They just started enjoying themselves there. When did you start? Schoolboy? Started to be this good? You can even cook noodles? And so delicious? Feng Shui said as she ate. It was forced on me too. Su-han laughed helplessly. Since his parents passed away at home, he had to worry about everything, and there was a time when he cooked noodles for convenience. The kitsune, who hadn't slept all night, hadn't been able to open her mouth much to eat while giving him a thumbs up. Watching the two of them eat with such gusto, Su-han was inwardly satisfied. Just then, Xiaoqin's phone rang. Who is it this early in the morning? He just got off work. He picked up the phone and looked at the caller ID of the person on the other end and realized it was his leader calling. She glanced at the phone and was furious. What's wrong? Look at that upset look on your face. Feng Shui asked. Don't mention it. It's my leader who called. That old man in the Zhang family has been asking him to personally give him a sit down, but he's obviously sleeping inside his home. All to the conversation that he's not there. Traveling. I think he's going a little overboard. She wants me to do the errand. Originally I could have come back earlier after I was busy with things over there. Who knew another big star would come? Koton said as she thought. But you can't just not answer people's calls. Feng Shui was speechless. After hearing her sister say that, she thought yes, it would be a good idea to tie the knot and see what he was up to. Dean Ho, what can I do for you? Koton asked breathlessly. Vice President Feng, are you home yet? From inside the cell phone came the man's voice, and it seemed that the man was also still not resting. Xiaoqin didn't want to go and say anything more to this person. Just say what you have. She'd been tired all night and hadn't been in the mood to talk much, and she was still chirping. Who was in the mood to talk to the other side just a little bit more? It's that big star's condition that came in the back. It's looking a little less than promising right now, and I'm not at the hospital, and that side of the level needs someone in charge. Didn't it all stabilize last night? Xiaoqin said impatiently. He had lost people for a night, not leaving a step to confirm that there was nothing wrong before returning. I'm not sure about that one then. After all, I'm not at the hospital right now. Just now his agent called me and said that our hospital people are not responsible for them. So do you think you should go away for this one? Dean Ho told the story once. Looking at the other party's broken look, he understood what it meant at once, and Beware was helpless. In fact, he didn't want to go. After all, he hadn't rested for a night, but the thought that there was no one inside the hospital made him quite anxious. Okay, I know. I'll be right there. Xiaoqin rolled her eyes and simply disconnected the call. Instead of her saying anything more here, why don't we just go to the site and see it? Two of you, I'm leaving. He ate the noodle in front of him in one go, not even the soup left, and smiled contentedly, because the inside of the living room was quiet. When Xiaoqin was talking to the other party, Su-han was on this side of the room to hear it clearly. Sister Qin, I'll go with you. Lang Yushan's side of the situation, she also wanted to know, and for his condition, he had pretty much figured it out. This time it was Xiaoqin who went over, and he stopped by to see if he could lend a hand to cure him completely of this disease. You? Alright then, let's go together. Koton hadn't slowed down until now, but the thought of having someone to go with him was pretty nice. As soon as Suhan saw that the other party had agreed, he immediately ran to his room to get a piece of clothing. You two go on then. I'm going to sleep well at home. Feng Shui glanced at the two of them, then they both set off straight away. I'll take you shopping later. You're due for a couple outfits too. Koton gave him a look. Are you guys going to hang out? Remember to call me when you get there. Feng Shui said both. The two of them flinched when they heard the voice coming from inside, and they had to say that the woman's hearing was really good, and he heard it even from this far away. Got it. In fact, Xiaoqin said it to her on purpose. Gosh, that's a fancy car you've got there, isn't it? Suhan laughed a little when he saw the car he was driving. This one was given to me by your schoolmate. How about I get him to send you one someday? Koton laughed a little. He thought that if Suhan stayed over here, he would still need a means of transportation in the future, which would be more convenient. I'd rather not. It's nice to be your driver. Here's the deal. I'll drive. You catch up on your sleep immediately now, Suhan said. Koton was really sleepy at this point too, so he nodded. Suhan wasn't very familiar with this area, just that he scanned the map and basically memorized the route very quickly. After half an hour, they reached their destination, but when he arrived, he realized that Xiaoqin hadn't woken up by this point. Are you okay? Time to wake up? Suhan asked with concern. Okay. Koton shrugged it off, then stepped out to the passenger side, looking at him so haggard. Suhan was still worried in his heart, but he could understand what it meant to be in a body like he was now. Then following Xiaoqin's lead, the two of them stepped into the elevator. Dean Fong. After coming out from inside the elevator, there was a nurse lady who was walking towards her with a Bentley. What's the situation now? Koton asked immediately, glancing at the little nurse. Miss Lung Yushan's heart suddenly went into a state of failure. Director Zhang suggested that we do an operation, but the other party's manager insisted on transferring her to a hospital and said that our medical skills here are not good enough. So look at what we have to do about this situation, right? We really had no choice but to call you over. Chapter 22, Disliked. What? He actually said that? What do you mean? Not good at medicine? Koton asked seriously as she walked away and put on her white coat. Yes, because Director Chang said he's going to redo the surgery. The little nurse's tone intensified a few points. Xiaoqin was also speechless. What was this Director Zhang up to? Didn't he already push through last night? He rejected this program on the spot, and he only went back to have a meal. How come everything has changed? Xiaoqin looked at the patient's chart as she walked, then walked briskly toward the hospital room. Suhan hadn't said a word from the beginning. He had been following behind the two of them. After all, this was Xiaoqin's territory, so he wasn't in a good position to win the other party's face. And Xiaoqin's judgment was right. Lang Yushan couldn't even do this surgery in her condition. And this surgery they are operating on is not that simple at all. And if they do what he says, it's a big risk, and no one can afford to take that responsibility. Director Zhang, didn't you listen to me in the morning? As soon as she saw a middle-aged man in a white coat walking around the ward, Xiaoqin was furious. He clearly had explained things and changed them on a whim. Last night time, there was also a little argument because of this matter. Xiaoqin, through a night of observation, directly hit Director Zhang's face. In fact, it proved that they were going to have to perform this surgery that didn't work at all, and at no small risk. Of course, the exact reason will have to wait until Koton goes to observe. Everything you said also proved to be wrong. This medicine you prescribed did give him a restful sleep last night, but only as soon as you left, the patient began to relapse again, and more severely than before. What do you say about this thing? What do we do now? See Xiaoqin had come up, questioned himself. This Director Zhang seems to be not vegetarian. He as a doctor has been very stifled, although here as a small director, but has been, there is no use. To put it bluntly, with the mixing of life is no difference. His medical experience to other hospitals will be offered to the sky of the kind. Are you talking about that tranquilizing soup? Didn't I say so? It's just tranquilizing. Did you not give the patient a drink or something? This is supposed to be a tranquilizer. And although this formula doesn't cure the disease, he does have a magical side, which is that it helps the patient to tranquilize and calm his mind, while the patient is resting, wherever there is any discomfort. A dose of this medicine will improve it a lot. It would also buy more time for those of them who are doctors if they do it that way. I didn't give it to him. Director Zhang just ignored it and directly turned around to leave. You, Xiaoqin was about to explode when she heard him, up and down inside the courtyard. These old guys, none of them obeyed themselves. She, the vice president, is indeed also more suffocating, but she did not bother with these old guys. Otherwise, it is really asking for trouble. She has this free time. It would be better to observe the patient's situation. Took a deep breath, and did not count. and then walked towards these two wards. They can't hear the arguments outside inside, and this room is exceptionally well soundproofed, and because of this, it can provide their patients with a good resting environment. When Suhan saw them go in, he followed. You, stop right there. Director Zhang suddenly saw a stranger like Suhan, standing on the side without saying anything, and thought that it was some kind of unknown person. Watching him follow the other party in, and then called up, not just anyone is allowed inside the hospital, especially the wards. Suhan stood there frozen for a moment, then pointed at himself. Yes, I'm talking about you. What do you do? Don't you know that wards aren't just for casual entry? And this is an intensive care ward. Director Zhang said angrily. Director Zhang, you're making too much of a fuss. What's wrong with him being my brother? What's wrong with that? Koton turned back. This is a hospital. It's not your house. Can you get in just because it's your brother? You're a dean too. And hospitals have hospital rules. So can you break that rule just because you're a dean? Director Zhang went straight to the point. He didn't mean to be afraid of his opponent. This vice president of the position. He did not know how long this heart thought, and he is very self-reliant. Why let a woman win? If it wasn't for this position, why would he want to stay here as a small director? Go to another hospital. Wouldn't he smell good? Yes, I'm not going in. Suhan waved his hand. This director Zhang was going too far, and was definitely grasping Xiaoqin's pigtails as well, which Suhan could see even if he didn't know any better. Xiaoqin was in a difficult situation, looking at Suhan with apologies in her eyes. Suhan was a person who was quite good at thinking of others. If he really insisted on bringing him in, then he would definitely be given small shoes by Director Zhang. Go on. Suhan saw that he had been standing there with a smile on his face, making Xiaoqin feel warm. After Xiaoqin went in, Suhan kept playing with this ring in his hand. Suhan didn't care about other people's eyes, but Director Zhang was staring at him there like he was a fool. I don't know where this Xiaoqin brought such a fool from. Looking at him dressed in rags, I really don't know where he came from. He didn't believe the other guy when he said he was his brother. It couldn't be some love brother of his, could it? But really, since he became this vice president, he even openly brought a little white boy to the hospital. Come as you are, and don't make a proper excuse. No, this is something he must report to the dean when the time comes, proving that this woman is not too indiscreet. But just at that moment, the emergency red light zone at the entrance to the ward went off at that moment. Director Shang's heart trembled, then he pushed open the door and headed inside. With this emergency light going off, all the doctors and nurses all headed this way. Suhan certainly didn't want to know, but he didn't have to be an old man to figure out what was going on. It seemed that a major situation had occurred on Lang Yushan's side. Yesterday he saved the other party, and at that time, he only stabilized the other party's heart chakra, and she now drank a lot of medicine down again. Thinking of these, Suhan felt a little hurt. I do not know why. I always do not treat these two women. Was it just the car thing? It shouldn't be. He knew he wasn't that cheap. Chapter 23, All Under Heaven's Not in Chaos. Suhan retrieved his thoughts, and then taking advantage of the fact that it was chaotic now, he slipped in after him. Ms. Lang, take a deep breath. Koton's hands were constantly squeezing her opponent's chest in a makeshift first aid. What the hell is your hospital doing? Didn't you say it was fine last night? Everything was fine? They also said that they would be able to figure it out in a day's observation. And now what the hell is going on here? I told you, I don't trust you people at all. The woman looked at these doctors with hatred. If they hadn't talked so rousingly yesterday, they would have been transferred long ago. Otherwise it wouldn't have happened today. I don't think you hospitals are very trustworthy. If anything happens to Shan, I'm not done with you. The woman's emotions were now completely out of control, and at this point she had nowhere to vent her anger, so she could only curse at these doctors. When the woman's words came out, Xiaoqin's face immediately changed. How the hell does this woman talk? It's so true that people start dissing the doctors in here at the drop of a hat, never bothering to find out why. Lang Yushan condition, even if it is transferred to the largest hospital, go to them as no way. And their hospitals, both in terms of instruments and medical skills, they have the same on their side. This lady, this is not the time for you to be mad. Do you still want your lady to be cured or not? In order to be able to give her a good environment, we need you to be quiet now. Now please get out immediately. Xiaoqin withdrew her hand, not giving her any face. At this point, she was already tired and annoyed enough, but she also had to listen to this woman's babbling here. That woman was a little bit furious at Xiaoqin's words, especially seeing her eyes is a little bit furious. She hadn't expected this female dean to be so powerful. The serious Xiaoqin seemed to be born with a domineering aura, an aura that even her own sister was inferior to. Similarly, Suhan was also slightly stunned by this aura of the woman in front of him. Who are you to kick me out? I'm her agent and I'm going to stay and see how he's doing. The woman obviously didn't want to go out. What's to keep you out? You'll get in our way if you're here. Or do you think it's better to just transfer to the hospital now? Xiao Qin was angry inside her heart. No, it isn't. That woman now has no bottom in her heart. No, then you get out now. Xiao Qin still said to him in the same tone. Okay, if you keep this up, I can call the health department right now and complain about you. The woman just didn't want to put up with it anymore. Then he looked at Koton for a moment, picked up his own phone and headed for the door. Seeing this situation, Suhan immediately avoided the other party's sight. This woman is crazy too. Xiao Qin didn't bother with her Lu, and then began to work. Tension gripped the entire ward at once. Suhan was ignored by all the people at this time. No way. Dean Fong. The patient is not doing well right now. A nurse was there looking at the EKG. Koton frowned a little. She is now going to search for the acupuncture point there through Chinese medicine and must find out that root cause of this big star's disturbed mind. Suhan stood to the side and no one had been paying attention to him, but he seemed to see something wrong at this time. He kept going up to a point reminding Koton. Koton seemed to be cooperating and was finishing up there. The patient's heart rate is now back to normal. The nurse from earlier, looking incredulously at the EKG, that little nurse was a little surprised though, and didn't dare delay a year at that time. Okay, on to the next step. Before the nurse had a chance to react, Beware had left the bedside. Some people looked in his direction and their eyes shifted to Suhan. Who is this man? How did he get here and when did he get in? Here was a room full of white coats, all looking at him with very curious eyes. It was usually some nurse ladies, giving them such a stare. Suhan was a little embarrassed. How did you get in here? Why don't you get out yet? The nurse ladies were also curious, but Director Zhang was very nonchalant at this time. Isn't this the brother that Xiao Qin was talking about? Didn't you just block him from the door? How did he get in? Get out. Get out now. This is not a place where you can come as you please. And who will be responsible for any accidents while the patient is in critical condition? Director Zhang's words knew nothing as his gaze looked at Suhan from time to time. At the same time, he also glanced at Xiao Qin who was busy there. Director Zhang, didn't you hear that just now? In such a critical moment just now. If my brother hadn't been here to remind me, I'm afraid this patient would not have been saved. Xiao Qin was also speechless as he directly protected in front of Suhan. Reminder? Remind me of what? Why didn't I hear it? That's really funny. So many of us were there and didn't hear it. Just you heard it. Is it hard to believe that you were using eye contact? Director Zhang questioned it with a straight face and some disgust in his tone. I'm afraid you're getting old and deaf. Wasn't he the one who reminded it could be good when he was at the cave just now? Xiao Qin saw that the other's tone was barbed, and he became nonchalant. At this time some nurses suddenly remembered. It seems that just now there is some sound coming out, but they did not care. Now after the dean so reminded. It seems to be. Did you all hear that? The kitsune's eyes took in the doctor and nurse off to the side. Aha! The men kept nodding. After Director Zhang saw this scene, all of a sudden, he was dumbfounded. Could it really be that he was old? Didn't hear it? You just said that? What talk about? He wouldn't believe it if it killed him anyway. And he was kind of a smart guy. So if that had really happened just now, it was probably because he hadn't been paying attention to what he heard, because she was on edge at the time, too. That little nurse was also speechless when she saw the other for asking herself, why is he asking me? What does this matter have to do with her? This person wouldn't be coming to catch her in the act. Would he think she wasn't working hard enough? Distracted? They knew this Director Zhang in front of them very well. He hadn't done this kind of thing often, doing the director's job and worrying about the dean's business. He was a well-known person inside the hospital. Chapter 24. Qualifications. Director Zhang was blinded at this point. Xiao Qin saw this and didn't bother with him. Suhan, do you have a way to find out the followers? I've tried a lot of things last night, but I just can't find the root cause. What's going on here? Hey, it's all my own fault for not being able to learn medicine properly. Xiao Qin then almost let her mouth slip, then immediately retracted it. But she's also a very outspoken person. Although it has to be mostly hospital staff here, but she's telling the truth. In fact, last night when I was on top of the charity gala, I had already shielded her heart chakra, so you couldn't even find out about it. And I don't blame you for this, Suhan said seriously, although he didn't know what kind of medicine Fong Zifeng had actually put down, and he didn't have time to find out himself at that time. He was just focused on keeping her pulse in check. But he that you thought that the other side of the medicine would actually be so powerful. What did you say? Last night? Of course Xiaoqing didn't bother to think much about it. Just when Suhan had passed this big star on top of the party last night. After all, this big star was also sent back from there last night. And her condition, did you know about it before? Koton continued to press the issue. I understand a little. Suhan nodded. So in your case, is there anything you can do? Koton asked excitedly. With my current thinking, it's probably going to be acupuncture. Suhan's eyes were very certain. Although he didn't know if Xiao Qin would believe him, he was going to put himself out there. Yeah, that's great. Then I'll leave her to you to try. Xiao Qin was overjoyed to hear that. Suhan completely did not expect the other party to be happy like this after hearing his suggestion and to give this patient to himself. He thought for sure the other guy would be laughing at his own. Xiao Qin was also shocked when she heard his words. After all, she hadn't thought of using this method, but because she couldn't diagnose it specifically, she didn't dare to go to that conclusion. And then now when she heard Suhan say so, he immediately agreed. It was also at this time that Director Zhang came again. Are you a doctor? Director Zhang heard the conversation between the two of them, as if he had caught something again. Sort of. Suhan nodded. Oh, and what hospital are you from? Director Zhang had to take a fresh look at the young man in front of him. Not that he believed it anyway. I'm a journeyman. Suhan was also being honest. What? A journeyman? So you mean you don't have a license to practice medicine? There was an immediate kind of laughter on Director Zhang's face. Yes, nothing. Suhan spread his hands. This is good. Not only the Director Zhang is not calm, the whole audience began to calm down. He did not have a medical license. Dean Fong let him treat the patient. Vice President Fong, are you trying to set the hospital up against us? Yeah, he's not even certified. And you're letting him treat patients? I think you should have to think long and hard about who's going to take the blame if something happens in the meantime. The dean's side will definitely not agree. Director Zhang wanted to grab the very right opportunity at this time and just tell everything. However, in the next second, Director Zhang felt as if he had ignored all of them. Those who stood to the side were questioning, but no one dared to say anything. After all, the other party was the dean, and they were just a doctor. So who were they to say? As long as something goes wrong and it's not their responsibility. Suhan, are you sure? Xiao Qin turned to look at Suhan, trust all over her eyes. Don't worry. Suhan nodded heavily. If anything does happen, I'll take the blame, and I'll explain on the dean's end. Xiao Qin did not bring any hesitation after receiving the other party's approval, and the crowd became silent after hearing his words. She had that responsibility to bear. It was just something that made them wonder why they trusted that young man so much. In the midst of medicine, Vice President Fong was already a miracle. Could it be that this young man was even better than him? The people are just thinking here, but they don't dare to speak up. All right, all of you get out. I need peace and quiet right now. Suhan's voice sounded again. What? Tell them to get out. Tell them to get out. The people present here are all medical personnel in the hospital, and this young man dares to teach them all to get out? Didn't you hear me? All of you get out. Xiao Qin's words made the crowd retrieve their thoughts, and then he was the first one to lead the way out. Now that they saw that the dean was out, what did they have to think about? Vice President Fong, this is your decision, and if anything goes wrong at that time, you don't push it on us. Director Zhang closed the door heavily as he went out again. Don't worry, if there's a problem, I'll naturally take the responsibility. But you, aren't you going to think about how to write up the report for the morning? Xiao Qin glared angrily at Director Zhang. In the morning, Xiao Qin had long ago given all the things to this Director Zhang, but the other party all did not go and do as he was told, and was bent on doing so. I won't bother. You, with this one. Director Zhang looked like he was confident. He didn't believe that a brat could cure that big star. In case he cured the other party half dead, by then, all of his own responsibility can be turned into a result of trying to discourage the vice president from adopting surgical treatment was rejected. The other party insisted on the unauthorized use of non-medical personnel to achieve this effect. Then all the responsibility lies with Xiao Qin. He had been thinking about this report for a long time, and now it was just a matter of putting pen to paper. He believes that all is within his grasp and that there is nothing to fear. Why are you all out? Is Shan alone in there? The woman with Lang Yushan was a bit baffled for a moment when she saw them all walk out of the hospital room and close the door. One was the vice president, one was the attending physician, one was the director, and the nurses, and all these people came out. The patient was just about to have died, and they actually came out at this time. No, our dean has arranged for a young man without a physician's license to be there to help Miss Lang. Director Sang's conspiratorial voice sounded self-consciously again. The woman was flabbergasted at this point in time. She hadn't heard the other person straight away, but had been slowly sorting through what they had said, as she too hadn't been quite believing her own ears. Chapter 25, Director Shin. How could a vice president make such a directive? No matter who it was, they wouldn't be able to believe it. They must have misheard it. Don't worry about it. The person who's in there is my brother, and his medical skills are quite good, above mine, so there won't be any problems. Xiao Qin glanced at the other's expression looking very puzzled, then explained. So is it true what the director just said about him not having credentials? The woman was already trying her best to suppress the anger within her, and had been waiting for a response from the other party. Yes, the kitsune nodded. The woman's heart was in a hurry when she got here. How can someone who is not licensed be free to treat others? Isn't this nonsense? You can't go in right now. Xiao Qin saw the other man going in and stopped it. Get the hell out of my way. The woman's low voice brought the atmosphere to freezing point. I told you, you can't go in there now. It's quite dangerous for you to go in there like this. It's going to delay him from treating his patients. Xiao Qin was trying her best to stop it, not letting it happen at all. She knew in her heart that she could not let the other party in at this time no matter what. Asterisk 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 off. She was unable to hold back the fire in her heart any longer. Ma'am, please believe me. Xiao Qin also did not go to deliberately avoid. Let the other party. Tai grabbed his hair. Just this way to do, in order to let the other party calm down. Let go of me. I've already called the director of the health department. He is on his way here now, and I demand that you must stop this treatment. If something happens, you guys can't afford to pay for that. The woman suddenly felt her hand fail to make a move, then threatened. What? Health Bureau? The crowd did not think that this person really called over the people from the Health Bureau side. She is just a STARS agent. Can she have such a big face? Seeing the other party's emboldened appearance, it doesn't look like he is joking but Director Zhang's face has an inexplicable sense of excitement. Humph. Good Deputy Director Fong. Your good days are over. I'll see what you'll do next. Director Zhang didn't spend a small thought. The other party had sued the hospital to the Health Bureau. Now let's see what he's going to do about it. The other people didn't have much heart to care about this. Xiao Qin heard these words, although he was surprised that this woman could actually invite the director of the Health Bureau side. However, these threats couldn't threaten himself, because he trusted Su Han very much. Although she hadn't met with Su Han for many years, she believed that the other party was a person who could do what he said. If the other party didn't have that kind of certainty, he wouldn't casually say it. So he himself had 100% sense of trust in Su Han. Stop it. Even if the director comes now. That's when Su Han comes out. Koton's aura was very firm, not giving an inch. What a big bully. What kind of person? And make me wait for him to come out? Just then, a voice sounded in the hallway. All the people with that voice to look at. Directly there is a hair-combed very bright, wearing these green suit middle-aged man, is walking to their side. He is the director of the Health Bureau side. Do not want a medical staff to see this stranger to come, but there is a kind of is from the feeling of having seen. However, the doubt and did not last long, and soon there are some people together with the voice. Director Shen, you're here? Director Zhang took a big step away, his face full of flattery. You are? The middle-aged man gave him a puzzled look and asked. I'm the chief of surgery here. I've seen you at the surgical symposium. You're probably forgetting. Director Zhang said carefully. Oh, when you say that, I remember. Director Shen responded with a smirk. Instead, the person standing on the side had been blinded when he heard what the other party said. This kind of director he could also remember? Director Shen. Of course Xiao Qin knew this man. She was still signed off by this man when she was in office. Dean Fong, long time no see. The other man was greeting him, but his gaze was unfriendly. Director Shen, you're finally here. Look at her. Is she planning to beat me? The woman immediately stood in awe at the sight of the man. Dean Fong, what do you mean by that? Also, I just heard you say from all the way out here. Who am I waiting for even when I come? Director Shen didn't bother to pick up the woman's words, but directly glared at Xiao Qin and started questioning. As soon as his words came out, Xiao Qin immediately let go of the man. Just before she could start to explain, someone else spoke. Director Shen, there are no longer any of our hospital's medical staff inside the ward, and the one who is in there now is none other than President Fong's brother. Brushing the sense of existence is already the daily routine of such an old oil man like Director Zhang. At this time, there is no need for the woman to go and say more. He definitely won't miss this opportunity, so he immediately stepped forward to open his mouth directly. Brother? Director Shen naturally glanced at Director Zhang. Yes. According to Dean Fong, his brother is a charlatan and unlicensed. Director Zhang purposely raised the tone of this voice. It's just nonsense. Director Shen burst into a rage as she tried to step forward and was about to push Xiao Qin away. Xiao Qin just stepped back and then continued to stand straight. Director Shen, Su Han is now treating a patient inside, and it's also really a time when he needs to be quiet. If you go in like this, you'll harm the patient. Xiao Qin's stance remained very firm, not giving an inch. Dean Fong, you can see this kind of thing. Do you not want to work as a vice dean as well? And where's your dean? Call him out to me. Director Shen was furious, then realized that the dean was actually not there. Our dean is away on a business trip, and now Dean Fong is in charge of the entire hospital. Director Zhang continued, so it's because your dean isn't here. He's not here so you can do whatever you want? You guys, pull her away from me. Director Shen pointed to several nurses. Xiao Qin, this girl, he has always been not to be seen. A small girl. What is the right to become the vice president? And back then, his letter of recommendation did not have this person's name, just especially helpless. He only has a recommendation right, and not the qualification of appointment. Only blame this woman's strength is too big, and her medical skills are really also very good, and behind the back of the feng shui as powerful as the person in the back to give her backing. He had no choice at that time but to sign his big name on that appointment letter. Feng shui is such a character, he cannot go to offend. Even in the medical profession of the big brother, also had to take care of a few points. Chapter 26, What's Been Done? But Xiaoqin made this kind of bad decision at this juncture, so naturally he would not let go of this opportunity. Just Director Shun, how would not have thought that at this time? His words naturally do not work. Even the few nurses, not only did not go forward, but instead, backed up a few steps. They're just tiny nurses. How dare they arrest the dean? They're afraid they're crazy. Your old boss is the director. Of course she won't resist, but we are just tiny nurses. Can that be compared? And we don't have the guts. All of them looked at the chief, just not daring to come forward. What? Did you not hear me? Or are my words no longer good enough? Where are the people? Director Shin definitely wouldn't do it on his own. He wouldn't be that stupid. And right now Xiaoqin is hot in this area. If this matter really came to light, then he would be riding a tiger in the future. All of them stood there, you looking at me, I looking at you. They all knew very well in their hearts that although Dean Fong was very overbearing above her work, she was a very sensible big sister in her life. No matter who had something she would go and help, never taking her status to press people. Like such a good leader, how can they go to Catchlu? It's okay, I can't believe my words aren't good at all anymore. Well, pretty good. It seems that the atmosphere in your hospital is to be a good change. The whole hospital, all collusion, not in accordance with the rules, abuse of power. Fong Xiaoqin, tomorrow you'll wait for the top to come down and investigate. Director Shin's expression was now embarrassed, not to mention how ugly it was. He was supposed to visit an old-timer today. Who knew that he just happened to get a call from this side? But now what he didn't expect was that he didn't play up his own might, but instead touched a nose. How could he possibly stand it in his own capacity? At this point, he had no choice but to be verbally intimidating. I'll play it any way you want. Isn't it just to be inspected? But even then, you guys aren't going to get in. It has come to this situation. Xiaoqin is still dead. Pigs are not afraid of boiling water. Look, the big deal is to quit. Can still starve to death. I do not. Anyway, now there are a lot of opportunities here. Where she will go people want. What she resented most was when someone used that status to press people. It was at this time that the door to the ward was suddenly opened, and Xiaoqin then subconsciously turned back. Su Han, what's wrong with you? Xiaoqin suddenly became a little nervous when she saw the other party come out. Similarly, those standing outside the ward saw the young man coming out from inside. I'm fine. Su Han's forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat above his forehead at this time, and his hair had also become wet, and then look at him all over his body soaking wet. The nurse lady standing to the side, when she saw this scene, her whole body was mesmerized. They didn't pay attention to the young man in front of them at that time, but now they took such a look. With his tall stature and straight nose, it turned out that he was so handsome. Even Xiaoqin also took a serious look at this time. What the hell did you do to Sam? The woman couldn't help but start to panic when she saw the young man walking out, covered in sweat and soaked to the skin. What the hell is this guy doing in there? Su Han subconsciously glanced at the woman. The corner of his mouth sneered, but did not take care of her, or towards the side of the Xiaoqin here to explain. Sis, he's fine. You can prescribe him some more tranquilizers later. Okay. The two of them were having a conversation there and didn't shy away from it. Just say no intention. Listen to the heart. Standing on the side of the director Zhang, listening to these words is also unclear. This look is good? How long has it been? Do not need to operate? He will not believe that all this is true, so he directly threw the two of them into the ward, with director Zhang taking the lead. The others followed in. This is a time when the patient needs to recuperate. Don't go in there with so many people, Su Han reminded. Those who went in behind were also very lost and stopped their footsteps, but Director Shin and the woman could not care less now. After they arrived at the ward, Director Zhang took a look at the ECG, and all aspects showed that everything was normal, and there was nothing wrong. And when that woman saw this, she was startled because she saw Lang Yushan's clothes being undone. Son of a. She headed straight out of the hospital room without saying a word. You, Director Zhang had wanted to call out to her. Who knew that she had already rushed out? You pervert. What the hell did you do to Sam? The woman with an angry face swung her fist towards Su Han. Su. It was then that the woman looked at the front of the young man and was flabbergasted. What's wrong with you? Su Han smiled in a pretense of ignorance. What's going on here? Could it be that the person who was just treating Shan was actually Mr. Su? Then was I offended just now? It was at this point that her brain instantly short-circuited. She hadn't even figured out the cause and effect of all this before she went straight into a rage at someone else. After Ling Yushan was sent to the hospital last night, she tried her best to find Su-han again, but I didn't realize that the other person was already in the hospital. So maybe it really was a coincidence. You know each other. The kitsune came to a realization. Didn't we see them at the station last time? And they were in a car. The woman blushed and was silent. Really? He himself was overwhelmed by anger. And at this point in time he really wanted to slap himself a few times. I didn't realize that she'd have to have her bowels destroyed and cleared by the events leading up to this. Moreover, she could see that Mr. Su's relationship with Dean Fong was not ordinary. Remembering what she had just done, she directly shook her head. I'm sorry, Mr. Su, Dean Fong. Just now it was really because I was too impulsive. That's why I did something like that. Please don't take it to heart. The woman's words only fell. Okay, you guys talk. I'm going to check on the patient now. Where was Fong Xiaoqin in the mood to make small talk with him? Su-han waved his hand. As a patient's family member, he was able to understand all of this. Okay, I'm going to the restroom. The tight mood could also relax. Su-han did not want to say anything more now. In the ward, Director Shen listened to Director Zhang's report and felt that this matter was also too unbelievable. As much as Director Zhang wanted to hide it, this fact was already in front of his own eyes, and no matter what he said, he couldn't change it. And with so many people present, what would it change? Chapter 27, Who's in Trouble? Only, when he saw Xiaoqin walk in, the smile on his face that would have forced himself to please Director Shen disappeared completely. Fong, Dean Fong. Director Zhang was now doing his best to change his original name for Fong Xiaoqin. He is clear in his heart that his report cannot be written as originally thought. Not only cannot, he has to report this fact to the report up. If the other side of the real pursuit of his responsibility, then his director is also considered to be the end of the day. But even if it is like this, Xiaoqin also did not give him a positive eye. Xiaoqin took a look at the patient's condition, then directly looked for that attending doctor and arranged for the follow-up docking. At the same time, her heart was also very curious. What did Su-han do to this patient in the end? Is it really as simple as acupuncture? Otherwise it couldn't have gotten to this point. And this guy didn't realize that he had messed up the other girl's clothes and wasn't putting them on properly. As he walked straight out of the hospital room, he brushed up against the woman again. This time completely different from the last. At this moment, the woman's eyes were all apologetic, while Xiaoqin was nodding. Su-han also came out from inside the restroom. Today, Su-han had done her a great favor. If not for him, her own position would be a small matter, and I am afraid that the hospital would have to suffer along with her. Xiaoqin looked at Su-han's absent-minded state, as if he hadn't rested well. Jin. Su-han shivered. What's going on? Why do you feel so weak? What's wrong? Distracted? Something wrong? Koton was curious. No, I was just thinking about what just happened. That's good. Let's go. I'll treat you to dinner. It just happened to have arrived at mealtime. Anyway, the patient's side is now no big deal, but Xiaoqin can't leave directly, so she took Su-han to eat at a nearby restaurant. This neighborhood does not have any decent restaurants, but some small fast food stalls are a lot of. But business is very hot. Come here to eat, mainly some of the patient's family and escort. Dean Fong, you're here? They walked into a small fast food. A middle-aged woman saw Xiaoqin. The pro went straight up to say hello. Sister Tong, 2 people, you see to it. Xiaoqin didn't see the slightest difference. I could tell he was a regular here. Okay, the middle-aged woman screamed at the top of her lungs. Child's father, Dean Fong has brought his boyfriend over for dinner. Serve a few good dishes. Hearing this, Xiaoqin blushed. Sister Tong, this is my brother. When the middle-aged woman heard her say that, she scanned the two of them and revealed a heartfelt smile. The restaurant doesn't look very big, but business is so much better that customers come in with no place to sit and end up leaving. The middle-aged woman heard Xiaoqin's words, but the two of them really looked like a good match, so maybe it really was her brother from the countryside. Xiaoqin didn't care about other people's gazes, but brought Su-han to find a location, a more spacious place to sit down. He often came here to temporarily solve his own food and drink. The taste of this place is still good. The two of them sat down not long ago. That boss's wife directly served up the food. I didn't realize how fast the food was served here. Enjoy yourselves, both of you. While saying this, that boss lady didn't forget to look at Su-han twice more. Don't mind if you do. I'm an old acquaintance with all of them and usually like to joke around. Xiaoqin saw Su-han a little embarrassed, then explained. It's okay. Sister Qin, you're familiar with this store. Su-han deliberately forked the topic. Yeah, of all the stores in the neighborhood, they're the only one with the best flavor for me. Xiaoqin didn't want to dwell on that kind of awkwardness either. By the way, Su-han, I've always wanted to ask you something. Why were you sweating when you just came out of the hospital room? Xiao Qin doesn't understand it until now. I don't know why, but anyway, I just felt a particular drain on my strength when I was holding the needle. Su-han said directly. Looks like you're pretty good too. I'm not even as good as you in this area. Xiao Qin looked at him incredulously. I've only fused a little bit of skin as well. It's still far inferior to you. Su-han was mortified. Meanwhile, on the other side, you bunch of losers, didn't I tell you to follow him properly? How did you get into this mess? At this moment in a villa, a middle-aged man was furious. Mr. Fong, it's not that we won't follow. Mr. Fong won't let us, saying that he's afraid that we'll ruin his good deed. A man at the head of the group timidly returned. He told you not to follow and you didn't? Then don't you know to follow behind and keep a little distance? Don't let him find out? Pig brains, you can't even do this little thing right. The middle-aged man growled. What a bunch of losers. Now track me down. Who in the world has eaten bear's heart and leopard's guts and actually dares to beat my son? The middle-aged man knew his son's character. He was going to go to that kind of windy place, was not like to be followed, said he was afraid of affecting his play. Yes, we'll look into it now. The man in charge walked away with a group of men. Wait, you go check out that Lang Yushan by the way, and see if there's any bigwigs backing her up. The middle-aged man suddenly added. Yes. After saying that, a few of them hurriedly walked out of the villa gate. The man wasn't one to forget his boundaries once he was on top, daring to beat up someone at the Chamber of Commerce. And Tiger was actually pretending to be confused? Could it be that Lang Yushan had been adopted by some big shot and then set her sights on this brat? But when he thought about it, it wasn't right. Lang Yushan could have refused. So why did she throw herself into the net? It's just that he really can't understand this matter. Also, just as this middle-aged man was thinking about it, it could come down from above. An old man. Elder M.O. How is Ziefling doing? The middle-aged man saw him coming down and greeted him with big strides, then asked up eagerly. What did he mess with? The old man didn't respond to his words directly, but threw out another question. I'm not too sure about that. Last night he had a date with a celebrity for a dinner party and ended up getting beat up at the Chamber of Commerce before being carried back by their people. The middle-aged man did not get angry at this time. His tone became calm and his attitude was respectful. What's wrong? Is something wrong? Seeing the old man's expression, the middle-aged man seemed to realize something. He's not a good candidate for this injury, the old man said, and then walked towards the parlor of Chapter 28 Mulao. That's serious. Ha? Then tell me, how exactly do we cure it? Father Fong followed that old man all the way, then tentatively asked. The old man didn't say any words, but held out a finger. $1 million? Father Fong asked uncertainly. Aha. After hearing the other party's words, Father Fong froze for a moment. It's not a money thing, it's mainly just that now his son is injured and getting to the hospital is a $100,000 to $100,000 thing at best. But the man in front of me actually said he wanted so much. Is it really that much? Father Fong still looked skeptical. Yes, not a penny less. Elder Mo sat directly on top of the sofa, not being polite at all. Then he drank tea there. The people looking at the Fong family were in a daze. Mind you, this was their home, and now this person in front of them was too casual. Aren't you charging a bit much? He's just bruised. It's not like the wind is this tight out there right now. I could have sent him over to the hospital at any time. That's why he had invited the other party over at that time without even thinking about it. He was an expert in this area, even though he had been invited by others to stay in the Fong family for so long. But this old man was charging for all of it. It's just that this time he's so outrageous that he's charging so much. His condition can't be cured over at the hospital. If you don't believe me, you can try. It was Mo Lao who didn't bother to care about everything the other party said, but instead spoke very arrogantly. What does that mean? Although Elder Mo had always been very lonely and arrogant, he had never been one to lie. So the other party's words also instantly caught the attention of the Fong family. I was just asking you who he really offended. There's a natural reason why I'm asking. His injuries are really different. The man who injured him, this man is not so simple. Elder Mo glanced at the other side. Not simple? Is it hard to be that bastard? As soon as he heard that, he just blew up in this area. Who else but him from the Chamber of Commerce's side of the world could be responsible for all that he had just said? Who are you talking about? Elder Mo suddenly asked after hearing this. Tiger, you mean the chairman of the board of that Chamber of Commerce? Yes, who else could it be but him? And besides, he was the one who brought the man back last night. Father Fine gritted his teeth for a moment. No. With what I know about him, just with that strength of his, that's impossible. He doesn't have that strength to do this so masterfully. Elder Mo shook his head with a disdainful expression. What does that mean? Father Fong is unknown. What does Ken mean? I just mean that the opponent's strength is indistinguishable from mine. Elder Mo had a face of pride. No way? He's no match for you? As soon as he heard what Elder Mo said, the other party's pupils immediately contracted in shock. Sure, but with this one you can tell it's not going to be above me. Mo Lao was a burst of confidence and his tone was all about innocence. And who the hell is this guy? What Father Fong was concerned about now was the identity of that person. If it was really as he said, then it would be time to go and re-examine this matter. That depends on which one your son has offended. I looked and he had broken ribs and stuff on the top side of his body, and it was obvious from the top that it wasn't deliberate. As soon as Elder Mo remembered the results he had just seen, he then immediately frowned a bit as he sipped his tea. You mean the other guy did it on purpose? Yes, the other party obviously knew that Zifeng was an ordinary person, and he was probably in a very excited state right then, so the other party took this opportunity. Elder Mo changed from his previous calmness, and his tone became heavier at this time. Oh my god, it's that bad? After hearing this, Father Fong got a little scared for a moment. Yes, the hit was a little hard. Mo Lao was also exaggerating a bit in his tone, but he wasn't just making things up there. At that time, Su Han did have such an idea. However, he still purposely collected it. If not for this, Fong Zifeng might not have had the chance to live long ago. Whoever this man is, he must die. Fong Zifeng was the only child of the Fong family. Even if he would have agreed to it, the old man would not have agreed. Then if I want the other party to disappear, Elder Mo, tell me what the chances of that are? Is it appropriate? He thought for a long moment before saying, this is something you'll have to ask your family's old man about. You know me. I do everything in return. I'm just afraid that you won't be able to live up to the standards I want. Mo's old words were strange. Okay, $1 million. You can help cure him first. As for the other, I'll talk it over with my father when the time comes. Father Fong's heart was annoyed, but on the surface his appearance was not there to do the job, but also appeared to be very respectful. Su Han was not aware of everything that had happened on their Fong family side. In the hospital, Director Shen also came to see a very important person this time. Elder Zhang, are you in good health now? Director Shen was standing in an intensive care ward, on which was lying an old man who looked to be in his 70s or 80s. Ah, Akira, you're here. The old man smiled when he saw Director Shen. Elder Zhang, slow down. Seeing how breathless the old man looked again as he tried to get up, he immediately went up to him. Shin Xiuchang changed the arrogance on his face from before, and became more courteous at this time. Well, did you get in touch with Elder Mo? Tell me when he's going to come over and show me. That old man half leaned against the edge of the bed, his eyes looking straight at Shin Xiuchang with a very expectant ask. I haven't found him now. I heard he went to a seminar. I think he said he wouldn't be back until next month. Shin Xiuchang whispered. What? It's going to be next month? After such a long time, I'm only afraid that the old man won't be there by then. As soon as the old man heard this, his gaze became lax and once again he fell into a slump. Elder Zhang, what are you talking about? Isn't this still fine? What makes you think that? Regarding this old man's words, Shin Xiuchang had been quite puzzled, and somewhat speechless. From the hospital began to give him a checkup. Until now, have not found any problems, and not only so, his body is actually compared to people of the same age that is much better. Chapter 29 Meddling in other people's business. But he just says he's going to die next month, and sometimes complains that these people are quacks and can't cure him. Autumn leader, you may not know that this body of mine may actually be beyond saving. The old man started muttering there again. Why don't we transfer to the biggest hospital for treatment? Maybe we'll get a turnaround. Shin Xiuchang didn't understand at all what this old man was saying, and the whole process was confusing. It's no use. Haven't we turned to a couple of hospitals? None of them have found out anything. Are all medical standards so bad now? As soon as he said this, Zhang Lao became more and more excited. Not at all like he was sick. He was very angry at the thought of this matter, and had long ago asked the people inside the family to look for Su Han, but Su Han was like he had disappeared. It's okay. He asked me, Shen Xiuchang, to help find someone there, too. There's no way to find out. Meanwhile, on the other side, old Lu, please. At the Jinghai's authority, the eldest son of the Zhang family had his wife and daughter with him, and at the moment, there was a man in a police uniform standing beside them. What kind of person is it? Trouble you to go to so much trouble to find out if the man owes you money? The man looked away. Forget about it. Let's find someone first. The eldest son of the Zhang family looked bereft. Why don't you give me some specific information about him, such as name and identity information, and some features of his appearance? How can I find someone for you if you don't have anything? The civilian police officer said. Su Han, as for his appearance and identifying information, that's something I don't know how to tell you. Several people from the Zhang family looked at each other. It's true that they didn't take a serious look at each other, especially not the woman. No way. You guys don't have any relevant information about the other side, either? The man looked helpless. No really, all we know is that he's a miracle healer. The Changs weren't sure they could answer. What? Old Zhang. You're making fun of me. The man felt as if he was being played with by someone else. Hey, forget it, ask you guys. You don't know. I'll go out and pull up the information. The man shook his head helplessly. After a long time, they showed this row from the top of the survey data called Suhan's name. It seems that all the people in this row of names are dumbfounded. Then they followed that place to the county level and the village to line up. Yeah, that's it. The eldest son of the Zhang family saw the most matching one at a glance. He already took a bus to your Dragon City yesterday. The man tapped the screen and a few of them were completely dumbfounded when they heard it. Then on the other side, no matter whether it was the Zhang family or the Feng family, Suhan didn't care about it at all. At this time she cared about these things that were about to happen in front of her. Xiao Qin saw Suhan's distracted appearance. Then she looked at his gaze. At this moment Suhan was staring at a 17 or 18-year-old girl with some anger in his gaze. Suhan, what's wrong? Koton asked curiously. Just at this time, that girl had already walked out of the restaurant. And then Suhan also followed. It's okay, you go ahead and eat. Don't wait for me. I'll meet you at the hospital later. Suhan uttered the words. Then an arrow stepped to chase out. Only Xiao Qin inexplicably froze there. What's wrong with this guy? He's not looking at the girl, is he? On the street, the two figures quickly chased through the crowd. Suhan didn't let go of his speed to catch up and kept following behind. Quickly just at this time, Suhan felt a bit panicked. That guy's speed, why is he so fast? Keep running. They came to a dead end. The girl was leaned against the wall and Suhan looked at him. What the hell do you want? The girl looked at him and asked. What do you think I want? Why don't you just hand over the stuff? Suhan reminded. I don't know what you're talking about. What the hell? The girl looked puzzled. What time has it come? You're still pretending to me. Stop it. Suhan didn't want to talk more nonsense with her. Jesus, you chased me all those blocks for this thing? The girl didn't hide, and then spoke. Of course, it would be easy for Suhan to catch it, but this girl really made him curious. He's quite fast, and his speed is beyond normal. Why would someone like that be a thief anymore? And a girl? Why should I not chase you if you steal? Suhan was very contemptuous. I think you're just nosy. The girl pulled out what she had just stolen. Got the skills. Just come and get it yourself. You really have no shame at all. You took someone else's things. You don't give them back. And you're still justified. You immediately give them back now. I cannot call the police. The girl looked refreshingly lovely. But Suhan could also see that this guy was a bit thin and lacked in midair, which was obviously caused by malnutrition. So he didn't want to go overboard too much. You think too much. You actually followed me for so long. It's hard to get to it. Want me to take it out? No way. Not only did the girls not take it out and play with it, they became even wilder. If you say so, then don't blame me for being rude. Suhan's feet moved as if he was about to rush up. Come and get it. Help. It was at this point that the shoulder of the girl's dress coat was pulled to. Suhan stopped his footsteps for a moment, paused at this time, and then hurriedly turned his head. I can't believe there are such people, and I'm speechless. But just at that moment, there was a very powerful gust of wind that went toward his face. Bang! Suhan took a slight side step, then blocked it with one hand. Soon the other man was in his grasp. The girl was about to explode in a flash when she realized she had a death grip on her opponent. You hurry up and let go of me. Although she kept shouting, the girl didn't dare to struggle again. Hurry up and hand over the stuff and I can let you go. Suhan said. I just won't give it to you. The girl was very determined. Look at you. Do you really need it? With your skill, you can't find money anywhere. Why do you want to do such illegal things? At this time, Suhan realized that the other party's whole body was shaking, and he could see that the other party was just showing signs of lack of nutrition. He had to sigh a little and didn't wait for any response from the other woman. He just put her down, because this situation couldn't go on like this. But just at this time, that girl suddenly did a cartwheel, and then his feet directly probed towards Suhan. Chapter 30, Borrowing Money. Bang! Suhan raised his hand to block. Then with a punch, he bombarded the girl's paw. Puff! The girl's body flew into the top of the fence in a flash, followed by a wave of pain as her butt sat directly on the ground. At this point she was 2 tears in her eyes. Are you crazy? Suhan's expression was very serious, and he could tell that he was already very unhappy. The girl looked tiny, but she hit really hard, and this time, if it had been a very ordinary person, she might have been in the hospital. The girl had been controlling it, not letting her tears jump out of her eyes, but the pain coming from the center of her foot, straight to her head, was simply unbearable. It's so not human for you to hit a girl. Wow! The girl's tears kept falling. When Suhan saw this situation, he was really crying and laughing. In fact, he really did lay his hands on it just now. It wasn't very heavy. Alright, Get your stuff out or I'll really call the police. You should do now he has done. After all, people are if you find something missing, certainly will be very anxious. So Suhan is not going to go to nonsense, directly out of their own phone, or the pretense of dialing this phone to call the police. Don't you call the police, can't I just give it to you? The girl saw that he was for real, and this scared her. Suhan saw the girl take out what was in her hand, then snatched it and turned around. Hello, just as he was about to leave. The girl listened suddenly stopped crying and screamed. What's wrong? Suhan looked back at him. Can you lend me some money? The girl said as she saw that he was very aggravated. Suhan had a head full of black lines. Are even thieves this sloppy these days? I don't have any money. Suhan didn't lie. He really didn't have any money now. I'm in a real hurry. I'll give it back. Please trust me. The girl saw the other ignoring her. Then there was a hint of pleading in her tone. Even if I had the money, name one reason why I should lend it to a thief? Suhan suddenly some interest. This kind of thing he still encountered for the first time. Actually have a thief tube their own borrowing money? Actually, I didn't mean to take someone's stuff. I meant something else too. The girl was crying as she was recounting how hard it was for her. Good guy. Suhan was speechless for a while after hearing this. This little guy seems to be a repeat offender as well, taking other people's things and being so righteous about it. Well, am I still stealing? The girl glanced at Suhan and showed off. When Suhan heard this he stretched out his hand and wanted to give her a slap, but he saw that the girl looked like if you dare to hit me, I will dare to cry. Then his hand retracted. As far as you're concerned, it's just as illegal. Suhan was helpless. But what can I do? You don't know my situation. I was originally a child growing up in an orphanage. The children there have to eat along with the elderly. Some of them can't afford to eat. They're sick all the time. The dean can't even support them anymore. Whoa, the girl is also too emotional, especially when talking about sadness, that tears are said to come. What's wrong? Doesn't anyone help themselves? Suhan thought for a moment, then asked, don't you realize that the orphanage is a bottomless pit inside? And who's going to fund it? And there are more and more children in there these days, and the subsidies from above have long been insufficient. The girl saw Suhan's expression change and also opened up to say. Hearing that girl's words, Suhan suddenly thought of the auction. Wasn't the Chamber of Commerce over there often organizing this event? By the way, didn't the Chamber of Commerce organize a charity party last time? Wasn't it for you guys? Suhan remembered at that moment. They donate out of people or some of the more famous poverty-stricken areas and orphans, because they are very clear in their hearts. This kind of exposure are very high, whereas we such a small orphanage, simply no one has someone to ask, even if it's life or death. The girl spoke calmly, but it was also clear that he knew the routine of the doorway here. Then you can't do something like this. Just then, he glanced at the girl and realized that he had a very different look on his face. What's wrong with you? Suhan glanced at her. I'll get up, my legs are numb. The girl moved a little with great difficulty. Hearing that girl's request, Suhan was also speechless. If he had known it was like this, he wouldn't have been nosy, although this is what he thought. But now things have come to this point, that will not be so bad. Looking at the girl reached out to him, Suhan can only be a casual pull him. He helped the girl to the restaurant, and the girl let go of Suhan and went up to start. Uncle, did you drop something? Suhan became speechless. Little girl, so you picked it up. Thank you indeed. The one who spoke was a middle-aged man, and there was some levity in his eyes as he looked at the little girl. The expression of this person that Suhan was looking at was also a bit strange. For some reason, as he saw it, he realized that this person was not a good person. If I had known it was such a person, I wouldn't have had to return it. Uncle, you don't have to be polite. This is what I should do. That girl is a serious piece of. Then you must also be properly thanked. Or how about this? Uncle invites you to tea? The middle-aged man held out his hands in thanks, but his eyes kept darting to the girl. No, we have things to do. Seeing this, Suhan felt that something was wrong and stepped forward. The middle-aged man's voice became a bit frothy even at this point. Why was there another person? He hadn't just seen another person standing next to him. Suhan also at this time saw the other party's expression. The heart is even more a kind of speechless, how he will always be ignored. However, Suhan interrupted the girl's words, appearing to upset him. What are you talking about? What's wrong with uncle inviting me for tea? Do you think he's up to something else? The girl blankly glanced at Suhan, then looked at the middle-aged man again. That's it. I don't mean anything else. Just a real thank you to the little girl. The middle-aged man hurriedly explained. So, by the tone of your voice, you're agreeing now? Suhan watched him lose, then picked up his very archaic cell phone and dialing. It seems like that girl here got it all at once. Chapter 31 Tiny. You. The girl had nowhere to take her anger. What's the matter, little girl? The middle-aged man saw that the girl had been hesitating. No, I'm not going. Annoying. The girl finished, turned and walked away. Suhan followed up in this situation. The grown man looked at the girls departing back and shook his head. The two of them didn't know how long they had been doing this when the girl realized that Suhan had been following her. "What are you following me for? I gave everything back and you're still following me?" The girl saw that Suhan had been following her and then was impatient. "I'd like to come over to your place and see what's going on." Suhan responded. "What's there to see? Just say it if you don't believe me." The girl was furious. "I'm just going to see if I can help. Nothing more." Suhan said. "Help? You're a meddler in my eyes. What else would you be but that? And look at yourself wearing this line. Inside our suit, but we can't afford to feed you." The girl stood there sizing up Suhan with a look of disgust. Suhan smiled awkwardly at his words. He took a serious look at himself, and it was still true that he looked like this, and was disliked by people everywhere he went. The two of them walked for about an hour and soon came upon an old city, the cleanliness of which was not at all on the same level as the city. The same buildings, but they looked old, with moss crawling out of the tops of some of the houses. Soon they arrived, which looked even more dated. Little Miss is back. They had just made it to the entrance courtyard when a large group of children approached the girl. "Tiny?" The corner of Suhan's mouth revealed a light smile. So this guy was called Xiao Xiao? He was such an odd name, but something about the girl's little details caught the others' attention. Without realizing it, Suhan at this time found the girl squatting down, deliberately on the ground, dirtying her palms and then smearing them on her face. Suhan didn't follow and enter the courtyard directly, but waited on the side, and soon, a cheerful sound stopped. Because every time he came back with a different treat for these people, but it just wasn't the same. It was empty-handed. "Tiny is back." A clamor was heard from inside the courtyard, and that's when a woman came out from inside. "Dean, today." The girl tried to say something, then didn't, then dug around on herself for half a day before pulling out a $10 bill. "What's wrong? Didn't find anything to do today?" "It's okay, look at how dirty your face is. Go inside and wash it." The woman appeared to be very loving, with a gentle tone. "Yeah, didn't find anything to do today. I just helped a friend move some bricks and then I made $10. The girls are guilty." The woman looked at the money in her hand for a moment and blushed a bit, but quickly smiled again. "Go on, take a shower. There's food inside the kitchen." "Wait a minute." The girl glanced at the standing Suhan, then trotted over. "I'm telling you, you better not be bull ting me. I'm not done with you then." It turned out that the girls had come over to warn each other specifically because they were afraid that the other would tell the truth about themselves. "Got it," Suhan said. He wasn't saying this because he was afraid of the other side, but he was also thinking of something in his mind, that this was also a very bitter child, and that it really wasn't necessary. The girl saw that the other party agreed, and when she was leaving, she especially glared at Suhan with a warning look. Looking at the girls' backs as they left, Suhan also disappeared. After a long time, the girl toweled off her wet hair and walked out, where she was looking around. "That one of mine went and thought it was some kind of good guy. I guess I saw what was going on in here and left." But just at that moment, the girl withdrew her gaze and walked towards the courtyard. He met again to look at the man, only now it became different. He was carrying many large bags in his hands. When the girl saw the other party come in, she just wanted to open her mouth to say something. Who knew that she was ignored by the other party? "Dean, look, here is some fruit and vegetables that I gave to these old people and children." Suhan didn't want to pay attention to that girl, or directly walked to the woman who was there helping the old man pinch his shoulders. "You are?" The woman was also puzzled when she saw everything here. Obviously, Suhan was again ignored at that time. "I'm a tiny friend." He wasn't usually much of a liar, but it was the only way to express himself now. "Oh, so it's a tiny friend." That woman sized up Suhan, her eyes revealing a look of so-and-so. He took a serious look at the other man, regardless of his looks for the moment. At this point he was dressed appropriately for a foreign worker. "How can I let you break the bank so much? It's not easy for you guys to earn this money." Although the woman is very indistinct, but has refused to accept the other side of the things, he understands in his heart. "After all, it is not easy to make money. And you're welcome. It's a rare visit for me, so I'll just leave my stuff here." Suhan thought back and then got up, looking at the other woman. The woman laughed a little, then looked at the girl again. "Dean, it's not what you think." The girl looked at the situation a bit wrong, and immediately stepped forward to explain. He lived with the dean for decades. Naturally he knew what the other side was thinking. "This young man is really good and could be developed. You'll have to trust me. I'm still pretty accurate in what I see." The woman gave a satisfied nod. "I think it's better to forget about it. You're old and confused too. I'm not talking to you." The girl was obviously in a hurry, then ran inside. The woman touched the money, which she had just put inside her pocket, and smiled a little. This money was still in the morning. He secretly gave the girls the money for their morning meal and bus fare out of the house, and they only had a few dollars in here in total. So what it looked like, she knew at once. At first he thought it was a girl who hadn't eaten and had saved herself to fool herself. The current one assumed that some boy had invited this girl to dinner and had brought the other back. The girl who was watching left, and Soo-han followed. Are you bored? What kind of trick is this? Sending me fruit again? Send me vegetables again. I'm warning you, you'd better stay away from me. This lady has no interest in you. Chapter 32 Fame. The girl looked at him in all seriousness. I think you're overthinking it. I'm afraid you'll get caught and there'll be no one to buy them anything. Soo-han casually walked to a room, and it could be seen that this was where the dean's office was located. He handed the girl everything above his hand. Right, go cut up the watermelon and wash those fruits. The courtyard that Soo-han walked towards after saying that. Holy, what a rude person. Soo-han didn't care what the other party was saying. He observed, directly, this whole courtyard, and then looked at the surroundings, which were indeed not good. And he had taken a serious look at the girl then, and realized that he had kung fu on him. So what kind of high-level person was teaching her? The direction of the woman he was slowly walking towards. Soo-han and the woman began to chat. In the course of chatting, he realized that the woman's surname was Shao, a single name Arain, and that he had been coming to this orphanage for a good 20 years. But it didn't look like he was very old now, but he gave the impression that he was in his 50s, and it looked like it was caused by years of hard work. Tiny was abandoned here by someone shortly after she was born. Just about this girl's stature. Soo-han had never asked the other party nor mentioned it. The two of them chatted for a while, and Soo-han pulled out all the belongings he had on him. It's the only bit of family you have when you step out of the house. A little token of appreciation from Dean. I can't be of much help, so please take it. Although Soo-han was giving away money, his face was apologetic. No, you child, come and buy so many things without saying so, and give money for what? Dean immediately pulled away from them. It's okay, I've got some money saved up in doing things. Don't you dare to meet me in my presence. I don't know when the next time I come will be. Please do take this money. The dean couldn't talk his way out of Soo-han. They pushed and the money went back into the dean's pocket. Just then, Tiny came out of it with a plate on top of her hand, all filled with fruit. Seeing the two of them, you pushing me and I pushing you, it was immediately clear what was going on. Dean, take it, he owes me this one. The two people, Dean and Soo-han, were instantly dumbfounded when they heard these words. Soo-han looked even more speechless at this time. He really did not think that this guy is ruthless enough. Such a trick, also by him to think out. Yes. Tiny usually buys me dinner and lends me money too. This is what I paid him back. Soo-han was kind of starting to, admire this girl. Upon hearing this, Dean was less than convinced. But something had slowly changed in terms of money. Just at this time, Soo-han's phone rang. The people who knew his number were only those few in total. He thought for a moment, maybe he's so long, time did not go back. The school sister is looking for him Lu. Of course, this one was just his own idea of the call he picked up. Where? Not coming back for half a day? Koton's voice came from the other side of the phone. I'm far away now. I'll meet you there later. Soo-han didn't tell the other party about his family's situation. He didn't think that was necessary either. You'd better come back soon. There's someone here looking for you. Xiao Qin's voice seemed breathless. Who? Soo-han was curious. After all, he'd only been over here a short time, so it was hard to believe that anyone knew him. Director Shen, it's better if you talk to him. It took a while before I heard a sound from the other side. Hello, is this Mr. Su? Soo-han glanced at the phone, and a middle-aged man's voice came from the opposite side. Hello, it's me. Soo-han didn't know what director, so after responding, he stopped speaking and stayed there, waiting for the other party to say the following. Soo-han really did not know each other either, to be precise. The two of them had only met once. Director Shen was aware of Soo-han, but Soo-han did not know each other. On the other side of the phone, Director Shen saw that Soo-han hadn't opened his mouth, then just asked tentatively, Mr. Su, I have a favor to ask. Soo-han thought for a long time. The other party was fine. Why would he find his way to Sister Qin? Go ahead. It's just that I have a senior who has a very strange disease, and I'd like to ask for help to see it. Director Shen said directly. Xiao Qin on the side heard them and quietly rolled her eyes. He does recognize this person. Isn't it Elder Zhang? What senior? Yeah, what kind of weird disease does he have? Can't your hospital check it out? Soo-han said. This? Actually, she's been to a lot of hospitals, but nothing's been checked out. So I've been trying to get you to do a favor and help him go see what kind of weird disease he's got. In the entire Dragon City, he was rarely talking to people like this. He was just so curious about this young man. And in just a short period of time, the word had spread all of a sudden that the big star had been cured. Of course, Lang Yushan and his agent didn't want to make it public no matter what, because they were also afraid of affecting the development. But after thinking about it later, This matter was to be publicized vigorously. For these big stars of theirs, naturally, they would not miss or let go of such a good opportunity. So all those doctors who had seen this big star before came to this hospital in droves. Suhan also became the object of discussion for all of them at this very moment. This news likewise traveled, and soon reached Zhang Lao's hospital room all at once. Director Shen had seen it personally, so it was like a process at that time to tell Zhang Lao to go and listen. I don't have time now. Suhan directly disconnected the call. Director Shen heard a beeping sound coming from inside the phone at this time. His whole body was blinded. He really didn't expect the other party to disconnect his phone. This is the first time someone has hung up on him. What do you mean you don't have time? What do you mean you don't have time? Are you that arrogant? Xiao Qin also didn't expect that Suhan was so decisive in hanging up people's phone calls, and his tone seemed arrogant. In fact, all of this is really just a misunderstanding. Blame Suhan phone is too ancient. Said half of the words or not. Finished the automatic flame out. The most infuriating is that he took the initiative to shut down the phone. Actually, what he was trying to say was that he didn't have time now to check it out later when he had time. But where did he think that the words were just coming out of his mouth when his phone came to an automatic shutoff? For the whole afternoon, Suhan had been there, doing his best to help a lot of old people and children. Chapter 33 Malnutrition. Suhan felt the need to give these people a look. After all, living in this environment, and all year round is not enough to eat, and where a warm situation is very easy to get sick. And at that time, Tiny also said that the old people and children in here had spent a lot of money because of their illnesses, and there were some who had no money and were just struggling to get through the doctor's appointments. Although it is a year-round wear, they are poorly nourished and their body resistance becomes worse, usually some fever and cold. Small children are by instinct to survive. The impact is not very big, unless it is particularly serious, but the elderly are different. Their resistance is already poor and they do not have the ability to regulate, so once they get sick, they will only get worse. Luckily there's nothing particularly wrong with it, and by the way, next time I'll bring some medicine up here to condition it for a while, so maybe it'll be okay. After looking at the last old man, Suhan said to the dean, that's quite good, it really didn't occur to me, Mr. Su, that you could also see a doctor. Dean didn't trust the other to see the doctor at first, but she was the first one to be examined at the time. Some of the body parts were not, and Suhan said all of them, and that's exactly why Dean believes him. Then the next thing was that only Xiao Xiao hadn't been examined, but even if he wasn't examined, Suhan could still know his big situation, which was nothing more than malnutrition. For normal people it's 3 meals a day, and this is considered a normal diet, but for them, it can't be that normal. Tiny, in particular, was totally hungry. You come here. Suhan looked at Xiao Xiao who was not far away. I'm telling you, I'm not sick and I don't know how to see a doctor. Tiny was a dead set against it. Come here. I'm just explaining a little something to you, but I have no intention of giving you a medical attention. Suhan looked at the other party like a fool. Think about taking one tentative step at a time and slowly getting closer. I'm curious, this martial arts of yours, who actually taught you? Suhan only asked in a very small voice. Tiny became silent for a moment when she heard this. If you can't say it, even if you can't say it. Anyway, I'm just reminding you, no matter who taught you, it's best for you to stop learning it at the moment. Look at you now. You're just malnourished. If you continue, your body won't be able to take it. Suhan looked the other party up and down, his eyes looking at her quite unobtrusively. What are you doing? Tiny became wary. I'm not doing anything. After saying that, Suhan ignored her. The time soon came to 6 in the afternoon, and Suhan intended to leave. The dean and the old men and children tried hard to keep him, though he had no intention of staying, and after repeatedly having to explain the reason to the other party, when they realized that Suhan was going to see other people, they didn't say anything more. For some reason, at this time, they actually felt a little guilty. After all, those of them had delayed the other party for such a long time. Of course, Suhan didn't know if that director was still there now, but Xiao Qin was definitely waiting for him at the hospital. You child, the other Xiao Su is a doctor. Why didn't you say so earlier? You had to say that he is a laborer, and that he owes you money. Are you ashamed? The dean, though meant to be very reproachful, had a hidden smile on his face. Dean, he and I really aren't what you think we are. Tiny was embarrassed. Then you can go for it. Such a young, handsome, sunny and caring young man. What are you waiting for? Don't wait until you lose it to regret it. Dean glanced at the other man. Dean, you. As soon as I heard this, I thought about how angry I was going to be. And soon there was a playful noise, resounding through the orphanage. Lancheng Hospital of Traditional Chinese Medicine. Suhan's figure quickly appeared at the reception. He couldn't use the phone now and couldn't get through to the other side, so he had to be the one to go to the reception desk. May I ask where Dean Fan's office is? Suhan glanced at the girl at the front desk and asked politely. That girl sized up Su-han and her expression also looked puzzled. What do you want with Dean Fong? That girl also responded to Su-han out of politeness anyway. No, I'm looking for him to go back from work with me, Su-han said truthfully. That girl was a black face when she heard that. He was really speechless. During their reception, the men looked for Dean Fong in a really strange way. It wasn't just Su-han before here. There were other men as well. It's just that this man's way is also really desperate. Going straight home with Dean Fong? Why don't you say you're Dean Fong's brother? I think that's a far-fetched reason for you. 2. Why don't you find a better one? The girl didn't mean any harm, but there was a great deal of contempt in his tone. Ah, how did you know? I'm his brother. Ah. Su-han was speechless. So this look could also be seen through? Pust. Seeing this naive expression of Su-han, that girl directly laughed out. He'd seen a lot of cockneys, and he'd also seen some social mixers come to Dean Fong, but this guy was so different. But just as the two of them were chatting, Su-han, a clear, pleasant voice rang out from behind the girl. The voice is too familiar. Yes, she's Dean Fong. That girl, at that moment, turned her head to look at the white cloak with a high ponytail on her head. Dean Fong wouldn't be saying hello to him, would he? Jin, Su-han beckoned. The girl had restrained herself so much that he tried his best not to look at the two of them. Dean, the girl just barely said hello. Red, ah, hard work. Xiaoqin smiled lightly and nodded her head. No, it's not hard. The girl had a stiff smile on her face. The girl slowed down when she saw the two of them leave. Sister Qin, what does the chief want with me? Has he left? Su-han was puzzled. Can't people leave when you put them on the phone? Xiaoqin laughed. Honestly, I didn't mean to hang up or my phone ran out of battery. Su-han explained. I didn't realize until later that your phone was dead. The two of them walked and talked, and then they came to the parking lot. This time again Su-han drove. The two were chatting all the way. Su-han told Xiaoqin all the things that passed by in the afternoon. This you will find your sister to discuss it when the time comes. He has always been very keen on this mountain piece. Right, let's go straight to the commercial plaza. Sister is waiting for us there. Xiaoqin glanced at him. Chapter 34 Thoughts. Soon, they arrived at the largest commercial plaza in Dragon City. They casually found a parking space, and the two of them headed straight for a mall restaurant. Where, in fact, Feng Shui had been waiting inside for a long time. You two are finally here. I've been wandering around all afternoon by myself. It's so boring. Feng Shui chose a window seat and sat down, then sat directly on the sofa. You were different before. Feng Shui seems to be a different person this time. Xiaoqin stood to the side and saw her sister dress in a silly style. Who could change her sister's dressing style after so many years? Maybe only this schoolmate. A few of them found a place to sit down and eat. After all the dishes were served, Su-han told all about what happened at the orphanage today. His heart is also hoping that his schoolmate can help a little, and his schoolmate all year round. Do this aspect of charity is a regular thing? But she is not through the orphanage and orphanage directly to donate. Are through some of the orphanage organization transfer? For example, he does it with some of the larger organizations and it's recognized by people. It just didn't occur to him that the city he was in was so developed that this kind of problem would still occur. Regarding the piece you're talking about, I definitely have no problem with it, but trying to improve it is in itself a matter of commissioning a professional organization. Feng Shui was naturally very knowledgeable about this aspect. Today it was just Su-han who saw it, so if tomorrow another person sees a family for a change, then what about the day after tomorrow? There are just too many cases like this one, and no matter which one of them is actually just a tiny old person. It's not that simple to know some perfect information. Sister, do you recognize it then? Su-han was curious. Yes, you recognize it too. Feng Shui nodded. It's that Chamber of Commerce charitable foundation that we went to last time. We could have asked him about it. In fact, this one's our own, and if we really want to go to one of those larger ones, the results certainly won't be realistic, and it's not that great of a search. You mean the tiger guy? The first thing Su-han thought of was tiger. By the way, sister, I have another idea. Oh, tell me exactly what you think? Both girls froze at the same time when they heard she had an idea. I want to open a clinic over here. Su-han finally got his thoughts out. What? What gave you that idea? The two girls looked at Su-han suspiciously. In fact, at the time of his arrival, Su-han had long had this idea, especially after his sister got that kind of disease. He thought even more about hanging on to the world to the best of his ability in the future. And he had another plan he could use to inquire about something else through this clinic. In his heart, he is very thoughtful. As long as this clinic reputation, when the time to open up, there will be no shortage of some dignitaries' guests. Su-han, why do you have to open your own loo? Can come to the hospital to help me directly. With your current technology, can also reach your ideal Xiaoqin really do not quite understand. I'm not going to the hospital. What am I going to do there? It's not like there's any freedom in there and I can't let go. Then how about you come to my company? We can work together on research and development in this area. And isn't it also hanging in the balance? And our company has the advantage that it's all girls, so once you're in there, you definitely won't want to leave. Feng Shui spoke up. Su-han heard their words, especially the sentence behind the school sister. He was directly blinded. Had the school sister what is the meaning of this? If compared to Xiao Qin and his schoolmate, he preferred his schoolmate's advice. As for whether or not there were a lot of nice girls in there, he didn't think in that direction. All he was doing now was to develop his own medical skills, and later to have a foothold in this part of the world. In the meantime, he's going to stabilize as soon as he can pick up his sister. I appreciate the kindness of both sisters. It's something I've been thinking about for a long time, and I've already decided that I'm going to open my clinic near that orphanage I told you about today. After Su-han saw the situation of that orphanage, he already had this thought, especially after thinking back to those old people and children he saw today, and then became even more determined. For some people inside the group, there are still very few people who can't afford to see a doctor, but it's the people in this orphanage who have touched themselves deeply. Since you have such an intention, it's not good for us to advise you any further. If you have this intention, just let go of it, and if there's anything you need senior sister to help you with in the future, you can ask. The two sisters thought for a moment, then nodded. I know, I'm planning this all out. There's no rush. He was certainly happy to be recognized by his two sisters, except he doesn't have a dime on him anymore. However, the matter of borrowing money from his senior sister was something he really couldn't do, and at the moment, he could only take one step at a time. There were a few of them, and soon after dinner the three of them went inside the mall to do a little shopping. Then the two sisters bought him a lot of clothes. Especially some shoppers were envious when they saw Su-han in this state and then had such an atmospheric young lady to pay for them. Moreover, in their eyes, they decided at once that Su-han absolutely could not be as simple as a white boy, to be favored by two goddesses at the same time. It must be a big deal. All the people were very envious, but the person in question, Su-han, could not be happy at all. All he could hear was the sound of swiping his card all the way there. The money to open his own clinic has not been forthcoming until now, and just to be strong, he has not been able to open this mouth. It was at this time also that I don't know whose call broke the atmosphere. Xiao Qin took out her cell phone to see that there were unfamiliar numbers displayed on the screen. Look at this strange caller. Never bothered to hesitate. Just hung up. Such unfamiliar numbers he often encountered. Except that after he hung up once the call came again. Seeing Su-han and her sister's eyes signaling, she had no choice but to pick up the phone. Just as she picked up the phone, a woman's voice came over the line. Hello, is this Dean Fong? It's me. Are you? Xiao Qin returned in surprise. Hello, Dean Fong. I'm Long Yushan's agent. Chapter 35 Rejecting Arranged Marriages. Oh, please, what can I do for you? May I ask if Mr. Su is with you? After messing up the other party was here to find Su-han, she skimmed her mouth a bit and looked at Su-han. Looking for you. Su-han was also speechless for a while. How could it be someone who was looking for him? Still, he didn't hesitate or quickly answered the phone. Hello, I'm Su-han. Su-han answered a phone call and said, Hello Mr. Su, I'm Sam's agent. The excited voice on the other side of the phone came. Su-han quickly remembered. Oh, are you up to something? Sam woke up and is physically able to fully recover now, and he wanted to meet you to show his appreciation for you. What? Thank you? Su-han immediately thought of the money are coming. He generally gives some poor people to see the doctor is not required to pay, but the other side is not the same. Is a big star like this kind of people's money? Do not earn white not to earn. Of course, that's just what he's thinking right now. Mr. Su, are you free tomorrow? Shan wants to invite you for dinner. The woman saw that the other woman had been silent, and then made it clear straight away. Senior sister, tomorrow Lang Yushan is going to treat me to dinner. Su-han heard the other party say, then looked at the schoolmate again. Not allowed to go. Both were said at the same time. Su-han was flabbergasted for a moment, because the sound was already loud. The people on the other side heard this side at once. That woman's side is the same. She opened the speakerphone, so when the other side is saying something, that big star is also heard clearly. His body has just recovered. The mood is also a lot better. And when he heard the other side said so, the mood of a moment also shattered a place. Lang Yushan had always thought that he was very attractive, and he still wanted to hear what the other party was going to say next. I'm sorry, but could you please tell him that I'm not available these days? With those words, Lang Yushan was disappointed. Think about how confident you were, how you always thought you were attractive, and now, it's all gone at once. Lang Yushan, I on my own chest. There is a kind of embarrassment has come up, although he is now, not long after his debut, but with his new movie, he is already well known. You know how many men are out there right now waiting for you to invite him to dinner? But the other party, this attitude, did not care at all, and also heard all some nutrient less polite. Soon, their call ended. On my part, one think it's better to forget about it, although Mr. Su is very powerful, which I can't deny, but it's too hard to handle him with two such powerful ladies by his side. For Fang Shui and Xiaoqin, that woman had lowered her head. He's a professional agent when it comes to this, and he's at the top of his game when it comes to socializing. People of all shapes and sizes, he has touched and dealt with. However, he really had never seen one like Su Han, so he was also very curious. This was also why she, all along, had not objected to Long Yushan befriending him. After all, he was favored by two goddesses at the same time, and Tiger was bulking at the time. Moreover, they knew that the person Su Han had beaten was the son of the Feng family. As for the minds of their two women, Su Han was not in the mood to guess, nor did he have that interest to think. But the phone call also more or less aged affected the shopping minds of these two women. They were not thinking that their schoolmate had only just arrived and hooked up with the actress, and that they must not wish to do so in the future. The two girls looked at each other while acquiescing to each other's thoughts. Then they wandered around for a while without shopping and carried a bunch of big bags. At the same time, those few people from the Zheng family also arrived at Dragon City, the hospital they came to. Gently, he pushed open the hospital room and looked at the old man who was there sighing a long sigh. Only this time it didn't wait for them to open their mouths. The other side quickly spotted them. "Where's the man I asked you to find? Did you find him?" Elder Zhang asked with delight. Who knew that the other replied to him by shaking his head. "The man was not found. So how dare you come back? Get out. I was just there laughing and suddenly I'm exposed. Where does this look like a dying old man? So energized. Father, we've already inquired today, and this divine doctor Su you mentioned has already arrived in Dragon City." "What? Coming to Dragon City?" Elder Zhan was shocked to hear it. "Yes, it's in our area." So he told all the things he had found out once. Elder Zhan was embarrassed when he heard what the other party said. "This is not the result of your stupidity. Now hurry up and go find this man." "Father, you're always talking about our stupidity, and I think you have a lot to do with this one as well. You haven't listened to me since the beginning, nor have you listened to me without properly explaining it to you." A woman standing beside the middle-aged man didn't want to take the blame for this, when the old man also just told him to find a divine doctor, but didn't say who the other party was. "Shut up, what time is it? You're still talking here?" The middle-aged man got anxious when he heard that. "Are you going against the grain? Also, I told you guys to bring the marriage certificate over to the Su family. How did you guys do that thing for me? Why did you directly give people a withdrawal from the marriage? Is this how you guys do things? I think you guys are just revolting. A few idiots." As he finished his words, the scene became silent, and it was indeed true that he had hit the nail on the head. "Grandpa, what gives you the right to arrange my marriage? Our family has always been out of your favor. This is obvious to everyone. Everything you own has been given to second uncle. So what about us? And what? All this time I haven't said anything, and you keep pointing fingers at our family. Besides, what can you do even if you find that doctor this time? And that man you mentioned, as soon as we met, he had that very lewd gaze on me. A lecher like that. Even if I were to pick him up and bring him back to the Zhang family, I wouldn't marry him." The grievances that had been pent up for a long time exploded all at once at this moment, and the little girl standing in front of the middle-aged man directly exuded her own such emotions. Hearing his daughter say such words, the middle-aged man became silent all of a sudden, and that woman's back was already soaked. Everyone knows what kind of temper the old man has. When has anyone dared to contradict him like this? In the silent stillness of the room, a very depressing look permeated the room. The old man also became speechless at this time. It seems that the things of their Zhang family have been destined for a long time, and every time they miss Su Han is not at all aware of it. Chapter 36 Tube it up. Everyone knows what kind of temper this old man has. When would anyone dare to contradict him like this? But this time it was different. The whole room became very quiet. Meanwhile, Su Han and his own schoolmate had been hanging out all night, almost exhausting all their energy. A few of them each packed up their things and went back to their rooms. This is the time of year when everyone needs to take a hot shower to relieve themselves of their fatigue. About half an hour later, Su Han got everything done and then appeared in the living room. He sat down on the couch and turned on the TV. The first thing that came out on the screen was the major news stories, one of which caught his attention. This time the news is about Lang Yushan's accidental fainting at the charity gala and then being hospitalized. It is reported that Lang Yushan has been suffering from heart disease problems, and her condition has been letting a lot of experts are at their wits' end. But just today, according to the hospital side, revealed that his condition was actually cured, and still a very young doctor of traditional Chinese medicine. The headlines of the news are also infinitely re-enlarged, but only a few shots of Su Han's back? As soon as he saw this, Su Han actually had an inexplicable annoyance. and he thought that this was intentional on the editing side. Heck, how would you guys know I don't want to show my face? Regarding the area of Chinese medicine, it was supposed to rely on one's own fame to make a name for oneself, and if one didn't have a name, who would believe it? Not to mention that he was still so young now. Just as Su-han was getting annoyed over this matter, the doors of the two bedrooms were opened coincidentally. The two women, dressed in crisp lace pajamas, walked in unison toward the living room of the. It just made them turn off the TV at once when they watched Long Yushan's figure on it. They were also thinking in their hearts, especially Fang Shui, who hadn't thought that his schoolmate was still seduced by that little star. The two women looked at each other for a moment, then nodded in silent agreement. Su-han would probably die unjustly if he knew what they were thinking. The news is so disgusting. The doctor who cured the patient didn't show up. It was a backstory, but the celebrity who was cured was shown there in various pages. Starting tomorrow, sis, you take your schoolmate, so he doesn't have to wander around. Xiao Qing glanced at Feng Shui. Okay, I'll take him with me to the office tomorrow as well. Feng Shui instantly understood what the other party meant, and similarly glanced at the other party with a "you're awesome" smile. No, to keep my schoolmate from running out, I'll sleep in his room tonight, and it's only right that I keep a good watch over him, too. He said this and instantly made both of them whole. Won't. Sister, won't you go a little overboard? Su-han was so helpless. What Koton felt at this point in time was still that she had underestimated her sister. She hadn't even expected her sister to say such a thing. Ha ha, I was just kidding. Why are you guys so serious? Feng Shui's pretty face blushed when she saw that the two of them were not looking at each other correctly, but when she was looking at Su-han, that look was not simple at all. Also both women, their intuition was also very accurate. Xiao Qin believed that her sister was capable of such a thing. No, I'm sleeping with you tonight. After saying that, Xiao Qin clasped her own sister's hand in death. What are you doing? Feng Shui was about to get on his bad side, not to be outdone. They've been sisters for over a couple decades and their friendship has come to an end. Let's see what I can do with you tonight. Ah, look at this situation. Su-han was shocked and made an excuse with you and ran into his room in a flash. Su-han wasn't deliberately trying to avoid the two of them. Because of the strange things that happened today, he wanted to find out the cause right now. He now knew Long Yushan's body very well, and was also worried that if he was late, someone would be killed. So this was also a last resort. By the next morning, feeling the first glimpse of the morning sun, Su-han slowly opened his eyes. He glanced at the time and realized it was only 5 o'clock, and it looked like the two girls were still dreaming. Su-han was also unable to sleep, so he got up and prepared the materials needed for breakfast, and because it was still early, he didn't start to do it. On normal mornings he had a morning exercise routine, and although the inside of his schoolmate's house was more spacious, it was obviously not appropriate here. So, he had to quietly walk out and came to the cell floor. Su-han looked around. The landscaping is really nice in here, but this upscale floor tile isn't even as thick as a thigh. Walking out the gate of the neighborhood, he asked the local security guard to find out that there was a park across the street from the neighborhood, which was about 10 minutes away. Then he didn't bother to think about it so much and jogged all the way there. Su-han hadn't been paying attention to the fact that this one park had a piece of such a large creek, with green grass and flowers. This is truly a great place to be. Su-han was viewing the beauty of the place all the way down, and it seemed that this place was the park that the security guard was talking about. Finally, he stopped himself and walked into this park. It was quite early at this point in time, so there weren't a lot of people, and most of the people who came were some old people, because people who are older will always lack some sleep. Su-han glanced at the park, then found a quieter place to start his morning exercise. Young man, what are you practicing here? Taijikwan? Just at that moment, a voice suddenly interrupted him. Hearing that someone was talking, Su-han put away the stance he had just taken, then looked at the other party. The person who spoke was an old man. He should be around 70 years old. His hair was pale, and his body exuded a kind of heroic aura. Young man, I've taken the liberty of interrupting. That old man saw Su-han stop and then felt embarrassed. Something wrong? Su-han was puzzled. I just watched you fight. Was it Taijikwan? So, I was curious to come over and take a look. The old man explained the reason for his visit. You recognize? Su-han was even more puzzled. Some of the ones he had just practiced were not accessible to ordinary people. Had the honor of meeting once? The old man stood there constantly sizing up Su-han. I wonder, lad, how many layers have you practiced by now? The old man also asked him tentatively. I can't talk about a few layers of this. Just a little bit of skin. Su-han said truthfully. He wasn't lying about that, and he didn't feel the need to. It was just time for very ordinary punches and kicks. How about we cut a deal? That old man was instantly interested. Chapter 37, $10 billion worth. The old man crouched and stood in a horse stance, then extended his right hand and assumed a stance. No. Su-han glanced at the other party and decisively refused. I don't know why, but when I saw this old man just now, I always felt that the other party's eyes were not quite right. Suhan doesn't want to do anything bad at this time, and when the time comes, I'll involve my own schoolmates. So this is a bumper sticker. What can you do if you get blackmailed yourself? Right now his pockets are cleaner than his face. When Suhan decided to leave, there was suddenly a very large and strong wind coming over, and the leaves on the trees were clattering there. Bang! Suhan didn't want to clasp his opponent's feet like he wanted to deal with other people, and still chose to protect his face with both hands. Suhan stumbled and fell back several steps. You old man, coming up so hard? Aren't you afraid of hurting someone? Suhan was furious. So what if I hurt you? The old man likewise found it strange that the other party could actually carry his kick, and that's the kick he was looking for to knock Suhan to the ground. When Suhan saw this situation with his opponent, he did not intend to back down any further. However, he could tell that the other party was indeed very powerful, and he didn't dare to deal with it much. After all, if he was really blackmailed by the other party, it would be troublesome. He was still backing up one way or another, just like he had just done. Not to mention, putting aside other reasons, this was actually a misunderstanding. Just this misunderstanding Suhan didn't want to explain anything. Perhaps for this old man to not be as good as cutting himself was probably disrespectful to even him, but in Suhan's case, it was not the same thing at all. Just at this time, Suhan suddenly felt that his opponent's face was very wrong, and the power and speed of his strikes had also dropped significantly. Alright, stop fighting. If you keep this up, if I don't go down, you might be wasted yourself. Only as soon as he finished his words, Suhan grabbed the other party's arm. The old man instantly broke out in a cold sweat, and the look on his face changed. You already have old wounds on your body. It doesn't suit you at all. Now isn't this looking for death? Suhan gently let go of the other party. The old man looked at the young man with great surprise and a look of disbelief. Suhan didn't bother with the other party. He glanced at the time. It wasn't too early. By then the school sister should be up. That old man was indeed very strange. Where on earth did this young man come from? Why could he tell that he had old wounds on his body? When he slowed down, he had just wanted to go and call out to the young man, but Suhan had long disappeared into the park by this time. Back at the house, it was now after 7. He was alarmed, however, that the two little girls hadn't gotten up by now. Since he had just had a big sweaty morning run himself, he went straight back to his bedroom and turned on the sprinkler water sounding. Soon he was dressed and walking out. When he came out he saw that the two little girls had come out. Schoolboy, we're hungry. Hearing the voice, what appeared before them was a very quick figure walking into the kitchen. Then there was a scent that filled the living room. Wow, it smells so good. The two girls completely forgot their minds. 2 steaming bowls of noodles were set on the table. Gosh, the noodles you're laying down are too good, aren't they? Feng Shui suddenly felt like she was talking a bit out of place yet. Yeah, why does your noodle smell so good? The kitsune was the same, and he felt a sudden burst of happiness. That's how I've been taking care of my sister for so many years, totally by doing just that. Suhan said, by the way, schoolboy, where is your sister now? How come he didn't follow you here? Feng Shui got curious. Oh, I just came over here too, not too familiar with the line. Pick her up with me then, Suhan said casually. He didn't mention anything about his sister's condition, let alone anything about the family. He really didn't want other people to know about him. Oh, that's fine. You can pick him up when you stabilize. Feng Shui nodded. By the way, you're not going to drug us, are you? Xiao Qin suddenly snickered. How can it be, Lu? I just put some essence tonic medicine as seasoning. Suhan explained. I wouldn't mind. I'd eat it even if you poisoned it. Feng Shui didn't bother to think that much. In his eyes, as long as it was made by Suhan, anything tasted good. Still good for pasta. Xiao Qin laughed bitterly. To be honest, she had been quite tired lately. She had been unable to get away from the hospital side. And there was also the matter about that big star, which might cause a lot of reporters to surround her again. Xiao Qin and Feng Shui, of course, didn't want those media to disturb Suhan's life. Of course, this was only the idea of their two girls. If Suhan knew what the two of them personally thought, he would probably be spitting blood again. Who doesn't want to be famous? He's the same. Now for Suhan, the road ahead for revenge is very slim. Money is the real strength. Without money, how to build a foundation? Not being able to eat breakfast. The two girls were satisfied, although they were a bit embarrassed by the scene, but the noodles laid by their schoolmates were just delicious. I'm going out now, so watch out for the people around you. When Xiao Qin left again, she specifically instructed Suhan. Go on, Feng Shui said. Once he was out the door, the two of them planned out their day a bit more. Today is Monday. Feng Shui is necessary to return to the company to attend a meeting, and then he will accompany Suhan to go to the Chamber of Commerce side to find Tiger to discuss the orphanage. Feng Shui's company wasn't supposed to be very far from where he lived, As Suhan was passing by a building, he couldn't help but look at it. That was his own schoolmate who had started a conglomerate. And putting aside those appearances, the level alone was already the tallest building over here. And Feng Shui, your ability to set up a place like this all by yourself is really incredible. She was only in her mere 20s, and now she was already worth $10 billion. What kind of person was this? Normally, when you look at your schoolmate, she's really just a goofball, and kind of funny, and she's always been the one who doesn't have a clue what she's talking about. But how could Suhan not have thought that his senior sister had already reached such heights? When he didn't come here, he really didn't think in this direction. As well endowed as she was, a soft meal didn't seem out of the question. Chapter 38, Secretary. I don't know why, Suhan always thought in his heart. Isn't this going to be a lot more fragrant than opening your own medical center? Then he followed Feng Shui to the elevator entrance. Since this one also required a password, she quickly put it up. What's wrong with you? Seeing that Suhan had been standing there in a daze. No, nothing. Suhan immediately and quickly walked in. You don't have to wonder about the password, which would have been your birthday. Feng Shui certainly knew what the other party was thinking. Then he revealed a smile. She is a big boss of the company. This elevator is also special, and the people who have this to sit on this elevator will not exceed a few people in the whole company. He didn't have much hesitation to press directly to the 20th floor. Just as they stepped out of the elevator, a sound quickly interrupted the two of them in their small talk. Mr. Feng, this is last week's R&D report. Take a look. Here's last week's financial report. It was a girl who spoke there. That girl's hair was coiled up, had a delicate pretty face, was dressed in black workplace clothes, and her exquisite figure looked particularly enchanting. This girl looked a bit older compared to Feng Shui, but Suhan did not deny that the other party was a great beauty. Compared to Feng Shui, this woman appeared to be more mature, and was the kind of woman who didn't want a man to have that kind of reverie if he saw her. It's just that when the woman sees her boss, in her attire today and this man beside her, her eyes look a little strange. Sister Lin, I'll put you at ease by having you take care of these. The main purpose of today's meeting is about the product formula and why it leaked out. Feng Shui didn't bother with the woman's gaze, but was responding gravely. At this time, the impression that Feng Shui gave to Suhan was no longer the old unorthodox big sister from before, but had instantly turned into a queen. She had that aura about her that no one else could have. Don't worry, the security go over there is already investigating the videos of the past few months, as well as the records of those who came and went to register. I believe that we will soon be able to find out this person. The one called Sister Lin quickly withdrew her gaze. This hasn't happened once or twice. And how come Feng Clan side manages to follow the wind every time after we release a new product? This matter is already serious, affecting our company's reputation, leading to those shareholders behind it, who have now been casting at me. It's important to realize that what our company has developed are secret recipes. Feng Shui was very serious at this time, and the pace below her quickened a lot. The woman called Sister Lin was also after him all the time. The Feng Shui setup only came out of the product, which was supposed to be so scarce that there was no way it would be the same. And now on the market has appeared, exactly the same. Favor Feng Zifeng Ken in their own products only came out, not to a few days immediately released the same model. This was indeed something that also made Feng Shui feel like a headache. When they entered the office, the two of them women headed straight for the desk. Suhan was naturally, once again, ignored by others as he stood to the side and began to survey the gorgeous office. I have to say, it's really grand in there, and it looks different in terms of design. The ambience looks so relaxing and makes you feel at home. Sister Lin, I'll trouble you to take care of my schoolmate in the morning. I have to go to a meeting in the afternoon. While Suhan was looking around there, Feng Shui had already organized all the information and then was planning to go downstairs. She saw Suhan standing on the side looking bored before she reminded the woman called Sister Lin. Okay, Mr. Feng. The woman quickly walked to Suhan's side. School brother, you have to be good. Oh, I don't have time to accompany you right now, so stay here alone and play for a while, Feng Shui said as she left again. When these words came out, Suhan and Sister Lin simultaneously winced. Suhan, your opponent's eyes were electrified. And of course Sister Lin was shocked. Did you hear it wrong? I don't have a problem. Is that Mr. Feng's voice? No way? Lin really kind of couldn't believe her ears. He kept thinking that maybe he was hallucinating. That must be what it looked like, and had to be to retrieve his thoughts. Hello, my name is Zhang Lin. I'm Mr. Feng's secretary. The woman laughed a little. Hello, my name is Suhan. Mr. Feng's schoolmate. Suhan said. Have a seat over here. I've actually seen you before. Zhang Lin made a gesture of invitation towards the parlor area. Suhan came close, stumbling without standing on his feet. Hey, have you really seen me? Suhan briefly lost his concentration to cover up the embarrassment he had just felt. To be precise, I've seen your picture, the one with you and Mr. Fong and Dean Fong, all three of them. The two of them walked over to the couch and did so, then started making tea. Zhang Lin looks like a very passionate person and doesn't feel rusty because the other person is a stranger. From the other side of the mouth is audible. The courtyard to Zhang Lin is also a schoolmate of the schoolmate. The two have always been very like-minded. Only later the two of them chose different ways. The schoolmate began to start a business. Zhang Lin came directly to his company. Hearing that, Su Han could imagine the feelings between the two of them, but he was curious about it. The other person, a senior student of research, would rather come to a company and work as a tiny secretary for someone else. I'm in my own schoolmate as a female. Of course, Su Han also began to introduce himself as Fang Shui's secretary and a good best friend. She more or less knew something about all this. After the two of them personally chatted there for a bit, Su Han still chose to go around the company. You come to be that this woman's attire was too stuffy for him, and Su Han wanted to go out to get some air. There's also the fact that he came to his schoolmate's company and visited it for a long time. Just when they came to the work area of the company's employees, Su Han was frightened at this time. He obviously could feel that as long as the people who came here kind of didn't want to go. Most of the people in here are girls, with long legs, big strapless shoulders, and all kinds of things, so it's really a big company. Sister Lin, seeing Zhang Lin arrive, all of them stood up and greeted her, but he was a little curious when he didn't see the other man standing next to him. After all, they had never seen such a handsome man appear in the company, not to mention standing next to Sister Lin, so it all made people quite curious. Chapter 39, Warning. Who is this? God, he's so handsome. That's a great body. Where did it come from? Such a handsome man? Today Su Han dress up is considered normal. After all, yesterday bought so many of those clothes. The two girls do not want him to wear the previous clothes out again. After their two girls makeover, at this point, it really looked like a bit of a nobleman. Su Han, this is the business department. Zhang Lin began to introduce herself there. After all, there is one thing he is not sure about. Then, is whether Su Han will come to work in the company in the future? And what kind of position would Mr. Fong arrange for him? Su Han nodded. Looking at so many beautiful women staring at him, he didn't know whether he was happy or sad. The point of this is that they're so loud when they're complimenting themselves. Well, at least keep it down. Are they afraid he won't know? It took them almost half an hour to wander through the approximate departments of the company. My God, a company this big, where do you top that? Why don't we go to R&D together? They rode in an elevator. Chang Lin said, okay. Although Su Han didn't really want to go, he was still honest in his words. After looking at the beautiful women above the workplace right now, check out what those beautiful women inside the lab are working on. Su Han followed this secretary in a serious manner, and at this time, his body exuded the forcefulness of a leader observing the scene. Just as they walked up, Su Han's entire body completely collapsed. This department was a far cry from what he had imagined, especially since every single one of the staff members here was an old man with gray hair, completely without those youthful and beautiful personnel just now. Su Han enthusiastic heart all of a sudden. He just smelled a smell of herbs. If the school sister called him to come to the company at that time, he was dispelled that idea, and now when he saw this situation, he was already completely dispelled that idea, for here he had seen his future, and for him it was terrifying. Sister Lin. At that moment, a clear and pleasant voice appeared. Just two simple words like that made Su Han tremble. Su Han turned back to look at the other side, although it was just a look, but he instantly had a heartfelt feeling, especially the other side of the eyes look like they can talk. The other side, although it is with a mask, but that really does not matter too much. Drizzle, her name is Xiaoyu? Hearing Zhang Lin address him as such, Su Han was moved. What a great name. How come Sister Lin is free to come to our R&D department today? The girl's clear eyes held delight, and her hands were quick to meet them. I came to see you. Zhang Lin similarly extended her hand, and the two of them were soon together when they did. It was at this time that Zhang Lin realized that he seemed to have overlooked someone. By the way, this is Mr. Fong's schoolmate Su Han. Zhang Lin turned around and gave Su Han a very apologetic smile. Where could Su Han feel this smile? At this moment his eyes were all on this girl in front of him. He couldn't take his own eyes off the girl when he took him to look at her. Seeing Su Han looking at the girl in front of him go out of his mind, Zhang Lin hurriedly spoke out to remind him. Su Han, this is Xiaoyu from the Research and Development Department. Zhang Lin laughed. Hello, my name is Su Han. Su Han winced, only coming back to his senses now, then shook his hands towards the other party. The joy in Xiaoyu's eyes also gradually disappeared at this time after she had never seen such an impudent man before. In fact, she had noticed it just now. It was just that the other person had that look in her eyes that kept looking at her with hair all over her body. So a couple of times she had tried to avoid it, but looking across the room at this man's outstretched hands, he wasn't being rude. Hello, my name is Xiaoyu. Xiao Yu extended her hand as well. Hello. It was just that before she could go back in her time, she had already been caught by Su Han. The more Xiao Yu tried to struggle to break away. But where did she think that this man's time actually gripped tighter and tighter? And that kind of scheming eyes had already been shown long ago. Is Mr. Fong's schoolmate actually this bold? Is the other party some kind of dude? She took one look at what the other woman was wearing and became more certain of her thoughts. Su Han. Zhang Lin looked at the scene in front of him and hurriedly stepped forward to remind him. Only then did Su Han feel that he had lost his temper and hurriedly let go of his hand. Excuse me, but even apologizing now clearly paled in comparison, because the way Xiao Yu looked at herself said it all. Xiao Yu, you go ahead and get busy. Let's go somewhere else. Zhang Lin, of course, also saw Xiao Yu's fire and hurriedly opened her mouth before pulling Su Han away. Su Han had the same feeling, felt the anger of the other party. At this time he really hated to slap himself. He usually didn't panic when things went wrong, always had. So why had the other man renamed himself to this with one look? Su Han, Xiao Yu is not the kind of girl you think she is. If you really have something in mind for him, I'd advise you to put that thought of yours to rest. Zhang Lin, a person who usually did nothing but work, and then was the big sister inside the company. Even his schoolmates, there was a time when they encountered a lot of annoyances to find this person to enlighten. So for some of Su Han's actions, he would go directly to say, Sister Lin, it's not what you think. Su Han had a feeling of being unable to defend himself. It's okay, no matter how you think about it you have to remember it yourself. Xiao Yu is not a casual girl so I don't want anyone to hurt her. Come on, let's go look somewhere else. Su Han still wanted to hear her go on, but he didn't hear what he wanted to hear. I was so out of line just now. What should I do? Apologize? Or invite people to dinner? All of them do not work. Su Han's mood right now was a mess. In the time that followed, he had been thinking about Xiao Yu, and was in little mood to visit other departments. Likewise, Zhang Lin could see that his mind seemed to be distracted, and glancing at the time, he thought that the meeting was almost over. Let's just go back to Mr. Fong's office. Okay, go back. Su Han had originally had this intention as well. I'm not going to talk to Mr. Fong about Xiao Yu, so you shouldn't do that next time either. Zhang Lin deliberately slowed down his pace at this point. Her tone wasn't deliberately accusatory, but there was something vaguely warning about it. Chapter 40 Blackmail. Sister Lin, I really didn't mean it. Please believe me. Su Han of course heard the meaning of this, and only blamed himself for the fact that he was indeed in the wrong. I can understand. If Mr. Fong is willing to tell you, then you can go ask Mr. Fong something about Xiao Yu, but you must be clear, whether it's me or Mr. Fong, it's possible that that scene just now won't sit idly by. Chamberlain said as much, then knocked on the office door. Come in. Fong Shuizhong's voice came from the office. Zhang Lin pushed open the door, and Su Han listlessly lowered his head and followed behind him, recalling what he had just done. Just then, a man appeared in front of them. The person who came was none other than Fong Zifeng's father, Fong Hao. Similarly, the two people, Zhang Lin and Su Han, caught the attention of Fong Shui and Fong Hao when they came in. It was just that when Fong Hao's gaze swept over to Su Han, he was keeping his head down. Therefore, at this moment, Fong Hao didn't pay too much attention to Su Han, while at this moment, Fong Shui's heart subconsciously trembled violently. Tell me, who the hell is that man who injured Zifeng? Fong Hao withdrew his gaze and turned his head to look at Fong Shui before questioning. Hearing Fong Hao's words, Fong Shui's taut heart instantly relaxed. It looked like the other party hadn't noticed Su Han. Sister Lin, take him to the parlor and wait for me while I take care of something here. Fong Shui didn't respond to the other in time. Okay. With a subtle look from Fong Shui, Zhang Lin quickly understood the subtlety. Come on, I'll take you to tea. After responding to Mr. Fong, Zhang Lin said to Su Han. Facing Fong Hao's questioning, Fong Shui did not look flustered at all. If she wasn't a daughter's body, probably the other party would have arranged for someone to beat her up long ago. Things like this, Fong Shui wouldn't be suspicious at all. After all, everyone in their Fong family was this virtuous. Who the hell did my son piss off? Why don't I know? Fong Hao asked. How am I supposed to know this? You can ask Tiger. After seeing Su Han leave, Fong Shui said in disbelief. Humph, what time is this? You still want to push this responsibility? Just because people don't talk about it doesn't mean the guests are blind. With all the people watching that day, that kid was the one who came with you. Fong Han had obviously checked this matter out when he came here, and at this time, he had come here in order to pick this matter apart straight away. In the open he was not allowed to touch this woman, something that had already caused the Fong family's father and son to gnash their teeth. It was a rare opportunity for them, and their own son was still in a coma to this day after paying such a high price. Naturally, Fong Hao could not possibly let go of such a rare opportunity. If you are so sure, then go find it yourself. What's the point of coming to my company to make a scene? It's not like I hit the person. What does it have to do with me? Feng Shui responded dismissively. Don't worry, this person, I will naturally go to find someone, but he is now invited by you. So this is something that you must be the one to bear our losses. Feng Hao was completely undisguised and made his intentions known. Okay, so tell me how I'm going to take it on? Feng Shui was also speechless when she heard his words. I'd like to see how despicable this Feng family's father and son really are. All of Zifeng's medical expenses must be covered by you, Feng Hao said directly. Oh, how much? Tell me. Feng Shui glanced at him and asked. $10 million. Feng Han stretched out a finger and swore. Okay. Feng Shui was also a fastidious person. He agreed in one breath and then took out a stack of checks from his own drawer. The other party hadn't expected him to be so generous, and when they saw the stack of checks, the entire group was dumbfounded. Why don't I give you some shares of our company as well? Is that satisfactory? Feng Shui got up and stared angrily at this man in front of her with a proud aura. You're really toast. Feng Hao finally understood what it meant, and he got up in the same way, then raised his arm as if he wanted to hit someone. Hit her? Did you ask me? Just then a leisurely figure eerily appeared at his side. Feng Hao was startled when he heard the other party speak. He hadn't been aware of when he had been surrounded by another person, and when he had lifted himself up. When had the other person held him? The main thing was that not only did he not realize it himself, but the two bodyguards standing beside him were also not aware of it at all. Who are you? Feng Hao's pupils shrunk as a bad feeling came up. Me? Aren't I the one you've been looking for now? The corner of Su Han's mouth rose, revealing a cold smile. You? Feng Hao looked at Su Han. At this moment, he finally recognized the other party's appearance. He was also very busy during this period of time, and had been repeatedly investigating the young man's face. At that time he did not pay attention to it, but now when he took a serious look at it, the young man's face was basically similar to the one he had been investigating. Yes, you don't have to question it. I'm the one who beat up your son. How's that? How much do you want to pay? Su Han said playfully. What are you still standing there for? Give it to me. When he said this, Feng Hao didn't have a bit of backbone in his heart. Are you kidding me? You brought them yourself? These two bodyguards don't have any hands? What are they going to do with this kind of people? But so what if it's better for someone close to you to get beat up than to get beat up yourself? After those two bodyguards heard the other party's command, they could only slowly take a step forward, not daring to go directly to strike. Up? How? Su Han pinched his fingers. Ah. Then a scream was heard resounding through the office. Even those outside heard the shouts from inside. Feng Shui, you wait for me today if you don't get me killed. Tomorrow when I have the chance, I'll let you die. Ah. Feng Hao doggedly jumped over the wall and threatened. But how could Su Han let that happen? Click. A crunching sound came from the bones of his wrist. The two security guards standing to the side sensed their boss's danger, but they couldn't care less now. Bang! But before the two of them could strike, Su Han directly stomped out, and a security guard quickly reached the ground. The other security guard looked to be a much smarter security guard than this one, and his reflexes were particularly fast. Seeing Su Han E-fist coming over, he sidestepped his body. It could be seen that he was a bit confident. Just as that security guard's fist was about to approach Su Han. Chapter 41, You'll have your day too. Su Han then took this opportunity to tightly grab the other party's hand, and then he slapped his palm onto that bodyguard's abdomen. Bang! That security guard's eyes widened at that moment, and his entire body flew straight out. Fainted on the spot. Fainting is not the most frightening. The most frightening is that one witnesses all this, but can only be obedient, waiting for the other side of the sanctions. It was exactly the same with his indomitable son, and at this point Feng Hao couldn't carry it anymore. Let me go. Please let me go. I'm Feng Shui's eldest uncle. But no matter what he said, the other man didn't pay any attention to himself. Seeing that Su Han had been ignoring him, his gaze immediately caught sight of Feng Shui. Feng Shui, speak up. Uncle knows it's wrong. Such a way of begging for help seemed pale and powerless. Feng Shui did not bother with the other party. He had not said a word until now, letting the other party beg for mercy there. For some reason, he suddenly felt like enjoying himself. He had been constantly enjoying his opponent's pleas for mercy, his fear and helplessness. Such a feeling as when you were most helpless and hugged your head and cried. And at that time, who spared you? Every time he faced the Feng family tripping on himself, but he could only admit his bad luck. Every time she saw Feng Zifeng there, she kept provoking herself, but she could only avoid it at every turn. Feng Shui only had one thought in his mind at that time. He knew very well in his heart that only when he became powerful, he could get the attention of others and the support of those big brothers. And the Feng family in this area was originally a snake in the ground. Their family has connections. They have a sense of the roots. They are all the time not want to hollow themselves out. Take the opportunity to steal empty her company. Even if they steal the formula, so what? blatant plagiarism of their own. And what can be done? She ultimately has no evidence. All of it are empty talk. There is no use. Feng Hao, you will have your day too? Looking at the man in front of him, Feng Shui didn't bother to sympathize with him. Feeling the woman's cold and arrogant eyes, Feng Hao was practically falling apart, a look he couldn't be more familiar with. It was the contempt of their Feng family to stand tall and enjoy the submission of the weak. How many times had he come to look at the other side just like that? He had truly never thought that he would one day be like this. Cheryl, I'm really sorry. Everything in the past was wrong with Uncle, and Uncle will never bother you again. And Zifeng, when he's healed, I'll bring her to personally kneel down for you later. No, and this Mr. Su, I'll bring him to kneel down and apologize to you. Please give me another chance. Just let me go this time. He really didn't have a single thing to do. Today was a blatant offense to Feng Shui and the expert she had hired. What good could he do to himself? At this point, if you don't keep your head down, other things become more complicated. Big sister, how would you like to see this handled? Suhan saw the other party humbly begging for mercy here. He himself had already started to get impatient. As long as Feng Shui could say a word, he would not hesitate to settle the other party. Hearing Su Han's words, Feng Shui had just given to go to the hospital before slowly collecting. Although her name was also Feng, she couldn't be as evil as the Fangs that way. What's more, the Feng family's bottom line is very clear to himself. Although Su Han is a very powerful person, but the Feng family also has the same masters behind the back. If he really pissed off the other party, even if it is his own school brother, he is not his opponent. He can't do it for his own personal issues now. He has to think big. Feng Shui, speak up. Big Uncle's face now depends on you. Seeing that he hadn't said anything, Feng Hao got anxious. The killing intent inside Su Han's eyes was already obvious, and Feng Hao had already seen it long ago. It's obvious to everyone how your family usually does things outside, and wanting to let you off the hook so easily is, frankly, very unfair to everyone. I don't want to make a big deal out of it, though. Anyways, it's time to teach you guys a little lesson, Feng Shui said. Su Han certainly heard what the other party meant, and Feng Hao heard it, and the other's words seemed like some kind of amnesty. Click, a crunch, ah. Although Feng Shui did not indicate the meaning, Su Han had already heard it and was planning to teach the other party a lesson. At this moment, only Su Han could be seen, directly breaking his wrist into a twisted shape. I'm telling you, this is just a warning for you, and if you have a next time, then it's going to be your neck that's going to be broken, not your hands. After saying that, Su Han's hand also slowly loosened. Feng Hao forced himself to endure the pain and didn't dare to make a sound. At this point, he fell straight to his knees. Thanks, really. Feng Hao knew these powerhouses very well, and if they really wanted to make a move, it was just a matter of a thought. If he didn't look humble at this time, the other party could change his mind at any time, and then the one who would end up in bad luck would be himself. He actually didn't dare to look at the two men either, and kowtowed one after the other. Alright, you don't have to kowtow anymore. Take your men and get out. From now on, I don't want to see you guys again. Feng Shui hated this kind of humble face, even if she knew that the other party would come to retaliate. But what she thought in her heart now, as long as she didn't implicate her own schoolmate, she could still handle it. Get out. I'm getting out now. Feng Hao hurriedly got up, then led the two security guards away. Feng Shui looked at their backs with great relief in her heart, but she was also worried. Feng Hao's father and son are all about what they do. How could she not understand them in her heart? That is a person who has to pay back. I'm afraid that this matter will not be so simple. The office was much quieter all of a sudden, and no one dared to make another sound. After a long time, there was a rush of footsteps that broke the silence. Mr. Feng, Sister Lin. It was a security guard who came over. He saw Feng Hao leaving in a hurry from the surveillance and realized that something had happened in the president's office. Now that that's out of the way, get someone to clean this place up. And by the way, no need to call the police. Feng Shui regained her senses for a moment, and what had just happened was treated as if nothing had happened. Sister Lin, the two of us are going out together this afternoon, so I'm going to trouble you to take care of the company side. After organizing herself, Feng Shui said to Zhang Lin, okay. Zhang Lin's voice was now much lower than before. She was just an employee of the company, and was completely ignorant of what had just happened herself, and usually out of reach. Chapter 42 Qigong? But she saw that the slap Su Han had just made was practically identical to the master she had seen inside the television. What kind of kung fu is he practicing? Is it Qigong? This schoolmate looks like the master is not so simple anymore. Recalling this just now behind himself that seems to be warm. Is he overthinking it? How can a master be interested in this kind of young woman? That is impossible, right? I also wondered what Mr. Feng, who was standing in front of him, really thought about this man. At the thought of this, Zhang Lin's entire face turned red. Seeing how messy the conference room had become now, Feng Shui was simply not in much of a mood to stay any longer. Go. Suhan hadn't opened his mouth to speak, but only made a smile and nodded. The two of them walked right out. What's wrong with you, school teacher? For some reason, Suhan felt that Feng Shui's eyes were a bit off, which was why he asked awkwardly. Nothing. Feng Shui's face turned. Then she saw elsewhere, but that's when he realized his little face was still red. So where the hell are we going now? Suhan looked a little wooden now. He didn't bother to ask anything more, though, and was quiet for a little while. Anyway, there's nothing going on right now, so why don't we go to that orphanage where you had your surgery? Feng Shui retrieved those strange thoughts of hers and then said, I'll contact Tiger's side later, but you could have contacted him directly. Okay. The passenger door that he helped his schoolmate open. He quickly got into the driver's seat himself. They didn't speak on the way up and the atmosphere in the car seemed awkward. Feng Shui was also rare to choose this silence now. Suhan also did not deliberately look at the other party's state, but a heart are there to drive the car. About half an hour later, they got out of the car and bought some fruit, and the two of them parked the car in front of the orphanage. Anyways, they drove a nice car, and the car also parked there quickly attracted a lot of attention. Not to mention that it was their first time. Some kids were quick to gather around when they realized that there was a car this nice parked in front of their house. Just when they saw Suhan, their small eyes looked at him blinking there. This young man in front of them, it seemed like they had seen him before, but they felt unfamiliar. This young lady standing in front of them, so that they have a kind of dare not approach the appearance. I do not know whether it is because of low self-esteem or some fear, and they are also afraid of dirtying people's clothes, but also afraid of people are very disgusted with their own. For this kind of people, they are always far away. What's the matter? Don't you remember me so soon, little one? Suhan squatted his body, cocked his head for a moment, and then raised the bag above his hand. You are? Brother Suhan. Because the little boy who looked only 6 years old quickly recognized Suhan. Ha ha, or your memory. Suhan glanced at the boy to boast up. Dean, Brother Suhan is here. The little boy confirmed the other's identity, then stepped away, laughing, and ran inside the courtyard, running and screaming the whole way. Upon hearing the little boy's call, a few old men walked out to each other as well. It was now the middle of the day, and at that moment the dean was a little puzzled when he heard the boy's shouts. Suhan, is it really him? Was it that little doctor from yesterday? It couldn't be. He turned off the tiger straight away, then wiped his hands and walked out of the kitchen. Only when he saw the little young man in the yard, his eyes were a little confused. After all, the fish he saw yesterday was different today, and the clothes he wore yesterday were completely different from today's, and he looked as if he were a nobleman today. Dean rubbed his eyes for a moment in utter disbelief that this was real. Dean, busy? When Suhan saw the dean walk out, he immediately went forward. Feng Shui wanted to go deeper with those kids, but they always avoided him when they saw him. But it was also conceivable that these children had never come into contact with outsiders, and as soon as they saw them people coming, they naturally hid far away. Dr. Su, you're here. Dean had just tried to call out the other woman's name, but she changed her tune now that she saw the other woman's line. Compared to yesterday, the dean's address and tone towards him had become noticeably respectful, but the thought that this young man would heal also rang much louder. There's no way there's going to be begging for a doctor yet. I might have been fooled by that little girl myself yesterday. You might as well call me Suhan. It's a look I've gotten used to, and it also seems more intimate. Suhan's one-day dean called himself that way. He was very uncomfortable. Yesterday it was all that little girl, making things up there, confusing me. Dean was also embarrassed. Thanks to him, he had been talking to this young man in front of him yesterday about things above work and had been telling him to be safe. This is great. People are simply not meant to work part-time. He looked again at the nice car parked out front, and at the sight of a girl in the courtyard. Dean's eyes changed for a long moment. Such a pretty girl, following Dr. Su here, must be his girlfriend too. However, the dean didn't bother to open her mouth to ask about this, because she knew very well in her heart that continuing to ask would seem rude, but in her heart she wanted to know the truth. Although Xiao Xiao wasn't her own daughter, she was better than her own, although the child grew up in here, but her appearance, she wasn't at all inferior to those girls outside. So the dean still wanted the two of them to have a bit of socialization. It's okay, Dean. Not only am I not what you say I am, but I'm a hobo, and as for a doctor, that's even more of a dare yet. It's just good to know that. Suhan of course does not want to be too angry with each other. After all, he is not a person of status. He thinks that the feeling of yesterday is very good. To be able to cure a disease is of course to be a doctor. By the way, Dr. Su, you haven't eaten yet, have you? The dean obviously didn't want to get too wrapped up in the topic, because she could sense that the more she learned about it, the bigger the gap with who they were. How could it be a hobo and still be able to drive such a nice car traveling with such a beautiful woman? It must be a rich second generation. Not yet. I didn't just happen to come in time for dinner, Suhan confessed. That's just as well. I'm just adding a couple of dishes now, and the ones you brought in yesterday are just about ready to be added to the meal as well. I've only just started the fire and here you are. Chapter 43, The Rich Kids. When he was done, Dean headed straight for the kitchen. Dean, wait for me. When the Dean was about to leave, Suhan suddenly called out to the other party and then went over to the car himself. The Dean froze for a moment, then saw Suhan take out a small porcelain bottle. What are you doing? Dean asked curiously. It's nothing, you'll see when the time comes. Suhan shook his head a little. In fact, he knew that he was coming over today, so he had specially prepared some medicine for Little to regulate his body. Suhan looked at his schoolmate, then head off a gaze and pointed to the kitchen. Feng Shui certainly understood what he meant and nodded. Dean, I'll give you a hand, Suhan said with a smile. When the two of them were making eyes just now, the Dean was looking at her, and at this moment, she inadvertently revealed some loss. However, when he heard that Suhan wanted to come and help him with his hands, he immediately refused. That won't do. How's that? Why don't you go talk to those grandmothers and play with the kids for a while? I'll be fine soon. It's okay, Dean. I'm a good cook. Suhan then pushed Dean into the kitchen. He quickly walked inside the kitchen and started to get busy. Watching him busy there, Dean looked dumbfounded. He really made himself think in this way, and then measured in a few more points. He was really unusual in this knife work. At the sight of this, Dean became puzzled again. Is he a doctor or a rich kid or a cook? What else does this child have in store for him? What other surprises does he have in store for himself? Dean, just help with the dishes. Suhan looked at him as he remained standing still, then said, This? The Dean stood there hesitantly and thought no more about it. It was good to get to know the young man a little better. Okay. With regard to Suhan, the Dean liked how he looked at him. He had come into contact with many of those rich people throughout the orphanage, but he had never really seen one like him. Those so-called rich people, as well as some young what netizens often inexplicably come to their orphanage to help, but their help is in the first place the reverse. They come here is to take some photos and videos, and then finished, then make their orphanage dirty, and finally just pat the buttocks and leave. Do not care about anything. Sometimes, as soon as she thought of this, her heart is still quite angry. Before, said that the donation, said that the gift, and finally all of them were taken away as is. Like this person, so hypocritical, the Dean has long been accustomed to, but the performance of this young man in front of her, she can see, he is sincere, in caring for each and every one of them like this kind of good people, now in this age is really very few. Inside the kitchen, the two of them helped each other. Some of Suhan's homemade spices naturally aroused the Dean's curiosity. However, Suhan also promised the other party at this time that he would definitely allocate more and send them over later, and he himself expressed, with many ideas, that when he had a certain amount of money, he would come to the orphanage and open a medical clinic, which would be convenient for all of them in the future. The Dean was of course beaming when he heard this, but he was really just listening to these words and not taking them seriously, because in his heart, Suhan had long been labeled as a rich second generation, but this young man was indeed a warm-hearted man as well, and though he came from a rich family, he was a true-hearted male. By the way, Dean, where's Tiny? Why haven't I seen anyone else after holding it for so long? Just as the two of them were chatting, Suhan finally thought of the fact that the orphanage seemed to be missing one more person, so he opened his mouth to ask, and it was when he asked that, Dean was inexplicably amused. She'll be right back. Didn't you earn us some money yesterday? He took that money and went to buy materials, ready to fix the outer wall of the orphanage properly himself. Dean said looking at her, What? He can still build walls? Suhan, you heard the Dean's words. The corners of your mouth twitched, completely unable to imagine what kind of picture would appear. She could really fix walls, none of which he had expected. Yeah, you don't want to see her as big-headed, but she actually knows a lot of things. Dean couldn't help but brag about it. Yes? If not looking at the abbot so monk, Suhan is killed, will not believe everything said in front of him, because no matter how one went about looking at the girl it simply didn't look like one of the people Dean had spoken of. The two of them basically weren't the same, but now wasn't the time for him to be thinking about that the most, and inside the kitchen, the two were working quite well together and having a nice conversation. Now outside, there's a girl with a ponytail, pedaling a broken tricycle or two, singing songs that don't match the speed at all. She soon reached the main entrance of the orphanage, but just at that moment there was a friction between the tires and the ground, originally just slowly getting better with those kids old people. Hearing this voice, Feng Shui was dumbfounded. Those same children and old people were just as dumbfounded. They look at the situation in front of them. Looking at that car door suddenly dented. Feng Shui are going to cry. This is she last year made a great determination to buy the car. Whoa, but instead of waiting for him to cry out, Tiny cried out straight away, and a wailing sound soon followed. Feng Shui looked at this situation in front of him, looked even more speechless. How could there be such a person? His heart is still dripping blood, but the other party is crying. She really couldn't suppress herself, the anger inside her, and quickly walked out into the courtyard. She looked at the girl for a moment when she saw that her car, all cement-painted love, was now in this state. How the hell do you ride a bike? Didn't you see a car this big? Feng Shui's eyes were red as she shouted, "Me! Wow!" The girls looked at each other for a moment, then looked again, and the car continued to cry. Feng Shui's entire body looked blinded. It couldn't be that this girl was injured by being hit somewhere, right? Are you okay? Feng Shui asked tentatively. It was better if she didn't ask, but when she did, the girl cried even harder. As soon as Feng Shui saw this, she felt a bit like the evil woman in those videos. This sense of contrast came as a bit of an inexplicable surprise, even if she herself hadn't figured out the current situation yet. Chapter 44, Crash. What's wrong with you? It was also at this time that Su-han and the dean, who happened to have finished the meal, the two of them heard the commotion outside and rushed out as well. And at this moment, Su-han just wanted to open his mouth, but he saw the scene in front of him, and all of a sudden he couldn't say anything. This is a few $1 million of luxury car. He heard Xiao Qin said, this car our school sister last year birthday time to buy. Is there any salvation now that the sadness has become this? Su-han wasn't worried about the girl's body, but was worrying about how the matter was going to end. Girls definitely don't need to see it, but of course it's Tiny. He can't tell his sister that this matter is just like this, right? Otherwise, what would she think of him? But how could Tiny possibly come up with that much money for repairs? Seeing as how he'd been kind of cool with the situation, but Dean was instantly shocked to see this. Dean, seeing that his situation was a bit off, Su-han hurriedly went up to support him. Tiny, who had been sitting on top of the tricycle, jumped up from it in a flash when he saw Dean going down. Feng Shui's eyes fell out when she saw this scene. This girl is so good at acting too. Honestly, it would be a shame not to give her an award for her acting. Just a few moments ago she was crying like that, and now all of a sudden she's jumping out of the car. So you're faking it? Seeing that the other party was pretending, Feng Shui stopped him in his tracks at once. Get out of my way. Anxiously, Xiao Zhao's jade hand swung out, then she flung it at Feng Shui's hand. Snap! You! A fiery sensation of pain traveled into Feng Shui's arm at once. However, Feng Shui was not a vegetarian. Although he was not as fierce as his own schoolmate, he still understood some simple movements. Seeing that the other party was so rude and unreasonable, she directly grabbed at Xiao Xiao, but where did she think that she would be able to avoid her? Even though her back was clearly turned to her, as if she had grown an eye behind her. Feng Shui froze for a moment when he saw this. Of course he wouldn't be willing to do so. Then he directly lunged at the other party, although Xiao Xiao was sensing that someone was raiding behind her. At that time, because she was too eager. So this time, she was simply too late to dodge. Asterisk 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 off. Do you hear me? Tiny fumed at once at the sight of the other man's death, holding himself. But just as he was about to lose his temper, a voice came over. Tiny, stop. In the Su-han emergency place subordinate to the mother of the dean's eyes opened, when he woke up to see a small and Feng Shui, rushed to stop. Tiny? Upon hearing this name, Feng Shui seemed to suddenly think of something. Tiny also claimed that his opponent rushed to get away when he got loose. Dean. She strides toward the dean. What the hell is wrong with you? Remembering that he had just cried out there. At this point his tears were just gently slipping down his face. Tiny, you need to stop fooling around. Dean's voice was small. Dean, why are you helping an outsider? Tiny can't even read it. What's going on here? Alright, don't say anything. This is where you really get into big trouble. Dean was pretty much speechless. 2. The reason why he fainted is that looking at this situation, even if he sold himself, he couldn't afford to pay for this car. Go in first. Su-han saw that the current atmosphere was also a bit awkward. Then he glanced at Feng Shui. Yeah, better get in first. To say that the girl had just cried out there, Feng Shui's reaction now was embarrassing and normal. But to be subjected to guilt, there really was something to it. After all, he wasn't bad at fixing the car, but he really shouldn't have gone at the girl the way he did just now. Su-han didn't think so. He also felt that this matter made him embarrassed, and also thought in his heart that this little girl was also too presumptuous. The dean was pushed by Su-han to walk in front of him. But think about blocking Feng Shui's way. You can't leave. I'll pay for the car repairs. I'm still young. Even if I can't afford to pay for it now, I'm sure it's still no problem to turn $1 million or so in the remaining decades of my life. But if you're forcing me to pay for it now, there's nothing I can do about it. So you can sell me to some nightclub. Although Xiao Zhao's tone was firm, she was really panicked in her heart. Where is he going to come up with so much money? That's not realistic at all. And now what he's saying is completely in the heat of the moment? What if the other guy really wants to sell himself to a nightclub? No, I'm fixing the car myself, I guess. If I really have to be compensated by you for this, my schoolmate will not be happy. Feng Shui and Xiao Xiao didn't socialize, but as soon as they talked about meeting each other for the first time, so it was a way to give their schoolmate a face. As for what else, and there is nothing to say. After all, looking at the brake marks on the ground, he could also see that the girl is obviously riding the car too fast. Did not break the car, which will hit, but we are all bitter people. Why bother to make things difficult for each other? However, the speaker did not mean to listen, and it was only at this time that Tiny began to take a look at the other party. She also felt curious as to why the other party cared so much about Suhan's feelings. What is her relationship with Suhan? Why would that woman care so much about Suhan? It looks like the long is quite good, and their own really is also a spell, but it can be seen in the grade above. She is to be much older Suhan, and she also thought in her heart, Suhan can't possibly have any intercourse with this kind of person. Yesterday he also ate fast food in the big stall. Also can't be any rich second generation. Yesterday he donated that money is not a whole number. Could it be that Suhan is being adopted by the other party? Anyway, it's just that some of the weird old roads have been there to think about. Wait for me. She didn't bother to think much about it and immediately went after him. Feng Shui seemed to be uncertain about this situation, then followed and walked in as well. When they reached the dining room, there was a large round table set in the center. The dean is at the center, with all the children and seniors sitting on either side. The orphanage worker, who had not dared to step forward just now, stood behind the child with a baby in his hand. Suhan and Feng Shui, of course, were natural and sat directly opposite the dean. Originally, every day when it came to the mealtime, a table of people were all happy and cheerful. But today, I don't know why, the atmosphere on top of the dinner table all of a sudden became very awkward. All of their hearts were very uneasy, and although they were sitting in front of the table, none of them came forward to move their chopsticks. Chapter 45 Rewards. But it was at this time that the tiny figure walked in from outside. This is a note from me to you. Both are adults who have to take responsibility for things they've done wrong, and I haven't been thinking about running away from it all along. I'm not one to rely on pity and charity either, and if I were really such a person, I wouldn't be able to get ahead in the future. After saying that, Tiny laid that one IOU in front of them. What? An IOU? The top of the paper was full of writing, with black circles and horizontal bars. Feng Shui saw this IOU in front of her and then handed it back to her schoolmate. What are you giving it to him for? This is something that has two people between us. Tiny saw that he was going to give it to Suhan and stopped it. Suhan was also helpless when he saw this situation. You might as well see for yourself. Okay, since you insist on paying for it, I'll owe it first, and after I fix the car later, I'll ask Suhan to send the invoice over. Understand the meaning of Suhan. Feng Shui also do not want to drag on. And then again IOU above wrote down his name, and then it will be whole. Into the bag inside. The other side even want to return. Let him return it. The big deal is that when the time comes, he'll just transfer it to the orphanage. Good. Although the promise is very good, but there is not a little bottom. This is only little himself knows. Although he is clear in his heart to give people as a bodyguard money to earn, but which boss will want him so a small girl standing around it? And some bosses must also be greedy for their own beauty. This is really also very dangerous. So she before every day is to go around to find some casual work to do. After all, he out of a body of strength. Nothing, and he is not old enough to be a few days short of the full 18 years of age. Where was he going to eat now? And then he went right out. It took I don't know how long before those professional maintenance people came over. After they towed the car away, some of the people at the orphanage watched the limousine leave. Heartbroken, Suhan looked at every one of them was listless. Originally wanted to properly comfort, but just at this time, his phone came, took out the phone and picked it up. Jin. The caller was none other than Xiaoqin. Hearing Suhan's voice, the other party was also asking, "Where are you now?" "I'm at the orphanage with my schoolmate," Suhan said. That's good. That's good. What's wrong?" Hearing that the other party's response was also inexplicable, Suhan was a bit puzzled. "It's Long Yushan. She's getting out of the hospital today and had to thank you properly in person. I said that you have no time to date my sister recently, and then turned this down, but then she said that she wanted to pay you a certain amount of money, $5 million together. I thought about it. This money is not to be wasted, so I answered it for you." "What? $5 million? Suhan originally wanted to open his mouth, but never said it. This is a huge sum of money for him now, but he thought about it again. Is it really appropriate to do this? Okay, I'll send you an account number over there. Now, though the mind is torn, the mouth is off the hook. He wasn't a professional doctor anyway, so it wasn't impossible to treat these rich people and ask for some money. As for those poor people, it would be nice to manage a mouthful of food. And sister is right, don't want it for nothing. Seeing that Su-han was about to hang up the phone, Feng Shui came up. Are you busy now? Suddenly hearing this voice, there was a pause on Koton's side. What? Su-han, of course, was also very natural, handing his cell phone to his schoolmate. My car got hit, so if you're not too busy come pick us up, Feng Shui said. Crash? Is everyone okay? As soon as Xiaoqin heard that the two of them had crashed, she hurriedly asked. Don't worry, the person is fine and the car is now towed out for repairs. Feng Shui back. Okay, I just have a little time now, so send me the address and I'll be there immediately. Hanging up the phone, Feng Shui used her own cell phone to send him a location. At the same time, Su-han also sent out his bank card. What? Did your Qin sister ask you for money? Seeing the other party's movements, Feng Shui asked curiously. No. Su-han was also helpless and finally had to briefly tell the matter once. Just a little bit of money? Feng Shui said. That's a lot of money to spend on a man's life. Su-han laughed a little and didn't say anything. It was already good enough to receive money for himself now. This money was really a lot for him, but the thought of collecting money for a cure all came to him all of a sudden. The main reason he came over this time was to give Xiao Xiao a health check, but now he had forgotten all about it. I'll go over there, Su-han said to Feng Shui. Feng Shui was also puzzled, watching her walk away from the orphanage there. However, didn't say much, and was watching him walk towards Tiny's front. What the hell is he up to? What was this little girl, alive and well, up to? Let me check your body. Su-han walked a little and opened his mouth. Hearing his words, Tiny subconsciously remembered what happened yesterday. No, I'm not sick. The tiny body shivered involuntarily. I've seen the condition in you for a long time, and this is something that can't be delayed, and if it's delayed, it will affect your development. Here, let me take a look for you. After saying that, Su-han extended his hand towards Xiao Xiao. Seeing the scene in front of him, Tiny Under's leg stomped, then quickly ducked. What are you doing? Seeing the other party's actions, Su-han froze for a moment. What's going on with her? Why is there such a reaction? What are you thinking about? Come on, give me your hand and I'll take your pulse. Su-han looked at him and rolled his eyes. His tone was impatient. Hearing Su-han say this, everyone let out a sigh of relief. If Su-han didn't say anything, everyone would think he was going to do something to Xiao Xiao. What kind of attitude is that? Tiny put his hand out. You might as well take a seat. I'm not kidding you. Su-han withdrew that playful gaze from before and looked serious. Seeing that the other party was such a serious expression, Tiny was a little scared. Su-han was also helpless, shook his head a little, and was considered completely defeated by this little girl. After a long time, Su-han withdrew his hand. Alright, I'm going to give you a prescription now, and you're going to take the medicine according to that when the time comes. I'll bring it to you personally then. Chapter 46, Wanting to Get Rich. What? More pills? Am I getting heavy? Hearing Su-han's words, Xiao Xiao became anxious. You haven't changed. You're just very weak. Just drink some toning soup. Su-han was also speechless as he looked at Xiao Xiao's startled appearance. By the way, what I told you yesterday, you must remember. Oh, no more practicing lately. After saying that, Su-han walked towards Feng Shui's place. Looking at his back, there were really mixed feelings inside little heart. What kind of man is he? Looking at him yesterday, he was just a poor boy, and today he's transformed into a cockney. And he's so good with his hands, and he knows medicine. And who is that woman beside him? Why does she look more and more familiar? Just then already the sound of the engine roaring interrupted his thoughts. In front of their orphanage, this was another good car that stopped. All the people heard the sound and looked as the car stepped down. A beautiful woman in a white coat. The woman was tall, with handsome features and dark hair. The woman got out of the car and scanned the orphanage, her eyes quickly landing on the man. Su-han, Jin. When Su-han saw the visitor, he immediately beckoned. Are you guys okay? It's fine. It's just that the car was hit and we weren't inside the car. Su-han smiled bitterly. That's good. Xiaoqin breathed a sigh of relief. Since they had all come, the atmosphere was almost eased. Su-han walked to the side of the dean. Dean, these two are my sisters. In fact, we all came here this time to help the orphanage and improve the facilities here. It's just so unfortunate, too, that so much can happen in between. I'm really sorry. Su-han was apologetic. There's no need to say that, young man. We're the ones who should be apologizing. That girl was also too presumptuous. I'm here to apologize for him. Dean's words had only just left his lips when Tiny came over to him with a red face. Dean, I took a chance this time. Sister, I'm sorry. Tiny took 2 steps out and bowed to Feng Shui. It's okay. Seeing this, Feng Shui hurriedly helped her up. To reacquaint myself, my name is Feng Shui. After saying that, Feng Shui extended her hand. My name is Little. Tiny subconsciously extended his hand as well. only to be startled then when he returned to the other's name. Feng Shui? You're Feng Shui? Think stared at the other with his own wide eyes and a look of adoration. What? You know me? Feng Shui was curious. Of course I know you. You're my idol. After saying that, Xiao Xiao couldn't suppress her excitement and directly hugged the other party. Now he was really excited and envious. Feng Shui didn't go much, say anything and let the other party hold her. Girl, almost there. After an indeterminate amount of time Dean saw that he hadn't let go and then began to remind. She's my little sister. Feng Qin. Immediately afterward, she introduced Xiao Qin to the other party. Feng Qin? Xiao Xiao had heard the other party's name before, and his ears were already very unusual. You are the youngest Dean. Feng Qin? Her eyes glazed over again. Yes, I am Feng Qin. Wow, I'm really happy to have met two idols today. When he finished, Tiny jumped on him and cried. What's going on here? All of them are in a daze. You guys know what? I've been an orphan since I was a kid, and I've always wanted to work hard, thinking that in the future I could be someone like you guys. Tiny was crying and spilling his guts at the same time. He was like a child at the moment. You can do it. Come on. Xiao Qin saw that the other party was really pitiful as well. The children in the orphanage wailed along at the sight. Who could have imagined such a thing as destiny? The depressing atmosphere in the orphanage lasted for a long time. Suhan also longed Dean to understand the specific situation about the orphanage. Tiny really dragged them both girls and had to get them to pass on their tips on how to get rich. Xiao Xiao grew up in the orphanage, grew up, and did not go to school, since the ability to start making money to subsidize the orphanage. So for what knowledge to change the fate of the truth is completely ignorant. In his heart of hearts, he had always believed that there must be a way to get rich, with the right path. Then anything you do is strong. The two girls heard everything she said and then looked at each other with smiles on their faces. A few of them were chatting on one side, and Feng Shui learned a tiny bit about the situation as a result. It's easy for a little girl like him to go off on a tangent when she ventures around like this every day. No, one has to think of a way to save this anyway. How can such a good age, such a good girl, be wasted like this? Soon, a bold idea came to her mind. Tiny, why don't you come work for my company from now on? Feng Shui looked at the other. She thought it was the only way to really be able to help each other. Me? But I don't know anything. I'm not educated. I'm afraid I'll mess things up. Tiny still seems to have no bottom when it comes to this most critical time. It's fine, if you don't know how. We can learn it slowly. This doesn't have much to do with culture. As long as you follow us carefully, it's no problem at all. You're still young enough to learn things quickly. I don't want you to throw your head back that way. It's not safe for you, and it's not a good idea to go on any longer. Well, do you want to think about it? Feng Shui asked. I'll ask the dean properly about that one too, Tiny said very quietly. Okay, this matter, I'll turn around and talk to the dean, he'll definitely agree. Besides, haven't you always wanted to get rich? Sister will take you to get rich, Feng Shui encouraged. As soon as she heard his words, Tiny's big eyes lit up as if the dean had already agreed. Okay, I don't care if there's a salary or not, you just have to take me to get rich. Tiny looked at them with little money-grubbing eyes. Ha ha ha. The conversation between the three of them opened up quickly, and the guys were talking more and more. As the time passed slowly, it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Suhan and the few of them no longer stayed, and after learning something about the orphanage, the three of them planned to make a trip directly to Brother Tiger. They know very well in their hearts, this thing can only be done by Tiger. The Chamber of Commerce side, although it is a branch, involving the Chamber of Commerce and the auction, then it will definitely be linked to this. Chapter 47, Negotiations. Feng Shui had already said these things a long time ago, and the thing about orphanage improvements is that they don't happen in a day or two. Situations like this can be such a huge odd in every region that it is difficult to get improvement without a professional organization to handle it. In this part of the world, the Chamber of Commerce, where Tiger is the best option. Of course, if it is a direct payment, then it is very good to solve. But the problem, this kind of thing is the same in any place, and money is not necessarily a solution. How much money will be given to their orphanages at once, and what will that do? A lot of things may deteriorate because of this money, and then it will turn out to be a different result, and no one can say for sure about this kind of thing. Suhan and the three of them discussed it for a while, and finally decided that Suhan would make this call. After all, anyone could tell what was on Tiger's mind that night. The call went through and didn't connect as quickly as they thought it would. Just as Suhan was about to hang up, a lazy voice rang out. Hello? Which one? Hearing the other party's response, Suhan immediately straightened up. Is that Tiger? Tiger on the other end of the phone, who was on his lunch break, saw this unfamiliar caller. It's me. Which one of you? Tiger wasn't too enthusiastic about the strange caller. Usually he saved the numbers of those dignified characters, but he didn't save this number. And the phone numbers that weren't saved were usually begging him for things, or the person simply didn't have the right to get their own phone number. I'm Suhan. Which Suhan? Tiger was a little impatient. Looks like Tiger forgot. The night before last at the charity banquet, Suhan reminded. As soon as Tiger heard the other party's words, he froze for a moment. Then his body shook. He had been a little sleepy, but now all of a sudden it was gone. Mr. Su, are you Mr. Su? Tiger's voice became a little shaky as he spoke, and he really hoped the other man answered no. That's right, it's me, Su-han affirmed. Hearing such certainty from the other side, Tiger's hand almost didn't grab my phone. What's this big bogeyman calling himself for? To be honest, he was scared of this young man. There was no way. He really couldn't afford to mess with him. Last time he offended the Fong family because of him. About the Fong family, that thing. At that time they were taking the initiative to find themselves to ask for some information about the beating of his son. In person he could not give, but arranged for subordinates to reveal a little behind the scenes. This is also to maintain the relationship between them. If he hid nothing and didn't disclose anything, then the Fong family would definitely be the first to jump out, and at that time he would lose another large amount of business. Could this kid just be calling because of this very thing? If it was, he was helpless and had no choice but to do so. Mr. Su, what do you want to see me about? Tiger asked shakily. Something like this without a fight, Tiger would certainly not be able to do. I have something here that I would like to trouble you with. I don't know if it's convenient for you right now. I'll go to your Chamber of Commerce for a while. Su-han did not directly indicate what he meant. After all, a lot of things cannot be said in a moment inside the phone. Hearing this, Tiger let out a slight sigh of relief, seeing that the other party's tone didn't sound like a rising offense. Of course, I'm always here, always welcome. Okay, then I'll come over now. Hanging up the phone, Su-han nodded to the two girls. Then they said goodbye to the people from the orphanage, and the other party knew that they had business to attend to, and the director couldn't be bothered to keep them much longer. As for Xiao Xiao going to work in Feng Shui's company, the dean has always adhered to this one principle. As long as he does not cause trouble for himself and can make it back in time, it is good. Anything else? She did not have to pay attention to. There is nothing to say. Of course, although the words are so, but the dean's heart is still very happy. From childhood to bring up the child is not his own flesh and blood is also better than flesh and blood. And why would she not hope that Small can get better and better? Leaving the orphanage, Su-han drove the car directly to where they were going. It took about an hour's drive from the orphanage to where they were going, and the three had been discussing the orphanage during the road trip. It was at this time that Koton received a phone call interrupting their conversation. Hello? You mean the money came through? Then I'll turn around and have my cousin check. The caller was Agent Long Yushan. They chatted about random topics that were not nutritious and it was soon over. Soon, Su-han came with another message, and Feng Shui gave him a look and realized that it was a remittance sent by the other party. Immediately after that came another text message with this one clearly written on it. Mr. Su, I'm Long Yushan, thank you very much for curing me. I will never forget the great kindness in this life. After reading that one, it didn't take long for another text to come in. Mr. Su, I'm going to shoot a movie in a few days. Can you have dinner with me? Don't get me wrong, I simply want to thank you. Feng Shui, who was still happy, changed her face once she saw this message. Feng Qin, you son of a. After reading the message, Feng Shui was on fire. Did you take the wrong drugs? Or have you gone crazy? What are you cursing me for all of a sudden? Feng Qin was terrified. Did you study abroad brother account when you can his phone number to the other side as well? Feng Shui questioned. Yeah, how? How else do you make a payment? Feng Qin was also puzzled. He did not know why his sister would ask herself in this way, and then directly snatched over the phone, read some information, and was also blinded at that time. Holy, I was careless. Koton spoke up. What's wrong with you two sisters? Su-han was seriously driving the car there, looking at these two of them singing in unison. Curiosity rose. It's fine, drive your car properly. Feng Shui glared fiercely at Xiao Qin. Feng Qin was also speechless. Where would he have thought that something like this would happen? Feng Shui looked at those messages, and then an idea also came to her mind. No, never let her schoolmates see this message. Her hand slid gently and the text message was deleted by him just like that. This scene looked dumbfounded. Sitting on the side of the kitsune. Sister, this looks like doing too much, right? Though he thought so in his heart. He thought it would be good to do it this way. After all, the trend of the entertainment industry. Ordinary people are every day have endless melon. Not to mention their own sister is a public company's boss. She also didn't want Su-han to have anything to do with this big star. Chapter 48, The Plan. Not only would these big stars be like this, but there were several times when Feng Shui was attending some dinner parties where this kind of thing would happen. So she was particularly disgusted with the culture of the entertainment industry. This matter of Lang Yushan was sort of turned over, and they deliberately pulled away from the topic. Then a few people chatted about Suhan opening a clinic, but they are now very hesitant about whether it is Chinese medicine or Western medicine. After all, Chinese medicine is popular in villages and towns in general, because Chinese medicine is more affordable. And to open a local Chinese medicine hall is surely inherited for several generations, relying on word of mouth, especially in this kind of big city. Some people's life itself is very compact. If you can open a clinic, it is beneficial. Some cold and fever, people like to come. However, there is a difference between Chinese medicine and Western medicine. To Chinese medicine in the eyes of these young people is generally not popular. The most critical thing is that those soups are slow to see the effect of the soup. It is difficult to drink. So they had been thinking about this, and in the end, Suhan decided to open a Chinese medicine center. Well then, go back and I'll accompany you to get the relevant documents. I'm in the same boat and can hook you up. Both girls were in tune and were intent on helping her get organized. Thank you two sisters. Seeing that everything could be arranged, Suhan hurriedly thanked him. But there's one thing to be clear about. Even though it's the two of you who are helping me out, there's something about the money that must be paid to you, or I don't want it. Suhan had a good discussion with the two of them beforehand. Suhan broke both of their minds with a single word. Okay then. The two men responded breathlessly as well. Soon, they had arrived at the entrance of the Chamber of Commerce. At the entrance of the Chamber of Commerce, Tiger had already been waiting for them there. Although it was said that it was an hour's drive, Suhan didn't know exactly how long he had been waiting for himself at the entrance. Seeing Suhan driving over in his car, Tiger trotted and commanded him to park the car. In this way the three of them felt there was an inexplicable awkwardness, especially Fang Shui. What kind of character Tiger really is? He knows best in his heart. He is black and white both sides of the people. Like this person, all intercourse only interests. He can give you face. You want him to lick you. That is simply impossible. It could be Suhan. This Tiger can still really do this. When did you ever see him helping people to direct parking like this? Mr. Su's great presence. Our Chamber of Commerce is truly a blessing in disguise. Suhan had only just parked the car when Tiger naturally raised his hand and helped her open the car door, followed by a please gesture. The two girls were dumbfounded by this scene. Brother Tiger has lifted me up. Today Mr. Su came. He really has something to ask for. I only hope that you don't mind me being too much of a nuisance. Since he came, Suhan did not need to go to posture. After all, it is something to ask. It is not good to keep on end. No. What do you mean by asking for help? You only have to order and I'll immediately go and do as I'm told. Tiger bowed all the way as the crowd followed him to one of the chamber's offices. This office is simply decorated, in which a parlor coffee table is already very rare. Please sit down, all three of you. Without any assistance in helping, Tiger entertained the three of them alone this way, and it showed his sincerity. A few of them sat down and Tiger unhurriedly began to make tea for them. He didn't need to go and open his mouth at this time. Just wait for Suhan to say something. Whatever the other party wanted him to do, he would definitely go and do it. And this was also what the big boss behind him had instructed him to do. The last time in the charity dinner above the thing, it has been informed by him up above just one sentence. Do not offend, more pull together. Do everything in their power to satisfy each other everything. While it may seem simple, this is actually several steps. Only by not offending each other can we reach out more and end up with benefits. One can only imagine how seriously one's bosses all take this. This point also speaks volumes about the sincerity of the big boss. Are you kidding me? All he has to do is stomp his feet over here and the sky will change. Tiger, here's the thing. After finishing the tea in the small cup, Suhan directly explained his coming one. After listening to what Suhan had claimed, Tiger paused for a moment and was relieved to know that the other party did not say any more. It turns out that it's going to be a philanthropic endeavor, and in this piece, the Chamber of Commerce must go all out to support it. Just wait a minute. I'll take care of things. Tiger pressed on, telling the three of them to wait a little longer before walking out of the office himself. The three of them looked at each other and began to make small talk there. After a long time, only to find that Tiger back seems to be a little slow, has been a full half an hour has passed, before he took a thick stack of paperwork, walked in, his face still hangs a smile. Mr. Su, I might have to trouble you to sign on top of this information. Tiger laid those papers on top of the table. Suhan froze for a moment when he saw such a large stack of information that the other party was holding. Do they really need to fill out so much information when they are just making a donation? Although he was still puzzled in his heart, Suhan didn't think much about it and tried his best to cooperate with the other party. You sign these materials first. After that, he walked out of the office again. When the other left, the two girls also looked at the information, which was indeed a bit much, and then walked over quite curiously. This does not look good. I'll look shocked a big jump. Just drank in the hot tea. Two people at once all give a spray out. What? Suhan was puzzled when he saw such a big reaction from both of their women. I feel as if he misunderstood something. Feng Shui glanced around and saw that there was no one else, and finally the corners of her mouth twitched a few times. What difference does this make? Suhan didn't quite understand the meaning of this either, and he seemed to have heard that there was something in it. He is mistaken. It has been 2 meanings and the expenses are totally different. So what's the cost if that's all it's going to be? Maybe 10 million. What? That much? Suhan was dumbfounded when he heard this amount. Tiger is also too high on himself, right? If Suhan has no money, this burden is all on his own. Hearing what the two of them said, Suhan's entire body was about to collapse. This is not a small matter, and you need to explain it to the other side in a hurry, or it won't end well. Mr. Su, what's wrong? Tiger was puzzled when he saw the papers on top of the table as they were. Chapter 49, Debt of Favors. Tiger, you seem to have misunderstood this matter. At this time, Suhan's tone has changed. The other party has been busy for so long. If he finds out that he got it wrong, I don't know what he will think. What is it? Tiger stopped the work in his hands and walked over to Suhan. I just want to donate to them. I don't want to open a personal charitable fund. I can't get my hands on that much money. Although Suhan was short of breath, he still had to explain truthfully. You say this? Hey, everything is my fault. Tiger glanced at Suhan and then apologized with an apologetic face. Don't worry about it. This foundation is a gift from our boss to you. It doesn't need you to fund it at all, nor does it need you to take care of it personally. Everything is taken care of from our side. It's really my fault for not explaining myself just now. The 3 men shook to their feet at Tiger's words. What? A gift from the foundation? And you don't have to fund it yourself? And you don't have to take care of it yourself? That's a lot of money to just give away? No, 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 no. If you're like this, there's no way we're going to get to talk. Suhan was the first to react, then immediately excused himself. What our boss said, there is no distinction between you and me in doing this. As long as there is a charitable heart, it's the same for anyone. If Mr. Su wants to help with charity, we on the side of the Chamber of Commerce are of course obliged to do the same. Tiger made it sound good, just to take this opportunity to give a big gift. As expected, when these words came out, Suhan was speechless. There's nothing wrong with that. Of course it's not about you or me to do this. We're all trying to do good things, even if it doesn't matter so much whose name it is. Suhan donated this money originally did not want any benefits. If only a small amount, that's okay, but the problem he faced is not a small amount. So big favors call him how to go back. Sokhan. Feng Shui pulled the corner of Suhan's coat, then her gaze looked at Tiger again. 3 of you, take your time. I'm going to take care of some things about the company, so call me if you need anything. Tiger walked out of the office without looking back. It was only just now that Tiger had made a call to his boss, explaining Suhan's intentions, and it was clear that his boss meant to make this charity the best it could be. A conversation between 2 human beings who didn't need to explain much. It was instantly clear what was going on. Suhan, are you really going to sign it? You have to think clearly about this matter. After you sign it, have you thought about how you're going to pay it back? After seeing Tiger leave, Feng Shui slowly said. What Feng Shui said Suhan of course also thought of. Although these money is not pulled out into their own pockets, but a little but cannot be denied. That is, these money is spent in their own name. Whether it is the boss of the Chamber of Commerce is smart or not, will take advantage of it, that this favor is already done here. So much money, do not even have to think about it. This favor Suhan will not go to lead, but in this way guys are 2 birds with 1 stone, or I'd better turn him down. Suhan also considered it for a long time before he finally opened his mouth. I think it's also necessary to refuse. Feng Shui waiting is Suhan the sentence. Tiger in the hole. Feng Shui is not good to come out to say anything. After all, this is the 2 of them, but she felt that she, as a senior sister, still had the need to remind him. Just as the 2 of them came to an agreement, Xiaoqin's words froze them. I don't feel the need to say no. When Xiaoqin said this, both gazes looked at her. You don't have to look at me like that. According to our hospital-related information to statistics, no matter which place, although the orphanage and orphanage these institutions are basically worry-free, but in nutrition and medical care is a big problem. I think now there is such a good opportunity. Why don't you make good use of it? This is not for the sake of the individual either. We all have to think in the best way. Xiaoqin spoke her thoughts once, and the 2 of them, Feng Shui and Suhan, suddenly rose an eyebrow when they heard this. Indeed, as Xiaoqin said, what he said is not wrong. For welfare institutions and orphanages this kind of place is simply a bottomless pit. This may be many are charitable people, would rather donate some elementary school, teaching buildings are not willing to go to support this kind of institutions of the main reason. And but where there are more or less problems with children and elderly in such places, huge resources are already spent on medical care as well. That's why Xiaoqin suggested that Su-han could accept it for the time being, and all of this would be done later when the three of them earned money, and then slowly inject these funds slowly, thus replacing the debt of favors sent by the Chamber of Commerce. Of course, everything he said was also true. This point, Su-han also thought about it. After all, a person's power is limited. He can open a clinic in front of the orphanage, but what about other orphanages? Orphanages? Okay, I'll go talk to him. Su-han made up his mind. I'm with you no matter what. If you really want to set up this charity fund, then I'll take all my savings from the past few years. Feng Shui also followed the determination. This thing was originally what he wanted to do. Is that since the Chamber of Commerce took another head, then he also did not mind taking out his old capital to support his schoolmate. Yes, Su-han, if the other side's demands are outrageous, we can also do it ourselves. Xiaoqin is not as rich as his sister, but he has done nothing less than pay out of his own pocket to help his patients. Su-han quickly called the phone over, and only a few seconds later the other side was already connected, and their conversation was simple. In less than 2 minutes, Tiger's business appeared in the office. We'll slip out and you guys talk. The two girls left in perfect silence. Whether there was a price behind this or not, this was something that the two girls were very confident in Su-han's decision, and it wasn't so convenient for the two men to talk about things with them around. When the two girls drew out of the office, the door to the room that the female assistant had gently closed. Say, Brother Tiger, what are the requirements from your side? Su-han was never one to drag his feet. He directly opened the door. Tiger's kind smile slowly disappeared from his face as he listened to the other man's words. He didn't understand what Su-han meant because the other party's tone seemed to be questioning or testing himself. It's perfectly obvious from here that the other person doesn't appreciate the gift and has taken it as a trade-off. I don't quite understand what Mr. Su means. What exactly is this request you speak of? Tiger asked tentatively. Chapter 50, Exchange. If I accept this gift from you, what does your chamber need from me? Indeed, as Tiger thought, giving Su-han for nothing is absolutely not going to want the benefits of equal exchange. This is his principle. Mr. Su, you've misunderstood. Our boss said that you only need to sign. All the other things are not required of you. And on our side of the Chamber of Commerce, we don't have any requirements for you either. And I know what you're concerned about, but please believe me when I dispel that thought. In fact, this money was really small for their Chamber of Commerce, but to be able to spend this amount of money to buy the maintenance of an expert's relationship, they were making a bloody profit. Are you sure you really didn't ask for it? Su-han froze, then looking straight at the other party. Being held in this gaze like this, Tiger's back was instantly wet. This kind of look looks like it makes people panic in their hearts, and if one's words are slightly outdated, then one might be recognized on the spot. Mr. Su, our Chamber of Commerce really doesn't have any demands. We just want to befriend you. Tiger suddenly stood up and clasped his hands together. Su-han was still curious in his heart as he took a serious look at the man standing in front of him at this time. Just now, he was indeed serious, locking his gaze on the other party, and was actually just giving them a kind of intimidation. As long as the other party's breath is disorganized, it means that the other party is out of time. Then there was no point in talking about it yourself for the next words. Okay, I'll take this one, but again, I won't shortchange you, Su-han said directly. Tiger listened in disbelief, not even understanding what he meant by that. What do you mean? You won't treat me badly? What does he mean by that? Is this about giving yourself a rebate? Or are you privately planning to give yourself some kind of favor? However, not waiting for the other party to be puzzled, Su-han's next words caused his entire being to explode. Without violating the premise of moral law, I promise to help you do one thing, but I also have a condition. That is, in the future, if I have the ability to inject funds, in the future, your Chamber of Commerce must remove all the principal as well as the interest. And I am a person who has a principle that I don't want to be indebted, and there is no need for favors, Su-han said seriously. The other man was doing nothing but trembling, and his whole body was dumbfounded. Sir, you're talking about doing something for me? Tiger asked shakily, thinking he'd heard wrong. Yes, it's you, Su-han nodded, as he made sure there was no problem. Tiger stumbled and almost fell over, although he didn't understand what exactly Su-han was thinking, but the promise that such a person spoke out, that naturally wasn't a joke. The other party's meaning was already more than obvious. Su-han wanted to make money, and the other party would never doubt his ability. It was just that he hadn't expected that the other party would make such a request. Well, Tiger had always positioned Su-han as someone who was in a position of strength, and it was all because of the last time. And Su-han does not care what the other party thinks. He also does not want to go more to explain what misunderstanding. Sometimes it is also a very powerful shock. Besides, he himself was just short of an opportunity himself. Mr. Su, why is this favor for me? I just can't afford to be. Tiger hurriedly retracted his thoughts and finally mustered the courage to ask. Nothing, after all. I haven't met your boss, but I think you're very good at what you do. After saying that, Suhan got up and walked to the front of the desk. Then the two of them went through some of the formalities involved. After all the formalities were completed, Tiger invited a few of them to dinner, an offer that the three of them did not refuse. Soon they were at the highest spending place in the area, Tiger. Just as they reached their destination, they looked up and saw that it was a hotel, and a line of men in black uniforms at the door saw and rushed forward to open the door. As Tiger got out of the car, the men in suits shouted in unison. Tiger was in the Chamber of Commerce, and although he was only a small director, he was definitely one of the top figures. Even the people in this hotel have to be very respectful to Tiger. Hearing the crowd's name-calling, Tiger didn't pay any attention to it, but hurriedly jogged to the back in front of the limousine and helped Suhan open the door. And right after that, rushed down two more girls. Right, let me introduce you to this Mr. Su. Tiger glanced at the manager standing in front of him. Hello Mr. Su. That manager paused for a moment, then hurriedly laughed. Hello. Suhan nodded noncommittally in response to the other party's sentence. Mr. Fong, Dean Fong, you should have met them all, right? Tiger was a little turned around at the sight of this manager, then glared at the other with his eyes. Mr. Fong, Dean Fong, good evening. He reacted to being glared at by Tiger. Only then did he turn around and greet the two girls. This is the general manager inside the hotel, Zhao Yu. Hearing that Tiger was introducing himself, Zhao Yu hurriedly went forward to hand out his business card. Only that before he could extend this hand, the person was about to leave. Come on, Mr. Su, I want some peace and quiet. It's long been arranged. It's simple and casual. It would have just been a mix of familiar faces. Tiger's series of actions elicited a wave of embarrassment from Cho Wu. However, Zhao Yu also dared to be angry. Although he was the manager in the hotel, he did not have the right to speak. All the rights were still in their Chamber of Commerce. Zhao Yu's general work was being handed over with Tiger, and he wouldn't see his boss for a year and a half. So at this moment, he could only use his own gaze to send these people's backs into the hotel. Just then another car came rushing up. A young man came down from the top of that car, and Zhao Yu hurriedly greeted him. That youth then threw the key in his hand that way, then looked at Zhao Yu again and nodded. In which compartment? 1. Hearing Zhao Yu's reaction, the youth's nearest hotel. At the entrance to box number 2, Tiger's steps stopped. He glanced over and realized that number 1 was gone. Among this hotel, number 1 is supposed to entertain VIPs. The environment, in every way, is different. Tiger hadn't expected to be told that he was in number 2 after he'd been so excited to head toward number 1. Thinking about this matter, he was very unhappy in his heart, but he is not a fool. The person who can walk into the number 1 must also have status. Pinching fingers to count. Also know which one. Chang, who is number 1 today? Tiger asked tentatively. Brother Tiger, this is our manager's arrangement. I heard it's a VIP. I'm not sure about the details. A manager who received Tiger responded respectfully. Chapter 51, The White Family. Alright, go ahead and arrange it. Tiger gave him a look. In his heart, he of course knew who was coming this time, and it was nothing more than the Bai family, the largest medicinal herb family over here. At the same time, he looked at Feng Shui who was standing to the side. For their Bai family, Tiger was certainly no stranger. And likewise seeing this, Feng Shui was also slightly moved, as if she could guess the identity of the other party. After all, he understood the rules here. He himself did not expect to come here for dinner and actually meet his biggest supplier. All of the medicinal herbs inside the company came from the Bai family. The reason why Feng Shui's development would be so fast, the Bai family had likewise paid a lot. Whether it's their supply, or in the area of funding, the White family has helped Feng Shui, really quite a lot. Come, sit down, all three of you. The box that he walked into was very welcoming to Tiger. This box was particularly large, and the decoration looked quite luxurious, so the price must be extraordinary. And there's even singing inside this box, in addition to the dining area, parlor tea, and even singing. Instead of being a small box, it was more like a small private club. Su-han and the few of them were invited to the upper seat, where Tiger was pouring tea for them. Not to mention Su-han, Tiger's relationship with these two girls wasn't exactly good. It's just an upper circle social that you run into often, so there's not a lot of conversation. Tiger and Su-han naturally didn't dare to say anything more. After all, from the words Su-han said in the afternoon, Tiger became even more afraid of the other party. Previously, when he saw Su-han dressed up and wanted to make a charitable move with him, Tiger still regarded him as a fledgling brat. Only his strength was too astonishing to be taken into consideration. However, now that he was sitting with this brat, he actually had a feeling of fear. It had been quiet among the second box, with occasional small talk, but not so with the number 1 box clock, which is buzzing with excitement at the moment. This time it's their White family's family banquet. I too, the eldest grandson of the White family, by Hai, returned to the family to receive the dust, but the originally lively environment in the box was broken by one person. Yo, here's our youngest master back with a different aura. One of the young men grimaced. Though his words were spoken, no one paid any attention to them. What? I'm saying hello? No one cares? Seeing that none of them came out to speak, the young man was a bit offended. Little Wind, it looks like you haven't worked out much over the years. That's for sure. A few bodyguards won't be a problem, the youth said with a confident face. Grandpa, the youth walked straight up to the high hall. All day long, you know how to go crazy out there. One of the old men was very serious, but his tone was all incomparable doting. No way. A couple buddies got together today and came in a little late. That youth also did not enter the line, directly moved a stool and sat beside the old man. What kind of buddy get-together could be more important than your big brother? One of the middle-aged men raged. Alright, you cut the crap. The middle-aged man had only just snapped, and the old man was talking directly about him. Dad, you can't keep spoiling. He's spoiled beyond belief. The middle-aged man was called Bai Tong, the eldest son of the Bai family and the father of this young man. Bai Fong, it's not like that, Dad. I just can't be making a scene anymore. I went out this time and heard something. That loser of the Fong family has been crippled. White Wind glanced at his father, then said in a serious voice, the Fong family? That Fong Zifeng? The others weren't very interested in this matter. However, another middle-aged man asked curiously, yes, Uncle too, it's that Fong Zifeng. White Wind nodded. This middle-aged man is called Bai Fong, is the second oldest of the Bai family, in the shopping mall, although not as loud as Bai Tong's name, but in this area is everyone's respect for the second master of Bai. In fact, there was no other reason than the fact that Bai Fong had also opened a martial arts school to take in disciples himself, so his prestige was out there. What about the guy who hit him? Is he dead? Bai Fong was curious. If he's dead, how come there's still so much talk about it? White Wind shook his own head and intentionally sold out. Obviously, this one sold off successfully. All of the White family looked at him curiously. They all understood in their hearts that the Fong family also had an expert in this circle has long been no secret. Come on, Bai Tong, who had just been there to scold his son, at this moment, hurriedly urged up. Not only is that man not dead, but Fong Hao has been beaten. White Wind dropped another bomb. What? At this moment, all of them were dumbfounded. Little Wind, there's something you can't take on faith here. The old man sitting on the side finally spoke. Grandpa, can I talk nonsense about such things? White Wind glanced at the old man, and that look was particularly strange. He was the only one in the entire White House who dared to look like that. I'm not exaggerating that at all. Right here in Fong Shue's company, Fong Hao had his hand broken. After White Wind finished speaking, he looked at a girl sitting across from him. Sure enough, the eyes of the whole family were on the girl. Xiao Yu, are things true? Bai Tong rushed after his daughter and asked. I don't know. I'm not in tune with those departments either. So where do I know what's going on? This girl was none other than Xiao Yu, whom Su Han had offended this morning. It doesn't matter if Xiao Yu knows it or not. What matters is that Fong Hao's hand is indeed broken. Although White Wind was a little disappointed that his sister didn't know about this matter, it didn't stop his passion to break the news. Logically speaking, Fong Zifeng was beaten up by someone. The old man of the Fong family should have gone to seek help from Elder Mo. Windy, what the hell is going on? Bai Tong was aroused by Bai Fong. This matter goes back to the auction that day. So, Bai Fong told everything about that day, and it had to be said that he was a real expert in the area of inquiring information. Is he Fong Shue's bodyguard? It doesn't make sense. Beating Fong Zifeng is already taboo, and then beating Fong Hao is even more unreasonable. There's no way Fong Shui would let his people go off like that, unless he doesn't want to be over here anymore. Baek Tong began to analyze it seriously there, and then one person was talking in a proper manner, but all the others heard it too. Whether that person is her bodyguard or not, I'm not sure, but, from what I've heard, it's not an ordinary relationship with her. Chapter 52 Reception. Saying him here, Bai Fong turned his gaze back to his elder brother Bai Hai. Big brother, are you under pressure? White Wind gave a bad smile. That also depends on whether that kid has such skills. Bai Hai's face became ugly at this moment. Okay, today is a family dinner. Don't go chatting about things that don't matter. Seeing this, the old man hurriedly diffused the tension. Bai Hai and Bai Feng's personalities were completely different. This was clear in everyone's mind. So the old man didn't want Bai Feng to continue fixing this topic any further so that Bai Hai wouldn't even get upset. But just at that moment, the doorbell of the box rang. One of them, through that screen, saw that the person who rang this doorbell was actually Fong Shui. How did he come to be here? The crowd shook their heads when they saw him. Shaking her head explained that no one had invited her. Although the Bai family had a lot of dealings with Feng Shui, today was their family's family banquet, and there would be no invitations for outsiders to come. However, in this situation, it is not good to not go to open the door. Out of politeness, the old man instructed the bodyguard beside him and opened the door. The door of the box was soon opened, and Feng Shui walked over with a wineglass in her hand smilingly. Feng Shui, Whitehaven was the first to stand up and greet him. Hi, when did you get back? Feng Shui was not a stranger to the person in front of him. Every year at the end of the year, the other party would always invite him out for dinner. Because of his relationship with the Bai family, plus Bai Hai didn't have any malicious intent, so the two of them had an okay relationship. Mr. Feng, Xiao Yu hurriedly got up to say hello. Xiao Yu, you don't have to call me that in private. Feng Shui smiled lightly, then took the wine cups and both walked to the old man. Elder Bai, it just so happens that we're having dinner here today, and I heard that you're here as well, so I've specially come over to toast you. Eating here? With Feng Shui's status, she shouldn't be able to come to this side. Could it be that there was some big shot in front of him? There was little possibility other than that. Have a heart. The old man lifted his glass. Because of the distance, Feng Shui didn't approach, but directly drank it all in one go. Likewise, the old man did the same. His cup was poured full. Stay, it's not an outsider anyway, and today just happens to be the White Sea's receiving feast. I was going to invite you, but I was afraid you wouldn't have time. The old master's words, although they were somewhat perfunctory, but Feng Shui did not take it for granted. All present were members of the Bai family, so there was no such thing as, please or not. No need. Everyone, enjoy your meal. There are people waiting next door. I'll stay put. As a business deal, this cup of wine Feng Shui should come. The other party is a family feast. How he is an outsider is not good. And then had to leave. That's fine too. I'll come over and toast later. The old man nodded, unimpressed. Ha, no need. Elder White, it's Tiger's treat today. It's just me and my sister and cousin next door. You don't have to come in person. Feng Shui heard that the other party wanted to personally come to the box to toast, and hurriedly refused. For her to come and toast as a junior, of course it was only right. After all, the Bai family's status was placed there. But to have the Bai family's senior come over to toast, then she hadn't reached that status yet. Feng Shui still had something in her heart about this. After explaining, Feng Shui bowed and then left the box. Although Feng Shui's words were unintentional, the Bai family did sound intentional. Tiger, of course they know, but inviting the two of them here for dinner, who would believe this thing? Feng Shui? Feng Qin? Cousin? Soon that old man turned the cut to this cousin. Little Wind, does Feng Shui have any cousins? The old man asked as he glanced behind him at Windy. With news like this, it was of course perfect for them to ask Little Wind. Haven't heard. The old man was frowning at this time. He didn't expect his grandson to know everything. This was not a good thing. Xiao Feng, there are some things you shouldn't pry into. Don't ever pry into knowing too much. It's not good for you. The old man changed his previous loving manner and warned there. Grandpa, got it. White Wind lowered his head in silence. The conversation between the two was a bit hokey for all to hear, when surely it wasn't a good thing either. Come on, drink. After admonishing Little Wind, the old man picked up his glass of wine again. Grandpa, I'm going to Feng Shui's to make a toast. Seeing that it was almost time to eat, Feng Hai stood up and said, go on. The old man also said without thinking. Inside his analysis, the so-called cousin next door, age-wise, had only one possibility, and that was the male son of some great family. Because of his age being younger than Feng Shui, other than these, everyone's male children, other people were simply not qualified to enter this to eat, and the old man had absolutely no interest in this kind of gentry. Of course, since Bai Hai wanted to go, let him go. Anyway, now that it was out, he could let go of his guts to pursue the other party, and it was time to declare his sovereignty, which was necessary. The old man knew very well in his heart that this eldest grandson, Feng Shui, was very emotional. Remember, don't be impulsive. Find out who the other person is first. That's the most important thing. The old man's words were a reminder and an indulgence in equal measure. Got it, Grandpa. Bai Hai nodded, then walked out of the box with his glass of wine. Big brother, I'll go with you too. Seeing Bai Hai about to leave, Qin Feng's eyes made a turn. How could he possibly miss an opportunity like this to gather news? Of course he was going to follow. Good, it's best to have you follow. When the old man heard that White Wind was also going to go, his heart was quite relieved. In box number 2, there is Tiger, 2 girls. There are quite a few words are not good to say out. So, the 4 of them are going to be falling apart from their pages soon. Tiger was also in the same situation because of the same situation. Because there were 2 girls there, he had a lot of doubts in his heart. and it was not good to find Su-han to answer them. However, he believed in his heart that opportunities like these would only increase in the future, and Tiger was already satisfied in his heart. Su-han promised him a request that he had actually put down himself a long time ago. Tiger, thank you really for today and for the dinner. Su-han got up and went to shake hands with him. No, it would be an honor to meet Mr. Su. In the future. Also please do not break contact. There are things remember to be the first to come to me. Big things, I do not dare to say, but, some of the cock and bull thing, as long as you a word, in the next is obliged. Chapter 53, The Toast. Tiger has hit the nail on the head with all of these sentences, and the sentences are all very practical. Okay, as long as Tiger doesn't mind my trouble when the time comes, I'll definitely keep it in mind. Tiger had said his words to this point, so of course Su-han was too embarrassed to boo the other party's face. Only just as soon as the four of them had gotten up, the doorbell rang. Looking through that big screen, Su-han and Tiger exchanged glances. It's the White Sea, Feng Shui hurriedly said, but it really wasn't a good time for the other side to come. The place was falling apart. Feng Shui quickly walked out and hurriedly opened the door to the room. Hi, seeing the visitor, Feng Shui greeted. Feng Shui, let me make a toast. However, before Bai Hai's words fell, he saw that there was no one left on top of the box-cut table, and then his own gaze was placed on a young man again. Mr. Feng, long time no see. White Wind likewise saw such an awkward scene and hurriedly said, Young Bai, it has indeed been a long time since we've seen each other. What's the latest good blob? Feng Shui was no stranger to the boy in front of her. Where do you get the material if you don't pop it? What? Are you guys leaving so soon? Bai Feng had always been playful, so those who knew him were used to it and knew that this guy never meant any harm. It's really unfortunate that we have to go back. Feng Shui threw them a very apologetic look. It doesn't close this early. Isn't Tiger still there? Go in and have a couple more drinks. Although Bai Feng had accompanied his elder brother Bai Hai, his purpose was nothing else. He was still rushing to dig up big information about the Feng family. Feng Shui looked at Su-han. Su-han spread his hands, indicating that it didn't matter. Tiger, of course, had even less to say, and then Xiao Qin had even less to say. All right, flushed with the face of the Bai family, Feng Shui could do nothing about it. Why don't a few of you have a seat, and I'll go get fresh dishes and add a couple more on the way. Tiger stood to the side and quickly acted as a waiter. With pleasure, Tiger, Duke Bai. Everyone doesn't dare to be slow. After that, Tiger left. Feng Shui, are you free tomorrow? I don't have anything going on right now yet, and would like to invite you to dinner alone. He looked at Feng Shui and asked. White Wind heard here. The heart is also thinking, their own big brother can really be a tough guy. A hard to drink there, but also to eat some dishes it, but where he ate more than a few mouthfuls of food. Talk will not be so awkward. Some things privately say is not good. This time to say, make a phone call is also okay and so many people present. However, he didn't have much of a mind to think about this, but instead sneaked a glance at Su-han. Seeing that the other party was a breezy look, he couldn't help but frantically start to fill in his brain there. I'm really sorry. Hi, my cousin came over recently and I need to make time to spend more time with him. Feng Shui looked at the atmosphere, a little embarrassed, then said, seeing the several of them all casting gazes at him, Su-han had no choice but to nod his head, which was considered to be a greeting to them. Cousin, why haven't I heard of it? You have such a cousin? Bai Hai's face couldn't help but sink when he saw that Su-han didn't open his mouth. Just recently, Feng Shui did not intend to explain too much. After all, there was no need for him to explain anything. I don't think it's as simple as a cousin. Bai Hai didn't believe what the other party said. Or what? Feng Shui's face likewise sank. The other party's words weren't seeing through anything. It was still the same kind of crude questioning. Just because they, the White family, had dealings with their own company didn't mean that they had to be groveling tolerance. Right. If Mr. Feng says it's a cousin, then it's a cousin. White Wind saw the atmosphere was a bit off, and hurriedly kicked his brother, then relieved himself. This big brother in the end is drinking a few cups began to make a mistake. If I had known that I would not come with him. This is too embarrassing. What is your honor's name? Bai Hai was unimpressed by his brother's actions, and likewise, did not continue to respond to Feng Shui, but instead turned his gaze towards Su-han. Su-han faintly returned. I can see that your excellency is not an ordinary person. You have an extraordinary aura about you. May I ask where your excellency's teacher comes from? Bai Hai could already tell that the other party was not simple as soon as he came in. Made up my own. It's not enough. Although Su-han was not very satisfied with the person in front of him, he had also heard that the other party was the supplier of his schoolmate, so he still responded. What? It was practiced by yourself? That's really something. You wouldn't even dare to report your master's school, would you? Before this, I've heard of many people who would do anything to achieve their goals. You're not supposed to be one of these, are you? Bai Hai's gaze had been glancing back and forth on Su-han. He simply didn't believe that a young man could actually reach this realm. If you say so. Su-han didn't want to bother. He didn't even want to explain. This brother, you're very mad. I guess you must be very powerful too. Why don't we have a couple of moves? Bai Hai stared angrily at Su-han. It just so happened that Tiger had already come over, and he saw that something was a little off about this situation, and that something big might be about to happen. It wasn't Su-han who was worried, but that Bai family's eldest son, Bai Hai. Boo! It was also at this time that there suddenly came a kind of shattering sound. The only thing that could be seen was Bai Hai crushing the cup in his hand. He blew gently and quickly blew the crushed foam out of his hand. How about it? How about some guidance from Brother Su? Bai Hai looked at Su-han with a proud face. Even if the other party had real skills. So what? Again, he was no match for himself. So in his eyes he has this pride in himself. Not bad. Very impressive. Su-han responded. He responded on the surface, but in his heart, he was also thinking that the other party was indeed very powerful, but compared to himself, he was still a little bit worse. Brother Su might as well show his hand and let Bai take a look. The White Sea is shady. Mr. Su was ashamed of himself. The reason Su-han endured again and again was for the sake of his schoolmate. Otherwise he would have left a long time ago. It seems Brother Su is not going to give me face. After saying that, Bai Hai threw the stool back and slowly got up. Mr. White, have a word. Drink tea. Drink tea. Tiger saw that the situation was a little bit wrong, and hurriedly walked over, but he could not afford this responsibility, so when he saw that the other party was going to pick another fight, he hurriedly went up. Asterisk 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 off. The only thing that could be seen was the teacup in Tiger's hand being knocked over by his opponent. Duke Bai, if something happens to you here, I can't afford to take the blame. With a bitter look on his face, Tiger continued to discourage. Chapter 54, Ungrateful. Tiger's heart is also very anxious. Who is not good to mess with, but to mess with this big master. All the same, he was more worried about something happening to the man here. White Wind stood on one side and saw that this situation was a bit off. He was also worried that something would happen to his big brother here. Not that he was afraid that his big brother would injure the other side. Brother, let's forget it. Mr. Fong is here, watching half a day of hilarious White Wind. Of course, know that they cannot wear their own big brother. But the words of the Tiger brother all of a sudden to point it through. Going up to pull his brother back, he hurriedly looked toward Feng Shui. Su-han, let's go. Feng Shui saw that Bai Feng was intentionally relieving himself, then nodded. Okay. Su-han got up. Go go go. Big brother, let's go back to the box and drink too. Grandpa has been waiting for us there. Windy looked at the situation and pulled his big brother. Humph, pretending to be noble in front of me. Bai Hai, I'd like to see just how many pounds you have. Bai Hai directly shook off his brother, then quickly blocked in front of Su-han. Xiaofeng almost fell down when his big brother dropped him like that, but luckily Tiger was standing right beside him and hurriedly held him up. Get out of the way. Su-han's patience had already reached its limit. For this kind of nonsense, he really didn't mind punching them on the spot. If it wasn't for the fact that his own schoolmate was there, he would have done it long ago. Why he hadn't made a move until now was purely for the sake of his senior sister. Who knew that the other party still didn't know what to do? What if I say no? Whitehaven grabbed his opponent's shoulder in a tight grip. However, Su-han just lightly moved and measured his body, and the opponent grabbed an empty space. Sure you want if to fight? Su-han grunted. Cut the crap. Immediately after that, his hands formed claws and directly grabbed towards the other party. Facing Bai Hai's attack, Su-han blocked over with a sidestep, but the clothes on top of his shoulder had already been scratched by the other party. Seeing that the other party was so ruthless and unrelenting, he was really furious. It was at this time that the other party suddenly leapt up and quickly grabbed at Su-han's throat. The opponent attacked so quickly. Su-han thought so. He clenched his fist and quickly fired off a strike. Bang! Su-han's fist suddenly crashed out at Bai Hai. Bai Hai, who couldn't react in time, was sent flying out by his opponent's move, and ended up crashing on top of the table. Who the hell are you? I don't think you're qualified to know. After saying that, Su-han withdrew his stance, turned around, smiled at the two sisters, and walked out of the box. Think it's okay if you don't say anything? You're underestimating me too. Seeing Su-han about to leave, Bai Hai stood up in a flash. Feeling a wind in the back, Su-han has understood probably looked directly clenched fist, blasted in the other party's feet. Bang! At this time, Su-han was also speechless. He had never seen a person who was so unaware of what was going on. It looked like he couldn't leave today until he had beaten it down. Sister, get out of the way. You guys. Su-han looked at the two girls and nodded. Tiger saw this and rushed forward to take the two girls to one side. At this moment, he wouldn't be polite anymore. Bai Hai felt an aura at this time, and his body suddenly trembled. He clearly felt that his opponent's strength was so terrifying. He had grown up so big that he had never seen an expert with such strength at all. In his own heart, he was very clear about it. It was simply impossible for such a young man to reach this realm. His kind is one of those very rare existences. He originally wanted to give up. After all, at this time, save his life is the most important. However, he quickly looked at the girl standing in front of this young man. Today is the great day he came back. If he wimped out at this time, and again in front of Feng Shui, wouldn't it be embarrassing for him? As soon as he thought of this, he was still unconvinced. With his own strength, he did not believe at all that he would not be able to beat this kid in front of him. This time he was really open-minded, only to see the other party stand up with a bang, while Su-han stood still. Just when the other party's fist was about to touch him, he suddenly dodged. Bai Hai finally saw it this time. It turned out that his fists couldn't even get close to his opponent's body. What kind of strength was it? Just when his fist was about to draw back, Su-han began to move, only to see a movement of Su-han's big hand. A wave of true chi directly shook Bai Hai's time away. Soon, Su-han's fist directly hit the opponent's chest and abdomen, and the opponent's body suddenly trembled. Watching this, fear filled Bai Hai's eyes. The other party had only used 2 palms. What realm was this guy in the end? The feeling of fear at this moment gave Bai Hai the urge to retreat. Only, it was really too late. He could feel those energies originally opened by the other party slowly entering his body. A bad premonition came up. Thinking of this, he also wanted to leave immediately. Who knew? The other party had struck again. Whitehaven didn't have any time to react as his opponent hit him in the stomach again. And soon, he was as straight as a rock turned to the wall. All the people watching this were shocked. What's the status of the White Sea? Still alive? An attack of the same magnitude is beyond general knowledge. Su-han, the 2 girls, only then, slowly came out from behind Tiger. Su-han looked at the 2 women in front of him with panic in their eyes, as if they were telling themselves to hurry up and get out of here. You're not allowed to leave. At this time, White Wind also walked out. Fear made him very shaky, but he still tried to be warning his opponent. After all, this beaten man was his own brother, who was still alive or dead, so how could he let go of this murderer in front of him? Mr. Su, should we arrange for an ambulance? Of course Tiger was aware of this. He knew that the other party was not dead. Whatever. Su-han looked indifferent. You're better at it than he is. Su-han patted Little Wind's shoulder again. After saying that, they just opened the door of the box. Sis, let's go back. Hearing Su-han's reminder, the 2 girls quickly followed. Eunuch Bai, what do you think about this? Tiger asked. Just a moment ago when the other party tapped his shoulder, an unprecedented feeling of fear made Little Wind almost die of fright. Is my big brother still alive? Little Wind. Suddenly this sentence came out of his mouth. No, not dead. Tiger froze and rushed to respond, but the next second let his bizarre scene happened. Tiger thought that Xiao Foam had gone crazy. His laughter is really terrible. Chapter 55, One Man's Work. One Man's Work. The original fearful expression suddenly showed a hint of a smile at this point, and slowly became a bit more hideous. What's wrong with you, my lord? Tiger was shocked to see this scene. He didn't want to hurt one and go crazy in his box. After all, the White family's old man was right next door. The wounded one already didn't know how to explain it. And now, well, there's another crazy one. It's okay, it's okay. Windy started to respond to the other, again as if he was mumbling. Soon that fear slowly faded from his face. You go next door and tell my grandfather. And remember, don't let him call the police, just tell him I said so. After saying that, White Wind directly ran away. Tiger stood there baffled. He didn't even understand what the other party meant by what he said. What kind of drama was this? His own big brother had been beaten to this state, and he was actually still laughing out loud, and it looked like his whole body appeared excited. Of course, Tiger does not want the White family to go to the police to deal with. After all, he just and Su-han will be the relationship will be dealt with. If because of this thing Su-han was made to go in, that would not be worth the loss. However, although he was very puzzled by Bai Feng's actions, he still intended to get this thing down first. Otherwise when Elder Bai came over and saw the scene, he would probably go crazy on the spot. He walked to the front of the other party, thinking to help him up, but at this time he was a little bit blinded. He actually couldn't pull it down, because Bai Hai's physical condition wasn't very clear. Just now he didn't dare to exert himself, but at the end of the day, he didn't dare not to go and exert himself. Su-han's palm was really too powerful. By the time they got to the door, both girls had been pretty scared until now. Along the way, Su-han only smiled and did not speak. The 2 girls looked at him and did not dare to go to ask more questions, so only has been following him forward. The 3 of them got into the car before Feng Shui dared to speak. Su-han, where are we going now? Go home. Suhan laughed a little. I mean, where are we going after we get home and rest our stuff? Feng Shui asked in a serious manner. It's been a good day too. Aren't you guys tired? What's wrong with you? School teacher? Suhan started the car and walked away. The three of them kept chatting there along the way. And finally, Suhan understood what the two girls meant. In knowing that Bai Hai was still alive, the two girls' stones, at last, were put down, back inside the home to put water or repeatedly instructed Suhan, and he was told to never go out again for a while, and that he would find a way to fix this matter with the White family. Suhan was indifferent anyway. It was the other party who made the first move, and there was surveillance inside the box. He also believed that it was impossible for Tiger to go about deliberately erasing evidence. Otherwise, even if one is blind, in the middle of the hotel, although the old man of the White family had been cursing Tiger there, but it was good that this was tempered with the help of White Wind. Bai Hai naturally did not need to go into the hospital, because their Bai family was experienced in this area, and gave him a diagnosis, and found that the other party had only fainted and had not been injured anywhere. And learning this, all of the Bai family breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing their family relax, White Wind furtively said something in front of the old man. Grandpa, I think we need to think long and hard about this matter. Let's just go home and talk about it. Hearing White Wind's words, the old man nodded. If it wasn't for the words he heard from his grandson, the old man would be looking for Feng Shui to question him right now. After all, this thing had started because of him, and now that it was happening, of course he was the first one to be all over it. But just at that moment, he seemed to realize that there was something going on. 2. Feng Shui? Bodyguard? This happened inside the hotel, and soon, it was quietly squashed. To prevent accidents, Tiger copied those videos. Being careful makes everything possible. Many things are really beyond his control. He can only keep an eye on these small things. After Feng Shui arrived inside the house, he was walking back and forth there with a cell phone in his hand, his mind very disturbed. Koton sat on the couch, ticking her fingers back and forth. Suhan had long since finished his shower by this time. What's wrong? Why aren't they all in bed yet? Back home, it was already 11 o'clock at night. Usually the two sisters would have gone to bed already, but today they actually didn't feel like sleeping. Suhan, I don't think it's too safe to stay inside the home. Why don't I go out with you for a while? As soon as Feng Shui remembered that thing just now, he was thinking left and right and still felt that it wasn't safe inside the home. She didn't want to see anything happen to her schoolmate, but the strength of the Bai family, he was very clear, compared to their Feng family is really much too strong. The two cannot go to compete. The last time he beat up his great uncle and cousin, he was already embarrassed. Now he had given Bai Hai back a beating, and the thought of it gave him a headache. Why go outside? One person does everything for one person. Besides, that wasn't my fault in the first place. It was the other person who started it. Can they, the White family, still turn right and wrong? Of course, Suhan knew what these people of theirs were capable of, but the source of his backbone was not fairness, but strength. Suhan, you don't know their methods, and you don't know much about them. Feng Shui explained. Sister, just relax and go to bed. I promise, the White family will definitely not come calling for you tonight. With that, Suhan took his hand and went to his room. Sister Xiaoqin, you should sleep too. Oh, I'm almost there. Suhan smiled bitterly. He didn't believe that the Bai family would dare to openly call their bluff. If they, the Bai family, were truly kingly and determined to mess with himself, or to disadvantage his senior sister, then he would definitely unleash his strength and make them disappear from this point on. A mere White family in the district. What was there to be afraid of? He had long since ceased to be the same lad he was back then. What kind of people hadn't he seen in those years? After experiencing that thing with his sister, he had long since seen through everything, and as a result swore in his heart that he would be a very strong person in the future. There were many things that Suhan could turn his head and come to his senses. Only revenge would take him deeper into it. However, he quickly quieted down. Just at this time, he felt his body, as if something was moving, and then his gaze fell on top of his ring. Could it be that this guy was acting up? Helplessly, he picked up that ring and began to look at it back and forth. After all, this is a guy that cost a lot of money to buy, so it would be a shame to shoot him to sleep. Chapter 56, Weighing the Pros and Cons. It's just that this guy is really creepy. Can't it be that this is really a very, very good treasure? Just looked at it as sneaky look. The body is clearly moving. What? Now no movement it? He watched and soon an evening passed like this. Suhan still didn't see any problem at all. Helplessly, he still brought this ring up. At least one thing was clear to him. This ring was definitely an extraordinary thing. He walked into the bathroom, then stood in front of the mirror, and at that look, shocked himself. The dark circles under his eyes were horrible. However, Suhan was also clear that it was mostly because of this ring that was boiled out. He did a little washing and it was after 5 in the morning. He prepared the ingredients for breakfast just as he had done before, and then went out in his clothes. Every morning he now had a morning jog, still the same as last time, and he made his way to that park, though he didn't want to see it this time. There was no other place for that old man to run around the neighborhood last time. Luckily, he'd been working out in here for almost an hour and hadn't seen anyone come over to harass him. An hour later, Suhan was still thankful in his heart that that old man didn't come to disturb him, then jogged back along the path. In the White family villa, in the middle of the dining room, 3 people were up all night. The old master was sitting in the high hall, and White Wind was still sitting in front of the old master. Bai Tong had been walking back and forth there, which seemed like he was waiting for some kind of news to arrive. Bai Tong, how is Bai Hai doing? The old man began to ask. Though not fatally wounded, he had bones jarred in many places on his body and didn't recover so quickly. Bai Tong shook his head helplessly. Little Wind, you've been selling out for so long, have you made enough of a scene? See what the old people in the family have become? Bai Tong was directly on fire. What the hell is this kid up to? No police? Or seek revenge? He's the only one who sells out all day long. Not to mention his father, even his grandfather, who had always favored his grandfather, was now impatient. Big brother can't take revenge. Bai Fong hurriedly helped Bai Fong get out of the way. White put before is also very puzzled. White Sea is his own nephew. Is more Small Wind of the pro big brother have come to this point. Small Wind improper not anxious, and also in the cell. But it was only when he was treating Bai Hai that it dawned on him. Why? Hearing his words, the old man was puzzled. Because there's no way to get revenge. The other guy is a master. Words have been said, and many things, of course, have to be said. Grandpa, Dad, the person who hit Big Brother and the person who hit the Fong family's father and son must be the same. In this place, who doesn't know that the Fong family father and son is a master who has a grudge? And the Fong family has the old man MO to make the town again. But there has been no movement. What does this show? Completely illustrates the strength of the other party. At that time when the two of them were fighting, I saw it with my own eyes. The other party was the one who beat the big brother into such a palm. You guys go well. Think about it, we go to find someone to take revenge right now. That would be the same as sending someone to their death. Also, not to mention calling the police. If we do choose to call the police, then the situation could be even worse. If the other side doggedly jumps over the wall, our White family could just disappear. It was then that White Wind stood up from the old man's presence. Although Bai Feng's words were out of tune and he was playful all day long, looking like an out-of-touch cockney, his current analysis sobered all of them up. Just he has not thought not to understand. Is the strength of the other side in the end what realm? If last night really find someone to seek revenge, or choose to call the police, they think of it all over the cold sweat. Little Wind, so your big brother was beaten for nothing like this? Bai Tong was certainly unconvinced. Dad, this matter was originally Big Brother's fault in the first place. If it were me, I would have punched him too. Grandpa, I think that not only can we not go for revenge now, but we also have to find a way to pull the other side extremely close. Feng Shui is considered to be a person favored by our Bai family, so if we go through him, let's go and get to know this expert. White Wind resumed his seat in front of the old man. Really, as soon as he finished his words, he had been cut off by his father. No way. He beat my son to this state and he wants us to pull him in? Dream on. Xiao Feng heard here, not to say more. Anyway, weighing the pros and cons, he has analyzed to them. The next is their elders to make a decision. With their own late generation is not half a penny relationship. How do you see it? The old man looked at Bai Feng. I think Xiao Feng has a point. Although our Bai family is a big family, we are still far behind in terms of heritage, and according to my diagnosis, the other party's internal force is very powerful. I'm afraid that even if our whole family is added together, we will not be a match for the other party. I can understand Big Brother fighting for his own son. In my place, I would be the same. Of course, if I could have the power to fight, I would not hesitate to go for revenge. But in this current situation, we simply do not have that ability. Uncle Tu said after a pause. Hearing what his own brother said, Bai Tong also thought it was reasonable. Lao Er is right. I was too impulsive just now. All of them became dumbfounded all of a sudden when they heard what he said. Let's put it this way, we can tell his master about Bai Hai's beating, and if he sits back and does nothing as well, then we'll do what Little Wind said. They all nodded when they heard this. It was indeed a double whammy as well, and all of them fell silent. As a matter of fact, Bai Hai's injuries were actually not very serious when he said they were serious, something he was well aware of as a father. Still, the decision for all of them had to be on the old man, so one by one, they all stared at him. I don't think things are necessary, boss, and if we do get his master out of the way, then things are horribly going a bit far. This way, Bai Tong, go investigate the identity of that bodyguard beside Feng Shui. In case the other party really does have a background, then things really shouldn't get too big. If the other party doesn't have any details, It won't be too late to inform his master then. The old man's words were kind of solid, leaving all of them speechless. If you find out that the other party is not small, then there is really no need to count, but also to make good friends. A so powerful expert. The old man does not believe that the other party does not have a backer. If they go for it rashly, they will end up getting hurt. Chapter 57, A Savior. Suhan was of course unaware of the movements on the Bai family's side. The three people sat at the dining table and ate breakfast. They really wanted to laugh, but they didn't have that mood, and it felt especially hard to hold it in. These two girls didn't need to think about it at all. After such a big incident, they definitely didn't have a good night's sleep. Similarly, seeing Suhan like this, they also thought that the other party was the same as themselves, so they didn't say anything more. Suhan, during this period of time, just stay inside your home and don't go out anymore. If there's any wind, I'll notify you the first time. Feng Shui was still worried about what happened last night. Got it. Schoolteacher. Suhan did not think that he had only gone out, not a few days to fight with others every day. Think about it in the future. Really do not want to go out again. Today it's Feng, tomorrow it's White, and maybe tomorrow there's something else. It would be better to stay home and watch a TV, just like what my sister said. After sending the two girls out, Suhan stayed at home and started to catch up on his sleep. Xiao Qin was inside the hospital, and although he was also worried, there was nothing he could do about it, and he really had more than enough on his plate right now. Feng Shui's side was the same. He had finally put his heart down after realizing that the white elephant's side had no intention of coming to seek in the past few days. It was normal for Baiyu not to come to work in the past few days because he had other things to do. But let yourself think not understand is the white family side. So far a phone has not come. All the medicinal herbs business has been in the normal docking. This is indeed a bit inexplicable. After several days, Feng Shui didn't wait for the white family's side to show up, but waited for the Feng family's side. I was in the office where Feng Hao was wrapped in gauze and sitting arrogantly across from Feng Shui. I'm not here to trouble you today. I'm here to ask you for the recipe. This time, she was not accompanied by her own bodyguard, but an old man with gray hair. Feng Shui didn't bother to look at that old man, but he heard the other party's words and, the heart couldn't help but sneer a little. He actually wanted the formula from his own company. How could that be? It also said that he couldn't come to trouble himself, and for him, that was a terrible amount of trouble. Uncle, I don't have the formula you want, and it's also mealtime now. If you want to eat, I can order you a takeaway. Do you want to eat? If you don't eat, please just leave. Feng Shui quietly pressed the alarm inside the office. This alarm inside his office goes straight to the security room side. Feng Shui, of course, didn't know that the other party had come prepared, trying to find an excuse to leave himself. The other man took him and wouldn't let him. You're trying to go call that cousin of yours on purpose, aren't you? No way. Feng Hao didn't notice this, but that old man's figure had already blocked the other party's path. I advise you to be a good boy and sign the contract, or you'll regret it. Mo Lao had an inexplicable current of air. Feng Shui was forcefully blocked by him in his office, and he had indeed hired help to come over. He thought about it in his mind for a moment. Now he wanted to find certainty to help. Obviously it was impossible. At this time, he could only hope that his assistant appeared. Feng Hao. This person has always been ruthless in doing things. Before, he had held back at every turn and did not give the other party the opportunity to seize it. But now that both their father and son had been beaten up by their schoolmates, there was no way that he would let go of this opportunity. If I don't sign it, what can you do to me? Is there anything else you can do in broad daylight? Feng Shui was also someone who had seen a big scene. In broad daylight, he didn't believe that the other party could still do anything to himself. Don't worry, I have many ways to get you to sign. After saying that old man took out a small box from inside his own pocket. That box was opened by him. There was a blackened worm walking around in it. Cold sweat broke out when Feng Shui saw the worm inside the box. I can warn you that this bug is poisonous, and once it's loaded into your body, then no one can save you. The old man looked at him, his voice low, a grim smile on his face. Elder Mo, you don't need to nag him, just put it in. On Feng Hao's face, a hint of ruthlessness appeared at the same time, but just at this time, the old man turned back to glare fiercely at the other party before he said anything. What kind of joke is this? This is he spent a lot of money to get it. He is still waiting for the future to be very useful. How can be used on this woman? That is too wasteful. Why he just did that? Is completely thinking of how to each other? Well, have you thought about it yet? This one is no joke. Really put it in your body and then it will absorb your brain. If you don't listen, I just have to move my hand and it will slowly start to stay with you until you slowly die. Do you want to try it? Soon. He set the box on the table and the worm slowly crawled out from inside the box. Seeing that situation gave Feng Shuazhong a lot of ideas. Are you going to sign it or not? Feng Shui did get a little scared as she watched the worm slowly discharging itself. I'm afraid that after this time such a voice will stay inside her head for the rest of her life. Why hasn't the security guard come up till now? Frantic with fear, he was pressing the alarm, but no one ever came up. Bad feelings suddenly surged into his heart. The security guards didn't come, and his own secretary didn't show up either. The atmosphere of the company today was really weird to the extreme. Feng Shui slowly entered into despair. Anyway, this formula, she would not hand it over even if she died. Because this was something he had spent a lot of effort to research, there was no way he could give it away easily. You now have 3 seconds to think it over. Seeing that the other party had not been making much of a statement, the old man said. But it was at this time that something unexpected happened. Bang, bang, bang. The office door was being slammed open in quick succession. Fang Hao and Mo Lao were dumbfounded when they heard this voice. Soon a green and thin figure appeared in the doorway, with a high ponytail and a very chic suit. The visitor was no other than Tiny. Only then did Feng Shui remember that he had agreed with Xiao Xiao that he would come to the company today. Looking at what he was wearing made me want to laugh a little at myself. It did seem a little out of place. Originally, when she came here, she just wanted to go to the security department to take a look. But the problem she found was that all the surveillance of the president's office had been messed up, and none of the other security guards were on duty. He realized something was wrong and rushed to the president's office. But where did you expect the amazing scene to appear in front of you? Chapter 58 Life and Death. Especially since when she came up, there was actually a department head blocking the door to keep her out. Xiao Xiao wasn't a fool. If the chairman really had something to do with meeting guests, he shouldn't have cut off the monitoring of the president's office. These guys are so sneaky again. There must be something fishy going on. Then the current scene appeared. The moment the gate was opened, Fang Hao and Mo Lao were stunned at that moment. What just surprised them was all this in front of them. Was it really this little girl who did this? When Feng Shui saw Xiao Hao, her heart became even more nervous. What a bad time for this little girl to come. How did she stumble upon this situation? Although this little girl had a little bit of self-defense kung fu, he knew very well that the little girl was definitely not a match for the old man in front of him. There was no way the other side would let him go now that he had blatantly barged in like this. Tiny, did you call Sukhan to inform him? Feng Shui had no choice but to take a gamble. Hearing Feng Shui's words, Xiao Xiao froze for a moment. Don't worry, I called it a long time ago. Suhan said he'll be here soon. He should be here soon. Tiny crossed his arms. When Feng Shui heard his words, she was finally relieved. This little wit is still very resourceful. Hearing the conversation between the two of them, those two were dumbfounded between them. Suhan? The two of them had been investigating this person's identity over the past few days, and had likewise inquired about the news of the White family's beating, and comparing the before and after. This person was none other than the young man beside Feng Shui, and also the cousin he had spoken of. Mo Lao is not a fool. When he inquired about the situation, he suddenly changed his strategy. A strong attack is not possible, only to come to the yin. And he knew in his heart of hearts that Feng Shui was surrounded by all the eyes of the Feng family. That's why this is happening today. Elder Mo, we need to hurry with the second plan, or when that guy comes, it'll all be too late and we'll be dead. Where would Feng Hao not know the old man's mind, but give up the child to catch the wolf? If he hesitated now, he really wouldn't be able to live. The opponent's strength was something he had personally tried. At this moment, the old man didn't want that much. Soon, it walked beside Feng Shui and grabbed his neck. Feng Shui looked at the other party in horror, her body struggling again very feebly. Stop. With that, Tiny took the same arrow step and flew, then kicked. Although Tiny had excellent hands, he was ultimately a layman. In front of absolute strength, he was completely unbeatable, only to see the Dao old man's big hand move, and then little was like a broken kite, directly flying out, and then heavily hit the top of the landing window. Although he didn't crash out, Xiao Xiao felt as if his body bones were as if they were falling apart and he couldn't support himself at all. The bugs in the old man's wooden box had slowly filled Feng Shui's mouth. Feng Shui became scared all of a sudden, all terrified. Was this ghostly thing really going to enter her body? It looked like he was really dead this time, and he was already completely passed out at this point in time. This is a certificate of life and death that we want. After 3 days, let Suhan come to me, or the gods can't save her. The old man glanced at Tiny next to the floor-to-ceiling window, disdain in his eyes, but then he thought about it. Taking Feng Shui away just like that would be impossible. After all, Feng Shui is also the chairman of a listed group. The commotion is too big. They still don't have the strength to set things right. But threatening the other side is different. It will achieve a certain effect, and this is the foolproof plan. If Feng Shui was willing to cooperate and hand over that formula, then their goal would be achieved and the old man would be paid accordingly. But if he didn't cooperate, then it would be even better. Had to let this little girl swallow this worm, sign this life and death. You this woman to threaten each other to give in. Even if Suhan's strength is strong, as long as there is this woman dead hand, the other side is not let themselves play in the palm of their hands. At least that's how the old man is going to think about it at the moment. And all will be in order then. Later on, he would slowly torture this woman and give all the syndicates next. It was like killing two birds with one stone. Watching the two of them leave individually, Tiny climbed up beside Feng Shui with great difficulty. Sister Feng Shui. Tiny had just been hurt by the other guy, and now he was breathing hard, and she kept asking why she was so weak. Even if he had just bought himself a little bit of time for the other party to run, it was still possible. At this point, he had no strength left in his body, and was still there doing his best to pull out his cell phone. Finally pressing a number with great difficulty, Xiao Xiao completely fainted. Hello? Hello? Suhan still has stored a small number. Before in the orphanage separated, he is in order to facilitate the delivery of medicine to each other, so deliberately stored to this number, and at this time to see the other party called over, but did not say anything. Suhan heart is very unhappy. He has always decided that the other party is a dog in some kind of mischief, because in his mind, that's what this little girl is. Then he hung up the phone and dialed back, but it kept showing no answer, over and over, and it was still the same, and he knew Tiny would be at Feng Shui's company today. Then he subconsciously dialed Feng Shui's number again, but the result was still the same. No one answered. Suhan realized at this time that things seemed a little wrong. He rushes to reach Xiao Qin, and the two engage in some communication and realize that Feng Shui's secretary has also disappeared. What the hell is going on here? Could something have happened? A bad feeling came up all of a sudden. The more Suhan thought about it, the more wrong it was, and not caring about anything else, he hurriedly ran out from inside the house. He didn't choose to go for a taxi, because Feng Shui's company wasn't very far from inside his home. Even driving was only like 10 minutes. He got to the office as fast as he could, and as he stood at the office door he saw two bodies on the floor. His clenched fists became very scary, and the temperature of the whole office became boiling all of a sudden. It was really impossible to suppress the anger inside himself. Who the hell did all this? Blood filling his own eyes? His glasses were glowing red, and he couldn't see a bit of white silk light at all. In Suhan's eyes, his schoolmate was his closest relative. This was the first time Suhan had a killing intent, and at this moment, his gaze scanned the surroundings. Every bit around me seemed to be slowing down to every breath. Chapter 59, The Compulsion. He had visibly felt Hokage and Tiny breathing. Suhan certainly knew that the other party had not gone far. He wanted to go after them, but he was already a step too late. It was too late to think about it now, and at this point he hurried to the two girls. It was at this time that he saw a piece of paper on top of the table that stood out. He picked up the paper and glanced at it. The content was simple, a very common challenge. In addition to this there was not a little bit of relevant information, and when he saw the signature on the back, M.O. Lao, the name was unfamiliar. She tucked the note into her pocket and looked at her schoolmate's condition, realizing that the other woman was just unconscious from shock and that there was nothing wrong with her before she let her heart drop. But just as he was about to let go, there was an eerie pulse that throbbed, causing Suhan to tremble. Suhan felt that pulse face changed at once. This is a parasite? It turns out that sister has been bewitched by someone else. He didn't dare to wake up his schoolmate, because this was something he knew all too well. When he examined the tiny situation, Suhan had an inexplicable fire in his heart. To lay such a heavy hand on a girl, one could imagine how ruthless the other party was. It was also at this time that Feng Qin came to the office. Seeing this situation in front of him, he was flustered in his heart and slowly walked towards Suhan. Sister Qin, it's too late to explain too much. It's imperative that we bring them back in a hurry. Suhan gently hugged his schoolmate for fear of a slight misstep, and Xiao Qin helped Xiao Xiao up, the two of them very carefully. As for how to deal with things inside the company, Suhan now does not have that mind to care a little. The most important thing is to help the school sister and small two girls out of danger. When he arrived at the place where he lived, Suhan carried Feng Shui to his own bed. Jin, lay Tiny flat on the couch. I'll be right there. He could still tell the difference between priorities. He didn't want his senior sister to be in any accidents. Good. I'll give Tiny the relative treatment as well, and I'll leave you to your sister. Xiao Qin's eyes were very determined. Of course Suhan believed the other party. After all, he was also a doctor. Sister Qin, don't let anyone enter my room until I come out. With Xiao Qin there to help Xiao Xiao, his heart was naturally much wider. Nodding at his words, he then set Tiny down on the couch. At the same time, Suhan carried Feng Shui to his bed and then closed the door. Suhan had several times gently put his hand on top of Feng Shui's wrist. He found that there was nothing going on, and now all he had to do was probe the worm through the other man's pulse. After a long time, Suhan's expression became gloomy. How could he not have thought that something like this could actually exist in this place? Usually things like this would not be used casually, and the other party could actually do so, and must have spent a great deal of money. He'd seen it mentioned in the materia medica before about this aspect not being so easy. Luckily, he had been exposed to this aspect before, and he was never going to allow this to happen in front of him. There is also a best way to bait it out with something more appealing to him, but that solution was better. He didn't have that much energy, and his head hurt a little at the thought of it. After all, there was a worm walking around inside a person's body, and he was checking on the other person every second of every hour, because he himself didn't know when that little thing, in the end, would wake up. If you really want to do it this way, I'm afraid that the energy in your body will be greatly depleted, and you may not be able to survive for 2 days before you've already collapsed. That's the equivalent of days and nights where he doesn't have to rest. He thought about it and could only use silver needles to seal the stormy pathway of the thing inside, lest he run around inside Feng Shui's body. It's just that this method is really risky, and if you don't seal that thing, the consequences are really unimaginable. Just as he was torn there, Feng Shui suddenly moved, then slowly opened her own eyes. Su-Han. At the first sight of her schoolmate, Feng Shui's heart felt incredibly solid. Hokage. Su-Han laughed. Feng Shui tried very hard to touch his hand to his head, but there was always no force. He finally gave up. It's okay, I've got everything. Su-Han held the other's hand tightly. Tiny, how's he doing? Feng Shui suddenly realized that Xiao Xiao was not by her side and asked with concern. Don't worry, he has Sister Qin taking care of him. He's not in danger for the time being. It's just that right now I'm going to help you force out what's inside. Su-Han didn't know if the other party knew about the worm inside his body. Hearing the other party's words, Feng Shui's eyes became terrified once again. Seeing him, the schoolteacher might have known. Su-Han stroked his forehead, and for a moment Feng Shui's face became much more relaxed. I'm going to help you get that bug out of you right now, but there might be some pain in between. Can you bear it? Su-Han comforted very quietly. Aha! Feng Shui responded. Su-Han didn't bother to say anything more, then took out his silver needle. With his current strength, he basically wouldn't fail unless he was disturbed by the outside world. What's wrong? Feng Shui saw him for taking an embarrassed look, then asked up. I need. Su-Han squirmed for half a day, but didn't say a word. Does it involve undressing? This one sentence had already made it abundantly clear that he knew this schoolmate well. Su-Han also nodded at this time. Then, hurry. Even though she couldn't move now, the fact that her eyes were tightly closed and her whole body was relaxed spoke volumes about her determination. And it wasn't like it was anyone else right now anyway. Although his eyes were tightly closed, that immodest smile made Su-Han look even more embarrassed. He was so helpless that he took out the black cloth and blindfolded himself. In terms of some acupoints, he had already memorized them so well that he could find them even with his eyes closed. Feng Shui's clothes came off, and every step was very precise. Senior sister, next you have to be mentally prepared. During the whole process, only your head can move. The rest of the place must not move. You have to endure it. Feng Shui clenched her teeth and nodded. Of course all of this, Su-Han couldn't see it either. Otherwise he would have laughed again. As the silver needle slowly pierced his head, a wave of warmth made him feel uncomfortable. And soon, such a feeling was subtle and comforting again. Chapter 60 Treatment. A less than harmonious voice emanated from Feng Shui's mouth. Aha! This one voice made Feng Shui herself blush, not to mention Su-Han. The feeling of goosebumps falling to the ground caused Su-Han to shiver. However, this was also a brief hiccup, and Su-Han quickly withdrew his distracting thoughts, immediately followed by a needle. Finally finished. Fine beads of sweat. At this time in Su-Han's forehead slowly appeared. Feng Shui felt a burst of pain at this time, and it wasn't the kind of pain Su-Han was talking about. The tingling sensation was almost ethereal, but before she could get past her elation, there was a cry of alarm that suddenly issued from her mouth. Then only her pupils contracted violently. Bang! So-Kan, save me! The whole body could not move. Feng Shui only felt that her mind was constantly being spun around by something, and that feeling was very unbearable. Su-Han's face changed drastically when he saw this. He didn't expect the little thing inside to wake up so quickly. Su-Han had no choice but to directly put his bitten finger into his schoolmate's mouth. Don't swallow it, draw it out. It was not a good thing for Su-Han to see Feng Shui's flustered appearance, and even intentionally swallowed his own blood into his stomach. If that little thing never comes out, it'll be even more of a problem then. He had no choice but to break his hand again before dropping a few more drops of blood into his schoolmate's mouth. Aha! The pain that was drilling through her heart made Feng Shui unable to go and force herself to endure it, and then she bit down on Su-Han's finger. Su-Han just stifled a grunt and let the other party bite. Sure enough, it felt much better now. Feng Shui could vaguely feel that little thing that was slowly moving towards the inside of her veins. His speed wasn't very fast and he was very alert. Bang! Su-Han couldn't care too much when he looked here, still pressing on his arm. As long as he moved, it meant that his blood had attracted the other, perhaps irresistibly. A drop of blood fell from Feng Shui's throat, The thing sensed it and suddenly opened its mouth, revealing sharp serrated teeth, and then moved violently towards the top. And now Su-han's hand withdrew like lightning, and a small thumb-sized worm jumped out directly on top of his index finger. Feng Shui looked at this and suddenly fainted again. Something so disgusting that it actually burrowed into one's brain and made one panic when looking at it. And Su-han directly put a pinch on his wrist, and the blood that was left stopped flowing. However, just at this time, the little bug seemed to realize something. Trying to run? A cold smile appeared at the corner of Su-han's mouth. Then he reached out and touched the needle stuck on the cloth. Directly shot out the needle in his hand, only to see the guy has not moved. Su-han directly walked over, taking a serious look. The other wasn't dead, but he had no intention of letting it die, and then tossed it aside without bothering. And then what he was doing now, the Fong family didn't know. Elder Mo. Thanks to you this time. As long as we can kill Su-han, that little girl's company will be ours from now on. At that point, I'll raise you to 40%, Fong Hao said with an excited face. 40%? No. If I help you out this time, and you get that little girl's company, I'm going to let your Fong family have 50% of the shares. Elder Mo shook his head. What? 50%? Fong Hao froze. Wasn't 40% promised before? Now you want 50%? But didn't you promise before? Why have you changed now? Fong Hao was uncertain. That's right. In the beginning you just said that you want the other party's formula. Now you're getting someone's entire company. In addition to wanting Su-han's life, I want 50% now. Is it too much? Elder Mo looked at him and sneered. 50% is certainly not a problem. As long as the little girl's company can come into our Fong family's hands, then this is not too much for you to ask for at all. It was also while the two of them were talking that another old man came down the stairs of the villa. Dad, 50%. 50% of the shares? How much is one's own? Not so much for most of one's life. The old man was no one else. He was the head of the Fong family, Fong Shui's grandfather. Walking to the living room, the old man sat down. Brother Fong, don't worry. That little girl has now been poisoned by the parasites. 3 days later, in a duel with Su-han, won't he still obediently bind his hands? After saying that, Elder Mo made a gesture with a sinister smile on his face. That's for sure. With you out there, what's not to worry about? The old master also nodded at this time. He was certainly at ease with the other party. For so many years, the other party had always helped their family deal with behind-the-scenes matters, and had never missed a beat. This time, if that little girl's company's really all lost, then their group's business expansion, simply very fast. What's a mere 50% of the shares? At the same time, Su-han removed the black cloth in front of his eyes and pulled out all the silver needles from Fong Shui's body, then took out a few pills, took out one of them and sent it to Fong Shui's mouth. When the pill was sent into the final, there was a little bit of bitterness, as if it was the flavor of Chinese medicine. It looked black and slimy. Soon, there was a faint fragrance that came out. Feeling this coolness, Fong Shui slowly opened her eyes. Don't worry, this is very effective, and in the same way, he can clean the toxins from your body. Su-han saw that the other party's expression was very odd, then explained. Hearing Su-han's explanation, Fong Shui only put down his heart. Without the silver needle, his body soon had regained consciousness, but now just as he got up, the two people's expressions became even more strange. Su-han forgot to cover the other party with a quilt, because there was no sentience just now. Fong Shui couldn't feel it at all. Su-han's color turned red when he saw the scene. I'll go check on Tiny. Su-han hurriedly got up. When he came to the living room, he saw Xiao-Qin was there helping Xiao-Xiao to push her bones. Su-han nodded silently. Internal injuries like these are very dangerous, and now that he's doing this, it still does a lot of good for the injured person's body to go into a packed state. The little body is still serious, but as long as the trauma is healed, that can come through time and slowly recover. Forget it, it's cheap for this girl. Thinking of this, Su-han nodded helplessly. He took out one of his own pills and gave it to Xiao-Qin. He had known about the other's physical condition since his own first dealings with Xiao-Xiao. Su-han, the small internal injuries look a bit severe. Chapter 61 Information. Xiao-Qin saw the other man approaching with some love in his eyes. He had done all that he could do now, but this internal injury, in this limited condition, was really hard for him to do. It's fine, leave it to me. Su-han looked at him and smiled, then helped Little up from the top of the sofa. You? Seeing the other man trying to pick himself up, think of a flawless blush spreading across his face. It was the shyness of a young girl, a little green and a little churlish. Su-han was only thinking about curing his condition quickly in his heart and didn't pay attention to the rest. Don't move, I'll take care of it for you. Although the external injuries had been treated by Xiao-Qin, Su-han still had to pay special attention in order to prevent the internal injuries from worsening. Qin, give him the pills. Xiao-Qin put that pill in her hand, directly into the other's mouth. Xiao-Xiao almost had to spit it out. because it was indeed too bitter. Fortunately, Suhan moved quickly and hurriedly gave him a gag. This was something he had gotten with great difficulty. How could he waste it? He had originally given one to his old school sister, but now he had given him one, and he couldn't bring himself to part with it. In any case, the other side is not allowed to go to waste like this. He stared at Tiny as he swallowed before removing his grip. Puff! Tiny's mind kept stuttering. What the hell was this? He wore so little. The other party actually directly on the hand, originally still some scarlet smiling face, at this time has become a red apple. Just as Tiny was about to open his mouth to stop it, there was a warm current that instantly entered his body, that tingling sensation up to his entire body. Soon there was a dry heat that made one's whole body turn red, and the pores on the surface of the skin expanded rapidly. Alright, get yourself some rest. In 2 or 3 days it will be as alive as ever. Suhan quickly withdrew his hand and spoke up. Suhan, why do I feel like I've gotten stronger? Little wondered, because when the body gets better, it definitely gets stronger. Suhan looked at the other party's puzzled eyes and couldn't help but feel a meaty pain. Once he heard what he said, think about it and don't dare to go slack. The process will be painful. Suhan looked at him and said, then wasn't speaking. Suhan did all this, then walked directly to the floor-to-ceiling window, took out his own phone, and dialed a number. There wasn't much time, and the other person picked up in almost seconds. Mr. Su, a respectful voice soon came over. Do you know that the Fong family has a gentleman named Mo Lao? I need all of his information now. Can Tiger get it done for me? Suhan's call with the other party didn't have the fake politeness from before, but directly opened the door. Mo Lao. Tiger paused for a moment, then muttered to himself. Yes, 3 days later, he asked me to go to the place set for a life and death duel, so I need all his information now. Suhan didn't want to try to hide it either. A duel? Tiger was dumbfounded. It took a long time before he responded. Suhan did not continue to speak at this time, but kept waiting for the other party to finish digesting. No problem, Mr. Su, give me 10 minutes. Tiger retrieved his thoughts and quickly agreed. If this matter is done well, count it as me owing you another favor, and when I'm free, I'll give you a pill at that time as payment. After saying that, Suhan directly hung up the phone. Leaning against the floor bed, he slowly sat on the floor, because his body was now completely deflated, and at this time, his state was also very unpromising. Suhan, are you alright? Seeing the other party in this state, Xiao Qin rushed forward, only to see Suhan shaking his head, stopping him from moving forward. Jin, I'll be fine, just keep an eye on this Tiny. He was still capable of handling this kind of thing himself, so naturally he wouldn't add any more worries to the other party. At this time is planning to rest Tiger. In fact, he is in the lunch break as the most hate others to disturb their own. This point, no matter in the company, or with him with very good friends, are clear, so at noon there is no urgent event, almost no one to call him, but, recently Suhan has disturbed him twice. Once it was the other party who had taken the initiative to see him. This time he was asking for a favor. It said that there was also a reward, but she never dared to hope for it, and the funniest thing was that the other party's reward was a pill, so why would he send a pill to himself? Mr. Su wasn't kidding, was he? Tiger's expression clouded at the thought, sometimes giggling, sometimes frowning. After 5 minutes, he remembered what the other man had asked him to help with, but he was also fast, having said 10 minutes, and it was at that allotted time that he got through to the other side. Suhan's face looked pale at this time, but when he thought of Feng Shui and Xiao Xiao, now in this situation, he could only go and hold on, not daring to slack off at all, especially Xiao Xiao. His current internal injuries were still quite serious, so he was still very worried about this little girl. Suhan glanced at the information sent by the other party and frowned. He hadn't expected his opponent to be an old man, or a very powerful one. The information is very detailed on top, and the fine details of what has been done before are all there at a glance. After seeing this, Suhan understood everything. No wonder the other party had this. Then he quickly replied back to the other party with a received. Little was a little surprised at himself by the limits of his intolerance. At this moment, although Xiao Xiao was already drenched in sweat and the look of pain on her face was there, but this little girl just didn't say a word and looked particularly strong. Suhan could see that this little girl was clenching her teeth there, her flesh was involuntarily twitching, and in this state, Suhan looked heartbreaking and envious. Sister Qin, I'll go inside and see what's going on. If there's anything, you call me right away. Suhan wanted to go inside the house to see how his schoolmate was doing. Okay, only when he got a response from the other man did he head for the room. By the time he got back to the house, he found his schoolmate asleep. Suhan began to organize his room a bit, and when he thought about that matter, some killing intent appeared in his eyes. The other party was really ungrateful and actually dared to hit on his schoolmate. When he saw the ring on his hand, His mood became bad all of a sudden. If it wasn't for this guy, he wouldn't have become so weak now. And he thought that everything had something to do with this ring. In the meantime, he hadn't worn it very often, tossing it aside on occasion. After all, his own body was still more important. Chapter 62, A Small Breakthrough. After finishing this, he leaned against the wall and began to close his eyes. Through this matter, he could see the other party's plot, so he had to think about the strategy to deal with it. At this time, he absolutely couldn't let his senior sister suffer anymore. Just then, he seemed to suddenly remember something, but the call came. He glanced at the caller. It was from Tiger's side, and he answered it himself in a matter of seconds. Mr. Su, it didn't disturb your rest, did it? Tiger asked cautiously. No, you say. Su-han responded to the responders. Just now I heard that you're going to have a duel with someone else. I've contacted a few seniors in this area for you, and 3 days later, they'll also be present to be there, so that they can help you make a notarization then. Tiger wasn't the kind of person who blew off a little bit of steam. The other side said they wanted information, so he definitely wouldn't just collect some information. He had to do it all or he wouldn't do it at all. As expected, Su-han was a bit touched when he heard the other party's words. This point is indeed very important. Some rules he still know a little. If this matter does not have some respected seniors to notarize, this private absolutely the same is not recognized. If it is just the other side to find someone to come over to be impartial, then it is not good to say, Tiger, thanks a lot. I owe you another favor for the future. But just as he was about to thank the other party, he was interrupted by his words. Mr. Su, don't discount me. I can't afford your favor. Tiger was thrilled beyond words. In that case, brother Tiger, you can stop calling me Mr. Su in the future. You can just call me by my name. Hearing this, Tiger shuddered slightly. If brother Tiger looks up to Mr. Su, call me elder brother Su from now on, and I'll call you brother like everyone else. When Su-han said this, Tiger was so scared that he almost dropped his cell phone. What's wrong, Tiger? Holy, Tiger got goosebumps. What was the other guy's status to call him a buddy? No, nothing. Mr. Son, you're busy. I'll go contact a few seniors for you. After saying that, Tiger couldn't care what the other party's reaction was. He hurriedly hung up the phone. Su-han was also speechless, and after thinking for a moment, a bitter smile appeared on his face. He was grateful to the other party was true, no matter what the other party for what purpose. In addition to the school sister, after all, Tiger was the first person to help himself, and this person did things really well thought out, so that he did not have any worries. And Tiger is indeed such a person, no matter whether it is useful or not. There are some things that he has to do, whether Su-han has no need for Tiger, or help each other to find a few seniors to witness. After all, the strength of the other side to kill a Mo Lao, that is as easy as a slap. If the presence of all the people on the side of the Mo Lao, then at that time really cannot say. Su-han had actually found himself. Then Tiger couldn't let the other party have any worries. After a long time, Su-han slowly recovered his spirit. However, just at this time, there was a strange wind in the living room that made himself tremble. Is this a breakthrough for Tiny? Xiao Xiao suddenly felt that her body's qi and blood were churning. That scene really scared Xiao Qin. It felt like going off the deep end. Su-han. Xiao Qin didn't dare to go and make a rash move, but shouted. On the contrary, it was Su-han who had long guessed all of this, and he had come to the living room a long time ago. I'm fine. Just when he came to the living room, has watched this little girl piece of excitement forget everything, joyfully in the sofa above bouncing up, and Su-han and Xiao Qin see a burst of embarrassment. This little girl piece, their own clothes have not yet been worn, make a mess of jumping up there. You're just bouncing around there. Your injuries aren't even healed. Sooner or later you'll fall back for you. Su-han when little is a little sister. So, there is absolutely no sense of embarrassment. Not only that, but the tone also revealed a hint of blow. What are you talking about? Is it possible to rewind? Hearing the other party say this, Tiny was dumbfounded. After all, he didn't know much about this. Yeah, that's why you have to be extra careful. You're not out of the woods yet. Su-han with a hint of warning, so that the excitement of the small all of a sudden became much more subdued, and he suddenly thought of Feng Shui, and wondered how he was doing. How's Mr. Feng doing? Tiny asked with hurried concern. He's fine. He's asleep in there. Now hurry up and take a shower. It was probably sweaty, so the living room all smelled great. Tiny sniffed and did feel a great odor on her, then hurriedly jumped up from the top of the couch. Go wash in my room. Koton chuckled. Tiny nodded. The weakness of his body after that excitement had passed made him almost fall over. You be careful. Don't fall. Su-han blankly glanced at her, then didn't say anything more. Jin. In fact, Tiny was usually big-headed, but she was still getting along with both of them girls these days, but her heart is very clear. She is in front of these two girls, more or less some inferiority complex. No money, no culture, but also not as beautiful as the two of them. They only have a body of brute force. She had been trying her best to do something to help Feng Shui, but every time the other party said that she didn't need to, which made her heart, which was already a bit inferior, become even lower. Xiaoqin was likewise a very lofty existence inside her eyes. After all, the other party was the vice president of a hospital. Where was a wild child like him to be able to reach? Although she had always regarded the other party as an idol, but it was precisely because of this that their distance was growing larger and larger. It's okay, let's go. Xiaoqin's smile was healing. As soon as he saw her smile, his heart warmed to Tiny, and he leaned right back against his shoulder before the two of them individually walked into the bedroom. These 3 days are not very long. Now the bugs have also been pulled out. Feng Shui is just a little bit of shadow on that thing, resulting in the body a little bit not too comfortable. There is not too much problem. To help people to help in the end. Xiao this period of time with Su-han's help, the body has also become cured. Basically there are no more problems. Su-han was still the same these days. He went for a walk in the park early in the morning. Perhaps it was just a coincidence that the old man, these days, appeared inside the park again. By noon, a male guest was welcomed inside Feng Shui's house for the first time. Chapter 63, Introductions. The guest inside her house this time is Tiger. Tiger and Su-han discussed it. Today's schedule has him to arrange. After all, he was a first-timer and the two girls didn't understand those rules of the Jianghu, so it was best to let Tiger take charge of this matter. Their time, it was at 2 in the afternoon, and Tiger was honored to be invited by the other party to the house for dinner. Tiger walked here. The whole way was just apprehensive. He had planned to pick up Su-han after dinner, but the other party took the initiative to invite himself to dinner. Now that he had arrived at Feng Shui's home, his heart was beating even more furiously. Tiger, come on in. Do you mind if I call you that? Feng Shui said. Of course not. Tiger didn't quite have the heart to say it. That's good. Su-han is in the kitchen frying. Seeing Tiger standing nervously at the door, Feng Shui hurriedly invited him in. Feng Shui was not very fond of this man before, but he was not repulsed either. But through the past few days, he knew what the other party had done, and he kind of recognized Tiger as a person. Stir-fry? Tiger froze, then changed his shoes and walked inside. He glanced at the kitchen and saw that the back was busy. Was this the same Mr. Su who could slap someone above the wall with one slap? Tiger, sit down first, the food will be ready soon. Just as Tiger froze, Su-han came out. Master, can you not be so polite? This was Tiger's true monologue from the bottom of his heart. He was really about to break down after seeing the other party being so polite to him for the past few days. Here even if in the eyes of outsiders they see and how they will think, even if they how to explain is useless. Soon, a table of dishes was served. This time Xiao did not return to the orphanage, not because of how comfortable here, but Su-han is not allowed. After all, his body is not very good right now, and sister Su-han Yao, this little girl, is afraid that he will cause something again. Feng Shui also reported on the phone to the police department side. This matter is also considered private, no longer pursued. In the dining room, the 4 men sat down. They didn't drink because they had big things to do in the afternoon. Tiger was full of praise when he tasted Mr. So's hand-cooked dishes. This was indeed a heartfelt admiration. Tiger, what mountain delicacies have not eaten, especially his kind of socializing, especially a lot of people, almost any food. For him, there is nothing strange, but Su-han fried this handful of good food. It was simply excellent. See what you're craving for. Not only can Su-han cook a good handful of food, the flavor below is even better. We like to eat it the most. Tiny's words instantly made the scene quiet for a moment, but it was quickly responded to again, and no one paid him any attention. Tiger, eat more food, a topic that Feng Shui hurriedly forked over. The pasta cooked for breakfast was indeed delicious. Xiaoqin was eating her meal and forced an explanation. Tiger, of course, was not amused, and instead gave an I get it smile. She was just a little surprised when she noticed the tiny breath. Looking at Su-han again, he was completely unaware of what had happened. He didn't bother to think about it too much though, and an awkward lunch ended with them leaving the place they were staying. Su-han had originally planned to wear Feng Shui alone at that time, but obviously with this look, he couldn't convince the other 2 girls, so in the end, he could only compromise. However, since they were traveling to feel afraid of what might happen, they made a big car to go there for their safety. Tiger had long ago set this up himself as their driver himself, though along the way, they were talking and laughing and the atmosphere was fairly relaxed. Tiger just couldn't accept that the young man in front of him was being too polite to him. Soon they reached their destination and Tiger parked the car. A few people headed straight inside. It was a martial arts center that had been empty for a long time, which was seldom entered, but was cleaned very well. For this aspect, Su-han didn't really know much about it, but Hugo had the sense to start introducing him there. Hearing this, Suhan finally understood. This looked like something that their Fong family had been planning for a long time. There was a lot of space in here. It looked like it used to be a competition venue. When they walked inside, there were already quite a lot of people mingling and laughing. When these people of theirs saw Suhan appear, they stopped talking. Tiger greeted the men. "It's Tiger. It's been a long time, don't come back." Those people were responding to each other as well. When Suhan appeared in front of them, all of them were surprised. The news is all put out. Mo Lao here is all will not be strange, but the Suhan that Tiger said, they had never seen before. "This is the Mr. Su I mentioned." Tiger sidestepped, then stood behind Suhan and began to introduce himself to them. "This is the primary and secondary." Those people finally see it. Just that this young man's age is also too young. It looks like early 20s, and his body shape does not look like a practitioner. For a young man like him to go and fight with that man, isn't it a death sentence? "Mr. Su, this is the person in charge here. Master Zhang." Fifth brother also saw that they were questioning Suhan. Of course, there was no need to explain anything at all, whether there was strength or not. In the end, it would be known. "Hello, Master Chang. This process is necessary to go. In the courtesy of this piece, he naturally cannot lose. After all, come to the people, are to help their own notarization. Hello, Mr. Su." Master Zhang shook his hand as a greeting. He didn't even know why Tiger had invited himself over for a duel like this one with no suspense. Immediately after that, Tiger introduced him to several more people. That is, until they came up to a middle-aged man. Tiger's words had only just fallen, but the middle-aged man in front of him took the initiative to extend his own hand, cutting the other party off. "Hello, Mr. Su, I'm Bai Fong." What was wrong with second Master Bai? Why would he take the initiative to greet this young man and honor the other? "You call yourself under me? This is all too strange, isn't it?" This scene of Bai Fong drew a lot of criticism from many people. Bai Fong, the second master of the Bai family. What kind of status is this? Putting aside the family level, he was also a person of honor in this area. In the eyes of those people, what he did today was really a bit abnormal, and it was really incomprehensible. Chapter 64, Vice President. After all, other people and Tiger is a business deal. Cannot wipe this face, can only be hard to come to do notarization. By the way, to see the life and death of the ring. After all, this kind of thing has not happened for a long time, but Whiteput never sell this kind of account. Business and human affairs, he has always been particularly clear. So today to do notarization, is really a big miracle, especially he actually put the young man in front of him held up so high. This point do not say that the other people, even if it is Suhan, is also very surprised. He did not figure out, this is all in the end why. However, Tiger's heart understands, it's just that it's not good to say it to his face. "Hello, White Pavilion Master." Surprised to be surprised, but the etiquette or have to have. Suhan had to be enthusiastic to shake up. "Mr. Su, after the competition is over today, I wonder if you have time. Mr. Bai would like to get to know you." Bai Fong directly said his thoughts. His intention is even more directly indicated, which makes all the people around even more incomprehensible. Could it be that the young man in front of him? The head is really great. It is unlikely that today is a martial arts competition. Think that there is no relationship with their identity. Could it be that this young man's strength is very powerful? The people present are not fools. Very quickly, they thought together. If that's really what it looks like, that's something. Some people are still unsure, though, and they are prepared to watch the show. Their confusion didn't last long, though, as another pair came through. At the head of the group was an old man in a Chinese mountain suit. His pace was calm and his mind was at peace. Suhan could tell at a glance that the other party was an expert. And look behind him, there are a couple of equally chipper and imposing-looking people. They're from the Martial Realm Association, and the old man at the head in front is the vice president of the association, Yu Hao. A couple of the latter are board members of the association. Tiger whispered a reminder in Suhan's ear. Hearing Tiger's reminder, Suhan looked at Bai Fong and threw him an apologetic look before retreating to the side with the three girls. These people did not avoid it in the slightest. Suhan was afraid of Fong Shui, and they would not be able to adapt to this sense of oppression. An unbridled aura outward like the other parties was clearly coming over with bragging rights. Do not say it is an ordinary person. According to the other side of this aura, may Tiger stay for a long time, will feel very uncomfortable. This is a realm of suppression, the same as a sense of oppression. It's as if we couldn't help but be a little scared when we met our fathers, or teachers when we were kids, and then when we met our bosses or leaders at work, we would have a touch of inexplicable respect. In many cases, this kind is an aura. That last one was Elder Mo. Only at the end of the day did Tiger see the figures of Elder Mo and Fong Hao, then walked over to Suhan's side and started to introduce them. Got it. Suhan grinned. then nodded. Mo Lao and the people they got up. Suhan just casually greeted them, because there is no need to recognize them one by one. He knows very well in his heart that the paths are different, and this is clearly delineated. Okay, now that everyone is here, the two of you come over here and give your life and death certificates to sign, and all of you sign your names at the testimonials as well. This is supposed to be in duplicate. Both sides signed each other, pressed the handprints, and then the back. There is the place of the signature of the impartial person. As a witness later, even if it is tossed up, it will not seem too troublesome. Hearing Yu Hao's reminder, the two of them looked at each other before exchanging life and death certificates. The content inside is the same. As long as the name is signed and the handprint is pressed, this is considered valid. Let's all sign in. 2. Seeing the names that the two of them had signed, Yu Hao spoke to the others as well. Although some people felt very dissatisfied with Hao's clamor, their strength and qualifications made them unconvinced. Both sides may return to their areas to prepare. Taking advantage of the fact that they were both signing autographs, Yu Hao spoke to both of them. Suhan naturally walked back to the stands. In order to avoid accidental injuries, a few girls were deliberately arranged by him on the stands. As for the people below, naturally they are not afraid of any fallout. Of course there is nothing they can do about it. Who asked them to come as witnesses? A few girls were just ordinary people, and Suhan was afraid that when they saw this, it would bring them extreme discomfort and oppression, which was why he tried to arrange them as far away as possible. Suhan, be careful, Feng Shui said with concern, and Xiao Qin and Xiao Xiaozhao side also threw in nervous looks. Mr. Feng, don't worry, you know Mr. Su's strength. Tiger stood to the side and comforted. Senior sister, remember our plan. Suhan was unimpressed, then threw him a you-know-what look. Seeing this scene, the others were uncertain. When Feng Shui heard her schoolmate's words, she immediately put her heart down and then made an okay gesture towards him. Feng Hao and old man Mo were down here in the stands, looking at Suhan and his group up there from time to time. Seeing Tiger's stand, Feng Hao's face became very unhappy. It turned out that his own son was beaten. Tiger had been beating a dead horse. This guy had long ago defected to that person called Suhan. Don't worry, Mr. Feng, after today, he won't have it tomorrow. Elder Mo glanced at Feng Shui and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. After a very long time, the back of the life and death certificate had been signed full of names. There were several notaries this time, and one of the people responsible was Yu Hao. Alright, everyone can take their places. Putting this away, Yu Hao reminded. Meanwhile, the two of them, the gang, naturally sat toward each side, and Suhan heard it. This voice also no longer looked at it more, and then directly walked towards the center. It was at this time that there was a very powerful gust of wind and a figure that made a long leap from the field. Elder Mo's strength has refined quite a bit again, that's for sure. After all, Elder Mo has been stuck here for a long time. Hearing the murmurings of several of their council members, Yu Hao nodded in satisfaction. President Yu, when will Elder Mo be in our council members? I've already applied to the top for this matter, and at the end of this duel, Brother Mo will definitely be able to enter the council. Yu Hao looked to be in his 70s, but his strength was already above that of Elder Mo, so he was giving the other party face by calling Elder Mo his brother. After all, they were all going to be doing things together in the future, and he, the vice president, was frankly a titular position. Chapter 65, The Competition. He also knew in his heart that he still had to look at the following few council members every time he did something, and these council members were all dominated by Elder Mo. After all, their strength was not to be underestimated. Just as they were murmuring there, Suhan slowly walked through the center gallery without taking a long leap or any fancy movements. He walked under the ring, and Suhan's big hand went to the edge, then drilled through the guardrail. All of them felt very embarrassed when they saw this. They thought that the other party was already weak in terms of momentum, and they didn't know what they were going to be beaten up by Mo Lao when they fought later on. This kid isn't really here to die, is he? It wouldn't be thought of that way, but they're not stupid. Things like life and death certificates are all voluntary, and forcing the other person to sign it would be tantamount to murder. Moreover, the second master of the Bai family, who valued this young man so much, shouldn't be any worse. Some people were able to see a lot of clues from his eyes. Mr. Su, please. Moreo clasped his fists and went through the process. Master Mo, please. Similarly, Suhan followed the process. The duel is meant to be a sparring match, and although life and death are determined by heaven, the two of you should also abide by martial virtues. Begin. Underneath the ring, Yu Hao also walked through the ring. Of course, what he had just said was just a scene, and its main thing was that he didn't want to really have any human lives made. The martial virtues I just mentioned means that you can't use underhanded moves, and also that you can't strike a death blow when the opponent is completely out of the fight. However, Yu Hao's words didn't seem to draw much attention from the two people above the ring. The two of them personally had been ready for this for a long time. Boo! The one who made the first move was Old Man Mo. At this point it seemed like he couldn't wait any longer, and when his aura came out, it was likewise a demonstration. Instead, Suhan was unhurriedly laying down a slight crouch, pulling out a battle-responsive horse stance. This time, not to mention those who witnessed it, even Tiger was a bit puzzled. Mr. Su, what the hell does that mean? Is this looking down on the other side? It was the only way he could think about it, and Tiger seemed to think it made sense. Above the ring, Elder Mo similarly felt such an insult. He knew that his opponent was stronger than he was, but to try to win without drawing out his strength, relying solely on ordinary punches and kicks, was too arrogant, wasn't it? How could he be like this? Just at this time, Mo Lao took a healthy step. His palm turned into an eagle's claw, was exceptionally fast, and Suhan just slightly narrowed his own eyes. Regular people's naked eyes were unable to see it, but Suhan could see that the other party was carrying some heavy blood in his hands. Soon, there was a kind of air current coming over. Suhan did not think much about it and moved his feet in pace. The other party was really good at heavy killing. In the twinkling of an eye, Mo Lao did not wait for Suhan to hesitate, and backhanded a strike over. With this blow, the people below the radium stage could see clearly. What was this Mr. Su thinking? Doesn't he want to die? Just before the people on stage could think much about it, bang! Facing the other party's claw, Suhan's hand topped. This counterattack, the other party was not expected. Likewise, all the people present did not expect. Fast and very accurate claw, has blocked. All of Suhan's attack, can only be passive defense, and with this top, Suhan caught Mo Lao off guard. He then took several steps backwards as the crowd looked at Suhan with uncertainty. Similarly, Mo Lao is also a bit confused yet. What exactly is the other party's origin? Why are you scared? I'm afraid of you? The conversation between the two of them caused the crowd on the field to wonder. As soon as my mind moves, you know the consequences. Elder Mo murmured in a low voice. What do you want? Suhan beckoned his opponent's attack and deliberately compromised. Unleash your strength and lose to me. As long as you can get the hell out of here, I can spare you. Elder Mo responded. Okay, I promise. Suhan withdrew 2 steps and pulled away from him. Boom! A cheek lance instantly climbed around Suhan. Elder Mo's face was delighted. It looked like he had still overestimated him. Mo Lao wouldn't think twice about it, but the people below the stage became unsettled. Why do I feel that this young man in front of me has some strength? How is this possible? It turns out he's been masking his aura all along. We were the ones who looked away. This person really has extraordinary hands. Hearing all the people talking, Yu Hao looked at Suhan meaningfully. All the people were talking there. Only the second master of the Bai family was not impressed. His eyes narrowed slightly, as if he was watching a conspiracy. Tiger standing on the side was very puzzled. At this time he was even more depressed up. What in the world is Mr. Su doing? Of course he was aware of the other party's strength. It was completely more than just this now. It was more than enough to want to defeat the other party in one move. What the hell was he acting? The crowd's doubts and marvels did not affect Suhan above the ring in the slightest. Mo Lao's attack became quick all of a sudden. Just now, he was still testing his opponent, but at this moment, Mo Lao had already put his best foot forward. Winning was definitely a sure thing, depending on how much he won. Suddenly his claws grabbed like Suhan. Once you get caught, you're sure to get skinned. Suhan pretended to be undefeatable and retreated 3 meters away in fear in 1 step. When Mo Lao saw this, he immediately pounced on him. Swish swish swish. It really didn't occur to me that Elder Mo has been able to make it this far. That's for sure. Or else Elder Mo wouldn't have been so confident in challenging the other party. It's still young after all. Lack of substance is what it is. A higher realm is not as solid as the basics. This strike went out, and no one looked favorably on Suhan, because this is so fast that there are less than a few seconds between them. Bang, bang, bang. As expected, Suhan's hands protected his vitals, and the skin on his hands cracked instantly. Before Suhan had time to respond, the other party's figure had already appeared in front of him. In this kind of duel, dominant, sometimes the most afraid of is the other party to admit defeat. Once admitted defeat, and then go to take the other party's life, that is a violation of martial virtues, although there is no responsibility, but any inevitably fall into the mouth of others. At this point, the opponent's hand speed became even faster, and there was no way to hide. The moment was thrilling to the extreme. Of course, this was all just their feelings and Mo Lao's self-perceived advantage, but the play still had to go on. Bang! The place below Suhan's feet was instantly shattered by this energy, and wood shavings flew up in all directions. Blood flowed down from the corner of his mouth as Suhan fell to his knees. With this strike, no matter if it was anyone on the stage, including Yu Hao, they would definitely be wasted on the spot. So, the same results they all thought of. Chapter 66, The Players. Suhan was wasted by old man Imo, and that was just what they thought. Suhan. The three girls on the stage were shocked to see this. Tiger even widened his own eyes in disbelief. What the hell is going on here? He couldn't understand Suhan more and more. Bang! This time, Mo Lao did not continue his attack, but kicked Suhan's head. Still not dodging, Suhan stumbled and rolled to the ground. Still not admitting defeat? Elder Mo's voice was low, and his eyes were all contempt. Suhan was silent, unwillingness flowing from his eyes. I love seeing you as stubborn as you are. Why don't I show you Feng Shui's pain first? Elder Mo grinned, a piercing chill in his eyes. No. Suhan pretended to be alarmed, and Moreo crouched down in disbelief, then tapped on the ground. Knock knock. Feng Shui's heart trembled. He suddenly thought of what Suhan had explained. A good show that was about to kick off. At this time on top of the high platform, Feng Shui suddenly wanted to cover her head like she was freaking out and frantically started rolling around. The other two girls saw this and were blindsided. Sister Feng Shui, what's wrong with you? You don't scare me. Xiao Xiao rushed forward to hug Feng Shui. Xiao Qin stood to the side and also gave a fright, while also grabbing Feng Shui's hand. Feng Shui rolled over but her eyes were out of place, being held like that by the two girls. She gave them both a quick wink. Similarly, Tiger, who was by Feng Shui's side, had long since looked on in disbelief. But even though she didn't know what this Feng Shui was playing at, the tacit understanding from her childhood allowed Xiao Qin to get into the mood as well. Sister. The scene on top of the high platform blinded Tiger and all the people below the stage. Suhan on that stage was also quickly getting into the act. I'll fight you. Suhan stood up with great difficulty, looking as if he was ready to die. When Elder Mo saw this, he didn't think anything of it, but instead grew more and more excited. Then I will fulfill you. As soon as the words fell, another claw went out. Suhan fell to the ground and turned on his side. The other party directly grabbed the floor. Mo Lao chased after him and for a while, there was no longer a single piece of intact floor in the entire ring. But it was at this time that Mo Lao realized that something was wrong. Suhan had been rolling on the floor, missing himself for once, without touching his opponent. Boom! It was also just when Suhan was about to approach the corner. Suddenly, a terrifying burst of true qi enveloped the entire field at once. Elder Mo only felt a stiffening of his body, and his hand actually stopped. This sent Elder Mo's pupils widened as he looked at Suhan incredulously. It was an aura that overpowered his own several times, if not a dozen times. In that instant, the entire atmosphere of the scene changed. None of the people below the stage dared to speak again. No, to be precise, it was supposed that they simply didn't have the means to breathe smoothly. This was a sense of oppression from deep within, the crushing of strength. How could this be possible? Yu Hao's brain buzzed. How could an expert of this strength appear here? Tiger saw this and suddenly worshipped it to no end. He finally saw the real side of his opponent. The Bai family's second master was sweating in terror, his limbs stiffening. The fact that Bai Hai was still alive and the Bai family was still around was the thing he was most thankful for and the thing he was most afraid of. Just now, he himself had wanted to go and befriend this young man, from which he could turn a big deal into a small one. But now the other party's strength was too terrifying. Where was he able to afford to befriend them? It was simply a pipe dream. Meanwhile, in the ring, everyone could only see Suhan rolling around rapidly there. Then his body violently skewered upwards, and with a hand slash, he violently poked at Mo Lao's throat. Click! Mo Lao was very alarmed. Suhan. His eyes showed fear, but he suddenly couldn't make a sound. A smile that was even more eerie and terrifying than his hung on Suhan's face. Mo Lao only felt that he was one step away from death. Mo Lao really wanted to say to Suhan, if I die, Feng Shui won't be able to live either. Suhan also seemed to know what the other party was going to say. You may not know me very well, I know Chinese medicine. I laughed at what you did. Suhan whispered in Mo Lao's ear. Elder Mo stared at Suhan with great horror, then looked at Feng Shui who was still acting above the stage. You're afraid I'll admit defeat and want to waste me first? Well, surprised? What Elder Mo was thinking now was what Suhan was going to do. He didn't bother to think about that much and directly exploded all the strength in his body, and Elder Mo would naturally be very intimidated. Similarly, if Elder Mo knew that Feng Shui could not threaten Suhan at all, he would definitely compromise and admit defeat. But Suhan didn't want him to admit defeat, because people like him didn't deserve to live at all. Boom! He grabbed his opponent's head with one hand and then pressed it down towards the ground. The head collided with the ground like that, and for a moment, blood splattered. A violent fluctuation of true qi spread rapidly above the ring. The notary's chair was also knocked over at this time, and those who were notaries immediately backed up in succession. This one was the biggest fallout they had ever seen in their lives. This young man was also too scary. The whole room was as quiet as death all of a sudden, after a long time, until that figure slowly stepped out. The crowd couldn't help but back away again. No one would think about how old man Mo was doing because they were wondering what exactly Su-han would do next. Still burrowing through the guardrail. At this point, no more taunting. Because people don't care to do all that fancy stuff. You just scared us to death. Helping Snow saw Su-han, who walked over. Damn, Su-han, can you give some notice next time you act? Tiny began to chide. Are you okay? Kotone was much calmer in comparison, but her words were more concerned. It's fine. This kind of unorthodox character dares to bully senior sister. That's just looking for death. Su-han spoke in a breezy manner. All of this was in Tiger's eyes. At the age of early 20s, but reached such an inscrutable realm, saying that Su-han's bottom was clean. Tiger wanted to believe it, but he couldn't get past this hurdle in his heart. He also did not want to think about it too much. In short, everything in front of him could prove that Mr. Su could be far from as simple as he thought. Tonight is on me. Tiger, make the arrangements. Let's stay at the hotel we were at last time. The meal was unavoidable. Su-han was not a person who didn't understand the world, so after some hush-hush, Su-han directly proposed. Good, I'll make the arrangements now. A tiger brother called looks very ordinary, but listening to the years of the tiger brother, it is simply calling the soul to get impermanent demand for life. At the same time, Su-han glanced at the stage. Chapter 67, Going to the Banquet. President Yu. Masters, tonight, Mr. Su will be the host and set up a table at the hotel. I hope you'll appreciate it. Su-han looked at the two groups of people, clasped his hands and issued an invitation. Although the strength of these people is not good, but Su-han, the same, cannot be easily offended, and even have to find a way to make friends, especially this Martial Artists Association. Although they were a spontaneous organization, they were no less powerful than certain police departments in this area. Although Su-han thought so, the others had their own thoughts. Those who came in the front were fine. They were glad that Tiger had invited them over, but those who came later were unsure. It was obvious that they had been invited by Mo La, and Mo Lao, now that he had been killed, he wouldn't be raising hell, would he? But it was definitely impossible to go and refuse at this time. And if you did so at this time, it would be like drawing a line in the sand with the other party. Yu Hao wasn't that stupid. He still wanted to get to know this young man well. Good, Mr. Su invited. I will definitely go to the appointment. Now that all the names have changed, Yu Hao clasped his fists. The others followed suit with the same flurry of clasping fists. President Yu, lifting up. Of course, Su-han knew that all the people had misunderstood his true realm. However, he wouldn't honestly try to clarify it. Sometimes misunderstanding was a good thing for him. They were there after a few pleasantries and Tiger had already booked the box for you. The box he booked this time was number 1, and as for this side of things, naturally, he had to leave it to Yu Hao and the others to make things right. Su-han finished explaining things, then they were ready to leave. Based on that Fong Hao who had been curled up in the corner, shivering, Su-han coldly smiled and no longer paid attention. They left that inside and didn't say anything the whole way. The three girls were still worried even though they had life and death certificates in their hands. Although Tiger had analyzed the ending very thoroughly, after all, it was a fact that Su-han had killed someone. This kind of thing, for them, it was hard to comb that hurdle. After a long time, Tiger sent a few of them back to their residence. Su-han also didn't want to trouble Tiger to run back and forth to pick up and drop off, so he proposed to drive himself over later. Tiger didn't want to stay there much longer, then rushed straight over to the hotel. Today's box arrangement can be different from the previous day that way. Tiger also notified the person in charge of this early. This layer of all the boxes, today all suspended business, who come are not received, because this is also the meaning of their boss. For the primary and secondary, Tiger divided very clearly. After all, he is taking the boss's salary and doing things. Moreover, even if he didn't report today's matter, with his boss's power, within a day, he would know about it, and at that time he would be in big trouble. The events of this afternoon had completely turned the three girls' perceptions upside down. It turned out that the city he was in actually had so many unknown secrets. Even the well-informed Feng Shui had only learned of this now, and he was completely unaware that there was an organization called the Martial Artists Association. The fact that they could actually set up the aftermath of a person's life or death really creeped him out a bit at the thought. Of course, their hearts were still very happy that Su-han was able to win in this kind of life and death duel. It's just that this kind of thing is really horrifying and I hope it doesn't happen again next time. Su-han, in the future, it's better not to take this kind of duel lightly. I'm still pretty scared to this day when I think about it. Tiger also said that as long as you don't take it, they can't do anything about it. If they really want my company, I'll just give it to them. But something as horrible as today, I don't want it to happen again. And also because I'm afraid that you're in danger. Speaking of which, Feng Shui was still a bit scared. I know, sister, it won't happen again. Whoever was present in this situation today, even if it was tiny, was still a little bit backed up. Even though I'm playing along with your act again, I was nervous. Sister, how do you feel about each other's homes? As soon as Feng Shui finished speaking, Su-han digressed. Hearing Su-han's words, Feng Shui was suddenly a bit bewildered. Anyway, after all, I have the Feng family's blood in me. Speaking of the Feng family, Feng Shui's mood became low. Okay. Su-han shook his head helplessly. They chatted for a while and each went back to their rooms to get ready. What Su-han needed most at this time was to take a good shower and change his clothes before going out. You could dress casually for a fight, but this time he was treating himself to the option of wearing the sackcloth green shirt. After all, the circles are different, and naturally, so are the dresses. At the front door of the hotel, today's main entrance looked particularly noticeable, for no other reason than because a group of men in strange costumes were standing at the entrance at this moment. Those who didn't know thought that these people were filming a drama here at the hotel. It wasn't until a few figures appeared that the scene became even more outrageous. Mr. Su, a group of men half 100 years of age to start with, actually bowing towards this young man wore a linen light veil as well. Gentlemen, it's been a long time, there was some traffic on the road, please forgive me. When Su-han saw them all, he rushed forward to make a big bow. We're the ones who are early. All together, Su-han's comings and goings were non-existent, and now that it was still an hour short of the appointed time, it could only be said that they had all come too early. He looked at Hugo and nodded, a sort of greeting. The two were now considered half acquaintances, so there was no need to be so polite. Coming full circle, Tiger reminded, gentlemen, please come inside, let's eat and talk. Su-han immediately experienced the other party's meaning, then made an invitation to them. It was the same people as in the afternoon, no less than one and no more. Such an invitation, they didn't dare not to come. Likewise, they didn't dare to invite others randomly. Even, what happened today, they all discussed for a long time, how exactly to go about declaring it to the outside, thinking that this kind of thing has initiated and will be spread. This is not a secret. To the most crucial is still here in Su-han. Without Su-han's permission, who would dare to proclaim this information without authorization? If this kind of information was publicized, I'm afraid the whole city would be shaken up. But they really couldn't figure out how someone as powerful as Su-han could exist in this small city. And it was still a design to trap and kill Elder Mo, which was simply unimaginable. In box number 1 of the hotel, today was probably the dullest dinner ever. Chapter 68, Finding a Place. Su-han had intentionally drawn in each time, but the other party had retreated at every turn. It was Tiger, in the end, who broke the ice. Mr. Feng, after such a big incident in the company, the entire security system has to be replaced. Are you short of a group of security guards now? Tiger is not to be outdone. A double entendre. Su-han couldn't even help but give him a thumbs up. Soon, all of them finally opened up the conversation. Mr. Feng, if you trust Mr. Wang, the disciples of my Wang clan will be available for you at any time. We've got people in here who are skilled. Definitely 1 against 10. Soon enough people started taking a stand there. Mr. Feng, my family Xiaoyu has been in your company for a while. With the relationship between our two families, if you don't mind, we can totally contribute. The speaker doesn't have a heart, but the listener does. Baiyu? Su-han's eyes lit up. Baiyu was the only woman Su-han had come over here to see eye to eye with. Even just a small look could make Su-han want to stop. Sure enough, in the midst of the two of them chatting away, Su-han had been there with his ears perked up to eavesdrop. It turned out that this Bai Feng in front of him, the second master of the Bai family, was actually Baiyu's father. With Tiger's additions set aside, Su-han also learned that Baiyu was actually Bai Hai's cousin. Isn't this a great flood? Su-han seemed to have gotten a few points closer to Bai Feng. Hokage, Master 2 is right. The White family has a lot of dealings with the group, and I think their boxing gym is awesome by its name, so why don't we leave the security to the second master? All were silent when they heard this. Hearing him say that, there wasn't a single person who didn't feel curious anymore. After all, in the eyes of outsiders, the relationship between the two of them, him and Tiger, appeared to be very shallow, but in just a split second, he pushed his target towards the Bai family, which indeed caught everyone off guard. Listening to the name, Bai Feng couldn't help but give a wince. A chill ran down his spine and straight to the sky, cold air rising to the top of his head in a mischievous manner. This guy can't be talking back, can he? No, Mr. Su is too flattering. The Wang family class is just great. Mr. Su can consider recruiting a group of security guards there. Bai Feng hurriedly refused, because he saw something wrong with the other's smile, and while this was a good thing, the thought of her doing it to Mo Lao was a bit scary. In the back of his mind, he had always thought that the other party was just digging a hole for himself. Second master, you're overly apologetic. Our bases are shallow, and your Iron Fist gym is well known here. If Mr. Su says you can do it. You will. Pavilion Master Wan was certainly not a fool. Whether Mr. Su wanted to praise the other party or to pit the other party, this muddy water, he could not go to trip, one way or another. The security guard of Fong Shue's company fell to by Fong, trembling and very uneasy. White put on his lips. Mr. Su, what do you think the results of today's duel should be for our association to publish? And please, Mr. Su, be explicit. After this half day of contact, Yu Hao was also afraid of the other party, not daring to unauthorized all the other party's mind. This young man's mind was really so unusual that he might accidentally bring trouble on himself. I'd still like this to be handled on the down low. After all, I've only just gotten over here and don't want to be too high profile. I'll have to look up to all of you for many things in the future, Su-han said directly. In fact, getting caught up in this fiasco was never his intention in the first place. A tiger brother? Su-han was not called for nothing. Just a few simple things. Su-han had already seen the other party's style of dealing with things, able to penetrate the whole situation, and very meticulous. Such a person is also the person one needs most at the moment. The party lasted well into the late hours, but was not as full of guests as might have been expected. This dinner gave them the feeling of a banquet, a mixture of joy and mourning, and a sense of trepidation. After dispersing, Su-han gave each of them a personal ride to the car. Tiger wasn't drinking tonight, he was just standing by and keeping company. Only after sending Su-han and all of them back to their place of residence did Tiger leave. It was only when he was almost at the Chamber of Commerce that Tiger suddenly received a message. This message, for a moment, made Tiger feel creeped out. Why is Mr. Su asking this? Although there were a lot of questions in his heart, Tiger still sent the message back. Fong Family Villa. Although Elder Fong was still sitting on top of the high hall, his aura was gone at this time. Fong Hao had been fidgeting and was walking back and forth in the living room. Fong Zifeng sat in his wheelchair shaking with anger. Fong Hao, have you thought of anything yet? Elder Fong, even though he was sitting on top of the high sugar, was more anxious than anyone else. Offending that young man was already on fire. But if the news that Elder Mo had died because of the Fong family got out, then the Fong family would be completely finished. Mo Lao had a younger brother underneath him, who was a man of no evil, and if they knew about it, they might have to lay hands on the family. Grandpa, why don't we just threaten Su-han by tying up that little girl, and then stop Elder Mo's family through him? What do you think? A touch of gloom passed over Fong Zifeng's face. Kidnapping Fong Shui? There's a big problem with his company's security this time. That guy will definitely follow her everywhere. If you go and help her now, aren't you looking for death? Fong Hao blared viciously at his son. Paper can't hold fire. This is something that they are going to know sooner or later. So are we just going to sit here and wait for death now? Fong Zifeng said indignantly. This method of Zifeng still reminds me. The old man's eyes lit up, but just at this time, the door to the Fong family's house was suddenly kicked open. This scene made the three people, who were originally very scared, almost die on the spot from fear. So-kan, the first one to see the person clearly was Fong Hao. At this moment, he backed up several times, and then retreated on the sofa. And Fong Zifeng did not look back at that time. Heard the name mentioned in his father's mouth, were a little afraid. His fear of Su-han's shadow was not that simple. What? Am I not welcome? Su-han revealed a cold smile. You, what do you want? Fong Hao said with a shudder. I don't want anything. I just came up here to let you guys know that it's time to get out of this side. Su-han's tone was cold without a trace of emotion. What? You're telling us to get out of this side? Elder Fong's pupils contracted extremely as he looked at the other party's figure. Yes, I came to inform you. It's no longer fit for you to bring down here. As soon as the words fell, Su-han stepped out in one healthy step and arrived in front of Elder Fong. Boom! Elder Fong's body continued to twitch, and his originally pale face instantly turned into a white sheet of paper. Chapter 69, drawing out the threads of the cocoon. Similarly, Fong Hao, who saw this scene, nearly almost fainted. Helping her indolent son, his head lolled and he was already unconscious. This is the final notice. In 3 days, if I still see you here, this is what happens to you. After saying that, Su-han crushed the cup in his hand. Retracting his hand, he turned away. The Fong family's living room, at this moment, was awfully quiet. I can't leave this side, and the foundation of the Fong family can't be destroyed in this way. Hurry up and get me in touch with the relevant people. Elder Fong snapped out of his shock, then rushed to his son. Okay, I know what to do now. Fong Hao had already understood his father's meaning just now, and after Su-han's alarm clock, at this time, his thoughts became even clearer. At this time, it was already very late. This time martial artists are the most taboo to be disturbed, but Fong Hao now cannot care so much. He picked up the phone and number, all at once dialed out. The first time to dial and no one to answer. It wasn't until later in the call that I thought long and hard about answering. Do you seek death? An authoritative voice came from the other side of the phone. Fong Hao's body trembled, and the phone almost fell to the ground. M.O. Sacked Master M.O. It's not good, Fong Hao stammered in response. Looking for death? For him, it was death either way, and at this point in time, he wouldn't be afraid of the other party at all. Think before you talk to me, and don't be a jerk about it. The person on the other end of the phone, hearing the other person's response, apparently realized something. Old M.O. was dead. There was shock in Fong Hao's tone, and the same amount of horror, as if he was just a conveyor in this matter and not a party to it. What? The man on the other end of the line sounded even more shocked. This afternoon, Elder M.O. fought a duel with someone and was killed on the spot by the other party. After a long silence, Fong Hao continued. What the hell is going on? You better be honest with me. Obviously, the man was furious to the core. Fong Hao secretly adjusted his mood, then slowly began to talk about what happened. Things were not messed up in all the steps from the beginning to now, and the reasons for the middle were all turned upside down by it. Are you telling the truth? Of course it's true. When M.O. Lao was around, he always wanted Feng Shui's formula. At that time we went to negotiate with the other party with sincerity, but the other party not only didn't appreciate it, but instead relied on that Su Han's might, and didn't get into an argument with me at that time. M.O. Lao didn't want to go into theories and ended up placing a life and death order on the other side to play fair. At this point, the words of fear were cut short by the other. Elder M.O. didn't admit defeat? For M.O. Lao, the man couldn't know better, as the other was his brother. His own brother would never go to his death knowing that he would not be defeated, and even if he was not defeated, he would not be so stubborn that he would not admit defeat even in death. There was something going on here, and as a blood brother, he saw it right away. There was no chance to admit defeat at all, as the opponent's hand slash was directly inserted into M.O. Lao's throat, making it impossible for him to make a sound. He saw it clearly at the time, because just 1 second he was enjoying the thrill of victory, but in the next second came the moment that he would never forget. Also, who exactly is this Su Han, and what realm is it? My brother wouldn't even know the strength of the other party. Is there something else going on here? You'd better tell me everything, otherwise, your Fong family will wait to be buried with you. The other party is not a fool. He certainly understands the martial world. Only the same level of strength will initiate a life and death challenge. There is no one who has had enough to do this kind of thing. For them, this one is a death sentence. Fong Hao shivered when the other party questioned him like that. He had thought that the other side would definitely question it, but he hadn't expected the other side to draw a line in the sand. I'm not too sure about that, but I know that person had been hiding his strength before and only struck at the last minute. Fong Hao no longer dared to continue making things up, and then directly stated what he had guessed. I hope you'd better not be lying to me, or you know the consequences very well. After saying that, the other party just hung up the phone. This one night was destined to be an extraordinary one. The M.O. family was shaken, and the Fong family began to tremble in fear. The men of the White family are like ants on a hot pan. None of them are at peace. I think I've seen the Su Han you're talking about. The old man at the main seat of the White family's meeting area finally spoke, and all eyes looked toward him. At that time, he was taking a walk in the park, and the old man Su Han met in the park was none other than the Bai family's family head. Ever since the Bai family had been unsettled recently, he had gone to the park 3 times to look for Su Han, without fail. Now hearing his son's description, he could now finally confirm it. He was walking in the park at the time when he occasionally saw his opponent unusing some of his punches, and in his experience, there was no such person in the area, no one else but him. So, without thinking about it so much, he just dialed a phone number. This call didn't ring for long when dialed, and there was no disgruntled voice on the other end. Elder Bai, what brings you here? I thought you had forgotten about me. Your oldest brother. The other party's voice was thick and friendly, making it particularly pleasant to listen to. Brother Hua, forgive me, but there was indeed a gust of wind that brought me here. Elder Bai didn't beat around the bush and directly picked it out. Oh, the other man questioned. Brother Hua, are your Hua family's boxing techniques ever outsourced? Elder White asked straight out. Elder Bai isn't joking, is he? How is it possible that our family's fist technique would be spread out? The other person's tone was condescending, but equally puzzled as to why the other person would ask him or her that. When Elder Bai heard this, he simply told all about his encounter with Su Han once, but he didn't mention a single word about the duel. This young man, does Brother Hua know him? Elder White pursued. Recognize. The other responded with 2 simple words. Hearing the other party's reply, Elder Bai was a bit confused. The other party's tone was firm. Knowing that Elder Bai hadn't mentioned Su Han's name, he had been referring to the other party as a young man when confirming with them, because after learning about today's events, he likewise didn't dare to go vocal about it. The vindictiveness of going and exposing a person's information without authorization was not something that Elder White could afford. But now the other party was flatly saying that they knew this young man. This matter was too strange. Elder Bai, The strength of this one, there is no doubt about it. As for the identity information, I hope that old brother Hyken will forgive me. Chapter 70, Thoughts. Seeing that Elder Bai didn't respond to himself, the other party probably knew what he was thinking, so at this time he also made his attitude decisively clear. That's natural. That's natural. Elder Bai responded in succession, not mentioning it again. The two made a few more chats and hung up the phone. After the phone call between the two of them ended, the Kanzuyas also lost sleep for a night. Could it be that the little benefactor was here? The alarm bells of the Wojas are ringing, and all the Wojas are going back to heaven today to offer sacrifices and to tell the spirits of their benefactors in heaven. By phone, what should we do now? How about we make a trip to Feng Shui's house and apologize at the door? Elder Bai's face was so gloomy that he could pick out droplets of water. He wasn't a fool, and it was obvious while talking to the other party that something was off, and that feeling was related to Mr. Su. Father, if we go like this, I'm afraid Mr. Su won't see us. Bai Feng's hand had been shaking as he held the teacup. You provoked him at the park. Bai Hai clashed with him again at the hotel. Last night he seemed to be targeting our Bai family at every turn, and he even called me second master. The Bai family could be considered to have really wronged Su Han. Hatchet. Su Han, who had just woken up from a nap, inexplicably sneezed. Who in the world says bad things about themselves early in the morning? She'd never had this happen before, and the truth was only one that someone was cursing herself behind her back. Then he glanced at the ring he wore on his hand and talked about how strange it really was. There was a time when he noticed that his color was off, and he didn't know if it was absorbing his energy or not, but the ring would sometimes become green, and sometimes it would become dull. Just like this period of time, Su Han didn't look dark without her. Hey, I said, we're kind of on the same page, so you should at least show it, right? Looking at the ring of green light, Su Han smiled. As soon as his words fell, there was a flash of green light, and Su Han was violently hideous. Although the time was brief, Su Han's mind flashed through the images in the ring just now. What the hell is this? Haven't had time to look at it myself. Could you be indicating? I didn't see it clearly. Su Han took a long time to come back to his senses and continued to ask, but he waited for half a day with no response at all. Helplessly, he had to walk out of the room. There was no longer a human dining table inside the house. A note and a bowl of noodles left on it. I've eaten the noodles you've laid down every day, and today it's time for you to try the ones I've cooked. Looking at this himself, he figured that the person who left the note was tiny, and while his heart warmed a little, he didn't have much of an appetite looking at those battered noodles. How do you eat this? Or do you have to rework it yourself? Su Han leisurely sat at home eating noodles and watching the news. As for everyone's safety, he didn't think about it at all anymore. After all the fuss yesterday, I don't think anyone will have any more bad intentions. At the Chinese hospital, the personnel department inexplicably recruited several dark-skinned security guards today. Xiao Qin didn't bother to think much about it. It couldn't be helped. The one from the Zheng family in the special ward was already starting to make a mess. In the blink of an eye, almost half a month had passed, and Elder Zhang looked thinner and thinner, and had aged several years during this time. The reason for this is because he teared up and was malnourished. Dean Feng, my aunt, just do me a favor. If the Zhang family's old man continues to make such a mess, our hospital's entire healthcare system is going to suffer along with him. When I'm begging you, hurry up and let your cousin come over here. At this time living in the opposite side of the Shaoqin, is the last time that the secretary of the health bureau has been 10 days, a Chinese medicine hospital vice president of the office, seems to have become his 3 days and 2 days to punch the card must pass through the place. I'm very sorry, Chief, my cousin has gone back to the country. Shaoqin was also annoyed. After all, the Zhang family's business was out of their hospital. Dean Feng, whether what you say is true or not, this time I can't really allow us to get sloppy. If the 1 month's time is up and Elder Zhang really has a shortcoming, we'll be the ones who end up in bad luck. This old man is also strange. He only trusts you guys. He is not going to go for a transfer. After all, it wasn't the first time that Director Shin had heard such a reply from Shaoqin, but where he didn't know that the other party's cousin had been over here all along. Recently Shaoqin was busy with something. When he first met Su Han, he knew that his identity was extraordinary. When the other party cured that big star's condition, he was even more confirmed that the other party was an extraordinary person. After all, according to his investigation, a lot of experts were at their wits' end with that big star's condition, and this young man, however, cured the person in one go. The facts are all in front of their eyes and they have to be convinced. Although Director Shin is clear, but he is not good to force people. After all stupid, or because he asked with people. He was naturally not a fool to have gotten this far. Seeing the back of the other party leaving, Shaoqin was not at all moved. Shaoqin didn't want Su Han to make a move. Recently, Su Han already had a lot of trouble. If he came back to the hospital to get into this muddy water, I'm afraid that his identity would soon be exposed, which would not do him any good. Xiao Qin has always been a very thoughtful person, although he doesn't understand things between men, but Su-han's intimidation this time is completely playing the role of killing two birds with one stone. First of all, it is to protect the people around you, and secondly, it is to make everyone give up intending their own identity. When you are not strong enough, some of your identity information, others can be unscrupulous to go deeper, and wait until everyone is afraid of you. Then even if you publish it to the public, there is nothing that you dare not proclaim. If a lot of people were looking for him, then he would not be able to suppress his identity at all in the future. So Xiao Qin did not want Su-han to get into this matter, not to mention that Zhang Lao was not sick at all. Meanwhile, at Feng Shui's company, the news that he was hiring security guards went out all at once. At this time, their personnel department has been crowded. To apply for the job, each and every one of them are very skillful. A company's security is really too important. This time Feng Shui company out of such a big building, at least the security aspect is still to be guaranteed. This morning she just sent out to the recruitment advertisement. In the afternoon to apply for the people have already crowded the entire human resources department. These people are not from the security company, or people from various places. Mr. Feng, we are from the Wan clan. Mr. Feng, we are from the Taekwondo tube. The provenance of these people was naturally known to Feng Shui, but he knew more about these expenses. Chapter 71 Haircut. Looking at everything in front of her, Feng Shui couldn't help but get a big head, so he has no idea how he's going to go about hiring these people right now, and they're very well paid once they're in. Gentlemen, our company does need talents like you, but your strength has exceeded the company's budget. So sorry about that. Feng Shui still couldn't help but open her mouth. Mr. Feng, isn't that a bit far-fetched? Yeah, would a company this big still go over budget hiring security? We all follow the price list too. Hearing Feng Shui's words, a big man with dark skin and high school look said with a straight face. Yeah, I'm a little bit lower and I don't get paid as much. I'll just be a patrol security officer always, right? Another lad stepped forward, indignant. Mr. Feng, we all came all the way here to apply for the job, and if we can't find a job, what will our wives and children eat? Opposite this flurry of self-cutting body value, Feng Shui was also a bit speechless. He had no choice but to call his schoolmate for help. Hey, Su-han, there are inexplicably a lot of job applicants at the company today. Very helpless to go this way. It's like this, you take them all. They all volunteered anyway. Su-han was lying on the sofa watching TV, and he didn't think much of this matter. This scenario had already occurred to myself. Feng Shui was practically speechless. How could he tell himself to say it all? They then chatted briefly. This kind of thing Su-han naturally didn't want to say too much to this girl, just simply relieved the other party for a few sentences. Only when he hung up on his end, the cell phone rang again. This time it was an unfamiliar number that called. With great annoyance he still didn't take it well. Hello? Who is it? Su-han was still impatient. Hello Mr. Su. A soft, gentle voice came from across the phone. I'm Lung Yushan. Hearing the other party's name, Su-han couldn't help but stare. When did he get his own number? But taking a man's number is short. After all, the first bucket of gold he came out with was still given to him by the other party. Hello Ms. Lung. Something wrong? Su-han asked in a serious manner. Mr. Su, the last time I texted you, you didn't reply to me. I just came back today. May I ask if you have time tonight? Text message? What text message? Su-han was a bit puzzled. He didn't remember the other party had sent him any text messages. There is time. Su-han said hesitantly. That's great. I've booked a private room at some hotel today. I'll give you the address later. Lung Yushan said excitedly, etc. Before he could even finish his words, there was a beeping sound on the other side of the phone, and Su-han was baffled. Then it didn't take long for the text message to come through. It was the same strange number that had just sent an address. Su-han was a bit torn, and was tempted to call over and reject the other parties. Still, when he thought of all the money he had on his card, he didn't have any control over it, and replied directly to the other party, indicating that he agreed. In fact, Su-han didn't have any resistance to this big star. Not only that, he instead had some curiosity about this girl. After all, that day when he was treating the other party, he was the only one in the whole process, and the thrill and difficulty at that time was only best known to him. It was still early. Su-han changed into a set of clothes and prepared to go out early. There was no way. He hadn't gone to get a haircut for a long time, and now his hair looked messy. Su-han was not like other young people who always liked to fix their hair when they went out. He casually strolled around, looked at the price inside. I have to say that this side to cut a hair is really expensive. In the past in the capital C side, just a few $dozen can be. Here are hundreds. It was the same price anyway, so he found a random barbershop. Little brother, I'd better blow you. The little sister who washed her hair couldn't help but smile a little when she saw Suhan's fresh and handsome inch. Oh, my god, that's so cool, too. Although the man was a bit stingy, the outfit was still good with this handsome face. No need. Suhan laughed a little. So handsome. Quite a few of the little sisters, their eyes glazed over at the sight of him. Walking out of the barbershop, Suhan was slightly shaken. Soon he was at the place where the big star had posted his location. Mr. Su. She had only just gotten out of the car when there was a bright figure in front of the hotel, heading his way. Although the other party was wearing big sunglasses and his hat was pressed low, Suhan recognized the other party at a glance, and he was the big star. Lan Yushan's dress today was unusual and not as heavy as usual. He wore a casual suit, and because of that, her perfectly effective body was well outlined. Mr. Su, you got a haircut? Lan Yushan looked at Suhan and asked. Yeah, isn't that funny? Suhan asked awkwardly. No way. It looks even better, Lan Yushan said. Even if it was the other guy, with an inch haircut like that, he still recognized him. Yes? Suhan blushed. Aha. Lan Yushan nodded. Let's go. The box is already booked. Lan Yushan saw that the atmosphere was a bit awkward and then invited. Suhan looked around. Suddenly his gaze was hideous. There were actually killing machines in this neighborhood. Soon this aura disappeared without a trace. Was it all an illusion? After all, that scent was so fleeting that he had to shake his head helplessly. Maybe it was a good case of nerves gone awry from the lack of recent rest? Where's your agent? MS. Me? He happened to be out running some errands today, so I ran out alone, Lan Yushan said. Then why did you invite me out of the blue this time? Mr. Su, you're so busy, so I just tentatively asked if you had the time, and I didn't think you really had the time, so I came over on an impromptu basis. Lan Yushan looked particularly relaxed in his tone, but a blush surfaced on his face, already proving his shyness. During the time he was out filming, he was thinking about how to get in touch with Suhan all the time in his mind. When he sent out that text message, every day he was expecting Suhan to respond, only in the end it was a stone sinking into the sea. No news. Suhan had picked her up from the ghost gate 3 times and ended up eradicating her condition for years. The main thing is that in the process of healing, he was able to feel it. When he was in the hospital bed, Suhan a pair of big hands. Chapter 72 Invitation. Although Lan Yushan's eyes were closed at that time, she was also perceptive, and she didn't go into a comatose state, so everything that the other party did to help him, he felt. Every time she thought of this, Lan Yushan always felt her face redden. Along the way, the two of them individually kept their distance at all times. She really envied Feng Shui and Feng Qin, who could hold Suhan's hand with impunity, and Suhan didn't have a trace of resistance. It would be great if he could be like this himself, but Lan Yushan did not dare to do so. He was afraid of losing this hard-won opportunity. He was even more afraid of his own risky after the other side will ignore their own. In his heart of hearts, it was good enough to feel this way now, and for him, it was really satisfying. Ding! The elevator doors were quickly opened and the two of them were soon on the elevator individually. Suhan did not notice at that time that there was a figure among the crowd of people coming down the elevator that paused for a long time. It's him? A young man stopped at the elevator for a long time. What's wrong? Mr. White, it's okay, you guys go ahead. I have a few things to do. The young man waited until Suhan got on the elevator and hurriedly pressed the elevator. It had quickly risen to the 40th floor, and a manager came forward in style. Do you two have a reservation? Yes, in room 3. Lan Yushan took a slight step forward. You. The manager froze for a moment, then looked at the girl in front of him. Every VIP card was real name, so he knew that room 3 was booked by this big star and recognized the other party at once. It's ready. This way please, both of you. The manager retrieved his thoughts and sized up the young man beside him before leading the way. This dining room looks very quiet and secluded. What can I get you two? The manager asked after arranging for the two of them to sit down. Mr. Su, come on. Lan Yushan handed Suhan the menu in her hand. This scene caused the manager standing next to him to move a little, and then began to fill his brain with the identity of this young man. You order. I'm all for it. Suhan did not accept his menu, but returned it back to the big star. Okay. Lan Yushan probably thought of something, then directly ordered some simple Western food. Mr. Su, shall we have some wine then? Can you drink? Curiously, Suhan glanced at the other party. At his question, the big star looked embarrassed all of a sudden. One is Mr. Su's patient. It doesn't seem right to bring this up. It's okay, a little red wine is fine. Seeing that the other party could not say anything at once, Suhan could only laugh a little. Well, if Mr. Su says it's okay to drink, then it's okay. This big star looked happy after receiving Suhan's confirmation. The manager on the side looked even more curious at the situation. Then bring out the red wine you saved last time. will you? It was a long time before the manager spoke. Let's reopen the bottle. Lang Yushan replied directly. Okay. The manager left knowing his eyes well. It looks like a mess. Lang comes back here to eat often. Suhan saw that the other party did not speak for half a day, so he had to open the topic. Suhan didn't have any other thoughts and took it all as someone else's thanks to himself, so he wasn't that formal. Lang Yushan, on the other hand, was in a very excited mood, but she didn't know when to start talking about it. It was already a pleasure to see the other party, and now that she could have some wine, it was even more exciting. Occasionally. I don't think Mr. Su would mind Western food, right? I was so excited before that I forgot to ask you. Lang Yushan replied awkwardly. It wouldn't be the same for both Chinese and Western food. I usually make my own. Does Mr. Su still cook for himself? Then when I get the chance, I'm going to try it. Lang Yushan's love for the man in front of him was impossible to go into words, but he felt it from the bottom of his heart. Some inferiority complex. Feng Shui and Feng Qin, the two of them, had a face value that was simply heaven-defying, making him, a popular star, feel ashamed. Moreover, the other party's identities were all extraordinary, so every time he thought of Suhan, he would be a little less confident. But this time was different. The other woman had actually agreed to have dinner with her, and thinking about how happy she was, she simply opened herself up. It's okay, wait until you're not filming. Come inside our house for dinner. I'll cook for you personally then. Without his agent present, Suhan wasn't that offended by the woman in front of him. This was because Suhan could also see that the other party was indeed a better person to get along with. Our family. Lang Yushancha captured the point. Yes, I'm living with my schoolmate, and Jin now, Suhan said bluntly. After hearing this, Lang Yushan's heart thumped, but then he thought back to that image at the station, and then he let it go. Well, I'll be there when I get a chance. Lang Yushan withdrew her thoughts, then resumed her previous smile. The topic of conversation between the two instantly opened up, and Lang Yushan would take the initiative to start asking each other about the topic. But what they didn't know was that someone else was also sizing them up at this time. The young man who went and returned was by phone. In fact, this one person sitting in another box, from time to time was looking at Suhan. Brother, what are you doing back here again? It's fine. You guys eat your food. I already bought the order. Whitewind waved his hand, regardless of still being sneaky. Brother Feng, you're here. I can't talk to Xiaoyu. You guys can. Treat me like I'm air. Talk about yourselves, and deserve to eat. Whitewind was responding without caring, seeing Bai Feng's sneaky appearance. In the box, the eyes of others became very strange, then followed Whitewind's gaze. Isn't that the big star Lang Yushan? One of the girls recognized the other with her at once. Seeing this, Whitewind hurriedly covered the girl's mouth. You keep your voice down, my little aunt. The girl was coded to break free of his hand, but it was obviously in vain. Don't you shout. Whitewind made a quiet motion before letting go. Brother Feng, when did you become a paparazzo? Say, aren't you just inquiring for information? Since when are you interested in big stars? The girl slowly calmed herself and then joked about it. What actress? I'm not looking at him. What do you know? Whitewind was dismissive. Not looking at her? Then who are you looking at? Chapter 73, do you know him? The girl looked up in the direction of the big star with great interest, and then her eyes locked on the man sitting opposite the big star. Aha, I think I've seen this guy somewhere before? Yeah, what are you doing? The other girl saw her companion seem fascinated, then looked over. Is he? After a long moment, both girls said at the same time. You guys. Bai Feng was staggering at the two girls and had some fury, but hearing the words of the two girls, it seemed like they knew each other as well. You know him? Whitewind asked curiously. Isn't he that cousin of Mr. Feng? Responding to Whitewind's real own cousin. White Rain. Right. You did meet her. Then? It took a long time for Whitewind to come to his senses, and then he looked at the other girl and asked. There was no response for a long time, and Whitewind and White Rain's gazes were fixed on the glowering girl. Hello. Bayu's jade hand waved in front of the girl's face. Ha? The girl looks a little flustered. What are you looking at? Xiaoyu asked curiously. No, nothing. The girl panicked and explained. Yeah, you're not right. Racer, how do you know him? The title of Whitewind's little smarter was not for nothing, and not a single drop of the other party could escape his eyes. The girl was none other than Suhan's fingered fiancé, Zhang Ye. Nothing really, just something familiar. Sayaka knew she couldn't hide it from her opponent, and then played a sloppy game. Although Whitewind knew something was wrong, he didn't want to ask any more questions. His character has always been a sidekick, and he won't go strong on anything he can ask directly. Only his own deep dive is the way to go. What? You all know him? Sayaka saw that they weren't going after themselves, then turned her head to ask. I don't count it as knowing him. Rain should have had a socialization with him. Of course White Wind wanted to know each other very much, but he had already borne such a good opportunity last time, and now he had no excuse. Moreover, their entire family, for the sake of this person in front of him, had gotten people on edge. He didn't want to be in the midst of something going wrong. Xiaoyu, you know him? Sayaka turned her head to look at Xiaoyu. Not a nice person. Then, hearing this, White Wind was instantly interested. Older sister, why do you talk about people like that? As if White Wind had caught the source of a strong signal, his gaze became very hot. Similarly, you became very shocked to hear his words. First day in our company and you're moving your hands, and his eyes just look horny. By family, whole family up and down. Xiaoyu will only in front of Baifeng put a little more open. Also will not hide anything from him. After all, this cousin from childhood will be their own head. Cannot tolerate any people to bully their own. Ouch. Hearing his sister's description, White Wind jerked up his arm. Brother, let's just forget about it. Seeing that her brother's actions were a bit off, Xiaoyu hurriedly said. What was wrong with his expression was that he wanted to fight for himself when he heard such things, but for some reason he could always see a bit of happiness in the other man's eyes. Okay, then let him off the hook. White Wind even felt that his expression was a bit out of place. In fact, he was very happy in his heart. He completely did not expect this big brother actually interested in his sister. Brother, look, he even dared to be blatant with the big stars. Xiaoyu's gaze was sardonic. White Wind immediately looked away, and the same Xiaoya awoke from her contemplation. They now saw that Su Han's fingers were wandering above that big star's presale, and that big star is still laughing till now, as if there is no reaction at all. This is really not a good person. You didn't see his hand. It's reaching up now. Xiaoyu looked a little nauseous. He had to say that the other party was really powerful, and White Wind couldn't help but sigh. Although she didn't like all this big star gossip, it would certainly be something to raise her eyebrows inside that circle if she could date such a celebrity girlfriend. This Mr. Su is really something. Not only is he good with his hands, but he is also great at flirting with girls. Don't laugh. Be serious. I didn't dare to push hard. These are nerve points, so every one of them is very delicate. Su Han saw that the other party was not at all immodest, then said seriously, got it. This big star is also very obedient. If you even want to act with me, then be good and memorize these points. Su Han pressed his hand on his shoulder and then explained. Yeah, the fandom is so picky these days. They'll say we're completely ignorant of history and medicine. That's why I thought I'd ask you to teach me a little. Lang Yushan has no above looks serious, but his heart has long been blossoming. He truly hadn't expected them to find so much in common the first time they met. Although the fields are different, those two enjoy researching and learning in their respective fields. I'll send you a map of the acupuncture points later. I labeled them myself. These are simplified by me and are easy to read. Su Han knew this big star feeling. Almost to the most critical is that Lang Yushan actually is a single-parent family, raised by his mother alone from a young age. His father left for who knows where before he was born, so Su Han was a bit moved after knowing his life, and it was their fate to save each other 3 times, and it was not a bad thing to make a friend. But the good times didn't last long. Just as the two of them were chatting, Su Han's phone rang. Looking at the caller, it turned out to be his schoolmate. He slightly sidestepped to avoid the realization of the other party, and then picked up the phone of the line. It wasn't like he was deliberately trying to hide anything, it was just true, but it wasn't good for people to answer the phone. Hey, schoolteacher. Su Han answered the phone. Where have you been? I was starving. Feng Shui's breathless voice rang out. It was a busy day at the office and I came home to find an empty house. I forgot to message you. I'm out for dinner with friends tonight. Su Han said. A friend? Hearing this, Feng Shui didn't feel hungry all of a sudden. What kind of friend, anyway? A man or a woman? What's the name? Do I know them? Su Han was a little unsure of where to start. It's Lang Yushan. He gave the other man's name straight out. It really didn't occur to me that Feng Shui stared at her own eyes with a look of incredulity when she heard this name. He was really on guard day and night, not realizing that when he was so busy, he actually forgot about this vixen, allowing her to take advantage of the loophole. Chapter 74, The Fiancé. Where are you guys? I'll be right there. As he put on his shoes, he inquired, now long impatient. This, Su Han looked at Lang Yushan once and became a bit speechless all of a sudden. He knew Feng Shui, and they were a bit prejudiced against this big star, so they didn't really want the other party to come over. Lang Yushan looked at Su Han suspiciously. My schoolmate is coming over. Su Han covered the microphone in his hand and said, oh. Lang Yushan was also helpless. Su Han then told the other party the exact location and hung up the phone. It's okay, come and eat together. Looking at the other party so embarrassed, Lang Yushan laughed a little. This big star was a little lost, but he knew that Feng Shui's relationship with Su Han wasn't that simple, so he had to go and compromise. Returning to his seat, Su-han was a bit apprehensive. In the next few hours, because Feng Shui was coming soon, the two of them became much more gathered in their chats. But just when Su-han felt bored, he looked around. It's her? Su-han had long felt that someone was looking at him, but he didn't pay much attention to it, treating it as if it was someone else peeking at this star. But just as his own eyes locked on another, how could she meet her here? Similarly, Su-han's gaze was quick and caused the doubts of the other two people in that box. Shouldn't Mr. Su be looking at Xiaoyu? Why would he be looking at each other? Bai Feng glanced at Xiaoyu in confusion, and then at Xiaoya. Only seeing that at this moment, Xiaoya had been avoiding the other party's gaze, not daring to look directly at him. It was a look of shyness and nervousness. Based on White Wind's experience, there was definitely something wrong with the two of them, and there was only one truth: Mr. Su and Xiaoya definitely had something going on. However, it didn't take long before Su-han's gaze quickly landed on Xiaoyu's body. It was just that Xiaoyu, instead of deliberately dodging away, was staring directly at him. But not only did Su-han not get angry, but he also smiled and waved at him. No way. Mr. Su is really interested in Xiaoyu. This is not a good thing? Bai Feng had just thought so, but, all of a sudden, he shivered. White Wind subconsciously returned what he thought was a more polite smile, but in reality, that smile of his was worse than crying. Mr. Su, do you know them? Lang Yushan also saw the change in Su-han and couldn't help but get curious. Sort of know each other. Su-han nodded. Well, won't you go over and say hello? I'm fine here. Lang Yushan was afraid that the other party was in the way of her presence, so she was too embarrassed to go over and say hello. No, let's continue. Su-han did want to go over there, but he didn't. But not because of this big star, but because of Su-han for their Zhang family is a kind of rejection feeling. After all, at that time inside the home by the other party to the number of a pass, but also on the spot repentance of the marriage. This breath where to swallow. Moreover, Su-han didn't know much about the Zhang family. It wasn't until she heard Qin talking about it there recently that she slowly got a general idea of what was going on. But he didn't want to think about it. It was just that he had never been able to figure out how his father could have fixed such a marriage for himself back then. How good would it be if this person who betrothed himself to the Bai family, even if he were to join the family himself, he'd be willing to do it. The first poem in his heart. So in the end, with this big star in the chat, Su-han also had a sentence. After all, Xiaoya had seen herself, and Su-han should also find a time to put an end to this matter. Mr. Feng, do you have a reservation? No, there are no more boxes available today. I'm here to find someone. Where's Lang Yushan? The manager heard Feng Shui's tone of voice and had a bad feeling about something in his heart. He tried to prevaricate, and Feng Shui wasn't something he could afford to be offended by. All the way to welcome him respectfully, he didn't dare to breathe. Similarly, the other guests were also looking at Feng Shui. Big sunglasses, 9-minute pants, high heels, dark hair, a designer-tailored suit, out of the full queen. Looking at this girl's perfect body, and then looking at the celebrities around her. Suddenly it all didn't smell good anymore. Hokage. Su-han quickly saw the visitor and hurriedly greeted him. Yeah, Su-han, you're so handsome with that inch. Feng Shui went up and stroked his head. Hello, Mr. Feng. Lang Yushan hurriedly got up. Hello, Ms. Lung. The two smiled lightly in greeting. It's so late. Don't go back. I'm starving. Feng Shui directly sat beside Su-han. Then with her hands pulled together, she started to be serious. The scene was a rift to the guests present. My goddess, what is he doing? Is that a big star sitting across the street? Sister, watch your image. Others are watching. Su-han looked at the curious gazes of those around him and hurriedly panicked. What's the matter? Having a big star makes you resent your sister. That soft movement makes you want to squirt blood a little bit just by looking at it. I'm afraid all the men in the room are carrying the same message. Let the boy go. Let me do it. Don't look. Although White Wind had a pinch of fire in his heart, he himself subconsciously blocked his sister's eyes. Mr. Feng, what's with the look today? Xiaoyu looked dumbfounded. Is this a cousin? I'm afraid it's not. Xiaoyu shuddered at the thought. At this moment, Xiaoya's heart suddenly snapped. Hadn't he just gotten out? How could he suddenly have an incestuous relationship with so many women? Moreover, the women his hands touched were all non-rich and big beauties. What was going on here? Xiaoya suddenly had an inexplicable feeling. Although he had refused the marriage in the first place, the other person was still his fiancé until the marriage was officially dissolved. Not to mention the fact that his own grandfather had given a death order, that the other party must be found and the marriage consummated. Thinking of this, Sayaka pretended to go to the restroom under the guise of walking away for a while. Lang Yushan see Feng Shui in front of herself this way. She also open out. What star frame? She do not want this kind of. He country she is very clear in her heart. She just likes Su-han. Although the other party had a high status in Su-han's heart, he could also fight for his own happiness. Feng Shui didn't expect this big star to start blowing up. Su-han, I still remember a few acupuncture points from earlier. I'm just afraid I won't remember it by then. So you're teaching me. Lang Yushan sat directly in front of him. All the people were shocked when they saw this scene. In their eyes, these two women were their goddesses, but now they actually turned for this one man. Chapter 75, Fighting Each Other. What exactly is this young man in front of you? Can he make the two great beauties so indulgent? All the people were envious, and Su-han looked at the two women in front of him who were both bitter, because his eyes, from time to time, would look over at Xiaoyu, and the response he got was nothing but disgust. Originally, he had been thinking of finding an opportunity to properly subvert his image in front of Xiaoyu, but now well, seeing this scene, there must be no chance at all. Ms. Lang, don't you have to go somewhere else tomorrow? Why don't you just forget about it today? Su-han can't stand it if it goes on like this. After all, he's also a man of blood and vigor. Sis, your company is also quite busy these days, so go back and rest early. Good. It just so happens that I've been tired for a while now, so I'll go home and use that push and pull of yours to help me out. I do have a sore back. Feng Shui stood up and twisted herself around a bit. Nudging? He knows that? Mr. Su, I came in a hurry today and didn't book a room, so I might not have a place to stay tonight. Two women fight so hard that a man is ashamed of himself. Su-han could certainly understand the meaning in these words. It's okay, Su-han. Hurry up and give Brother Tiger a call so he can set this big star up here. Feng Shui hurriedly suggested. But I'm staying in a hotel by myself and I'm scared. Lang Yushan had an aggrieved look on her face, because his body has been weak since childhood. It is true that he has also seldom dealt with entering the entertainment industry alone, and is also accompanied by his own agent. But this was him running out to meet Su-han, and the other party didn't even bother to think much about it. It was just that he really didn't have a place to stay right now, and he wasn't lying at all. How about? Su-han glanced at his schoolmate. Don't even think about it. Feng Shui refused outright. Then let him have my room, Su-han proposed. Feng Shui was dumbfounded to hear this. A blush instantly appeared on Lang Yushan's face. But don't get me wrong. I'll just sleep on the couch tonight, Su-han hurriedly explained. That's your business. Just decide for yourself, and the room is yours. Feng Shui has been too embarrassed to refuse. He bought the house, was originally to live together in the future. There is no question of primary and secondary. Of course he has the right to dominate. And Feng Shui could tell that this woman was really scared and not acting at all, because that look of his was not an act at all. Getting a response from his schoolmate, Su-han nodded at the big star. Thanks. Lang Yushan couldn't resist the joy in her heart, then bowed slightly to Feng Shui. What are you thanking me for? Let's go. Feng Shui blankly glanced at the other party, then took Su-han on her arm. In the back of his mind, he was also thinking that if he had known, he wouldn't have come here. It felt like it just came and it wasn't the right time to bring people back. Buy the bill. Feng Shui helplessly waved to that manager. I'll buy it. Lang Yushan seemed to be in this situation hurrying herself up. Your order has already been bought by Xiao Bai. That manager rushed forward to explain. Mr. White. As Su-han's gaze looked towards the other box, Feng Shui then realized that both Bai Feng and Bai Yu were there. Bai Yu is not counted as a formal employee of the company. Exactly. In the medicinal herbs, this aspect, Xiao Yu is a lot more than many professional experts. Perhaps because he was born in a family with a family, or perhaps gifted. So, Xiao Yu is to the identity of the consultant in his company. Let's go over and say hello, Feng Shui proposed. Aha. Su-han also wanted to go over and greet them. Thank you, Mr. Bai. Walking to the private room, Feng Shui smiled at Bai Feng. Mr. Feng is polite. White Wind was indifferent, but his gaze quickly landed on Su-han. White Wind, Mr. White. Su-han tried hard to recall what happened that night, and he then remembered the other party's name. Thanks a lot. Su-han stretched out one of his hands. Mr. Su is polite. Percent hurriedly wiped his hands tentatively and hurriedly shook them, but soon White Fang also realized that he was not the main character. Xiao Yu, you're here too. I'm really sorry for not paying attention just now. Feng Shui quickly walked over to Xiao Yu to apologize. It's okay, Mr. Feng. Xiao Yu flashed a smile. Hello, Xiao Yu. Su-han greeted Bai Feng and hurriedly looked at Xiao Yu, extending his hand. But just at that moment, Xiao Yu's smile stopped. Hello, he recalled it faintly, without any emotional overtones, cold to be exact. But Xiao Yu's hand, from the beginning, did not reach out. After a long time, Su-han was embarrassed, and pulled his hand back. That atmosphere was really awkward, and Feng Shui didn't know what it was about. So in the end, they briefly exchanged pleasantries, and then the three of them left. As for Xiaoyao's figure, she hadn't appeared since the beginning, until a few of them had left. and only then did she walk out from the restroom. Suhan had a little bit of wine this time, so he didn't bother driving. Along the way, the atmosphere inside the car was very awkward. The three people were not good at opening the topic, resulting in some dullness. Sister, drive slowly. It was also at this time that Suhan suddenly reminded. Feng Shui pushed the gas pedal to the floor with her foot all at once. What's wrong? Feng Shui was not impressed, but it was at this time that the unexpected happened. The sharp sound of brakes sounded. Bang! A muffled sound soon came through, startling Feng Shui. Ah! The same big star sitting in the co-pilot was shocked. Did you hit someone? That's too scary, isn't it? What the hell happened? Suhan, don't go back to sleep yet. It seems like you bumped into someone. Feng Shui's voice became shaky. It's not that we hit someone yet, it's that someone hit us. Although Suhan's eyes were closed, he could feel it all. Sure enough, just a short distance in front of the vehicle, there was a dark figure that was half crouching and not moving. It was also at this time that a cold aura suddenly flashed across everyone's eyes, directly to the figure, with a long knife in his hand, was coming over to their side of the car. Hurry up and back up. As soon as Suhan had just finished speaking, the shadow appeared in front of their car. Bang! The red bricks above the ground shattered, and Suhan's figure rushed out. When Feng Shui saw this, of course she didn't dare to think about it, and then immediately put it in reverse gear and pressed the gas pedal hard. At the same time, Suhan suddenly realized that his opponent's body flickered, and there were actually two cars coming over. That speed is particularly fast. He was there to sigh it's the other party's speed, but has not dared to go to kiss, because the other party's strength is certainly there. This person is actually not rushing at himself. Chapter 76, The Man in Black. Suhan suddenly felt that something was wrong because the other party's speed was clearly faster than his own. Bang! Fortunately, Feng Shui wasn't the kind of person to drag his feet, and in the midst of a crisis, he slammed his foot on the gas and crashed directly into the corner. But just at this time, did the black shadow turn towards Suhan once again, and he poked him straight in the arm with a hand slash. It's best to stay out of things you shouldn't be in. The man in black finally spoke. The other party looked pale, wearing a mask, and looking at the other party's dress, it looked like a woman. I don't care what mission you're on, but you can't hurt anyone today with me around. Suhan's body made a turn, and that knife went directly towards the opponent's throat. The man in black saw this and hurriedly fell back. Who the hell is he? Why did he know he was on a mission? What are you? The man in black was the one whose heart was in awe. Why is the target Lan Yushan? Suhan did not answer the other party, but asked directly. Sorry, no comment. The other side said directly. Who the hell are you? The man in black looked at him with a bit of horror in that face. Why does he know so much? It really doesn't matter what I am. If you stick around now, I'm not going to show any mercy. Hitting the ground running also depends on the strength of the other side. He was targeting this big star in his mind, so as long as he was lax, then it would be easy for the other party to get his hands on him. Since you're clear about the rules here, then you should also know that once a mission is issued, it cannot be terminated unless I die. The man in black held a long knife in his hand. You two get the hell out of here. Suhan reminded the two girls on top of the car. Seeing the slash coming from the opposite side, he directly blocked it. It was a scene that made the hearts of the two girls behind them skip a beat. However, their eyes were simply unable to go and capture the speed of these two people's strikes. I'll see how long you last. The man in black obviously knew that the other party was a practiced man, so he was now unsure in his mind how long the other party could actually last. Suhan now also does not have half a way, can only try to the other side to lead away, so that the two girls can fight for a better chance to escape. But the black man does not give him a little chance, step by step pressing completely not to say that his hold. It was also at this time that an opening was revealed on Suhan's side, and the black man quickly grabbed this opportunity to slash at it. But the man in black didn't get his way. Although Suhan didn't have the ability to stop the knife, the true chi in his body changed the trajectory of the knife at the same time. Go! Just as the black-clothed man was about to his hand, Suhan hurriedly grabbed the other party's hand to remind him. Bang! He was also quite fast, his own fist aimed at his opponent's abdomen. The chapter didn't get a hand though. The blacks responded too quickly. When those two girls opened the car door and were about to escape, Suhan hurriedly took a few steps back and pressed a button. The black man was completely unafraid of what was in front of him, and it was getting more and more frightening. Do you really think you have the confidence in yourself to block me? The man in black continuously swung the knife in his own hand and pressed forward. Suhan clenched his own teeth for a moment, then hurriedly backed away. The two girls watched this and rushed towards the cell gate. Even if he escapes, how long can you protect him? The man in black said dismissively. Then I'll just have to tell you it's time to end it. Seeing the two girls, who had now fled away, Suhan didn't want to play with each other anymore. What a big mouth. That depends on whether you have the skills. The man in black was extremely displeased with the man before him for his considerable defiance. The man in front of him was young, and although his strength was extraordinary, in his opinion, the other party was just an empty shelf with no substance. Boom! In the darkness of the night, the figure of the man in black suddenly disappeared in place, but in the very next second, by the time he reappeared, he was already behind the young man. He took out the long knife in his own hand and actually tried to give the young man a fatal. This kind of speed and power had completely sealed off, and the young man's retreat was completely unavoidable. However, at this very moment, Suhan's body slightly sidestepped, and he backhanded the other party's knife with one hand, looking for death. The man in black sensed that the young man was doing it on purpose, but it was obvious to him that this young man had strength as well. How on earth did he do it? And quite confidently, just as the knife in his hand was about to slash the other party, the man in black was completely shocked. The long knife in his hand was like seeing a ball of cotton on top of it. The force was completely removed, and he couldn't pull it out or cut into it in any way. To be able to utilize the power in one's body to such an extreme is really too much. Who the hell are you? The man in black was still very confused. You really don't deserve to know. Suhan smiled coldly. Suhan could only slice it apart with that movement just now, and could suck the other party in. When he first taught Bai Hai a lesson, he used this same move when the strength of the opponent was completely different, so the degree of use was also different. When the other man was not paying attention, his hand was loose, and the other man's chest was marked by a hard knock from the young man. Suhan did not use much. Try his best. That man in black all of a sudden feel that there is a wave of humiliation. I'm going to give you one more chance now. Give up this mission. I don't kill women. Suhan couldn't see the black man's expression under the mask. You know I'm a woman and you're still like this? The man in black hurriedly covered his chest. What difference does it make? Suhan chimed. Go to hell. The man in black looked at this young man's disdainful face and could no longer suppress the anger in his heart, raising the knife in his hand once again. But just this time, his mind had long since been in disarray, and the brakes in his attacks had been broken by this young man move by move. Bang! Suhan's body crouched down slightly. Then the knife in his hand poked the opponent's wrist. Soon, the opponent's long knife fell to the ground. He was another palm over and hit the black man directly in the abdomen. Bang! A muffled sound came from the black-clothed man's body, flew out and ended up crashing directly under a tree. That's a nice knife. Suhan picked up this knife in front of him. What a shame. Suhan pressed forward step by step, with an undisguised killing intent on his face. Hearing Suhan's words, the man in black was stunned this time. What do you want? The man in black protected his chest with both hands, already unable to retreat. The face under the mask had long since turned white. Chapter 77, Cultivating Power. What for? Say, are you able to tell me now? Why did you go after a normal person? It's not according to your rules. Suhan took the knife in his hand and pointed it directly at his eyebrows. No comment. And who posted the quest? No comment. Soon, the sword pierced through the nightshirt, and blood printed out on the black-clad man's shoulder. Just because I don't look like a woman doesn't mean I don't torture women. Suhan voice without any emotion. His words you all raw threat completely undisguised. The man in black certainly knew that this young man would get to be the one to do it, for he saw in the young man's eyes a chilling light more ruthless than his own. Since you know so much about my side, you should also know what happens when you reveal secrets, so you might as well do it. Regardless of the outcome he faced, he would still die if he leaked the information inside. In this too lightweight first person is quite clear, so even if the other party to kill, he will not say half a word. And if I order you as a superior? Suhan likewise knew this downfall. Superior? What the hell was he talking about? The woman under the mask was once again horrified. This man in front of her couldn't be crazy. You think I'm going to believe your bull? Asterisk 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 asterisk? The man in black certainly knew what the other man meant. That's okay, just come with me and we'll see. Suhan didn't want to go and explain anything more. When the man in black heard this young man say such words, he became hesitant all of a sudden. You have no other choice now. Come with me. Not wanting to say anything more, Suhan turned around and headed for the door. The other party was the same, hurriedly climbed up and followed him, and when he walked to the gate, Suhan smiled bitterly. The two girls didn't go far. I did keep myself waiting at the gate. Let's go. Go up and talk. Suhan didn't know how to go about explaining this situation now that he saw it, so he could only go up and ask the reason before deciding. The two girls looked at the man in black following Suhan closely and didn't dare to get too close. The security personnel inside the cell saw the scene and didn't dare to ask more questions. After all, they also know that these people are the owners of this. Just now when the collision, they are to see the other party did not say anything, so what do they now have to care? Back at home, Suhan asked the two girls to wait inside the living room. Then he took the man in black into his room and closed the door behind him. Suhan helped the black man on the bed, but he never said anything. just sat on the edge of the bed, waiting for the other person to open his mouth. The man in black looked at him and became a little unsettled. Both hands also began to shake uncontrollably. After a long time, he said slowly, "I don't care what you are, but it's been a long time since I've been involved inside the organization. Just trust me. Why do you have such a mission? They're just some ordinary people." Suhan also didn't want to beat around the bush and directly opened the door. The man in black hesitated for a long moment. "Actually, this mission wasn't ordered by our boss." Suhan had some organizations he still knew a lot about. If it wasn't a direct mission from the other side, then it was being carried out in their name, and it would be over if the relevant organizations knew about it. Later, the man in black told him a general situation, and Suhan understood everything. Then who exactly sent out this mission? Suhan understood that there was something going on here, and he still pursued the question. "I really don't know about this, but I know that Lang Yushan's identity's unusual." The man in black looked around, his voice deliberately lowered. "Isn't he just a star? What's different?" Suhan was uncertain. "Can you think of a star that could get the other side to go on a mission like that?" The black man, of course, knew he had said what the other wanted to hear, and then lowered his voice even more. "Go on." Suhan glanced at the man in black, not caring about the details of the other party. "The mission was posted the week before." "Actually, what the hell is going on? I still can't figure it out." The black man whispered softly. "From what you're saying, you started out with the intention of planning to kill him and then all of us?" Suhan looked at the other party. "I wouldn't dare." The man in black hurriedly flung himself to the ground, not daring to raise his head. "Kill Long Yushan first, then come back to me wholeheartedly. But what you didn't expect was that I would be even more powerful than you. Is it like this?" Suhan's tone became very icy. "I really don't know what you're talking about." The man in black trembled, not daring to continue. Suhan hurriedly blew up, then picked up the long knife on the ground and held it against the black man's chin. "Keep your head up. Take off your mask." Hearing the young man's words, the man in black dared not disobey, and he had to take his trembling hand and remove it. Just when he took off his mask, Suhan couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Under the mask was actually such a stunningly beautiful face. "I have to say, this woman is surprisingly attractive. I'm curious, how did a beautiful woman like you, who is supposed to be out of touch with the world, end up joining such an organization?" Suhan lowered the knife in his hand and then opened his mouth. The man in black looked up at the other man. He hadn't expected the young man to look at him with such quiet eyes. Being at peace with the world doesn't mean being at peace with each other. The man in black also took this time to compose himself. "How?" Suhan asked a question. "This is really a long story." The man in black shook his head, seeing that the other didn't really want to talk about it. He wasn't going to force the issue. "All right, you go back and tell them. Just tell me the operation was stopped by me," Suhan said. His words made the other man stare in disbelief. Did he just let himself go like that? "I think it's not a bad idea for you to put it up again. It's just a shame. Here's the deal. When you're back in peace with each other, stop by and see me then and I'll give you a new knife." The man in black was even more puzzled when he heard this. He wondered what the young man in front of him was selling. Suhan was not born to be so generous, but it was clear in his heart that if he really wanted to go for revenge, he had to slowly cultivate his ability. She was also thinking that the person who dealt with her father was definitely not a simple person either, so she had to have her own power. So around her, there must be some capable people. Chapter 78 Identity. This was true of Tiger, and it was equally true of the woman in front of him. What Suhan had to do now was to improve his strength to investigate the enemy who killed his parents. In the past, his thoughts were really too naive, and he was single-mindedly focused on revenge. But in this era, without a certain amount of strength, how could he seek revenge? The man in black also seemed to understand the other party's meaning. The other party was obviously buying himself off. It was just the price of this that he understood. "Get up. I have some medicine here for you to take. It will be good for your injuries." Suhan waved his hand. This is just the first step in his test of the Negro. Then he took out another pen and wrote out a number on top of the white paper. "If anything happens in the future, contact me directly at this number." "And what shall I call you?" "Suhan." They chatted a bit more before leaving. On his way out the door, the man in black clasped his fists and his eyes fell on Big Star. But when the black-clothed man's face was exposed to these two girls, their hearts couldn't help but deflate slightly. This woman is too scary, isn't she? Looking so good. For some reason, the two women actually carried some loss, each other's figure, and soon disappeared into the night. Suhan also walked out from the living room. "What time do you go back tomorrow morning?" Suhan sat down on the sofa. I'm going to shoot somewhere else tomorrow. 10 o'clock flight. Lang Yushan said. "Well, did you know that man just came for you?" Suhan faintly asked. This Big Star also nodded his head when he heard his words. In the thrilling moment just now, he could clearly feel that the other party was rushing towards him. Say why. Suhan didn't hear anything of value from the man in black. He was trying to listen to what this big star had to say or not. I really don't know what's going on here. Lang Yushan knew that the other party would ask himself, but he really didn't know. Suhan didn't have the need to continue asking, as he could see that the other party wasn't lying. But there was some crisis he had begun to feel. Someone had been targeting the big star and was trying to get him to die without a word. Against such an ordinary person, even if he hired an ordinary assassin, he could take his life in minutes. I don't think it's necessary for you to go out tomorrow. It's better to think the matter over for but a few days. If this big star disappeared quietly, one would not even bother to ask. But this Yen Xia thing was touched by himself, and he had already meddled in it. So of course he had to be reminded of it. It was only when his words came out that the big star froze. But the time is set. Why wouldn't he want a few days of peace and quiet? But where were they to change things like contracts? But you've seen the situation now. It's inevitable that you won't be in danger again if you go back like this. I think it would be better for you to take a few days off and wait for the news I've received on my end. Suhan could only persuade the other party in this way. If the other party insisted on leaving, he could not force himself. After all, it was a matter of interest. Wasn't it easy for him to make money? This all depends on the other party's voluntary. If this big star chooses to stay, he is naturally happy to protect her for a few days, until the wind has passed, and then arrange for him to go back. Likewise, Suhan was curious as to what kind of person wanted this girl to disappear. Then let me talk to Sister Me about this, Lang Yushan said very quietly. Aha! Suhan nodded now, not speaking. Feng Shui hadn't said a word since, and he gave himself a bad feeling when he saw the big star pick up her cell phone and walk towards the windowsill. Hokage, seeing that his complexion was a bit off, Suhan helplessly laughed. Okay, don't you say anything, I understand. Feng Shui was also helpless. Suhan took the initiative to move his feet a bit. Tomorrow I'll come to your company and I'll work on a recipe for a beauty cream. Suhan laughed a little. Are you telling the truth? Stop teasing me. What do you know about this? Suhan glanced at him. I don't believe this man will understand these, Lu. You underestimate me so much. Haven't you been studying the repair of skin cell tissues? I can really help you. Oh. Suhan was full of confidence. Che, I don't believe you. Tomorrow Xiao Yu will go to the company. I think you're just rushing to him. Feng Shui quickly recognized it. Suhan really wasn't aiming at Xiao Yu this time. But as soon as he heard the other party say that Xiao Yu was also in the company, then of course he came to his senses. I can see on it, the way you looked at his words and actions today is very wrong. Don't try to hide it from me. However, Suhan, I still have to remind you of one thing. It's best not to hit on Xiao Yu. Feng Shui seemed to have seen through the other party's small mind. Suhan didn't feel anything strange when he heard this because it wasn't the first time he had heard it. Zhang Lin had said the same thing before. That's right, schoolteacher. Where's Lin? Thinking about it, he asked suspiciously. I don't know about that. It seems to have disappeared for a very long time, and the phone is off, and the email won't respond to me. Feng Shui became a bit bewildered at the other party's mention. She always felt that the last time she was attacked by Feng Hao, he always felt that this matter was related to him. He just didn't want to admit it. At this moment, in the Feng family's villa, the one sitting on the high hall was no longer the old master. It was a middle-aged man. Where are my big brother's men? Still in the association. Feng Hao was startled to hear the other party's words. Then hurry up and contact the association side. It's best not to expose the news that I came this way, the middle-aged man said to an older man beside him. Yes. The old man was very respectful and held down the phone and started dialing the number. Show me the man's information. The middle-aged man added to Feng Hao, who was standing to the side. Looking at the simple information on it, the middle-aged man's brows furrowed. All of the information is a one-off and there is no value stuff at all. I see that you, the Feng family, are considered to have lived to the end. The middle-aged man crumpled the paper on top of his hand into a ball and ruthlessly smashed it into Feng Hao's face. Sacked Master M.O. We've really tried our best. Really can't find out half the information related to him. This thing is giving us a hard time. Feng Hao didn't dare to raise his head. A simple secret recipe took so long to get and didn't get it. It also took my big brother's life into it. Asking you guys to ask for a little bit of information and still being blocked from the door. It looks like your Feng family doesn't have any value anymore. Chapter 79, Heart Disease. Sacked Master M.O. This matter is something that really can't be blamed entirely on our Feng family. Feng Hao was so scared that he didn't dare to breathe. If what you say doesn't convince me, then the person from my Feng family to bury my big brother with is you. At the middle-aged man's words, Feng Hao trembled in fear. The man in front of them, they are very familiar with, absolutely said can do it. This point does not need to be doubted at all. After a long time, Feng Hao had no way out, after which he bit through his lips and then opened his mouth. There's nothing wrong with what you said. It's true that we had something to do with Elder Mo's death, but then it was entirely Elder Mo's own death. After saying that, Fong Hao looked at the other party's eyes. It looked so determined. Sect Master Mo's face was even more terrifying now than it was just now. In the next second, as long as the other party couldn't say a word, he could take his power at any time. Previously, we have promised to give 20% of the Fong family's shares as payment for Mo Lao's hand in getting that little girl's secret formula together. But when Mo Lao was negotiating with that little girl, he moved to annex his group, and he also wanted to completely eradicate that little girl and the young man beside her. In the end, your brother put a compulsion on that little girl and threatened the young man with a duel. After it's done, he wants 50% of the Fong family's equity as payment. Then your big brother did not think to press the little girl's body of the poison has long since not attacked, and as a result, the young man in the duel pretending to be a pig, directly to your big brother's head on the spot, finished in one breath, all that had happened. Anyway, now life and death were just a thought away. He didn't care anymore. Sure enough, he still gambled right, and the other party's face gradually began to ease up after listening to his words. Greed for money is his big brother's consistent style. Really did not think that in the end also sent his own life in. And what about the other side's information? He continued to ask. Hearing the other party speak, Fong Hao's heart finally fell. At that time, after that young man killed your elder brother, the whole audience was shocked at that moment, and after the duel was over that day, he even invited all the people present. As for what exactly happened back there, I am totally unclear. Just by the time I went to gather this information today, there were some people all behind closed doors. He wasn't lying about that. He did have a busy day today, and of course, this one was just for the other side, because he knew he would get a closed door, but this step that had to be taken. Got it. Get up. The middle-aged man gave him a look. However, just at this time, the old man walked over. Your big brother is still at the association, asking you if we should pick it up ourselves or if they should send it over. Tell him to send it straight back my way. The other side has made it clear that they want to test the waters. What's their reaction? The middle-aged man really didn't expect that the young man that each and every one of these people stood on. Sect Master Mo. Then what exactly are we going to do 2 days later when that young man drives us away? Fong Hao asked tentatively. I'm still afraid he won't come, Lu. You don't worry, have us in. Don't go to think too much. At Fong Shue's house, Long Yushan's call was longer, and he could tell from his face that things weren't going so well. He hung up and went to the living room. Mr. Su, security will be arranged over there to pick me up tomorrow. I'm afraid I'm going to have to disappoint you both. The big star was very apologetic, looking at the two of them very quietly. I'm going to take care of the car while you guys talk. Fong Shui wasn't really interested in this matter. He didn't want to disturb their chat here. Can I ask you a few questions? Su-han said seriously. Lin Yushan was a bit distracted. Mr. Su, go ahead and ask. You're thinking seriously. Have you ever offended any big shots, or anyone around you at all? Su-han asked directly. Lin Yushan began to recall her past, as if she hadn't offended any big shots. Fong Zifeng? After a long time, he spoke slowly. Impossible. They don't have this qualification. Think about it again. Su-han flatly denied. There really isn't any more. Growing up I was dependent on my mother, who was a forceful little person who never had anyone to carry on an argument. So my mother and I are also very similar in character, especially after I worked. I was very careful in my words and actions, and never dared to go into any conflict with people, so I really couldn't think of who, in the end, wanted to harm me. Lin Yushan thought for a moment. So the problem with your heart, do you remember when it started? Su-han had wanted to ask about this question for a long time, but he just hadn't had the right opportunity to do so. I remember this thing like it's been around since I started remembering. My mother even said at the time that I was born with this. He didn't dare to hide anything from the man in front of him. Congenital? Su-han widened his own eyes. Yeah, that's what my mother said. Why, Mr. Su? After a long time, Su-han had not been speaking. This was the first time he had seen that Su-han would have such an expression, and at this moment, as soon as he saw the other party's expression became tense. Ms. Lang, then do you know what your father is? It was at this time that Su-han finally spoke. It was only now that he had left the other man a little bewildered by this question. Father? Growing up, his mother never bothered to mention anything about his father, and he made a point of avoiding it whenever he asked. Even when he was a kid, he went to ask a few times and his mother actually hit him out of hand. You know, usually, my mother can't even scold herself, let alone hit. At the thought of these things, the big star was instantly plunged into childhood memories. Lin Yushan eyes are very bright, and appear particularly clear, in ordinary times because the eyes are very sincere, so it is particularly easy for people to get close to. This point of feeling Su-han will also have. Just this moment of quiet tears added to the feeling of wanting to feel pity. If you don't want to say it, just don't say it. Suhan had an urge to go up and comfort. He had felt it, though, and the thieving eyes at the door of the room had made himself cry a little. I have to say, his college sister is still pretty cute. I'll be fine, Mr. Su. I don't know who my father is. I was just thinking about a bit of my childhood. Chapter 80 times are different now. Suhan understood everything. Lan Yushan said everything. This is obviously. Is this behind the scenes? People are aware of the situation of this big star? The dog jumped over the wall. But all of this explains a problem. That is, behind the scenes of the people, but also in fear of what? Just the other side to afraid of what? He was nothing but a tiny woman. What on earth could make the other man afraid? Otherwise, how could there be such a large force and such a strong strength? Wanting to directly get a small woman killed. Wanting to deal with this big star. But it is just a matter of killing head to head. It is simply easy, and why go through all the trouble? So the things here are really too complicated. After analyzing these things, Suhan all felt that his hatred had suddenly turned into a simple mode as well, and the life of this big star was getting more and more confusing. Click! It was also at this time that the door inside the home was suddenly opened. Suhan didn't even have to think about it. It must be Xiao Qin coming back. As expected, it was really him. Suhan. The first thing Xiao Qin did when she entered was to call out her name. Jin. Suhan got up and said hello. With a smile on her face, Koton changed her shoes and trotted over. The red, smiling face instantly collapsed. Lan Yushan? What's going on here? Why is he here? Xiao Qin's entire body fell into a daze. It took a long time before she looked around. Looking back at the shoebox area, her own sister was surprisingly at home. But how did this woman get in? Didn't my sister stop at 2? Doesn't he hate this woman the most? Why did he let her in? Koton, a sneaky figure, hidden in the doorway of the room, called out to Xiao Qin. How can you be so arrogant? Directly drove your own sister to the room? And look at your sister as if she's afraid to come out at all. Xiao Qin put down some papers she was holding, then walked towards the room. Suhan and Lan Yushan were once again embarrassed. Isn't that a bit abrupt? Lan Yushan's eyes reddened. Then she said awkwardly, things happen for a reason. There's no way around it, so don't think about it too much. Suhan expressed his helplessness. Then, after a long while, Koton still walked out of her sister's room. Phone. Lan Yushan had wanted to open her mouth to say a greeting, but she was quickly interrupted by the other party. Suhan, I've already prepared all those information about your matter for you, and what should be done is also done for you. Xiao Qin walked towards the living room and didn't pay any attention to the other party. Instead, she directly glanced at Suhan. But you may have to take an exam if you want a license for this one. Koton said. An exam? What's the exam? Suhan asked curiously. It's about some medical theories above. Of course, this time I have pulled down my own old face to help you get it. If you pass the exam, you can directly get the qualification certificate. You can't drop the chain at this time. Xiao Qin looked like he was busy nonstop every day and didn't have the chance to come back at all. But he didn't run around for Suhan's things, even though he was the vice dean. But it was a requirement to ask for a person to do something like applying for a license. Sister, don't worry, this matter is not difficult for me at all. Suhan's chest said proudly. Because of Xiao Qin's seriousness, Suhan would be a bit more relaxed in his presence. And Feng Shui, that old driver. Suhan would become flustered when he was in front of him. Believe. Of course I do. Koton nodded. Although you're very confident, I heard that this exam was given by some old-timer on the medical side, so you can't be too careless. Oh, I know. It can't be Elder Meng, can it? Suhan asked tentatively. Yeah, that's him. Do you know him? Koton asked rhetorically. How could I possibly recognize it? I've just heard about it. I've heard she's particularly fond of delving into this piece of paraphernalia. The kind that's pretty chipper anyway. One had still heard a lot about big names like this one. Yeah, I hear he comes up with some pretty tricky questions, so you should be careful anyway. Koton laughed a little before playing her way to her room. Looking at these two sisters, Suhan didn't know what he could do except smile bitterly. You should get some early rest too. My room is that one. Suhan pointed to his room and said, Mr. Su, it's better if I sleep in the guest room. No, I can alert every room by sleeping here. Poof Chill waved his hand. Okay. What Suhan said was already very obvious, and Lan Yushan was not in a good position to continue, grabbed his pajamas, then headed straight in his direction. After a long time, Feng Shui sneaked up to Xiao Qin's room. By early the next morning, when a sliver of sunlight passed through the large window, Suhan slowly opened his eyes. One more mind and one less accident. Although Suhan understood the behavior of those people very well, but he still did not dare to relax his vigilance. All night he was half asleep, not really getting much done overnight. It was at this time that he saw the ring above his hand again. For some reason, every time he saw this ring, He always felt like something was going to happen, and he could see a bunch of stuff, very disorganized, but like it was worth something. It was as if that ring could sense everything about itself, and soon there was a flash of green light, and then no more reaction. Glancing at the time, Suhan got up as quickly as before to prepare breakfast, but today was different from previous days. Hasn't Hokage gotten up yet? Suhan asked casually. Koton came out and then yawned. Went to bed pretty early, but doesn't seem to be awake yet. Forget it, forget it. Koton waved her hand. Last night he was also half asleep, or he did not know feng shui. Climbed up last night, secretly glanced at himself, only he felt no need to say it. The heart knows on the line. It really didn't occur to me that after chatting about Mr. Su's cooking only yesterday, I could eat noodles cooked by Mr. Su himself today. It's such an honor. Seeing Suhan personally cook, Long Yushan's lethargy from just waking up was gone in a flash. It's just a bowl of noodles. It's nothing. Next time I get a chance to cook a few favorites. As soon as Suhan finished his words, Xiao Qin began to interject. Suhan, Director Shin has been looking for me more and more often these days. After all, you already know how to heal. Do you want to reconsider going to help that old man? Xiao Qin didn't deliberately try to interrupt the other party, because just a second before, Director Shen's message came again. Chapter 81, The Son-in-Law. He thinks that if you can hide from the first day, you can't hide from the 15th. In case it was really the negligence on the hospital's side that caused the problem with the condition, then the hospital would really be out of luck then. Today to Xiao Qin is the pressure. Not only the Director Shen, yesterday received a notice. Busy Dean, today also returned to the hospital. Just in the last few days, some of the big medical departments, all of them have pointed their fingers at their hospital, and themselves. So he still wanted to politely ask Suhan what he meant today. Sister Qin, there's no hurry with the Zhang family. Right now, I have a few things to take care of first, and I'll make my move then. He had his own plans for the Zhang family, and the most important thing at the moment was to put an end to the Feng family's aftermath. Suhan will do what he said. If the Feng family really still doesn't leave this side in 3 days, he won't mind letting the other party pay a heavy price, because in his heart, he knows very well that those people are dogs that can't change. If they don't leave this side again, I'm afraid that it will be very unfavorable to their own school sister. If it's not for the fact that her sister remembers that they have a blood and bone, she might have already started to lay her hands on them. So, you'll still step in to help the Zhang family when the time comes? Xiao Qin suddenly had more than a hint of joy on her face before rushing to him for confirmation. Yes, you can just go talk to them and tell them I said to wait a few more days. Suhan said in disbelief. Listening to your words, could it be that Elder Zhang is really sick? Haru suddenly widened her own eyes in disbelief. Yes, this one is generic. I haven't treated him, but I can see it and think he's approaching his expiration date. Regarding old Mr. Zhang's illness, Suhan didn't want to beat around the bush in front of Xiao Qin, so he said directly, is it really such a coincidence? Xiao Qin still can't believe it. Yes, in fact, when he came to find my grandfather to cure this disease, but at that time I was still small, I originally thought that my grandfather would not agree. After all, he was this kind of disease on the gift of more money. He will not go. But the strange thing is that Grandpa not only agreed to the other side of the cure, and, Suhan he said here wanting to speak. Lang Yushan again at this time seized the gap and asked his curiosity. Mr. Su, what's a flux? The two of them, Suhan and Xiao Qin, laughed a little, feeling very embarrassed. Just not very good kidneys. Suhan said it euphemistically, and Xiao Qin understood the meaning of it. By the way, what did you just say again and what? The kitsune wanted to hear about the follow-up, not some medical history situation. Grandpa treated him back in the day and then gave the other side to me. Seeing that Xiao Qin had been asking questions, he had no choice but to speak awkwardly. At the time, the two of them did say that as long as I could cure the other, that. Suhan stopped again when he said this, but seeing the strange eyes of the two girls, he continued, then the Zhang family's old man, he's going to welcome me into the Zhang family as a door-to-door son-in-law. Although Suhan, on his part, was speaking in a lower and lower voice, a few girls were still staring at him. Door-to-door son-in-law? The three girls said in unison as their eyes widened in anticipation. It was only at this time that Suhan noticed that his schoolmate was wearing a pajama. Standing there, looking at each other's eyes, all a bit beckoned. This woman is a real piece of work. How sexy can she be? Hokage, you're awake? Suhan deliberately pulled away from the topic. After all, the topic of door-to-door son-in-law, he did not want to go and mention it more. Did you just say that you have a marriage contract with the Zhang family? Or is it a door-to-door one? How could Feng Shui be sidetracked by him? Then hurriedly asked. Yes, there's a marriage contract, but it's not really a door-to-door. It's just for me to be in the Zhang family for 3 years. Suhan began to explain. And then what happened? Feng Shui continued to ask. Facing the two sisters questioning, Suhan afterward told the whole thing once. Good thing. That little girl Zhangya doesn't agree at all. Good to see. Or you're going to go and be someone's house son-in-laws. Koton laughed at the same time. Lang Yushan hadn't opened her mouth to speak, but there was a happy smile on her face as well. Since you're saying that now, then I'll tell the Zhang family's old man at that time to go home and wait, so that he doesn't have to make us panic inside the hospital. Xiao Qin had long wanted to invite Elder Zhang out of the hospital. Such a figure living in the hospital, that really puts pressure on them. Inside their hospitals, not only can they not carry out their work properly, but they have to put all their energy on this one person, which is unfair to many patients. Suhan spread his hands a bit and didn't know how to just respond to the other party, but Xiao Qin's face was all piled up with a smile, and that stone was finally put down. Eat the noodles, they're getting cold. After hearing about Suhan, which was a good one, along with these noodles, Feng Shui had long been happy. What if his own schoolmate really went to the Zhang family to become a son-in-law? Then he would really be finished. It's delicious. Lang Yushan was also very happy in her heart. If it wasn't for the Zhang family withdrawing from the marriage, she probably wouldn't have gotten to know this young man on the opposite side. That's for sure. Suhan's noodle cooking is a masterpiece. Feng Shui gave her own thumbs up in praise. Koton quickly rolled her eyes. Lang Yushan, listening to his words, was feeling that something was wrong, but couldn't tell. Suhan didn't have the same thoughts as they did, and appeared to be very proud of himself. Anyway, his own senior sister had always complimented himself in this way. Every morning, the few of them were so joyful, and Lang Yushan was envious to see them in this scene. If he could, he would have loved to join them, in which the South was just as content as it was now, just as a listener. But soon, Lang Yushan's mood fell into bitterness all of a sudden. His phone rang at this time. Hello. Lang Yushan quickly picked up the phone. So much for small talk between the three. They all knew the other was supposed to be leaving. As expected, it didn't take long for Lang Yushan to walk back in a very dejected manner. Mr. Su, two sisters, I'm leaving now, Lang Yushan said in a deep voice. Finish the noodles first. Feng Shui rarely responded to Lang Yushan. Good. Lang Yushan then returned to her original position. The expression on his face was no longer as happy as before. The atmosphere at the table for the next few moments likewise became a bit dull. Until this breakfast was over, Suhan sent Lang Yushan out alone. Actually, he doesn't have much of a heart. Yes, it's obvious, and a very poor one, too. Chapter 82 Recipe. By the time the two of them got to the door, a car stopped. The two didn't say anything at a meal, and when they walked inside the car, Lang Yushan finally couldn't help herself. Mr. Su, thank you. If it wasn't for you, I probably wouldn't be standing here. There's no need to talk about that between friends. Be safe on the road. Suhan waved his hand as he listened to what the other party said. Friends? Yes, we'll be friends from now on. Lang Yushan's eyes lit up when she heard his words, and the joy on her face surfaced once again. Go. Suhan did not send the other party out, but stopped in the small area. See you next time, Mr. Su. Lang Yushan waved goodbye in surprise, then walked out of the neighborhood. When Sister Mi saw Lang Yushan come out, she hurriedly came forward to survey her, as if she could see that there was something wrong with it. Shannon, are you okay? Sister Mi asked with concern. I'm fine, it's all thanks to Mr. Su. Lang Yushan responded to the other party, but his eyes went to involuntarily look at Suhan's back. Mi followed his gaze. Mr. Su, looking at this mysterious and very intimidating back, he had mixed feelings inside. Now he didn't know what to say. Sam, did something happen to you guys? When the other party's back completely disappeared, Sister Mi still opened her mouth to ask. Sister Mi, do you think Mr. Su is such a person? The look on Lang Yushan's face carried a hint of unhappiness before she asked rhetorically. Lang Yushan of course knew what things the other party wanted to know, and Sister Mi was a bit at a loss for words all of a sudden when she heard this big star's reply in face, and the unhappiness on her face. Actually, he didn't mean to. He was just thinking about his safety. It was the first time in all the time he'd known Shannon that he'd seen her angry with herself. Oh, maybe I'm overthinking it. I also believe in Mr. Su's character. Mi wasn't angry at the other's unhappiness, and in his heart he still wanted something to happen between the two of them. Of course, the conversation between the two of them. Suhan simply did not know the reason why he chose to leave, but because he had sensed a force of bodyguards in the car. Although for those people cannot play a big role, but at least now this big star is safe, and the company is also very important to his safety. As for the end in the end how will be dealt with, it is not he can worry about. After all, he is also limited in their own ability, and is not able to protect the other party's safety all the time. Soon, Suhan drove his car again to send his two sisters to work. After sending Xiao Qin to the hospital first, it was time for Suhan to fulfill his promise from last night. He had also promised Feng Shui last night to help her complete the formula. so naturally he was going to the office today. Let's go. School marm, I'm going to help you perfect your recipe now. After sending Xiaoqin away, Su-han turned the car around. Su-han, can you really perfect that formula? This recipe, or my father left back then? His old man was particularly interested in this one, so the recipe left behind is not very complete. The whole company, right now, is working on perfecting the formula thing, and it's a formula that's been getting a lot of attention from a lot of people out there, too, but they've been working on it for so long without a single result, and if you can do it, it's nothing short of a miracle. Feng Shui didn't expect this guy to come for real. At the time he said it, he thought he was just casually meaning it and didn't take it to heart at all, so now everything caught him a bit off guard. After all, his father had said back then that this formula, getting half of it, would make him the center of attention in the medical world. If all of them could be developed, it might feel like turning the entire medical world upside down. It was a difficult research project, but their company's research results were already way ahead of all the R&D teams, and if they went further, it might really become the miracle of this generation. Of course there's no problem, you have to trust me. I haven't touched it, but I at least understand it, and these recipes, I think I'll be able to get a clear picture with one look myself. Su-han laughed a little. Looking at his tone was so confident, such that Feng Shui was a bit bewildered. At the company, the president's office, the two figures of Su-han and Feng Shui walked out of the elevator, causing Su-han to be somewhat surprised. Mr. Feng, it was completely different from usual, and this temperament had changed radically. This little girl standing in front of me, is it the old daredevil, Tiny? Because he's changed so much. Tiny, now go to the R&D department and inform them that I'll be calling a special meeting soon. Remember, in charge of R&D, all personnel must be present. Seeing Tiny greet him, Feng Shui nodded and then ordered, okay, Mr. Feng. Tiny didn't wear the capital of the workplace, but the clean white shirt and the loose-fitting, large-legged pants made him look fresh and lovable. 2. Hearing Feng Shui's command, Xiao Xiao also moved very quickly, and immediately crossed the two of them. Only when he approached Su-han, he still playfully spat out his tongue as before. Su-han gave him a look without a good reason, and Feng Shui also laughed at the quirky too. Zhang Lin's disappearance, to Feng Shui's blow, is really not small. In the company some belong to the high-level confidentiality. If re-recruitment, it is inevitable that the other party will not leak the company's confidentiality, so Feng Shui simply began to directly cultivate a small, and to think that this guy, who was usually a pretty resourceful person, would more or less deal with things on his own if they came up. There's no one in the entire company who can match that yet. Of course, Su-han was pretty much on the same page as him, although the little to Su-han's first impression is not very good, but later, they with time to contact a little, their own on the little change of opinion is still quite big, especially the Jianghu habit in him, which is really rare. Su-han, this is our company's secret formula. Originally it was in my place, but on the research and development side, it is divided into several groups. Each group is responsible for a different stage. Feng Shui looked as if she was stating what happened, but as if she was explaining something to him. It doesn't really need to be that tedious, just synthesize all three. That would save time and progress, as well as increase production. Of course, Su-han knew that his senior sister was explaining to himself that there was nothing leaked about his father's secret recipe. Chapter 83, A Rake in the Face. However, for the current Su-han, it didn't matter whether the secret formula would leak or not. In his opinion, it was really just a half-baked product and couldn't play much of a role. With Su-han's efforts, this half-finished recipe was quickly perfected so that it could now be considered a truly unique recipe. I don't know actually, but it's better to be careful, whether it was Feng Shui or Xiaoqin. In fact, they were all members of the Feng family. Aha! Su-han didn't reminisce much, but casually flipped through the secret recipe that was left behind. He could see that this was Feng Shui's father's handwritten copy, but he had seen others before, and these were indeed the original recipes. And word for word, these two, I still need time to work on them. I can only perfect this one for now. Su-han shook his head helplessly. It's already great to be able to play one. As for the others, just take your time. Feng Shui helplessly smiled bitterly. Su-han also revealed a similarly helpless smile. It was only his own schoolmate who would believe him, but he could see that if he gave him these formulas to other pharmaceutical companies, they wouldn't believe them at all, and would probably be treated as if they were psychotic by the other side. Su-han only passed on or perfected it with his own consciousness. As to what point it could reach in the future, that was anyone's guess. Soon there was a knock on the door, and both of their thoughts were pulled back at once. Enter. With a response from Feng Shui, Tiny Kiss pushed the door open. Mr. Feng, the personnel are now here, all in the conference room, waiting for you. A small reminder. You go ahead and I'll get these to be organized here. Seeing Feng Shui looking at herself, Su-han responded. Okay, I'll go first then. After Feng Shui finished speaking, she walked out of the office with Xiao Xiao. This meeting was originally prepared for Su-han, and Feng Shui went first, and was only there to explain things. And at that moment, in the hospital's conference room, the atmosphere had dropped to freezing point. This matter of Dean Feng, why have you been suppressing it? Director Shin has already convinced Elder Zhang. Now we just need to invite your cousin over. But why will you always don this thing for various reasons? You are trying to set up our hospital against us. The director, who has been living on his own for some time now, finally seizes the opportunity to jump out because he's back with the dean. Dean Feng, what the hell is going on? In the conference room, all the directors of the various departments were present. My cousin is not qualified to practice medicine. That's what the director said when he was helping that big star. And he was the first to jump against it then. What? What the hell is wrong with you guys now? Trust him that much again? Xiao Qin didn't answer the other party directly, but pointed the finger directly at the director. He hadn't had time to settle this score until now. And how could Xiao Qin not dislike him back when the hospital held an emergency meeting? Dean Feng, now that Director Shin has requested to see your cousin, it doesn't seem to have anything to do with qualifications. I think it's you. The director clung to the opportunity and didn't let go. Dean, this is the report for the period of Lang Yushan's condition, and I've requested that the director's side be dealt with first. Xiao Qin didn't bother to go and talk more nonsense with them, directly picking up a thick report and handing it to the dean, because he knew very well in his heart that it was useless to say anymore. The other party was obviously a scoundrel. Seeing the report that Xiao Qin had sent over, the director was stunned for a moment, then regained his composure. She had been absent during this time, but that didn't mean he was idle inside in private. Knowing how free Dean was inside his home, the director didn't run to the other man's house too often. A self-examination and report, long ago, had been clipped to a large red envelope and sent to the dean's house. I've read all of these, and the director's report was sent to me a long time ago. Actually, there's a reason for all of this, and he can't be blamed entirely. After all, your cousin really doesn't have a license to practice medicine. Dean scanned the report salaciously, naturally ignoring the part where the director had made the last call. Then the director didn't follow my orders and went to give the patient the herbal medicine, causing the patient's life to be in danger. What about this? The other party directly ignored. But Xiao Qin did not want to beat a dead horse like this. After all, human life is a matter of life and death. At that time, if there is not Su-han in, then the consequences are really unimaginable. I think there are two sides to this story as well, and the chief, as a chief of surgery, naturally has his ideas, and you're in charge of different areas, so it's inevitable that you're going to run into disagreements. Then it was done that way also because of his experience as a surgical specialist, and you didn't come up with a substantial solution to the problem. You just kept on prescribing medication to the patient to alleviate the condition. He had no choice but to stick to his principles. The dean's words had made it obvious that he had completely shrugged off the director's responsibility. Being careful in this way was a bit of an upshot all of a sudden, but those other section chiefs seemed to be in this situation and rushed to their side. Yeah, even though Dean Feng's place is a hospital, most of it is still relying on some relevant equipment to diagnose the condition right now. Sometimes it does make it a little difficult when you have us suddenly take over the hospital side of things, and those of us who are only good at Western medicine. I don't think the chief is wrong. Take our brain unit. Last time, Dean Feng just insisted that we use traditional Chinese medicine to regulate the patient. In fact, we don't have a problem using this, but you have to let the patient's family agree. Last time, it was also because of your insistence that the patient's family went straight for a transfer, which is a serious matter. I was pretty sure of it at the time, but it turned out to be hard and you screwed it up. Originally they were discussing old Mr. Zhang's condition, without thinking that Xiao Qin had taken the blame for everything. Okay, since you guys are sticking to your principles, I'll make a statement here too. Regarding old Mr. Zhang's matter, I definitely won't interfere in the future. You guys can completely use your own principles to solve it. After saying that, Xiao Qin directly slammed those documents on the table and left angrily. These documents are all about the old Mr. Zhang, the recent condition test report, their own day and night, in the observer of the patient's physical condition. As a dean, it's not even a problem that he's there to hide from the rest of the world, but the director is actually striking his own job along with a couple of chiefs of surgery. Chapter 84, A Bombardment. Today was inexplicably collective reputation. Xiao Qin do not even need to brain to think. This must be the director behind the ghost. Originally, after dealing with him, Xiao Qin had planned to go and convince Elder Zhang to go home and recuperate, but now he felt that there was absolutely no need for that. The meeting was the time when vociferous criticism turned into invective. Dean, Vice Dean Feng is ignoring you more and more now. At this rate, The whole hospital is going to be his call alone. Dean didn't know what to say when he heard what they were saying. After all, he had been away for a while. He also knew very well in his heart that Dean Fong's recent momentum was getting more and more victorious, and now he stood to make a big deal out of that big star's business here. Dismissed. Just as those people were discussing, the dean's angry voice cut them off. The entire conference room fell silent for a moment. You come to my office, and the rest of you take your places, Dean said to the director in front of him. Don't think that you have to ask for everything. We'll see. A meeting at the hospital went down like this, uneventfully, and likewise the meeting at Feng Shui's company was not as good as it could have been. While other companies' R&D departments are full of tech talent, Feng Shui's side is completely different. In the entire conference room, as far as the eye could see, there were only 3 young men, Feng Shui, Xiao Xiao, Bai Yu. Apart from the 3 of them, the others are all older people who are over 100 years old. In the study of medicine, especially Chinese medicine, talents are still old and popular, but these old bones were also very stubborn, as Feng Shui had experienced long ago. Mr. Feng, this decision of yours is also too risky. It might put the entire company into ruin. That's right, the whole company won't have the benefit of you fooling around alone. This is something that I think needs to go to the board. There are a lot of things that are not up to you alone. Wouldn't it be crazy to terminate the other 2 studies and put all your energy into one? None of the people present agreed. They had put a lot of effort into the research and development of these products, and to terminate it now at a good time was not cutting off all of them, and have them put all their energy into a joke. Who would have indulged a little girl in researching these formulas if they weren't a line of products that were extraordinary in the marketplace? And what does he know? Seniors, don't misunderstand. Terminating this party's products doesn't mean they won't be produced in the future, because there's a formula that has made the final breakthrough. The moment Feng Shui said this, all of them were dumbfounded. The beauty cream formula has actually been perfected? When exactly was this? And which department would be so powerful? The people in the middle of the conference room all looked at each other at once and shook their heads. While this product has been in the process of being perfected, the development progress has simply not been that fast. Mr. Feng, can you tell me which department perfected it? Just at this time an old man spoke directly. Elder Yen, the formula was not perfected by our company. The person who perfected it was my schoolmate. Feng Shui laughed a little. Hearing what the other party said, the entire room became quiet once again, and the look of the old man who had just asked the question became more and more astonished. Schoolmate? Why did he seem to have heard that title somewhere before? Mr. Feng, you're not kidding, are you? You know, we didn't do it in 5 years of hard work, and you're saying that your schoolmate came along and perfected it all at once? Yeah, Mr. Feng, even though we've been doing drug research with you, we're all respected members of the medical community. You mean to say that we here are not as good as a young man? Exactly. Mr. Feng, that's a bit of a big joke you're making. They were people who had some reputation in the medical world and were able to come here solely to do research, not to run for the salary offered by the company. Feng Shui's current sentence offended all of them. It wasn't that they didn't want the formula to be perfected, and they wanted it to be completed sooner than anyone else. It was just that they couldn't accept the formula, which was completed by someone else. How many of those present have made it their goal to complete the beauty cream, but now the other side says it has been completed by his own schoolmate? Seniors, how dare I joke about such a thing, but it is indeed true. Having slapped the faces of so many people, Feng Shui also felt embarrassed. His reconfirmation brought a look of indignation to the faces of a number of people. Mr. Feng, if this matter is true, then please let your schoolmate convince us. I wouldn't have been the first to believe it otherwise. Yeah, me too. All the people present were expressing the dissatisfaction and discontent in their hearts, that there were also people who seemed to be contemplating something. In addition to Elder Yen, there was another person who didn't make any comments either, and that was Xiao Yu, who was sitting at the very back of the conference room. Xiao Yu's face was cloudy, showing joy at times, but feeling inexplicably frowned. The schoolmate that Feng Shui said, who else could it be but that person? What he didn't expect was that this person was actually a Chinese medicine practitioner as well. At this time, Xiao Yu, how he hoped that Mr. Feng could just have one more schoolmate. He really didn't want to doubt the authenticity of Feng Shui's words. It's just that everyone can't accept this reality. Just at that moment, there was a shadow at the door of the conference room. I'm going in for a meeting. It was a very simple sentence, and those security guards didn't dare to get in the way, not even informing. Su Han walked into the conference room, and those security guards, again respectfully, closed the door. Su Han's arrival caused all the people to throw strange looks his way. Sis, I'm sorry. It's been so long that I almost didn't think about it, so I'm a little slow in organizing it. Su Han walked apologetically to the conference table. It's okay. Feng Shui was relieved to see the other party coming. If he didn't come again, These old men in front of him would have pinned themselves down. This young man was Feng Shui's schoolmate? They hadn't expected this young man to be even younger than imagined at all. Let me introduce you all. This is my schoolmate Su-han. Feng Shui began the introduction. The first thing Su-han saw when he walked in was Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu, you're here too. A smile spread across Su-han's face. Xiao Yu's eyebrows were tightly locked, and a very disgusted expression came out between her brows. This guy actually greeted himself directly, without waiting for Xiao Yu to think more. The atmosphere of the conference room, all of a sudden, sank. You're the one who perfected the beauty cream? Without waiting for Elder Yen to open his mouth, one of the aged old men opened his mouth to ask. Chapter 85 Anger and Dislike. It's not exactly perfect, I guess. I just upgraded it. Su-han's tone appeared to be very relaxed, which gave the impression that he seemed to be collecting a very simple thing. Upgrade? One of the large middle-aged men froze, then began to laugh. All the same, his laughter soon elicited mockery from those in attendance. Mr. Feng, you've really gone too far this time with this. I thought you were serious with us, but it turns out you were joking with us too? It's not the way to play such a serious matter when you actually go outside and find a random person to solve it, is it? I didn't expect Mr. Feng to have such a humorous side. It's really unexpected. Unexpected little brother. Meals can be eaten indiscriminately, but words can't be spoken indiscriminately. Do you have any idea where this is? We can specialize in treating Chinese medicine practitioners who blow off steam. Aren't you asking for trouble? Ha 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 ha. A mocking laugh resounded throughout the conference room all at once. His words were too crowning. In their eyes, the beauty cream was already a counterintuitive research effect. Now how much did upgrading mean? It's hard to believe that this stuff, when applied to the face, can still bloom? You guys are thinking wrong. I know a thing or two about healing, but not like to brag about it. Although Su-han didn't have very deep contact with these people, he knew very well that the people they had here were all old, and their character was typically stubborn, which he knew better than anyone else. What they had just said was not taken to heart at all, because one doesn't have to go with them. The most effective thing that will deal with these people is to call them on the facts. You're so young. How dare you talk about sarcasm here? You don't even look at what kind of people are here. Big talk. A middle-aged man beside Elder Yin spoke. May I ask, what is your name? Seeing the person who had picked a fight come out, Su-han directly ran towards the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man froze when he heard his words. He didn't expect the other party to ask himself directly. Menzies light. That middle-aged man returned confidently. Are you also a Chinese medicine practitioner? Su-han asked after him. Meng Ziguan gave the other party a look that revealed a contemptuous smile. Many of the people here had already begun to doubt this young man's identity. Who in the medical world didn't know Meng Ziguan? He's a celebrity of this generation, isn't he? It was also the fact that he was very good that Feng Shui had asked him to bring him over at a high salary. Little brother, if it wasn't for Mr. Feng's face, you would have been blown out by now. Meng Ziguan didn't respond to the other party's words, still disdainfully direct. Hearing this young man ask such a thing was so offensive to him that he didn't even feel the need to go and reply to him directly. What's wrong? Is it wrong for me to ask? All the people present were wearing white coats, except this one, who was not. He was wearing a casual suit, which was why he asked such a question at that time. Su-han did not expect this person to be so proud. What was there for him to ask about his identity? He himself was merely inquiring. Little brother, how dare you call yourself a doctor when you don't even know him? Soon people started coming out and talking. What's wrong with not recognizing him? The man didn't even bother to argue with him. Soon, he seemed to have thought of something, as Feng Shui had specifically given him an explanation of these people's identities when he arrived. It's just that he got a little excited all of a sudden just now, and that's why he asked. Do they get upset and a little petty over this? Su-han found that the other party didn't have a brow of levity, has limited his achievements, and didn't feel that the other party had how powerful. He didn't bother to refute everything the other man said. Though, I don't dare to be presumptuous. I've only learned 30% of my family fathers, and even though it's only 30%, Meng Ziguan is still very proud. So it's only 30%? Su-han shook his head with a look of hatred on his face. What the hell do you mean by that? Meng Zi regarding hearing his words. Your color turned white. The other party's words had been clearly in the posture of an elder. It's nothing. It's just that I don't think you're qualified enough. You're still way off. Su-han is not afraid to offend them at all. These people in his eyes, learning the art is not good, and also no one. People like that didn't deserve his respect at all. The third floor was not bad for Meng Ziguan. After all, he was that old. However, his heart is very clear. That strength in this regard is indeed also not enough. The young man in front of him, all of a sudden poked his own pain point. He felt it was still necessary to figure out the other side of the origin. After all, can be invited by Feng Shui over the person? Certainly is also the head is not small, And how many % can you have? Still resigned, he asked. I'm self-taught and have a talent for it. The moment Su-han's words came out, the entire room exploded. Is there something wrong with this young man? It's not enough that he's self-taught, but he dares to say such arrogant things. Who's studying medicine now? Who dares to talk like this? What is this person if not a psychopath? Mr. Fong, if you don't get rid of him, I won't come back to the company in the future. Meng Ziguang directly threatened. Meng Ziguang will sit here. To put it bluntly, is Feng Shui people stupid money? Feng Shui was spending a lot of money at that time, inviting herself over. Don't want it for nothing. Are you done arguing? Before Feng Shui could say anything, Elder Yan slowly got up. Meng Ziguang, who was originally very arrogant, now saw that Elder Yan had gotten up and became quiet all of a sudden. This little brother, since you've come prepared, stop talking and come up with something to prove yourself. At least this will be more effective than anything else. Elder Yan looked at this Su-han and said in a calm tone. Yan Lao looked at Su-han also line. Although it was very calm, Su-han still felt it, which is not simple. In fact, from the moment he arrived at the conference room, he sensed that the old man was not that simple. Just in this instant of staring at each other just now, he already had the appearance of being seen through by the other party. In the presence of senior, the late generation does not dare to make a mistake. Encountering this kind of powerful senior, Su-han was not good, and continued to trip up Meng Ziguang, apologizing to Yan Lao with a clenched fist. Then he gave one of the things in his hand to Tiny, who was simply clueless about all this, so he could only play a little here and there. Of course, it is precisely because Xiao Xiao does not understand these. Feng Shui will deliberately have to arrange her here, to listen to it, so that in the future also help a little. Chapter 86, The Formula. Without Zheng Lin, Feng Shui needed to get Xiao Xiao up and running right now, but there was no need to be in such a hurry. Just as Su-han had recommended, this little girl was originally very kind and had a little bit of self-defense kung fu in her. In the future, as long as they are properly trained, they will definitely be the secretary cum bodyguard type. So Feng Shui directly followed Zhang Lin's standards and began to cultivate Xiao Xiao there. However, this little girl was also very competitive, and in a short period of time, she quickly integrated into the atmosphere of work. Of course, this is also the relationship that Feng Shui focuses on you to cultivate. The chairman is going to train someone that the entire company staff will have no problem with. It was at this time that Tiny put those things into the middle of the projection, and all of a sudden a lot of text sort of appeared on top of the screen. What is it? Why does it look like a gossip map? Did he say he was going to read our fortunes? Isn't that the recipe he's trying to express now? What the hell is going on? The eyes of the crowd looking at Su-han were getting different. There was a contempt visible in their eyes, because they couldn't see anything else at all on top of this piece of paper, much less anything related to the formula. Other than seeing that there were some familiar names of herbs, Elder Yan was completely different, and as all of this unfolded, his entire being beginning to lose his composure. He began to shudder slightly above his position, then brought his own eyes up to the screen. Elder Yan was agitated, causing those present to, for a moment, become quiet. After all, they hadn't been able to figure out why this old man had reacted out this way until now. Is it possible that he saw something? But they didn't see anything present at all. Little brother, could this be pill refining? Elder Yan quickly turned around, grabbing the young man's hands. He asked with a trembling voice. Yes. Su-han gave a definite nod. Gosh, that's too subtle. Each orientation represents a different festival, and likewise corresponds to each of the herbs. Elder Yan seemed to be a different person all of a sudden. He even forgot to let go of the other's hand, then pulled the young man along to the screen. I still don't know your honor's name? Elder Yan looked at the young man in front of him, and his speech was a little sloppy. Late generation Su-han. Su-han said casually. Mr. Su, I wonder where exactly this formula of yours came from. Elder Yan couldn't care less about some details above the etiquette, then started to ask directly. This one was researched by the latecomer himself. What? Is it yourself? Yes. Su-han nodded affirmatively. Are these really researched by yourself? Su-han's nodding head instantly made the other party a bit puzzled, because he could see in the young man's eyes that he wasn't just talking about it and appeared so certain. That's right, this was indeed researched by the latecomer himself. So it is. The old man thoughtfully surveyed the young man in front of him and quickly returned his gaze to the top of the screen. However, he still didn't quite believe it. If there wasn't any guidance from someone high up, it shouldn't be that simple with just this young man. He was now beginning, slowly, to doubt the authenticity of the formula. The two of them had a personal conversation that was overheard by all. Elder Yan, you don't really believe this young man in front of you, do you? I don't believe it anyway. How could it happen? For all that, even say us old geezers can't do it, let alone him at a tiny age. At his age, do you think it's possible? Meng Ziguang now seized the opportunity. He first raised his question to this old man, and then with a firm tone, he looked at the young man in front of him, merely drawing a picture and bringing it out to play God. It's too much to take us seriously out there. Mr. Su, have you ever practiced this prescription? It was Yen Lao who didn't bother with them. It hasn't been operated yet. Su Han replied truthfully. I told you, make it so mysterious. Fool the layman or can. Want to fool in front of us this possible? Meng Ziguan glanced at Feng Shui as if he had a point, then said disdainfully, it's just that there's also a chart that I don't know where I got it from, and then I thought I had it. If you're really that good, then there must be an operation. Meng Ziguan's words were quickly echoed by others. Among their R&D group, Elder Yen rarely came to the company, so Meng Ziguan became the backbone of these people when he arrived. I'll leave this here for now, and I'll operate it when I get back, and we'll see if it's true or not. Su Han didn't say anything more, and then walked directly towards the gate. Su Han completely did not expect the first time to come to the school sister company. This is in addition to that old man. The other people are some not good people. He is a little very unhappy, and they can see that there is no real strength. If you really want to operate on your own, it's not impossible, but there are many ways to go about this, and you must have the right path to get there. Su Han was of course clear that these could not all be blamed on these people. After all, for these, some of them were also not very knowledgeable. Mr. Su wait. Elder Yen hurriedly shouted up when he saw that the other party was about to leave. Su Han stopped at this time. I know you're looking for a stove, and I have it here. Elder Yan's words instantly moved the young man a bit. If Mr. Su has the certainty to refine these medicines, I'm willing to take them out for you to try. Yen Lao's heart was still very complicated when he said those words now. Hearing these words, all of them were dumbfounded, especially Meng Ziguan, who was of course well aware of this furnace, which this old man had spent his life savings to buy back, and had never opened it until now, but he was actually going to give it to this young man to go and use now. Mr. Su, these are indeed very subtle of you, no matter who did this, but as long as it's done in the right way, I don't think it should be too much of a problem. Elder Yen looked at the person in front of him and said with great certainty, thanks for the trust up front. It's certainly nice to have you believe in me. I'm willing to believe in you for once. Elder Yen didn't go straight to affirming the other party because he wasn't sure if this young man could do it or not. However, he had bought the stove with the intention of using it for this purpose in the future. And if this young man could really do it, what could he do even if he lent it to him? Chapter 87, Departure. Thanks a lot then. Su Han clasped his fists, but it's definitely not possible to be here right now. So could Mr. Su move to the old man's humble abode? Of course. Su Han became a little excited at this time. After all, he did not really operate. Now also take all have such an opportunity. You all can come along if you want to. Seeing all of them with expectant expressions, the old man said helplessly, thanks to Elder Yen. Meng Ziguan brought all of them together and said, they simply didn't believe that the young man in front of them could really do what they went to see, and they only went to see the stove. I'll arrange for a car now, Tiny said hurriedly. Okay, I'm going back to my office to get some information together, and we'll all meet in front of the office later. Feng Shui said. After Su Han came to the company, he didn't say much, and likewise, he didn't help his schoolmate to say a word. He could have used his position as chairman of the board to suppress these people's questioning of his schoolmates, but he didn't do so because he knew very well in his heart that it was pointless to do so. She also wanted to give the whole company, or rather the R&D department, a kick in the pants with this one. The reason why their company has grown so fast is all because of the strength of these teams, but now these people of theirs, relying on their academics, often have no one in their sights. Although they say they are thinking about the company, most of the time they are actually working on their own personal interests. He knew all this in his heart, he just didn't say it out loud. Feng Shui was also in the eyes before, but did not have any way, but now it is different. He has his own schoolmate, completely and unconditionally to trust each other, so he had full confidence that his schoolmate could teach these old geezers a good lesson. Su Han, can you do it or not? In the office, Xiao Xiao finally asked the doubt in her heart. There were so many people inside the conference room just now that he couldn't be bothered to ask. Originally, he was standing there and wanted to curse, because he knew in his heart that those people were really too bullying, but there was no way around it. This was in a company. The most basic qualities of an employee should still be there. More than anything, he didn't want Feng Shui to be too disappointed in himself. It was just that the relationship was a relationship, and after seeing those people questioning it and hearing it just now, he was also a bit unable to look at the man in front of him. I don't know after all, I haven't tried it for a long time. Su Han also laughed helplessly. You wouldn't, would you? It would really be a shame if this doesn't work. Xiao Xiao suddenly opened her mouth wide with a blank expression. Sis, don't just change his look and not care about his brain. I think this guy is just idiots. Su Han was very contemptuous. Who are you calling an idiot? Xiao Xiao immediately fought back when he heard the other party's words, and at that moment, he lunged towards him with his teeth and claws open. After eating my pills, you actually doubt my strength, so I'd say you're an idiot. Su-han grabbed his opponent's head. Tiny, when you were injured, you ate the pills he refined. Feng Shui was there to remind. Tiny seemed to think of something, but he really couldn't remember much about this matter, as he was still in a coma at that time, and didn't remember such a thing at all. Go. Everyone is waiting downstairs at the office. Realizing that her memory wasn't very good, Tiny rushed off on a tangent. At the company's main entrance, there were 3 commercial vehicles already parked there. A group of middle-aged men in white coats had been there expecting to know about Su-han's appearance with them. All of you, get in the car. With Feng Shui's greeting, they quickly got into the car. Where's Xiaoyu? It was at this time. Su-han looked at the people and became puzzled. You don't have to look. He's rarely with these people. It was only then that Su-han realized that Xiaoyu had driven there by herself. Sis, I'd like to do a bit of sports car work too. Feng Shui frowned a little, neither opposing nor supporting. I'll go then. Su-han quickly got out of the car and headed over to Xiaoyu. He walked over to the car and knocked on the window, and Drizzle rolled it down. There's no more seats over there now. Give me a ride, Su-han said. Xiaoyu glanced at the commercial vehicle and her face became upset. All the men are now on board and waiting for their side to depart. He had no choice but to let the other guy come up. Xiaoyu, why do you wear a mask all the time? Su-han suddenly felt the atmosphere somewhat dull, and then opened his mouth. Xiaoyu was completely unprepared for the other party to ask herself this thing directly. Nothing. Xiaoyu's tone was upset. Are you also studying this area? Seeing that the other party was unhappy, Su-han hurriedly changed the topic again. No, but I see you know a lot about herbs. I thought you were studying medicine. No matter what Su-han was saying, the other party would never reply with more than 3 words. With that, the two of them led the vehicle all the way to a good stop. The place was still a bit far from the office, so they drove for like an hour. The two of them, Su-han and Xiaoyu, got out of the car, and immediately afterward, there was a very strong fragrance wafting in. This clear scent is not another smell, but a medicinal smell. It looked like this old man was really knowledgeable about this. Do you smell that? These are the herbs you need. Xiaoyu's voice suddenly rang out. Thank you. Su-han smiled back. This is Mr. Feng's arrangement. It has nothing to do with me, so there's nothing to be thankful for. Meanwhile, the others arrived. Mr. Feng, Elder Yen. Xiaoyu saw them arrive and went up to greet them. Xiaoyu, how's grandpa these days? He doesn't come to my place for tea anymore? Elder Yen asked while laughing. There's been a lot going on in the house lately in particular, so he's been a bit busy. Xiaoyu rushed forward to assist. Such a big, old age, a lot of things can be left to you backs to do. Is laborious life. Elder Yen revealed a loving smile as he looked at Xiaoyu. There's no way around it. It seems to be hitting some rough patches lately. Drizzle returned. What other tricky things do you have going on in the White family? Not so much. You know I'm not much of a housekeeper, so I don't really know, but I can see it. Also, at the same time, Su-han quickly followed over. Elder Yen. Su-han greeted respectfully. Chapter 88 Medicinal Herbs. Mr. Su doesn't need to be polite. Let's go in together. Elder Yen opened the door to the compound. Elder Yen please. All said. This compound still looked good. There were 500 square feet. He found that in addition to some planted herbs inside, there was another ordinary medicinal garden, which could not help but somewhat make Su-han envious, because these really men are valuable. Mr. Su, are you also interested in these flowers and plants? Elder Yen couldn't help but ask as he kept his gaze fixed on him. Su-han secretly laughed in his heart, feeling that this old man was testing himself. There are some in here that I have planted. Su-han laughed a little. Hearing the other party's words, Elder Yan's eyes lit up, and then his opinion of the young man in front of him slowly changed a bit, being able to say it outright. The other party had obviously done some research as well. Do you know how valuable these herbs are? He was specially ordered back from outside by Elder Yen. How could he have grown it? You didn't see some aspect of the book and come here to brag about it, did you? If that's really what it looks like, there's no fear of being laughed at. Meng Ziguang grimaced as Su-han spoke the names of these herbs. Then it was greeted with a lot of laughter. Not only these people, even Xiaoyu felt a little revolted. Su-han, if he really just said a name, he would still feel that the other party is knowledgeable, but said that he has planted really a little bit of disbelief. He would feel that the other party is a little arrogant. You know, they're by family, but this side of the largest medicinal herb merchants. Even if this is the case, these medicinal herbs inside the Yen Old Courtyard, the Bai family is also hard to find thousands of dollars. But into the hands of this young man, how can you say so simple? All this was only known to Feng Shui. Su-han did not exaggerate, much less lie. not to mention that he really believed in his schoolmate. Are these expensive? Su-han glanced at Meng Ziguang with disdain. Expensive? Straightening his eyes like a fool, he stared at the young man in front of him. Hearing Meng Ziguang's words, Su-han had a black line on his face. He was indeed dumbfounded. The expression on the other party's face had told him everything. Were these herbs really that precious? He wouldn't believe it at all. To be precise, he'd seen it before. It wasn't unusual for him. Thinking of this, Su-han's head swooned. Su-han's current expression, in the eyes of those people, was the look of a lie being dismantled. Old young man, in the future, when you brag, you must distinguish between occasions. It's okay. Su-han patted Meng Ziguang's shoulder. Su-han didn't have the energy to pay attention to his taunts. He had been mentally thankful that he hadn't been very stupid, because the seeds of those herbs, he had them before. It's only fair to go back to the land and plant them up yourself. As for what the other side thought, he didn't have to care, and for him this could be rich. Elder Yen, let's go in and take a look at the furnace now. As soon as Feng Shui took a look at his schoolmate, he already knew what he was contemplating. However, at this time, he wouldn't ask, much less explain anything to others, so he directly pulled the topic away. Then, go inside. Yen Lao was also speechless as he looked at what these people were saying, and he was not in a good position to just make any more comments, because he was also unable to assess the depths of this young man in front of him right now. Go away. Xiao Xiao saw that Su-han had been dazed there and then pushed him without any goodwill. Su-han only came back to his senses at this time. Got it. Walking inside the house, the inside looked rustic. Inside, the furnishings were dated and there wasn't a single decent piece of furniture. It was evident that this old man had indeed spent all his heart and soul on the art of healing. Sir, the stove is right here. It's not that I'm unsure, but this stove, I bought it and haven't used it once. You'll have to take it easy then. Elder Yen looked at Su-han, and his eyes became dazed for a moment. Although he said so, in his heart, he really wouldn't feel at ease with the young man in front of him. After all, how significant this thing was to him, and he had spent a lot of money to buy it back. However, the words had already been said before, and it would be unseemly to back out at this time. And there were so many people watching? Don't worry, Elder Yen. I've done it once before and now I have experience. Promise nothing will happen. Su-han almost fell over when he heard the young man's words. What's different is that other people become very shocked when they hear it. Su-han's other words, they helped the other party to be bragging, but this they would absolutely believe. With special attention to the time is the fire. And if in this mastery is not good, there may be an explosion of things happen. No one in the room had ever tried it, but they had heard of such things. For some reason, all these people are starting to worry about this stove. Seeing how panicked these people of theirs looked, Tiny finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. Su-han got a little embarrassed by his laughter as well. Hey, Elder Yen sighed solemnly. Then they lifted the red cloth from their hands, and as they did so a large furnace appeared before them. Elder Yen, how much did you pay for this furnace? Su-han couldn't help but ask. At least 7 figures. Elder Yen returned, looking proud. Su-han was instantly dumbfounded when he heard it. How could there be such a high price? Mr. Su, what's wrong with you? Elder Yen saw that she wasn't answering back, then asked with some apprehension. It's nothing, everything is fine. Su-han didn't want to say these situations out in front of so many people. Maybe when there was a chance later on he would talk to this old man alone, because in his opinion, this furnace is not worth this price at all. He has seen it before on top of the auction. Su-han slowly approached the furnace that was slowly approaching and speculated there. I wonder how this one of mine compares to Mr. Su's? Elder Yen looked at the other party's very strange expression and hurriedly asked tentatively. Of course you're the good one. Su-han returned. What can he have that's so good? I guess it's just some shoddy stuff he bought at some antique market. Meng Ziguang couldn't help but mock. It was Su-han who didn't go to the auditorium, because right now he was concentrating on his research, and this furnace was the real deal. That's fine. Let's get started. Elder Yen, do you have any pine wood here? Yes, of course. Hearing the other party's words, Elder Yen hurriedly nodded in response. Chapter 89, without hesitation. Mr. Su, take a look over here. It's all materials. If you need them, you can take them anytime. Elder Yen led Su-han to a room. He hadn't looked carefully just now, and when Su-han took a good look, he realized that there was indeed a lot of wood in it, and these things were really beneficial. Although Xiao Yu had prepared some of the medicinal herbs, but if he wanted to completely refine the complete beauty cream, it was still not enough to rely on these alone. Then the late generation will not be polite. Su-han pumped his hands for a moment, then still excitedly picked up the materials in front of him. Mr. Su, don't you have to think about the weight of this? Looking at the other party who didn't even think about it and went straight for the materials, the old man was a bit puzzled. I think the material pairing has to be in grams as well. Right, Elder Yen. This guy obviously doesn't know anything. Yeah, does he understand it or not? I don't know where he's read some records, so he's starting to play God here. So don't mess things up. I think it's better not to take any more chances with it. I've also broken the furnace. So what will happen then? Meng Ziguang saw that the old man had been puzzled and hurriedly seized this opportunity. But after Meng Ziguang's words, the moment he mentioned the furnace, the old man's heart changed. Elder Yen, don't worry. I'm well aware of all these processes. If you don't believe me, you can totally go and weigh it to see if it's the same as what I said. Suhan certainly didn't want an old man to be scared. In case he was scared out of his wits, it wouldn't be a loss, and the price was so expensive. Suhan all said this way. No need for Meng Ziguang to open his mouth. The old man quickly took out the materials, put them on top of the scale. Large and small auxiliary materials, one by one, began to weigh up. But what they didn't expect was that these really didn't deviate, and all of them were dumbfounded. Even a few of the girls were dumbfounded at the sight. Suhan didn't deliberately pick the wood just now. He just held the knife casually, not even some small movements. Could this be perception? Or is it really the other person's familiarity? All of them were very surprised. This young man didn't care. At this moment, he was holding quite a few materials in his hands. Xiao Yu, please help me bring all the materials over. Suhan's words were as if he and Xiao Yu had already been good friends for many years. Xiao Yu realized at once that something was about to happen. Okay. Xiao Yu only responded now and had to nod. Only, he did not know why he would respond so naturally. And this guy is very familiar? However, in front of so many people, now once he had answered, there was no reason to push. Xiao Yu reluctantly took those materials and headed for the hall. Thanks. Suhan took the things in his hands and said casually. Xiao Yu's brows furrowed, and Suhan smiled in disbelief. Then he tinkered around with himself, though he hadn't used one this big, more or less from memory, and he didn't think there was any difference in usage. Elder Yen, I'm going to start now. Have you really thought this through? Suhan prepared everything and then looked at the old man. He also knew that the other man was uneasy. After all, this was no joke. Elder Yen, I think it's better to forget about it. At this point in time, the old man naturally would not make a choice easily, but Meng Ziguang chose to discourage it. Of course, in this situation, although Meng Ziguang was targeting this young man in front of him, there was also a part of the reason that he did not want to see the old man's hard work ruined. The old man in front of him was similar to his own father, both very skilled in medicine. If not forced by life, how could he go to someone else's company to be a small team leader? Indeed, it is also true that the old man, for this stove, has spent all his savings. Although there were quite a few dignitaries who usually came to him for consultation, his consultation fees had always been very cheap. Yeah, Elder Yen, you'd better think it over again. Even if this young man can really improve the formula, let him prove it later. That's what I thought. There's absolutely no need to work with your heart and soul. In fact, we don't really know much about this young man's true strength right now, and even if we do know about him, but after all, this stove, which you spent your life savings to buy, I don't think it's necessary to gamble like this. Yes, think about it again. It's not too late. If it's a little later, it's too late even if you want to back out. We're doing all this for your own good. I don't believe he's capable of that anyway, whether what the other side says is true or not, but this is something to consider carefully. Elder Yen, it's not that we're deliberately nitpicking here, but I think you know better in your heart just how serious the matter here is. All of them don't want this young man to succeed is true, because it would be a slap in the face to all of them, but it was true that they dissuaded this old man. After all, the other party's identity and status, as well as his conduct, were models for the likes of them. Elder Yen, don't worry, if Suhan really has any slip-ups, all the consequences will be borne by me. If he really messes up the stove, I'm willing to pay 3 times the original price for compensation. Don't worry guys, if I say something, I will do it, and I am very supportive of my schoolmate because I believe he has the skills to do so. Just as the old man was slightly moved, Feng Shui hurriedly stepped forward. No matter what the other party was concerned about, he would support Suhan, not to mention that the other party was helping himself, regardless of whether the other party believed it or not. If he really encountered this kind of thing, the big deal was to offset his own company, not to mention that he believed that it was simply impossible for this to happen. Yan's old face flushed. He had always been a man of his word, but how could there be a moment of hesitation this time? Suhan helplessly shook his head a little. This matter was originally to help the school sister. The blame was on himself. He had just made the words too big. Elder Yen, can I borrow a step to talk? Suhan looked at Xiao Yu for a moment, then said to the old man. Elder Yen froze, then nodded. Suhan made a gesture of please, then he didn't go anywhere else. At this point all the people, unaware of the situation, watched the two of them leave. It was just a long time before they came out from inside the house. Although they came out together, the expressions on the two men's faces were completely different. Chapter 90, Power. Su-han was smiling, but Yen Lao was different. Looking at him, there was no smile on his face. It was an undecided expression. Everyone, during the time I'm refining pills, please try to be as quiet as possible, and don't come close during this time. This way you'll disturb me. All of them didn't hear what he was saying. After all, they saw the expression on this old man's face. Something wasn't right. Could it be that he had already agreed? What exactly did this kid say to Elder Yen? Elder Yen, what are you doing? Meng Ziguang asked in great confusion. It's fine, even if Mr. Su practiced and broke this furnace. I'm still willing. Elder Yen suddenly seemed to have made a great determination and nodded solemnly. This? Meng Ziguang was a bit speechless all of a sudden. However, the parties concerned had agreed to it, so what was the use of those of them who went to oppose it? There was no point at all. This stove is also not theirs, but their hearts are very convinced that this old man is not so easy to coax. It's fine if nothing happens, but once something happens, it's definitely not that simple. Hearing the two of them being so sure of themselves, Xiao Xiao naturally took a step forward, making an appearance of a professional bodyguard, and walked in front of Su-han. Su-han smiled lightly when she saw him, then started to put those materials onto the furnace. Su-han had long ago placed all the medicinal herbs, all in accordance with the orientation, each with different properties, and some herbs are mutually exclusive, but as long as you follow their laws, this can all be fused. Ready for all this? He directly sat there and began to run. After a long time, all that was heard was a boom. The original pile of very dry wood, all of a sudden, began to burn, and the scene stunned all the people. It was only at this point that they realized that the young man in front of them hadn't lied to them, and that he might actually be a hard power person. And just now, that would definitely not be something an ordinary person could do, so his energy was not low. Just everyone surprised, did not cause the young man's attention. Therefore, at this time, he was focusing on one thing, refining pills, as long as the mastery of the fire can be about to be completed. That's right, it's rare to have such a good opportunity. He is now to take this opportunity to make good use of it. After all, this was also his first time, and if he played well this time, he could remove all the difficulties. It was at this time that the flames under the stove suddenly rose. Su-han instantly became a bit flustered. This was clearly a sign of unstable maneuvering. All this makes the original very confident. He suddenly became a bit flustered. The fire is the most critical, high and low control. Especially test his use of all this. Although everything in front of him made him become panicked, but he quickly adjusted his mind. The fire all of a sudden began to press down, and gradually began to smooth out again. To see this young man is so nervous. The onlookers are also looking at the heart of the heart. This kind of scene are the first time they see. Yen Lao looked at all this. His eyes suddenly lit up. In fact, although he had not experienced it himself, but this whole process, he is very clear. Precise matching of raw materials and auxiliary materials, and then it will go into the most difficult part of the fire. And he also knows that this is particularly important. Adding and subtracting fuel at regular intervals to keep the fire under control is the most critical and important aspect. The old man could see what Su Hanshu was doing, but what exactly was he doing with his right hand? Just at this time, he seemed to have suddenly thought of something, but felt it was unlikely. Just now this young man and he were conversing in the pharmacy, and it was still undigested. And if he hadn't guessed wrongly, the other party was refining pills? This is about the grasp of the fire. This is still to rely on their own to feel well, but there is still a chance of success. But these two approaches are completely different. After a long time, they clearly saw that the young man's forehead was already covered with fine beads of sweat, and at this time, his hands also began to appear to be trembling. It might be a lot easier if he was a real power now, but it looked like it was really hard for the other side. Was it all going to be a failure? Su-han, you felt it at this time, and when he saw this situation, he really wanted to smack himself in the mouth. This plot didn't follow the formula. Shouldn't the ending have slapped Meng Ziguang and those old Chinese doctors in the face? Su-han had slowly begun to want to give up. After all, his body was already almost depleted. It would be too much of a loss to continue, and it might not be that fast to recover this time. It would take at least half a month. Holy, it's really called what to fear. What is it? Su-han hurriedly retracted his hand at this time, but his right hand, there was no way to move it. With a bang, Su-han's entire body, as if it was going to be emptied, almost went limp on the ground. Su-han, Mr. Su, Feng Shui was the first to see the other side, and then Xiao Xiao saw it as well. Xiao Yu, hurrying up that looked like she was going to go up and hold him. Don't come over, I'm fine. Seeing the movement of those people, Su-han immediately stopped it. Just now that moment, he had indeed been deflated, but just in the next second, he felt a hot current coming from his finger, which was the ring that he had brought with him, and looked at it with only a flashing green light, and then there was a true trace that was rescued from the ring. This? Suhan's whole person looked dumbfounded. Before he was very confident in himself, but I don't know why to. Now at this time, he all of a sudden had an inferiority complex. This did not wait for him to react, and soon there was another strand of energy that had landed in his dantian. Suhan knew that all of this came from the ring in his hand, but he was also thinking about all this in his mind. It is simply impossible. Time, although very short, twice experienced. This time he is fully prepared to find out. After Suhan focused his attention for a moment, he seemed to have seen a place similar to a storage object space, which contained some strange and weird things. If you've never eaten pork, haven't you ever seen a pig run? When Suhan saw this ring at the first glance, he already had a big idea because this ring did have a spiritual chi, but it was all known only to himself, and for once, it was really a good bet for him. If that was the case, then the ring that was sucking up his energy earlier would be completely explainable. Chapter 91 Success. But the next scene, Suhan was once again shocked. The aura inside Elder Yan's house was much denser than Feng Shue's house. What's going on here? Is it possible that all this aura is running towards the ring? But then he looked at it and realized that it wasn't right. He was clearly replenishing his energy, because this aura were transforming completely disproportionately. After a while, he realized that he was right. The ring was starting to regain its color, and at the same time, it wasn't feeding energy into his body. The aura slowly began to penetrate deeper into his body again. What the hell is this doing? Is he emptying himself of his original energy and then priming himself? If that was really the case, then there was no need to go through all that effort just now. It was very cluttered when a sudden buzzing sound came through his head. What the hell is going on here? Because that voice never left. So why did it turn out like this? It's like a mantra. Soon he felt his head aching. Suddenly his body shuddered. This was too amazing, wasn't it? It was at this time that Suhan's eyes lit up. Right now it didn't seem like it was the right time to recover energy. After all, there was a big gang in front of them watching their own. Suhan tried to control that furnace with this new energy. The fire once again flourished under the impetus of his palm. He didn't bother to think much at all and directly struck out a palm. He could clearly feel every single herb inside the furnace. Holy, having not opened his eyes for a long time, he suddenly felt his eyes glaze over. Really became a Dan? At this moment, Suhan's entire body was about to collapse, but instinctive realization told him that he would need to collect in the end. All of this was also new knowledge instilled in him by that ring. He took a big swing and it sort of worked. He couldn't believe the series of maneuvers he had just done. It was totally like the whole thing was on and running. You are at this time. He slowly got up in front of the people back to God, just now and out, and temperamental expression we thought he was dancing. Suhan, how are you doing? Feng Shui couldn't care less. He rushed forward to ask. I'm fine. There was just a little something that happened about halfway through, but it wasn't a big problem. Suhan said. At this point in time, it was the moment to witness the miracle. Mr. Su, is it done? Elder Yan asked. The problem shouldn't be very big. Suhan didn't dare to be very sure at this time. After all, there were also so many problems in the middle. It was not certain that anything else would happen. After all, it wasn't up to him to decide such things, so he wasn't 100% sure. When Suhan said this, the eyes of Meng Ziguang and those people became very contemptuous, but words didn't dare to speak out. Don't go to the wall knowing that you might get beaten up if you speak up about the situation. Everything is still pending the results. So when can we open it? Elder Yen asked impatiently. Now, Suhan said. There was a lot of hot air coming from inside the stove right now, and an ordinary person would probably get burned if they went there. Suhan did open it very casually. Just as the other party unveiled it, there was a rich aroma that filled the room all at once. The smell is really unusual, not like Chinese medicine, so punchy to the nose and not so refreshing as herbs. The combination of the two really has a distinctive aroma. Mr. Song, this phase succession is really special. The old man enjoyed the aroma while hoping to get an answer from the other party. But he didn't hear what he wanted, and Suhan didn't know what kind of aroma it was, but he knew the aroma was somewhat similar to those that came out, but not as pungent as the mix of flavors that came out of those. He was also curious about all of this. Elder Yen, it's hot. Elder Yen couldn't resist the urge to take a look. Who knew that as soon as he reached out, he was interrupted by the other party. The old man hurriedly withdrew his hand at the sound of the other's voice. Of course the one who was most excited wasn't this old man, even Meng Ziguang. These people of theirs carried very hot gazes. Suhan's sane mood at this time was no better than theirs? How many people could do something like that again? At least right now he didn't know anyone who could do it. When he thought about this, Suhan became a bit agitated. Find a place to put it down. He adjusted himself. Right. Why don't we go to the second floor? When I go to my study, The old man's preoccupation with all this at this time was such that the voice of an ordinary man would not have awakened him, but when this young man spoke, he awakened his heart at once. The old man led the way in front while looking back at the young man in front of him from time to time. It was only when he reached the den that he opened the door. The den here doesn't look that big, but it's still more than enough to stage a dozen people. Sir, just leave it here. The old man couldn't care less. Suhan laughed awkwardly before placing those on top of that coffee table. It was at this point that all the people started to gather around the front. Mr. Su, why are they different colors and sizes? The old man was very puzzled. Yen old man in his heart is clear. These are generally black. According to the material of the pairing to refine, the size is also basically the same. This young man got out of it is not the same at all. Elder Yen, I usually like to put in more ingredients, and halfway through, because of some hiccups, it caused them to have a different purity. Suhan forced an explanation. He wouldn't admit this anyway. Elder Yen listened to the other party's explanation. He still quite trusted this young man. What about the fact that if this thing really got out, he might have to be arrested by some power to be a toolman? Suhan had heard about this aspect before, so there are a lot of things he can't tell all of them. Only half of them is about right. But how can this scent be so special? The old man wasn't that easy to fool, and he once again voiced his doubts. Although he believed in the young man, what was in front of him was really hard to comprehend. The ones women use are of course different and more special. Suhan didn't bother to think that much and casually said, so that's how it is. The old man seemed to understand and continued to start speculating. It was also at this time that the largest of them, the one that suddenly began to crack. Stand back. Suhan also noticed this matter and hurriedly said. At the same time, Suhan's hands spread out, then pivoted the crowd backward. Chapter 92 Attempts. At the same time, all the men fell backward. It was also at this time that Suhan grabbed that pill with one hand. Sure enough, he had felt strange before. There was no record of such a pill at all among those materials. Soon it was crushed into powder and then a puff of smoke came out. Gosh, what the hell is this? Suhan only felt that he found something wrong at this time. No good. It's poison gas. Everyone cover your mouths and back off. Suhan hurriedly reminded. If it had just been a normal bet, maybe he could have worked it out. But this was completely different. Just at this time a small porcelain vase he was carrying suddenly shook. Holy, so that's what this is all about. He suddenly remembered that at that time, when he was treating feng shui, then he put all the small things that he had on him, inside this bottle. This thing he did not dare to arbitrarily, placed inside the home. If the other side to slip away, that can be really out of life. Just why is this little guy suddenly getting so excited? Suhan also felt strange when he saw this scene. He had to shake that little bottle a little, but now it didn't move again. Watching all the men had withdrawn, some distance away, he attempted to have to open the mouth of the bottle. Shoo! Soon there was a puff of green smoke, all at once, inside that bottle. Suhan was a bit dumbfounded when he took a look at the place, but he quickly put the lid back on. This guy turned out to be good at this? It's pretty good now, too, because all the poison gas is sucked out of him. This poison is not very deadly, but the side effects if inhaled into the human body are really big. Suhan didn't want to help them one by one to carry out the treatment at the time. That would seem very troublesome, and he didn't have that time. It's okay, it was just a little accident earlier. He watched the men's hearts flutter, then laughed. Mr. Su, what was that just now? Elder Yen asked warily. It was a spent pill. Probably just had something to do with the fact that I just missed. Somehow, there was nothing wrong with pushing towards one's own mistakes. At least that was all he could say at the moment. Otherwise there would be no reason at all to convince them now. Looking at them scared like this now. Oh, so it's like this. It scared me. Although Elder Yen was hearing the other party's words, he still looked like he didn't understand. After all, it's the first time I've ever seen anything like this happen. Mr. Su, then how are you going to prove that this is what you refined? I haven't heard of any of these that have a big one or a small one, and that color of pill just now is obviously something very wrong with it. Meng Ziguan wasn't targeting him this time, but thought he was questioning from the perspective of medical results. Of course, Meng Ziguan questioned, the same question that all the people wanted to know the most. So some people aren't afraid to say it, but he's totally different. And what's in his heart? He'll just say it. This time the pill, instead of targeting some women, this just means that his function attracts women. And if anyone here has to have any kind of scars on their body, or large burns, or whatever, it's perfectly fine to come and try out the effects. Prove it, he sure as hell can't. Because of the efficacy of this, he was very clear, and he didn't know exactly what was so counterintuitive about it. After all, this was also the first time he had ever done it, so true to form, he could only go by the efficacy of what was going on here. All of them looked at me and me at you when they heard his words. The men present are Chinese medicine practitioners. They usually pay attention to traumas and whatnot, even if there is a big on-put themselves also dealt with a long time ago. This is also to avoid leaving a big problem in the future, even if there is a situation like this, but also not to the point of having to use this. It was also at this time that everyone's eyes were placed on a girl, and that person was Xiao Yu. In fact, it was those of them who weren't looking at themselves. Xiao Yu's eyes had long been on that pill. If this is true, then one is perfectly capable of trying it out. But is it true or not? But if it wasn't true, it would have had a big impact on him. The one who questioned Su Han the most was not Meng Ziguang, but Xiao Yu, who had been silent. Can this really be as dramatic as he says? Can it remove scars? With the Bai family's wealth and ability, it was unknown how many doctors had been found in the past decade or so, and some of them included miracle doctors. I remember when my grandfather and his own father took himself to find the god doctor, but the other party just looked at himself, said that he simply cannot go to cure, and then directly threw them out. It is from there onwards, all the people in the Bai family has completely given up. Xiao Yu himself has been looking for another way out since then, and the university he went to chose this profession without any hesitation. With her familiarity and knowledge of herbs from her childhood, and some biomedical knowledge, she hoped that she, herself, could break through to the issue of skin cell organization and regeneration. It's just that as time slowly passes, your own face doesn't change much. It was also right after he graduated that he started to get lost. Feng Shui's company's business is also getting better and better. He also asked around at that time, only to know that their company, also researching the skin this piece, and according to other people, now has a certain effect. So, Xiao Yu just came directly to Feng Shui's company. Of course this is something he's been using and it does work, but it's really hard to change for this scar he has. He has been worried about this for many years, but there has been no way until now. He has given up a little. I'm willing to come and try. She thought on, and finally took that step, and he knew that even if he didn't try, the others wouldn't go up to him. This way it would be considered a favor to the other party. Although he didn't like this man, but for the sake of him being so sincere, he could still try it himself. Su Han really didn't expect that Xiao Yu would take the initiative to come forward. Although no one had spoken to him about Xiao Yu, why she wore a mask every day and ate with a veil. Su Han was not a fool. With Xiao Yu's identity, how could he possibly stoop below Feng Shui? He hadn't said anything before, and that was because he didn't think it was at all certain what was going on, and he didn't think it had much to do with him in the first place. Chapter 93 Effect. But now he was thoroughly aware of the other side. Although it wasn't about creating a company out of it, it was still easy to help Xiao Yu stand on her own feet. Based on all the manifestations, Su Han finally realized that the other party must have some hidden disease, especially on his face. Xiao Yu tried it herself. That's a great honor for this pill. Su Han said it smoothly, not feeling embarrassed at all. When Su Han said this, it seemed so out of tune that Xiao Yu naturally frowned. Sure I can, but how are you going to prove his efficacy? Xiao Yu is not a fool, naturally, although very much want to repair the face of the spot, but also is not some kind of guinea pig. What pills can be stuffed inside the mouth? If by then something really happened, that cannot be undone. So, this was something he still had to think about. Or at least he had to ask what kind of efficacy was in it. How can I prove this? Su Han was a little embarrassed all of a sudden. After all, such a thing, and not what he wants. Not his own say, medicine, although he is his own production out. But this efficacy he in the end how to prove it? Now there's just one way to prove it, and that's for him to try. Otherwise, how does he know this efficacy anymore? This for him, seems to be a dead-end question. There is no way to just answer the other side. Yeah, Mr. Su, this medicine can't be taken indiscriminately. I think it's only fair that you talk about the efficacy of this. Otherwise, none of us would be comfortable, because you missed in the middle, and everyone saw it. What if something happened? Who the hell is going to take the blame for this anymore? Meng Ziguang still didn't feel like he was targeting Su Han. He was still analyzing the problem from a medical perspective. Yeah, that's it. It's probably something that Mr. Fong can't go and vouch for either. As soon as Meng Ziguang's words came out, someone immediately added their words. No matter in which aspect, they believed the other party, even if they blew up the pill furnace. Mr. Fong could definitely afford to pay for it, but this thing was really something that no one dared to guarantee. Xiao Yu was the jewel of the entire Bai family. If anything happened to him, then no one could afford the responsibility, and all of the people present, all of them, knew the seriousness of the problem. And although the treatment for Xiao Yu's scars had stopped in the past few years, the whole family had never stopped looking for a doctor for her. It's just that, years ago, the Chinese medicine practitioner they sought out felt that he couldn't save them. So what Chinese medicine practitioner would dare to blindly go ahead and cure them? At this time, to take Xiao Yu as a test subject, then what is Feng Shui going to take to ensure? There is no wrong thing for them to think. And who does look like this? Feng Shui, even if I own a life to accompany a life. That is only his wishful thinking. And this is also simply unrealistic things. The White family will not agree at all. However, if the people of the White family were present right now, they would definitely not agree 100%. How could they let a little girl go for such a risky thing? Of course, at this time, no one would be stupid enough to contact the White family to communicate such a stupid question. So at this time, many people questioned, causing the scene to instantly fall into a stalemate and the atmosphere to become awkward. However, they thought that they could suppress the other party through their theories on the medical level, but they had no idea how much the other party was capable of. Suhan looked at the remaining pills, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Suhan didn't bother to think about what the other party was thinking. His gaze looked at the entire study at once and finally landed on a tailor's knife on the desk. It was too late, and he quickly brought the tailor's knife from the tabletop. He quickly threw that big out, and then the knife slashed Meng Ziguang's hand directly. Meng Ziguang was dumbfounded all of a sudden, and when other people saw it, their eyes were also wide open, simply finding it unbelievable. What the hell is this guy doing? Getting pissed off? Just this speed of his is also too fast. Right, Meng Ziguang is still standing there in a daze. His entire body is numb, originally intact hand all of a sudden. There is a long mouth. All of a sudden, the whole study was a mess. Suhan, what are you doing? Don't be comfortable with the others. Even his schoolmate looked at him with a blank face and then asked in a puzzled manner. Suhan revealed a breezy smile, then cut that black medicine in half. That tiny medicine rubbing at his fingertips with that harmless smile still on his face. Excuse me, please, only to see the guys immediately move up to try to stop him. A few people's whole bodies involuntarily shivered, then unconsciously took a few steps back. Mr. Su, what are you doing? Elder Yen was also speechless as he looked at everything in front of him, and he asked in confusion. Elder Yen, I didn't want anything, I just wanted to prove the efficacy. Suhan that in front of this old man, he thought that he still had the need to go and explain. After all, the other party had always been very supportive, and in a situation like this, if he didn't speak up, he might scare the old man out of his wits. Elder Yen was instantly baffled when he heard the other party's explanation. It's like you want to know how this works, and it's not hurting anyone, is it? Soon, he took the medicine in his hand and smeared it on Meng Ziguang's wound. You, what the hell are you doing? Before Meng Ziguang could finish his words, he felt a coldness in his hand. It was at this point that they looked no more bleeding. All of them looked dumbfounded. Could the other person really be a Chinese medicine practitioner? Moreover, it was an old Chinese doctor. But this person was also too young. They had never seen such a young doctor before. And Meng Ziguang was certainly aware of the other party's maneuver just now. But he was too fast for this maneuver, because he didn't even have time to look at it himself. Before he could react, Suhan's fingers directly rested on Meng Ziguang's wrist. An ordinary person would certainly not be able to withstand the effects of this medicine. So hot. Meng Ziguang yelled out directly. Don't you move. Suhan reminded. Every move Suhan made caused all of them to calmly stare. And likewise, his reminder caused their hearts to rise to their throats. Yen Lao had already been really impressed with the young man in front of him. It was that simple set of maneuvers just now that was already quite extraordinary. Chapter 94 Experiments. How skillful is that? To be that fast and accurate? Not even himself could have been at that level. Yen old man used to be the best at this piece. Although not as good as other people, got a lot of prescriptions, but his own specialized research is still quite good. The same, he is a good hand in all these aspects, but just now the young man in front of him, just so simple to get a little bit, so that all of a sudden he felt inferior to himself. What is this young man's origin? Why is he good at everything? And what was the reason he was so close to Feng Shui? As soon as he thought of this, the old man seemed to think of something else. Could it be that the young man in front of him was the young miracle doctor who was the big star? Big Star's disease, although the old man did not intervene, but those of his old friends in the Chinese medicine industry, the condition is more or less exposed to. Just a short time ago, we are still discussing this matter. As soon as he talked about this boy who had treated him, who was a great healer and a young man, then could there be anyone else but the young man in front of him? At least that's what he thought for now, but it was all just his own speculation. Whether that's the case or not, these are still secondary to this old man. After all, he had gone out very little in the past 2 years, honestly staying inside the company. Well, we'll see the results in a couple days. Suhan broke all the people's thoughts at once. At this moment, Meng Ziguang was incredulous, looking at the thin red scar on his arm. Just now that knife is really simply to kill their own life. If normal, that is a big mouth. But now this young man just a little bit can use a little bit of force. No stitches. Also do not put medicine. Is it like this will be good? However, What makes him strange is that the other party did not use anything, and soon became a scar. This speed is also too fast. He just couldn't dare to imagine that this was true. And what was even more exaggerated was that the other party actually told himself that it would only take 2 days to fall off. Now at this time, it wasn't just Meng Ziguang. Just as the other party said those words, all of them began to look at Meng Ziguang, all hoping that this scar on his hand would fall off in a hurry. Dr. Meng, are you still in pain? One of the older men asked gently, and he poked the other man's wound with his own finger. But the other man's hand was so fast that he didn't react at once. It doesn't hurt. Then another middle-aged man came up to him and squeezed his hand. Does this look like it feels good? Is it possible to move? When Meng Ziguang heard them, he hurriedly lifted his own hand, and there was no problem at all. Then the pulse was taken again, and all the places were looked at. Their entire being was in a complete daze when they looked at the situation. Holy crap! This is amazing, isn't it? Other than the scars that were on his hands, it was surprising that he hadn't moved at all. Suhan knew that his move might be a bit presumptuous, but this was something he had to do. After all, this knife went down for relief, but it was also his own scratch. It's not possible, is it, to land some kind of disease on the other side because of this? Well, Drizzle, are you going to be able to take my word for it this time? Suhan didn't care what kind of reaction those old men actually had. He still wanted to get the approval of this girl in front of him for doing all this. However, Xiao Yu, who was also in the crowd at that moment, heard those with obnoxious voices on the other side and jumped up violently at once. Just a little bit, and then there is such a miraculous effect. So if the rest of the hole used on their face is not all can be good, at least that's how he went about it in his mind right now. After all, this had been a long time coming and he didn't want those in his face all the time. It's really inconvenient to have to wear a mask every time you go out. And every time he went out like this, he was treated like a monster. Could it be that the destiny Grandpa spoke of back then was the young man in front of him? Everything is meant to be, and someone will heal you. Back then, after her grandfather brought her out from inside that divine doctor's house, that person said this to him. There was no way that Xiao Yu would believe such nonsense as this, and he was thinking that it might be the other party comforting his grandfather. Even now when he thought about it, he still thought about it that way. After all, this kind of unrealistic thing never crossed his mind. I'm certainly willing to give it a try. Xiao Yu clenched her own teeth, struggling immensely inside. Of course he had been scared up to this point, but seeing the other man in this situation now was kind of heartwarming. After all, there are many things that if you don't try them, you simply don't know the effect, and he'd waited too long for this day, but it felt like it had come too suddenly. But the chance of it all, as soon as it came, was ready for Drizzle. Even if he really failed at that time, was completely disfigured, he was willing to do so. At least he had already tried, and would not go to regret it anyway. Okay, then let's start now. Suhan placed the rest of those pills on his fingertips. But I don't want to be in public, and I want you to understand that. Xiao Yu suddenly said something at this time. After all, he was going to have to remove his own mask, so he didn't want anyone to see his true face. Elder Yen, do you have any more vacant rooms here? Or the opportunity to go out for a bit would be fine. Suhan looked at those expectant eyes around him and was helpless. If Meng Zifeng, this temporary experiment, was nothing more than an addiction, Xiao Yu's was the main event, but the other party's meaning was already obvious. It was because they didn't want to expose their faces in front of them. Then the two of you will go to another room, and it's pretty well equipped in there, just in case. Elder Yen was also disappointed, as he was also eager to see the result. Although Xiao Yu's matter was known to no one in this area, the fact that the other party had such a request made him too embarrassed to force anything. Okay, then, thank you, Su Han said. Xiao Yu was also embarrassed and showed a very apologetic look to Elder Yen. He also knew exactly what these people were thinking, and every one of them wanted to witness the effect. Chapter 95, Which girl doesn't love beauty? But he also felt that there was nothing he could do. After all, he didn't have the courage to face anyone. Sister, I'll go and return, Su Han said to Feng Shui. Go on. Feng Shui nodded. Tiny froze on the side, staring at the other side, expressing some anger that the other side hadn't greeted him at all. Su Han nodded and quickly left the study. Everyone's eyes could only stare at their departing backs with a look of frustration. After all, this time it was a very rare opportunity, but they didn't have this chance to see it at all. When they got to what must have been a room, it had a small table, a crib, and a small shelf on top with some alcohol, cotton swabs, and other basic supplies. Xiao Yu, can't even I see it? The old man was still a little reluctant to ask as he brought the two of them to the room they had been brought to individually. He really wanted to witness it and was hoping that the other party would give him a chance. Elder Yen, Xiao Yu is still embarrassed. It's okay, I'll just go out and wait. Mr. Su, if you need anything, feel free to call me. I'll be waiting at the door. The old man exited the room with great reluctance and closed the door behind him. Suhan didn't care about this at all. He was also indifferent. For him, who was present, wasn't it the same? It's not like this has any effect on him. It's just that Xiaoyu is unwilling. Then he can't do anything about it. So what the hell am I going to do now? Having seen the person go out, Xiaoyu asked directly. Suhan was speechless all of a sudden. Let's see it first. Isn't this medicine just to be taken? Why do you need to apply it? Xiaoyu thought for a moment and spoke. This is something he has never been able to understand. Why do you still want to do it like this? Because this one's different. He's allopathic, and it carries a certain amount of toxicity as well. So it's inedible, only coated. As for whether or not you can eat it later, that's unknown at least for now. It's best if you can skip it. Suhan faced his question and was forcibly in explaining up. After all, he didn't know how he was going to go about explaining it to him, and then just made a random excuse. Anyway, you all don't understand this reasoning. Isn't it still up to me alone? As for what I say, it's my business. Hearing the man's words, Xiaoyu's eyes visibly twitched. Still, he couldn't believe the opportunity in front of him. Now he was with a very complicated mood. The little girl was slowly lifting her hand up, and then her mask, slowly took it off. It was only at this point that he saw the unmistakable heat of this man's eyes, and all of a sudden his face went red. Suhan suddenly felt mesmerized when he saw this. God, this was beautiful, even if he was only seeing one side of the other's face right now. However, just as he was looking forward to the other side, it was obvious that Xiaoyu's speed had slowed down again. I'm sorry, I just couldn't help but look away. Suhan was also very embarrassed in the face of this situation and had to explain. Xiaoyu's brows furrowed as she heard such an awkward explanation. However, right at the end of the day, all the masks were removed, and later on the other person's entire body really looked dumbfounded. How could such a wonderful woman, very delicate features, flawless skin, actually have extra scars on the other side? He could see the scar. It had been there for a long time, and it was deeply scratched. Suhan couldn't help but raise his head to caress it. Xiaoyu subconsciously avoided it. However, he still let him touch it. Where exactly did you get this from? Suhan was also asking knowingly, but in his heart, he wondered who was so cruel as to lay such a heavy hand on him. I really don't know. Xiaoyu took a step back and covered her face, very upset. Now that you've seen this, do you think I'm curable in this condition? Of course you can. The application will get rid of your scars for good. Are you telling the truth? Xiaoyu was simply thrilled when she heard this. What I said is true, of course, but the skin will not be quite the same color topically because you've had this scar for so long. Suhan added up. So is there another way? Xiaoyu looked very anxious as soon as she heard this. Of course I have. It's the oral you just asked me about. But you said no at the time. Yes, I did say this is a no-no, but it totally refreshes your skin if you look like this, but it also comes with major side effects. And what exactly would be the side effects? Because it will be in your body by then, and it will do some damage to your lungs and blood. As soon as Suhan saw that lost look on the other party, he was also a bit intolerant. Of course he was able to understand the other party's mood yet. After all, as a girl there is anyone who does not love beauty. It's kind of weird to think about having so much stuff on your face all of a sudden. If this had happened to him, it probably wouldn't have even been as bearable as it was for him. So when it came to this matter, he still admired the little girl. Holy, I'm going out on a limb. Suhan really had no choice. He really couldn't bear to see this little girl so sad, and he had always had a soft spot for the little girl, and had sworn in his heart to make sure he was happy. The thing that would make him happiest right now would be to help her get her face fixed. This is much more important than anything else. But don't be in a hurry. I can help you dissolve it, but this is still a matter of time. As expected, after hearing what this person in front of her said, Xiaoyu was instantly happy again. If you can, then you've chosen the second way. And in the process, you won't have any other problems with your skin coming back. And after my conditioning, the side effects of your body should be fine in less than 6 months. Suhan was actually beating his face against the wall. Still, for the sake of the little girl in front of him, he wanted to be perfect himself. And will this cause you a lot of trouble? Painting is actually possible. Xiaoyu of course is not stupid. He has a choice. There will be pros and cons, and really as simple as this boy said. Then there will not exist the first option. Can see for sure the second one. There is also a great risk, and the other party must also have a difficult situation. Chapter 96, Diffusing the Toxin. If you choose the first one, it's possible that the placement of that scar will look out of place with the rest of your skin, and that one's pretty obvious. It might even turn out to be like a birthmark by then. Suhan for this point, he did not lie at all, said the truth, because the other party's scars are really too long time. In common terms, that is to say that the scars have taken root. so the effective external application is difficult to achieve a comprehensive solution. But Xiao Yu has been there repeatedly torn. He now does not know what to do, but with his woman's intuition tells himself that the other side must be this way, must be to pay a lot of price. He really didn't want the other man to put himself in harm's way to save his condition. It's okay, just don't worry, everything is covered. Suhan also seemed to be able to see exactly what the other party was thinking. Seeing how determined he was, Xiao Yu had no choice but to nod. Then he removed his hand again, having nothing to hide now that he had received the other man's treatment. Seeing the other's injuries again, his own heart was really cut to the heart. Suhan's mood at this time is really unable to say. If he knew who it was, to do such a thing will certainly go to find him trouble. After all, the other party is really too cruel. To a girl to do such a thing. Xiao Yu couldn't help but be horrified when she saw his eyes change at once. I also thought in my heart, why the other person's eyes suddenly became so terrible. What is he thinking? Or is this condition of his own not being treated at all, making it difficult for him? Otherwise, he couldn't figure out, no matter what, why the other party would have such an expression. Taking a look at this reaction of Xiao Yu, Suhan immediately reverted back to his earlier expression. Now you eat this. He took a pill in his hand and handed it to Jean. Taking it from him, he hesitated and put it directly in his mouth. Soon, he could feel a fresh scent. You lie down now. Suhan pointed at the crib and reminded. Xiao Yu was instantly stunned when she heard his words. Why are you still lying down? What the hell is he doing? Don't be nervous. I don't mean anything else and don't think too much about it. I'm going to give you a head start on dissolving some of the impurities and toxins out now. Seeing that the other party was somewhat repulsed, Suhan hurriedly explained. To be honest, if the other party wasn't Xiao Yu, he wouldn't have any explanation at all when faced with this situation. And then now on the strength of the fact that he was in front of no one else, Xiao Yu was completely different from other women, at least in his eyes. Aha! Xiao Yu still looked puzzled, but did just as the man said. If it was in the past, he wouldn't care about the other party at all. But this time was completely different. For some reason, he just beat his heart, trusting this man. Mentally, he'd been torn between him and just laying flat on his back. Suhan's large hand landed on top of his opponent's stomach. Xiao Yu became all red in the face all of a sudden, but she was too embarrassed to say it. In the end, all he could do was close his eyes and make a calming expression there. He really wanted to calm himself down, but such a feeling made him completely uncontrollable, and kept his eyes closed there, also to prevent himself from letting himself see the scene and becoming embarrassed. Of course, Xiao Yu didn't dare to guess what the other party really meant, nor dare to think about what, but the speed of the other side, really too fast. Who can withstand it? Suhan said inside the speed, although very quickly, but his heart all of a sudden feel also a little out of control, especially their own beloved girl, so with lying in front of their own, he's really a bit out of control. But Xiao Yu's condition is completely different from the others. With his current abilities, it would be completely impossible to force out these poisons. After all, he knew very well in his heart that it was medicine that was poisonous, not to mention the fact that the one he had eaten was completely different. Of course, his earlier idea did seem to be to help the other man get rid of the scar by applying it. However, when he thought of the other party's situation, it was impossible to cure the disease, and in the end, he also wanted to take a gamble, because he had the capital for this. Oops, suddenly I thought of the things inside my bottle, but if I let them come out and enter into Xiao Yu's body, it would be completely impossible. Suhan could only temporarily first absorb the other party's toxin into his own body, and then think of a way out. In terms of finding out what it meant that there was nothing that could be done, he was still sure that he could force this out of his body. He just wanted to try the effect this time. He didn't know if it would work this time, but having already chosen this approach, he naturally wouldn't go backing out, even if by this time, he was really sweating and about to be unable to top it. Xiao Yu, who was still looking at the man warily, had slowly closed her own eyes. Just at this time, he felt as if something was biting him on his body, and the feeling was really unpleasant. He couldn't help himself, so he shouted, and the sound was extraordinarily clear in the empty and quiet environment. Xiao Yu couldn't help but open his own eyes at this time, but this tingling feeling was really hard to bear. He really wanted to open his eyes to see, but he couldn't open them. What the hell is the situation? Because after all, they cannot see, can only rely on the feeling, but he is completely ignorant of this. Xiao Yu cannot see, but the other party is completely clear to see. The new skin, already slowly, is rejecting the scars. It was as if the scar, as if it could fall off at any moment, if he used his hand gently. It was just that at this time, Suhan had absolutely no spare time for this. It was only at this time that Suhan realized that the energy in his body had slowly withdrawn back into his body, although he was torn in his heart, but things had already come to this point, and he had absolutely no choice. The only happy thing was that his energy, now, was much better than it was before, and when he cleansed the toxins from Xiaoyu's body, the effect had exceeded his expectations. At the previous rate, it might have taken several times to completely clean it out, but now it's completely different, and it might only take one time to completely remove it. Such a result was still quite good for him, and at the same time, it was a bit of a surprise for him. This one also means that he's slowly getting better again. Chapter 97, Getting into Big Trouble. Retracted thoughts were met with another very strong attraction coming from his hand. He could clearly feel an energy that rushed directly into his palm. It was just that he hadn't thought about helping others to detoxify. Why would it be so difficult? It was also at this time that the little bottle on him made another sound. Suhan gently knocked after seeing this. Then the things inside quieted down. Everything that needed to be done had all been done. Now he just had to wait for Xiaoyu to slowly digest it on her own. This isn't a very long time, and it's actually quite easy. Thinking about what he was going to do, he had to sit down and observe every change in Xiaoyu, because this time it was completely different. He used inhuman means. He also wanted to know just how big this one was. At this time, Xiaoyu, other than some slight reddening on the top of her body, and the surface of her skin constantly there, some black dots appeared. There was no other situation. However, the scars on his face turned purple all of a sudden, so just wait until he turned completely black, then it would be considered truly done. Suddenly there was a sound that kept ringing, and Suhan's mood at this time was getting more and more excited. As the minutes ticked by, he finally saw that effect. At this point, he couldn't wait to bring his hand up and then gently wipe the scar away. Oh my gosh, it's just beautiful. Now that there are no scars on her face, Xiaoyu looks like a sleeping princess, but just at this time Xiaoyu seemed to feel that something was different. As the medicine dissipated, he felt that he had slowly opened his eyes, but he realized that his mouth felt as if there was something in it, and when he opened his eyes, the two were looking at each other. They both confirmed their eyes at the same time, and Xiaoyu was stunned. Snap! A big earful soon followed. Ah! There came another scream. Put! You! What's wrong with you? Xiaoyu saw that something was wrong with the other party. His face became ugly, but he was still shocked by the mouthful of blood. It's okay. Suhan smiled obscenely. You? Seeing the other's impish grin, Xiaoyu slammed the door as soon as she got up and went out. But he had not expected at all that when he stepped out of this room, all the men were already waiting at the door. Xiaoyu, what's wrong with you? Elder Yan asked up with concern. Xiaoyu half-heartedly didn't want to explain anything, then hurriedly hurried out. All of them seemed to have thought of something else when they saw Xiaoyu's mortified expression. But not much time had passed before Suhan casually wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Then it was a rush to get out. Mr. Su, what exactly just happened? Elder Yan still didn't quite understand what had just happened. After all, he had just heard a commotion inside, and the other guy came out looking so woefully out of shape. What the hell was going on here? He had been speculating in his mind, which was also thinking if the other guy was going to say something to him, this would be troublesome in case Xiaoyu was really in his own home and was what this man in front of him did to her, and then he wouldn't have any way to go and deliver the goods. Nothing, just now it was me who didn't control myself. Suhan rippled, remembering what he had just done. His entire face reddened. He also felt that he was really careless. His emotions were too emotional just now and he was slapped by the other party, causing his toxin to spread faster and faster now. No control? Elder Yan still didn't understand the other's words. At the same time, all the people were dumbfounded, looking at the other party. This fellow, actually being colorful and daring, making a move on the White family's 1,000-year-old, the eldest lady? At this moment, not only the other people, even Feng Shui's brows were furrowed. It's not at all what you guys think. Suhan realized that their eyes were a bit off, then hurriedly got serious. But as he went to explain it now, it all seemed to be of no use at all, and it seemed so pale and ineffective. Suhan, come over here for a moment. Feng Shui spoke to him. Suhan, you are very aggrieved look. Followed up, all the people watched the two of them walk away, and then whispered behind their backs. What the hell did you do to Xiaoyu? Give me an honest explanation. Feng Shui looked at the other party with a serious face. After all, this kind of thing wasn't a joke, and if something really happened to Xiaoyu here, then he would have a huge responsibility. This time was also the first time I saw Feng Shui being so serious. I was literally unoccupied just now, so I kissed her. Suhan was now like a small child who had made a mistake. He afterwards retold what had just happened to his schoolmate. You, Feng Shui became speechless all of a sudden. Then how can you do this? And Xiaoyu other companies. If this matter spreads to his family, then he really can't get out of this. How are we going to explain it to them? I really didn't mean to. I just didn't hold back. Suhan had wanted to continue to explain something more, but the other party didn't even have a chance to explain to him. You are really in big trouble, Feng Shui said seriously. Is it really that serious? The big deal is that I'm responsible for him. Where's the exaggeration? Su-han was getting confused. He didn't know his schoolmate. Why he was so scared when he heard all this? Was the other party really that scary? How come he didn't feel anything at all? Responsible? I think you'd better forget about it. At least no one else knows about this yet. This matter, don't say anything to anyone. I'll explain it to you properly later. Feng Shui looked at the people whispering and then also said helplessly. Su-han certainly heard the meaning of it, which then made him even more curious. But the schoolmate at this time would definitely not say anything to himself, so he had no choice but to not continue to ask any further. It's just that he didn't think that the other party was really that scary. Why was it so serious when the senior sister said it? Of course, although it was in his heart, he felt absolutely no need to be afraid of this, and didn't even think about it in that direction. Xiaoyu had already left here as well, and Su-han helplessly followed his schoolmate back again. Alright, you guys shouldn't discuss anything there. In fact, he didn't do anything. He just couldn't help but touch Xiaoyu's face after he cured someone. Chapter 98, The Subject. Feng Shui looked at the men and explained. As feeble as that explanation seemed, he had to go with it now, since the person in question had now said so. Many people, though they were not quite convinced, would not discuss the matter anymore. That's all for today. And for the results, I'm sure you've already seen the results from Dr. Meng. Also just now I have looked at Xiaoyu, but there is nothing on her face. Su-han will promote the program of this research properly when the time comes, and everyone will still have their hands full in the time to come. The explanation was enough, so he quickly changed the subject. As soon as his words came out, though, many people's thoughts were indeed pulled back as well, regardless of how Xiaoyu reacted at the time. At least when he came out a lot of people did see that nothing was happening to his face anymore. The people present are some old doctors in the small reign for the understanding of the time. They more or less have seen his face scars, but now all of a sudden, did not see there, think it is also very strange. Yen old man for Xiaoyu's, after all, is very understanding. He did not know how many configurations had been given to Xiaoyu at that time, when there was no effect at all. But just now, this young man just operated a little bit, and the other's face was also better? Just at this time, all the people were in deep thought. Could it be that this thing he made really had such a powerful effect? But if it was really like that, why had Meng Ziguang's scar not gotten rid of by now? Did this guy use something else? Mr. Su, there are still a lot of things I don't understand. Can you please help explain? Elder Yen felt that this matter was definitely not that simple. He still didn't quite understand it until now, so he wanted to ask again. Of course it's possible, but not today. As you saw just now, I was in the process of messing up the medicine, and I also had a little condition. Plus when I just helped Xiaoyu with her treatment, there was also some overdraft on top of my body. Some other day I'll pay a visit at my door alone. Su-han knew exactly what this old man meant, and likewise he had some things he wanted to ask him. But the current state of affairs was indeed a bit less optimistic, so he did not intend to stay here for too long, and there's no need to change the day. Just tomorrow. Doesn't Mr. Fong have a meeting tomorrow? Elder Yen didn't want to beat around the bush anymore, then said directly. He was also too curious about this matter, and if he figured it out a day later, he really wouldn't be able to sleep again, so he didn't wait until later at all. Such a thing, he felt that the sooner it was resolved was the better. After all, he was really too curious. Okay, tomorrow then. Su-han also agreed with alacrity. Well then, we'll all meet on time tomorrow, so that's it for today. Feng Shui was the same. He simply didn't want to stay here for too long. Regarding Xiaoyu's side of things, it was necessary for him to have a good word to this schoolmate of his. Mr. Feng, you guys go ahead. I'm going to stay here a little longer. Meng Ziguang saw them about to leave and then said, okay, the company cars are downstairs and the driver will arrange for you to go back then. After they exchanged a greeting, then the two of them hurriedly left, but all of them found it strange why they left in such a hurry. But they could also figure out that Mr. Fong probably wanted to have a good chat with this Mr. Su, about the Bai family's daughter. Walking out of that place, Feng Shui got into the car. Su-han was also confused and followed out. Go home. Su-han, you saw the other party so serious. His mood became very apprehensive, as if this time, he really made some big mistake. Looking at his so serious expression, he really did not dare to think about anything more. Was it really that serious? After all, this expression of the other party was really too exaggerated, and it was the first time that the schoolmate he had seen had such a serious expression after coming here for such a long time. Su-han, about Xiaoyu's matter, Sister Lin and I have reminded you about it before. I don't know about this, do you remember? The most the world can say about you and that big star is a few words about you. But Xiaoyu, his situation, is completely different, and you don't think you can go messing with him. From the top of his senior sister's expression, he knew that this matter was not that simple at all. It's like there's something good and heavenly hidden behind this. Otherwise, why did the attitude of his schoolmate, all of a sudden, become so serious? He really couldn't figure out why. Senior sister, I admit that I do have some feelings for Xiaoyu, and I do like him a lot. Otherwise, I wouldn't have acted out like that. Suhan had really wanted to say that in order to cure the other party's condition, he had gone so far as to personally suck out the poison from the other party himself. However, there was not much of a role for these words to be said at all, and he didn't feel the need to say them either. I want to know the reason. Suhan still chose to ask directly. You've just come here. It's only normal that you don't know about Xiaoyu yet. In fact, he's long been married in. If it wasn't for his own disfigurement, he might have been married off a long time ago. That, of all people, is known. So I don't care what's on your mind right now. It's better to break it off sooner rather than later. This wasn't even a secret for them yet, but it would be really troublesome if the other party really moved. So she simply spilled the beans. Is there really a marriage contract? This news was really a big blow to Suhan. The girl he had so easily taken a liking to was actually married as well. It's a shame to think about it in your heart, but you really like that girl. In the back of his mind, he thought this girl was completely different from the others. Yes, in a family like the White family, there's always that one of their children who is going to be the subject of a marriage alliance. Xiaoyu is the one from the current generation of the Bai family. Feng Shui simply didn't want to park the other party's cold water, but this was really a fact that couldn't be changed. His target is the Yuan family. It was still necessary to warn the other person about the object of the drizzle. The Yuan family? Suhan opposite this family he didn't know very well, but he had still heard of it. It's a big family, one that makes you sound scared. He really didn't expect Xiaoyu to actually marry this family. Chapter 99 Loss. Right, it's the Yuan family's youngest, Yuan Hao. Alright, Suhan nodded. Suhan's compromise was not because of the other party's family power, but because Xiaoyu really had a marriage contract. Actually, he did, only to be returned by the Zheng family. If the Zheng family had agreed at the time of the descent, he might have already been the Zheng family's son-in-law. In the beginning, his father had made a point of explaining that if the other party agreed, even if he was an ugly man, he had to marry. But if the other party refuses directly at the door, one only needs to fulfill one's responsibility to Zhang Lao and help her get well. And he knew in his heart of hearts that just because of this responsibility, he was also looking at his father's face. It was all meant to be, wasn't it? With only a week left until one's wedding date, Suhan didn't really hate Zhangya. After all, neither of them had ever fought, and there was no way to talk about hating or liking. It was just that the other family's face at that time made him very upset when he remembered it in his heart. It's bad enough to think that the other person actually assumes that he's one of those climbers without asking anything. There were so many things he didn't want to face right now just thinking about the other side's mouth. Suhan, don't take this to heart. I think it's better to look away from some things. Feng Shui was afraid that the other party would be sad to hear about this, so she comforted. Sister, I'm fine, don't worry. At first it was indeed because I didn't know about this situation. That's why it happened. Don't worry, I will pay attention to it in the future. Suhan's current mood was indeed also very complicated, but his concepts were still relatively traditional. There was no need for him to bother people since the other person already had a marriage contract again. At least he was a person who followed the rules very well. Yeah, think about it, even if you don't have Xiaoyu, you still have us. Why don't you just pick one of the few of us? Feng Shui saw her schoolmate smile and immediately began to be immodest again. What are you talking about? School teacher? Suhan was also speechless when he saw the other party's strange eyes. Of course he knew that his schoolmate was really naughty at one point, so he didn't take what he just said to heart at all. What's up? You don't like us? Or are we simply not good looking in your eyes? Feng Shui said very angrily. No, you're all beautiful in my eyes. Especially you, school teacher. You'll never get old. That's more like it, but flower cinnamon. You still need to think about my offer. No, I'm not going to consider it. Feng Shui became unhappy all of a sudden, but he quickly stopped bringing up the topic. In fact, the two of them have always been very good feelings. Suhan does not have that aspect of his own school sister, has always treated it as his own sister to see. So when the other mentioned it, whether seriously or jokingly, he didn't think about that aspect at all, especially Feng Shui. As long as any of them got into trouble, this big sister would definitely be the first to take all the blame. Along the way the two of them started to change the topic of conversation, from what happened to Xiaoyu, to that big star, and then to the Feng family. Suhan didn't bother to hide anything from his senior sister. By the way, how exactly did you solve the Feng family's matter? Don't worry, I have my heart in the right place. That would be best. Feng Shui does not want to point to each other to death, no matter how. That is also a family, or want to give the Feng family to leave a way of life. otherwise with his cousin's behavior. As long as he has now called the police, and then confronted each other, I am sure that most of them will be finished. Don't worry, school sister. I'm also just warning them. Suhan didn't need to, and knew his school sister's thoughts, or else the last time could have exterminated them. Aha! Feng Shui nodded and didn't bother to ask any more questions. Just let the two of them go back. And Koton was almost home by now. Koton had a really bad day, but it ended with a big reversal to the face. This could not help but make him feel better. All of a sudden, after an experience like that, Junior wrote a leave of absence to the dean at that time. Obviously, at this juncture, he won't even approve it. The matter of Zhang Lao was imminent, and all the pressure from all sides had been given to their hospital. And on Shen's side, he's already pushing him. If the dean granted him a leave of absence at this time, wouldn't he be asking for trouble? It was clear in his mind that what happened to that patient was even worse than he had imagined. So in order to refuse Xiao Qin's leave of absence, the dean directly took it out as a shield. And at that time, he also said that as long as Xiao Qin could convince Elder Zhang, then the matter of his leave would be settled. Xiao Qin almost went into a rage at that time, but once he thought of what Su Han had explained, he held back. After all, now that he had a big chip on his shoulder, there was absolutely no need to freak out. And with these people, he didn't see much point. If he could really talk his way out of it, the dean would not only approve his vacation, but he would also report the report he had written. She wrote the report, and the dean was very clear about it. Just half an hour ago, a piece of news that completely shocked the entire hospital. Zhang Lao finally asked to be discharged from the hospital. Dean's entire body was dumbfounded when this news came out. He hadn't expected this to actually happen after all, and he knew it was all the result of Koton. I was the director who heard the news and got a little upset all of a sudden. His whole body went limp. Dean, don't forget what Vice President Fong explained, and help people to do it. Elder Zhang also made a special point of emphasizing when he was discharged from the hospital. Zhang Lao repeatedly explained the matter. He is definitely going to do it. But the director is really in great trouble now? Even as a dean himself, he couldn't protect him. After all, the strength of the other party was not something he could think of. So he didn't dare to jump into the frying pan again. Half a month had passed, and Careful's current mood was nothing less than when Su Han had just arrived. If this one report is typed up, the director is really going to be in bad luck in this hospital and may not be able to bring it down. And he'll have a week's vacation, which is beautiful to think about. So he sent a message inside the group and drove his car towards the food market. The message he sent was simple. Come home tonight. I'll cook. Chapter 100, Joy and Sorrow. Just as Xiao Qin parked her car and walked into the food market, then there was a very familiar figure, parked at the gate waiting for her. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Why are you so slow to come back? Su Han and Feng Shui had already been waiting for him at the food market. Why are you guys home so early too? Xiao Qin asked curiously. I know you're happy today, so we have to go home early, yeah, Feng Shui said. Cut. Koton skimmed it dismissively. The two big beauties appeared in the food market and quickly became a bright sight. Today for Xiao Qin, it is considered to have finally let go of the heavy burden on her, and the next thing is to enjoy it. This week's vacation. Similarly, although the two of them got something not so small and embarrassing wrong today, the results that Su Han showed today really made his schoolmate, and also the whole company, surge forward again. Feng Shui's mood for this one was also happy. Of course, there are those who rejoice and those who mourn. When Su Han left that old man's place of residence, he didn't take 3/4 of that medicine with him. The old man and some of the others started circling that medicine. I don't know how many times, but no one dared to go up and touch it, because a casual touch of this kind of thing could empty their old bottom. This is not an easy thing to understand. They don't know much about it, but they do understand it more or less. Thinking back to just now, when they saw Xiao Yu's stunning face, they had already thought of the value of this medicine, and this Mr. So actually dropped it here casually. This thing for him, as if it is not so important, but these people just think so in their hearts, but they have not dared to casually group touch, in case when the other side wants to up, but they are not careful to give it to the broken or lost, then in the end to take what to compensate for the people's awe, and this is something that even money can't buy. Su Han and the three of them were in a particularly good mood, but these people were about to turn their hair white with worry. All of them are now at a loss as to what to do with one another, and at this point in time, the White family, from the moment Xiao Yu came back in shame, Elder Bai was very nonchalant. He had no idea what had happened today. Why did Xiao Yu's expression look so ugly when she came back? He was still uneasy, so he went to ask his granddaughter, and Xiao Yu finally told him all about today's events, but it was natural for Su Han to kiss himself, so he blocked it out. When he thought about it, he was furious in his heart, but he knew very well in his heart that this kind of thing could not be done casually. Talking to people, even if the other party was his own family. His grandfather couldn't even bother to say anything and went straight upstairs himself. when he suddenly realized that Xiao Yu's wounds were cured by Su Han. The old man immediately looked for his 2 sons, as well as one of his grandsons. He really couldn't figure out why it had to be this Mr. Su. What did that divine doctor mean when he said it was fated? The more the old man is thinking about it, the more he is puzzled. For this matter, he is really too puzzled. Not much time had passed before the White family who had received the news rushed back to their home. Then the old man told them everything that had happened all at once. When Bai Tong heard about this, he became very nonchalant. His daughter had been cured. That meant that the Yuan family would come over to propose marriage at any time. When he didn't come to marry his daughter, the other party had a deal. There was no way the Yuan family would let a disfigured girl pass through the door. And if the Bai family could heal Xiao Yu's wounds, the marriage contract would be just as valid. And the eldest son of their family has always been interested in Xiao Yu. If this happens, then won't their family start to soar from now on? However, this was just a thought of the same person in white, but White Wind could see what his grandfather meant. He stood off to the side looking at his grandfather so clearly, always feeling that he had a lot of worries, but until now, he didn't know why his grandfather looked like that, and he was too embarrassed to ask. Su Han was interested in his sister, something he had seen long ago, and as it was confirmed again today, he really wasn't fading, previously offending the other party. At most, he was afraid of the other party's retaliation. Although the other party's strength was particularly intimidating, but the Bai family had also thought of using their financial strength to put things to rest. But just yesterday, White Wind could see that things were turning around, but today they suddenly changed again. If this was all really just a contradiction, Bai Feng believed that the Bai family could set this matter right. Su Han had looked at his own sister, and this matter really didn't know what to say. Su Han had cured his sister's illness, which was originally a favor. Sentiently and rationally they, the Bai family, had to go and give thanks. But if the other party wanted his sister as a person, then maybe things would be a bit troublesome. On the Yuan family's side, when the time comes, it's really not very good to explain. Grandpa, this thing, what exactly do you think? The always witty Bai Feng. At this moment, his mind is also unable to understand, so he can only for your own grandfather. Let's have a good talk with Mr. Su about the payment first, and after we reach an agreement we'll clear the air with him. The old man replied directly and decisively. After all, this thing really had too much influence, and he couldn't let it go on. Regardless of what that divine doctor had said in the beginning, this was now the wisest choice for the 100. There are things that can be solved with money, but of course there are some things that should never be. Although Su Han was a scary person, but after offending the Yuan family, it became even more scary. Maybe their future days as a family wouldn't be very good, so a lot of things they really have to think about. Grandpa, will the Yuan family make a move for our Bai family? Seeing that all the people didn't say anything meant that Grandpa's words had been recognized, but White Wind was the only one who was still worried, so he had to figure this out before he could do so. And just as a few people thought that it would be the wisest choice for Su Han to set aside his relationship, Bai Feng's words instantly made them fall into a deep thought. Even if Xiao Yu marries into their family, if the Bai family is in trouble, will their Yuan family really help us? On top of the little things, how many things the other side can step in and set up? This is at least face and face. They have to do it right. But, White Wind's words seemed a bit out of bounds, but he did analyze them rationally. A marriage with the Yuan family can indeed raise our family's fortunes, and likewise with their support. It's entirely possible that the Bai family can enter the minor lineage and industry in the next selection. Chapter 101, No Ambition. But how is this not the strength of the White family itself anymore? Think about it, if we really enter that circle, the hookups we face will become even stronger, in case we offend another family one day, or if you're not around. Grandpa, what are we going to do when the time comes later really? Will the Yuan family really help us then? Being in this place now is not at all because of their family's engagement, but with your prestige, and the strength of Uncle Tu and Big Brother. Can we really do that position where we can be secure for the rest of our lives? So I don't really agree with you, although it's a bit unfair to Xiao Yu, but if I have a choice, I'd rather trust Su Han. Getting a person like that to protect in a family with a master sitting as a toolman. Think about it yourselves. As soon as Bai Feng's words were finished, someone quickly looked at him with horrified eyes. His words were completely enough to show how powerful White Wind's ambition was. I'd like to explain though, I'm not ambitious, but I'm just analyzing things rationally. As for how to go about choosing, that's still up to Grandpa and you guys. Seeing the horrified look in all of their eyes, White Wind instantly returned to that stubborn look. This guy really didn't have any ambition. It was just that he disliked the Yuan family even more compared to that young man. And it's no secret that Yuan's family is only interested in profit. Xiao Yu's marriage contract was fixed between her grandfather and their family in the beginning, but since Xiao Yu's disfigurement, the other party never mentioned this matter again, and their family's male son, although he is infatuated with his sister on the surface, but his private life is simply a mess. For this, White Wind had long since investigated everything, so if they really wanted to marry their sister off, it would be a complete gamble. And White Wind was just looking at the trade-offs and pros and cons here more thoroughly to give them a heads up. The White family's murmurs became quiet all of a sudden when Xiaoyu walked out of the room. But the Zhang family's side was completely different. They were now preparing for Zhang Ye's marriage. The little divine doctor had been found, and the stone in Zhang Lao's heart was finally put down. The Chang family had a meeting soon after. You guys go and contact the best hotels in the next few days, and arrange the banquet then. Yeah, there's some money in this card. You guys go get a little dowry. I've got some due, don't even save. This one is due. Zhang Lao's mood was completely different now. His complexion and mood were not at all the same as before. Thanks, Dad. All of them were embarrassed at the sight of this, but only Zhang Ye's mom was the one with a greedy look on her face. When have they ever been treated like that when they take out so much money at once? It was usually so hard to ask this old man for a little money to live on, and he'd long since been laughed out of the room by those poker buddies out there. Today it's so hard to have so much money all at once, and I'm happy to think about it. Grandpa, we backed out of each other's engagement in the first place. Aren't you being a little hasty in taking the liberty now, like this? Zhang Ye were not happy. Originally he did not have a very good impression of this man, and the last time, he encountered the other party hooking up with that star. Parents' orders, matchmakers' orders. How did that little miracle doctor break his contract? Not to mention the fact that this one was set by his father and I in the first place. It's not yet the wedding date. Then it's valid. Elder Zhang simply wouldn't believe that this was a change of heart. But what if the other person finally has someone they like? She's only been out as long as she's been out. This is impossible. But I saw it yesterday. Zhang Ye afterward told what he saw that day, one by one. Which big star are you talking about? As Zhang Ye's father reacted especially strongly when his daughter spoke out these words. Yes, so it really is him. As soon as Zhang Lao heard about that big star, he was really shaken to the core. So it turned out that that big star's illness was cured by him. Now that he had heard such things from his granddaughter again, he was thinking a lot in his mind. I wouldn't marry a man like Grandpa anyway, only out how long already started to do this kind of thing. In the future we really want to get married. This day in the end how to live on. What does this have to do with anything? That actress is just doing this to return the favor, and I think it's only human. Isn't it normal for a man to find a girlfriend before he gets married? And if it wasn't for your family, who turned people down in the first place? Would this kind of thing still be happening now? The three of you should still reflect on this matter and stop being dog-eyed yourselves in the future. Zhang Lao's words instantly upended Zhang Ye's three views. He hadn't even thought about how his grandfather could say something like that, and it hit him, like, so hard. Was everything the other guy did human? I grew up because of a marriage contract, so I can't even fall in love, but all around there is a boy who adores himself, after a short time either transferred to another school, or left, all because of that broken marriage contract. But this man is actually this kind of thing with a big star, and his own grandfather has to help instead. Of course, what the Zhang family was thinking right now, Su-han definitely didn't know. In fact, he hadn't been in a very good mood since he came back. It was just that he hadn't been able to show it in front of his schoolmates. Of course, it's more about not wanting them to worry about that. Su-han had been in a bad mood ever since he knew that Xiaoyu had a marriage contract, and with the toxins agitating there above his body, he could barely hold on for much longer. He finished his dinner and quickly went back to his room. Suddenly he thought about that little thing he had on him, how it hadn't woken up until now. It really left him a bit at a loss. Aren't you excited during the day? Why isn't it moving all of a sudden? Does this thing get angry too? However, even without the existence of this thing, he was still able to slowly force out the poison inside his body, through his own methods. It just takes longer to do this and the toxins are not completely cleaned out. Asking for it was not as good as asking for it, and he wanted to try how good this really was. He lay down on the bed, then looked at the ring he wore on the top of his hand, again as if he had thought of something.